heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
never going to forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. That's right, we are back inside the Barclaycard Arena for our third consecutive year of Dota 2. Can't wait to see all the action take place. Before that, though, we want to hear from you, of course, wherever you are right now, whether you're sitting in the audience, whether you're milling around inside the Barclaycard Arena getting ready for today's action. Use all the usual social media channels and use the hashtag #ESL1. We'd love to hear what you have to say about the group stage, or maybe you've got some thoughts on who might win the tournament. We'd love to hear whatever you want to say to us, and, you know, spread the love and the pictures around from where you're doing as well. Two men alongside me are going to give you their thoughts as we head towards our first series of the day and recap the group stages from the last 3 days. We've got Capitalist and Blitz alongside. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Great. It's always Hamburg's an excellent way to like start my season. You know, it's always been a great tournament. Even going back to when it was in Frankfurt, it's just always been one of my highlights of the year. So good to be
Where
here.
you started?
Yeah.
Right here in Germany.
My very first LAN event,
Yep.
the very first LAN I've ever attended as a player, talent, anything like that was ESL 1 Frankfurt. So special place in my heart for sure. And we've got an exciting tournament ahead.
We do have an exciting. Will, are you okay?
Yeah,
I just
I'm
wanted
good.
to check in. You're not feeling, you know, down or.
I was never down.
Okay, good,
I'm chill.
good.
It's a long season. That's
Yeah,
what you have
it
to
is.
remember about this.
I'm glad you've stayed positive like that, because it has been a rough few days for your boys in blue.
It was like 2 days ago. I'm over it now.
It doesn't take long for him.
It's like, I'm good.
He's already looking at the next stage. We should talk about the group stage, Cap. It was a very interesting group stage. I mean, it always is at the start of the season because teams are kind of finding themselves out and they're also figuring out the meta usually. But this time around, it's actually the other way around. They kind of know what the meta is. They're figuring each other out.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, it's post-TI. We're still sitting on the remnants of the old patch, just a couple of change logs and nothing major. So everybody's kind of figured the patch out for the most part. Now it's just people adding their own flair to it and trying to add as much versatility to their lineup as possible. And I would point to TNC as like one of the best showings of that. Right?
Yeah, they were fantastic in the group stage. I think we ran out at the end of watching all their matches of what else do we say about them right now? Because they look like the finished article, and here we are at the start of the season. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's some games that they played where it looked like it shouldn't have gone their way, like the game against Liquid where they were down like 4-20, and then the game that they played against Quincy Crew, I think. Those are, like, from a outside angle, games that you're normally not supposed to win. Maybe your team wins like 1 out of every like 20, 30 of those, but they managed to win both of them. It feels like they're a very resilient team, and they trust each other more than any other team, I feel like, at this tournament. Like that last game that they played that we watched against Alliance, where they all jump in as a unit, as 5. It felt simultaneous, and it's so impossible to get to that level, especially they haven't been together for that long. This core group of guys, maybe, but they've had 2 relatively big new additions. They feel like they've seamlessly fit in.
Yeah, and that's the point, isn't it? It's a chemical reaction in their brains collectively. They all know exactly what each other's thinking already. And when you look at Liquid, the old Liquid, been together 3 years, you kind of expect that's going to happen after. These guys have been together for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it feels unreal, the level of skill that they've already gone to, because we saw this Alliance team. They're no joke either. They just won Dream League. They did very well in their group. They only really lost 1 game apiece. 1 to ViCi and 1 throwaway game to, what was it? I can't remember the other team, but that was really it. And then they play against this TNC squad and they look like complete amateurs.
Yeah.
Like, that did not look like a real series. It looked like, if you told me TNC was playing against like a scrim just for fun against like their friends, I would have been, all right, that seems accurate.
Yeah, it did look a little bit like that. Let's check in with the bracket and show you how things have panned out so far after our 3 days of group stages. This is what it looks like. We're down to the 8 teams on the bracket, and we've already played the upper bracket semi-final as well. ViCi Gaming going down in 2 against Gambit, and TNC, as Will just mentioned, absolutely destroying Alliance and making them look a bunch of amateurs. And they're literally a week away from having won Dream League, so that's an incredible result. And in the lower bracket, Beast Coast, after recovering from a bad day one, go up against Wind and Rain. That'll be our opening match today. And Ninjas in Pyjamas versus Virtus Pro. Are they the 8 teams that you thought would go through, Cap? This is a loaded question because I know you're going to say no.
For the most part, yes.
Apart from one.
I definitely would have expected Liquid to make it over Wind and Rain,
yes.
but everything else kind of went as expected, especially with like Quincy Crew having a stand-in, like having a forfeit and stuff like that. Definitely killed their chances. So I think that for the most part, everything kind of went as expected, even like the top teams. I would have pointed to TNC and Gambit at the start of this, and then Alliance having just won a LAN is an obvious one, but I think ViCi Gaming was still expected to be strong. After all, they do have a new player, but they also have a stand-in. But just a one stand-in, I don't think is going to make that much of a difference of a ViCi's crew that has like a lot of experience under their belt.
And Will, Gambit came into this as many people's favourites. You know, we talked to all the players beforehand, and they were the favourites, the clear favourites from many of the players. And it was mainly based on all the scrims that they've been playing and terrorising teams across the CIS and European region. But they haven't quite hit that height yet. But then we see them destroy ViCi in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about group stage? For these guys, apparently it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't look so hot. They dropped a lot of games. They lost a game against Quincy Crew, one against Wind and Rain. You were kind of like, are they really just going to go 50-50 throughout the entire group? But they put it on when it matters. They take that decisive match against ViCi. I was really proud of them because I felt like this was probably a really big moment for them. Like, we are a good team. We can show that it's not just a scrim-related thing. We can perform on LAN.
And a bigger moment to come, right? Their opportunity to get revenge against TNC in a match that really matters. So.
Yeah, absolutely. More to come of them as well. Thank you very much, gents. Let's take a look at the schedule for you and confirm what we've got coming up. Because, as I said, Beast Coast versus the Wind and Rain team that were surprising many in their group during the group stage. So that'll be our opening series. We'll then move on to NIP versus Virtus Pro, which, unlike in previous seasons, is not an upper bracket game, but instead a knockout lower bracket match. And then finally, we'll see ViCi Gaming in action against the winners of our first match of the day. That's your schedule for day number 1 inside the arena. It's day number 4 overall at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. We're headed to a break, but when we come back, we'll be headed into the stage show with all the glitz and the glam that you've come to expect from ESL 1. We'll see you soon.
I think we're pretty happy with the groups. Like, our main goal going into the tournament was to get out of groups, preferably upper bracket, and that's something we have achieved now. Like, we could have done better in a few of the games, but overall, I'm quite satisfied. Like, we're in the upper bracket after all. I'm just happy that I get to play Alliance again. It's been a while for me. I've been on slightly worse teams for a while, so now I'm happy I'm in Alliance. We're playing Alliance like every month now, so everything's been perfect so far, and I can't wait to see the arena.
Group stage in general was good for us. We did really okay, and our team atmosphere and then the strategy is well prepared. I think a lot of people get to feel the energy. Like not a lot of people get to have that opportunity, right? And then I don't think I have played in the arena for a while. Other teammates have, but KP was saying this is my LAN in a while, so I'm pretty happy.
Right now we're just figuring out ourselves. We want to become tier 1, so we're just like trying to practice everything we know right now and try to improve it. We have some kind of idea how to play a game right now, and we're happy that we made so far and go upper bracket, and we'll see how we do against like good teams. I mean, I love Germany overall because I feel like it's a great country. I love being there. I mean, it's awesome to hear some crowd cheering for you and even for opponents because it makes some great show.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sights, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. thoughts, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It is the start of our first day inside the Barclaycard Arena. It's also day number 4, so if you've missed any of the action, well, you can catch up, of course, but we'll also keep you up to date exactly where we are in the competition. Right now, we're going to dip into the lower bracket, which means it's do or die time for our next 2 teams. We also welcome back Capitalist and Blitz alongside me to bring you Beast Coast versus Wind and Rain. Gents, I want to start with Beast Coast because after a pretty horrible first day, Will, they bounced back very strongly on day 2 and showed us that they are still a high-quality team after a great showing at TI.
I mean, I really felt like this team was still going to continue to impress. Sometimes you have those like TI darlings where they make these dream runs and everyone thinks like, okay, they're going to go back to their norm. But I actually felt like that was just a sign of things to come. I felt like this team is very talented, top to bottom. They're well constructed. They have an identity. They know who to play around. It feels like everybody understands what their role is on the team. They sacrifice their egos to make room for K1 and Hector and Chris Luck. Like, everything feels very smooth on this team.
If there's a criticism, Cap, is it that they can be a little bit one-dimensional sometimes? They've got a very narrow pool of high-class heroes that they play?
Maybe a little bit. I think they found what works for them at TI, and there was a certain ease of execution there, and that's always a big factor when it comes to the international. But I think that, as William said, like, this is a team that there's just greater things to come, and they're going to be able to develop more versatility as time goes on. I think the superstar power is like really there though, because everyone talks about Hector, but like think about the other players. Like Chris Luck was outstanding at TI. Whisper has been carrying them a lot from the off lane, and then there's nothing wrong to say about their supports either. So I think they just have like so much talent on this roster that as long as they just continue to click, we're only going to see higher and higher placings for them in tournaments.
Okay. Their opponents are a team that we don't actually really know all that much about. They came here through a very strange kind of role, but it's Wind and Rain, and they've done very well in the group stage, gents. Drawing more often than not, I know, but have managed to, on the back of that, get through to this knockout stage.
I mean, nobody else at this tournament so far has beaten TNC. So for me, that alone says a lot.
How much do you put on that as the final game of the group stage?
Okay, here's the thing though. I genuinely think that TNC wanted that undefeated. Okay. If you're that close to it, you might as well just close it out. Just how I think about it. Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, we're 9-0 already. Maybe the 9th game, if anything, was the one that they decided to mess around. But that 10th game, it feels real good to be at this point. You're like, we're 12-0. We haven't lost a single game yet. And so for Wind and Rain to take games off pretty much everyone shows that they do have potential.
Yeah, and this was kind of like a fun mix stack team. It didn't necessarily, we weren't expecting all that much. I think, without being too unfair, we weren't expecting them to get out of groups.
No, I don't think that's unfair at all to say that this team was probably expected to go down at the bottom. I mean, there's a lot of unknown names here. There's a lot of names that you just don't see a lot together. Yeah. Like, you have Boogie and Nikwa who played together before, but otherwise, like, Wish and Nefrit, you don't really know a whole lot about them. I've gone through their Dota buff profiles. You know, I can talk about what they play in their pubs, but otherwise, I don't have a whole lot of information.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually, both teams, in terms of the way that the heroes that they've chosen will. There's not much overlap between these two. They're very different, aren't they?
No, and a lot of that comes down to just the scenes that they play in. Like, Beast Coast is obviously going to draw influence from what they see in US East and what they see in, like, the American pubs and
the crazy South American pubs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're always going to add a little bit of their own flavor, like Whisper playing Tinker and stuff like that. Or they're going to do stuff like Slark mid. It's going to be a little bit more free-flowy, whereas, like, I feel like Wind and Rain have a lot more, what is the word for it? Like, they're a lot more structured. Yeah. They're going to give you more typical drafts that you'd see. They pick more of the meta heroes. They pick them more in a meta type of situation, too.
Right. We're not too far away from the start of our first series of the day. But before we get there, though, let's check in with our friends at the Vodafone View.
Thank you very much, Paul. It is Sir Action Slacks and Purge here for the Vodafone View. Sir, I want to talk about players. I want to talk about positions. Who's our two VIPs we should be looking at for this match?
Well, not necessarily the best players on the team, but players to focus on. The captains for both teams, Yol and Stinger.
Oh.
Now, both of the teams are a little bit different. Obviously, Beast Coast had a great TI run. They've got lots of proven prize money, which really shows victory, right? But on the other side, Wind and Rain is a bit interesting because they have a lot of players that are historied. They've been on former teams that are great. We've got players from former Alliance, players from former Virtus Pro before they became the major powerhouses that they were. And it's cool to see them match up because Beast Coast is now formerly underdog, now the big dog here. And it's going to be interesting to see if Wind and Rain can actually take the series off of them. And it's going to come down to drafting, but most importantly, play in-game.
Absolutely, and you did talk a lot about Wind and Rain's little bit of history there, or excuse me, Beast Coast, but Wind and Rain does have a lot of history as well. Yol used to be on VP.
I already said that.
Back.
Were you not listening?
No, I was listening, but I was saying you were talking mostly about Beast Coast. Don't underestimate the amount of knowledge that these boys have on that team as well. So overall, I think it will be a slammer match, Purge.
Yeah, it should be a really good one. It's going to be lots of aggression, lots of crazy team fights, hopefully some interesting heroes. There's a lot of important heroes you have to ban out against Beast Coast. It feels like Wind Rain might be a little bit more under the radar. They've been having good success with some sort of cheese heroes, some Huskar wins, that kind of a thing. So,
Oracles?
Not really cheese, but yeah.
It is cheese.
Why is that?
Well, yeah, no, he heals you. Anyway, Purge, we'll get into this later. I'm excited for the match. Let's throw it back to the panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Jez. Keep the arguments going up there. I quite like it. Getting quite feisty in the Vodafone View. Back here with Blitz and Kappa, a little calmer, I think, in terms of the friendship between the two of you.
Yeah, heels are cheap,
Apparently heels are cheese now. Who knew? I'm learning new things about the meta all the time. I learned about all the techie stuff during the group stages. Obviously, we did have a techies game, and FNG and Sir Action Slacks became the connoisseurs of techies during the groups. I'm hoping that we don't get too much of that, although I think the crowd might like that here as well. Let's look forward to this game. The gents in the view said it should be an exciting game. Cap, why will it be an exciting game?
Well, I think that there was something that Purge did touch on, is that there is a lot of experience coming from some of these players, right? We have Wish and Nefrit who really don't have much of a history at all, but when it comes to your offlane, your two supports, you're talking about one of them started in 2011, one of them started in 2012, one of them started in 2013. Like, that's really old when it comes to Dota, right? And one thing I kind of want to go to, just quickly, I want to point this out. Like, if you guys haven't seen the interview with, they were talking about, like, it was one of the fun questions ones, right? It was like, would you take the win of TI, but you have to play it like 1K for the rest of your life or whatever? And the one person who really stood out to me was Boogie. Right, Boogie was back in, like, his most successful was like maybe the Rat and Dark. Remember that when they beat Alliance, Rat and the Dark team that was like cheesing everybody at that time? Like, that was probably his most successful iteration. And he said no, he wouldn't take it because he just loves competing. Right. And I think, that kind of drive mixed with that kind of experience can be explosive in these sort of matchups. Maybe their drafts are more stereotypical, but maybe that will give them an edge against Beast Coast.
Okay. Well, from a stylistic point of view, this should be interesting. CIS versus South America. There's that kind of run at you kind of Dota from both regions. Are we expecting the same thing between these two?
Yeah, I feel like they're going to get after each other quite early, especially with the type of heroes that they play. Wind and Rain like to set a tempo. So do Beast Coast. They sort of like to bludgeon you. So you either get one of two games when matchups like that happen. Either you get like a Gambit TNC where both teams like to fight, but neither ends up fighting, and so it turns into a farm war, or you just get like this 20-minute, we're going to battle nonstop, see what happens at the end of it.
Which is the version we would like.
Yes, of course.
At the start of the day.
100%.
That would be very nice indeed. Beast Coast have also, when you look at their matches, Cap, it's quite interesting that they don't care about the kill count at all. They just seem to ignore it. And they're quite happy to just carry on farming away and build up their bank.
Yeah, that says a certain amount of confidence, right? That you're, I think like some younger teams will focus overly on being able to get kills. It builds up your morale and everything, but like being able to stay calm in those situations, just say, no, we stick to our strategy. It doesn't matter if they're like out-rotating us. We have this farm timing that we're looking to be able to hit, and we're gonna wait until we get them.
All right, thank you very much, gents. As you can hear, the stage show is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. This is ESL 1 Hamburg 2019.
It's a brand new year of Dota, and folks, this event, time and time again, has been a place where so many squads have been able to get momentum and take that for the rest of the year and actually have incredible seasons. Look back the last 2 years, Virtus Pro, Secret, those squads having some of the most dominant years in the game's history. Are we gonna see another team be able to grab that momentum at ESL 1? Are we going to see one of those teams able to do that today? We've already gotten everything started with groups, but now all eyes are going to be on this main stage. It's time to start off the main event. Folks, are you ready for the first matchup of the day? Now, this first matchup is a very interesting one because we're going to be looking at a squad that absolutely was able to run away with the hearts of so many people at TI. We're going to welcome to the stage right now, Beast Coast. Now you talk about TI and what this team was able to pull off, and the questions start flowing in. What are they going to be able to do with this year? Are they going to be able to make a season look as incredible as they were able to look at the biggest tournament of the year? They start off a little bit slow, but they were able to regain. What will they be able to do at the main event? Hamburg, one more time, make some noise for Beast Coast. Now, I think when we got here, this was a team we obviously knew we wanted to pay attention to. We knew that they were going to be able to get some stuff going, but their opponents definitely had some questions for us, but they've already been able to deliver quite a bit. Help me in welcoming right now, Wind and Rain. Now, when you talk about this team, they're definitely a dark horse. And a lot of times, you gotta ask, what is a dark horse going to be able to do? We don't have to ask questions anymore. When we look at the squads that they've been able to take down, they've already been able to prove they are a team we're going to need to pay attention to. in this tournament. Hamburg, one more time. Make some noise for Wind and Rain. Now we know how important ESL 1 can be for the entire year. We know that these squads can actually be grabbing momentum to have an important lead in the season. We have our two teams on the main stage right now, ready to get back to the panel. Let's get the main event started.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, the official opening of ESL 1 Hamburg 2019 is complete. We're about to head to our first draft of the first game of the first series of the lower bracket. Reminder for you, best of 3. Loser is done on a plane out of Hamburg. Winner carries on and will guarantee themselves a top 6 spot. We've got Blitz and Capitalist alongside to bring you the draft for game number 1. Jens, before we get into this, I just want to follow up on what Rich was saying on the stage there. The winner of ESL 1 Hamburg for the last 2 years has gone on to win 3 of the 4 ESL 1s that season. That's a good omen.
That is a good omen.
Can you see it happening again this season, though?
I could see it happening with pretty much only one team here so far. There is only one team for me that has looked good enough that they can go on and possibly dominate DPC events, and that is indeed TNC.
That was a very bad minute. I don't even know what that was, really. I was trying to do the TN. I realized you can't really do the N. It's fine. Move on.
The only thing about it is just like the question of, you know, like the teams that are on break right now, those dominant, you know, OGs, secrets, like when they come back, how good are they going to be? Right. How much are they going to challenge these teams that are currently making a big splash here at ESL 1 Hamburg? And for me, maybe Beast Coast is another one that could maybe not dominate DPC events, but be a consistent top 8 contender.
You can see from some of the stats there, the win probability is the one I want to look at because it does take Beast Coast a little bit longer, Will, to confirm the match by quite a significant amount in comparison to Wind and Rain. They're much more likely to finish this early if they're doing well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys, they're so good at closing out games. And Cap said like he can only see one team doing that, but I could very easily see Beast Coast winning this event. Like, surprisingly, I feel like
I like that.
They're going to get their groove going, and if I'm wrong, I will stop casting with Cap this season.
All right.
Wow.
Wait, does that mean if they win, you're going to come back?
Yeah. I think you may have just screwed yourself, Will, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, there is a different aspect to these two teams. And as Rich pointed out in the introductions, there is a big dark horse factor around Wind and Rain. They are capable of taking games off the other teams. They've shown that in the group stages. I guess they go up there, Cap, with kind of like, whatever, we're just happy to be here.
Yeah, maybe it's like a lot less pressure in that regard. But then again, you talk about like the whole entire idea of pressure. Like we're talking about, they're matching up against a team that obviously the most amount of pressure you could possibly have in the entire season is at TI on the main stage, and they didn't sweat it all.
No,
so
I mean,
maybe pressure just isn't a factor at all in this
Beast Coast for sure. I don't think they cared about that whatsoever. They'd be very happy up there right now.
But at least for Wind and Rain, like hopefully for Nefrit and Wish, it's like maybe they're just not going to be worrying too much about the results. They're happy enough. They made it out of the group stage. It's a good showing so far. Let's just make this a competitive series.
Yeah, they've got experience in the team. It's going to help them. So it doesn't matter whether they've had this or not. They should be able to enjoy it. Let's turn our attention to Heroes, Will. We've talked about the Wraith King a lot for Beast Coast because of the TI factor and because of Hector and everything else. They have used it here already, and we have seen that they're still very good with it. But they've also brought the Bloodseeker out here. Is that one of those defining bans that Wind and Rain are going to look at?
I'm not entirely sure because I think that Wind and Rain also like playing it themselves, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a hero that I feel like everybody's, at this point, you should be comfortable with. It's such a good hero in this meta. It used to have a really bad laning phase, which was part of the problem, but now they changed one small thing about it, which is everyone just levels Blood right level 1, and it secures you the range creep. So I feel like both teams can play it. I think it fits the playstyle that Beast Coast probably like. Just play up-tempo Dota, run at people.
It's a nice, like, a little bit of a change of pace where this Bloodseeker comes online at like 15, 20 minutes and keeps running at you, as opposed to, you know, like the Wraith King and Lifestealers where they need their time to build up their Midases and Radiance. It's nice being able to see Beast Coast pick up carries like that because they are so good at playing the aggressive game. Meanwhile, Wind and Rain, like I feel like one of their just like go-to heroes is always going to be that Legion Banner that we've seen a lot from this tournament in general. Everyone just likes playing this sort of tanky offlaner that's going to give you the initiation while simultaneously giving you a save. Super important that you have that save right now from your offlaner, whether it's the Omni Knight, whether it's the Aban, whether it's the Legion Commander. It's just a really good way to stifle an enemy team's way to start a team fight.
Yeah, and when you, it's funny, when you look at the two comparisons, it seems like Wind and Rain are actually right in the middle of the meta cap as well. You know, they're picking things like the Rubik, and they've got the Ogre, obviously, that is the most played here. But if they're capable of a few funky stuff, as Will said earlier on, they've come out with Drow strats, they've come out with Huskar strats as well at this event. Played both of those twice already. So, in theory, Beast Coast are going to be ready for that too.
Yeah, I do anticipate to see at least one Drow strategy coming out from Wind and Rain here, because after all, it's been your most successful of the group stage. I think they ran it twice and they won both games. So why not just hit it one more time here against Beast Coast? Maybe if you start off with it and you win, like you can go for it a second time and just say, okay, beat it. Like we'll give you a second opportunity. Who knows what happens from there? But draft is definitely going to be all important. More so important for Wind and Rain than Beast Coast, because I feel like Beast Coast, their playstyle allows them to be able to make a lot of drafts work. Meanwhile, Wind and Rain, a lot more meta heavy, needs to be able to have that drafting advantage.
Let's find out what the first pick of our first series inside the arena is going to be, and it's going to come down to Beast Coast after the bans. What do you make of that, Will?
Well, they're not going to let, Beast Coast isn't going to let that Drow Ranger happen, apparently. We had Train Protector, Drow Ranger, and a banned away by Beast Coast.
I'm glad that Will was struggling, because I can't see that.
Gyrocopter, Lina, and Bloodseeker. Don't worry, guys. I'm young. I've got a great eyesight. I'll read it out for you.
Okay.
This is now a radio broadcast for you two.
It's all good.
I'm not too surprised about the Treant ban. It was a hero that they
played that a couple of times
against too. And the first pick, Tiny Beast Coast, have done that throughout this entire tournament, actually. It's their preferred first pick.
And it really threatens like one of the other really popular like go-to carries right now, which is Void. Like that hero has been picked up by a lot of people, but it is kind of fragile. And Tiny, like especially the core Tiny, takes advantage of that hero really nicely.
I could see them do something like NS Ogre, NS Undying. That's been something that they've used to great effect as well. That was they used the Night Stalker against TNC, and they were picking it against Quincy Crew, but they instead go with the Axe, a hero that they actually haven't first 2'd.
Oh, well, that's a classic duo right there. Axe, Skywrath, Mage.
Yep.
Oh, they're going for something entirely different than they've done pretty much this entire tournament.
They haven't shown us this at all.
It does mean Beast Coast has the opportunity to respond with the kind of 5 position you want to see against it. I don't know. I think Undying's like relatively good at it. Maybe some of the healers like Omni Knight or Legion Commander can help you out here, but you know they're going to be running this aggro dual lane at you, and you haven't really established any of your heroes coming out of your safe lane, so I think Beast Coast has a good chance to repel this. Lifestealer as a core does relatively well with this.
I like it. I think it slows down their aggression. The Rage is obviously really nice. The Feast makes it so that you can trade hits with the Axe, and you don't really care about the Skywrath Mage in the mid-game too much.
Yeah. One thing you have to worry about is especially a little bit later on, is that you do have this call that's going to go through your Rage, and then you also have the Silence. So you could very easily get caught out by this duo and just sort of chain stun down. And then also very early on, Lifestealer can be exposed to harassment, right? Because it's not like he's going to go like Rage level 1. So this Skywrath Mage will try and put some holes in him. That usually just means your 5 position comes in with an extra salve or something, and you just rectify that damage with extra regen. East Coast, again, identifying some of the go-to Wind and Rain heroes, like the Winter Wyvern.
It's been their third most picked hero in the group stages.
Oh, Oracle would have been a good answer to Axe. Anything that is going to give you some sort of dispel or heal is going to be strong against that.
I thought they were maybe going to take it second. They have done that. They did it in their draft against Viking. Plus, they also did it against Virtus Pro, actually. So it just sort of fits their playstyle, too.
No Leshrac yet, which is a little bit surprising to me. When you were talking about an Ogre opening for Wind and Rain, I thought maybe they would do Ogre Lesh.
I know that neither of the teams are that fussed about it, but Earthshaker Morphling is also missing.
I'm kind of down to see like a Nyx 4 right now.
Oh. For Beast Coast?
Yeah.
Vehicle for the Lifestealer, really good versus both Axe and Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, you have a nice one-to-one counter in the fours. You have the break mechanic for the Axe, so he doesn't spin, and on top of that, you get vision now constantly for your team.
Yeah. Like, Nyx Assassin hasn't been picked up that much, so what I would love to see is maybe they just, like, wait for that third pick, and if the Nyx becomes even better as a result, then grab it second in your face.
Yeah.
But there is little things like, you know, there's so many heroes that are now exposed to Nyx Assassin. I'm a little bit surprised this hero isn't being picked up more ever since they introduced the break mechanic to his Vendetta. Like, for example, you could say Nyx Assassin is actually kind of okay versus Axe now, because when he can break him and he no longer spins after you make that initiation.
Do they want the Magnus here for Beast Coast?
That would give them a pretty good Whisper hero and obviously a nice farm accelerator for Beast Coast. But I think that's maybe something you wait on the side. Ooh, that Undying. I really felt like that was good. I think Undying's a good answer to the Axe Skywrath Mage, so...
Okay. I haven't seen a huge amount of AA. Obviously, it's been played when we've seen the Morph come out a lot.
Yeah, Beast Coast did pick it for themselves against Fighting Pandas.
You already have this like healer on the side of Wind and Rain, but also the harassment from the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, or you know, whatever, replace Chili Fingers, whatever it's called.
By the way,
yes,
Kunkka's still in the pool.
Yeah. Kunkka, Leshrac.
Yeah.
Those
big
are
heroes.
Like the go-to
Yeah, really
heroes.
big heroes in there.
I see SAP has pointed out the Ember Spirit. I don't know about that one for Wind and Rain personally. Just because they, I don't know about their professional play for Ember Spirit, but I have on here in my notes, Wish, in all caps, not an Ember player. Hasn't had the greatest success rate on that one.
Okay, so they've taken the Weaver.
Well, that's...
I don't believe we've seen a Weaver.
They played it once against an IP.
Yeah, maybe off the main show when we were doing the group stage.
That's a go-to counter to Lifestealer, a very mobile hero that has a high amount of physical damage. Little things like your bugs can take advantage of, like Ancient Apparition is just food for you. The bug can be really annoying for Tiny because of his low attack speed. It's hard for him to get rid of the bug.
I think part of the reason why you take the A here too is just in case you're worried about the Huskar.
Or the
last pick too.
Yeah.
So you're sort of insulating yourself from two different forms of cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
You'd expect Beast Coast to pick up a support at this point?
Yeah, you probably pick up some sort of controlling forward position.
Unless they're going to run the Tiny.
I still think like the Nyx looks even better to me. You can stop
oh yeah,
the Weaver during a Shikuchi.
I do like
it's
the
nice
Nyx
against the
as well,
Skywrath
don't they?
Mage.
Yeah.
It's pretty good against the Axe. Maybe the one thing is your support duo, I mean, they can sort of do damage. They just kind of require levels, both of them.
Yeah, that's true.
And you don't really have the best wave clearing supports either. So if Wind and Raid decide to just march down, it's a little bit hard for them. And they don't really have another hero that can get on top of the Tombstone either, aside from the Lifestealer just popping Rage and using all his time hitting it.
What do you think about Pugna in this game for Beast Coast?
For Beast Coast?
Do you think it's good at all?
I think it's okay. It's pretty good against like the Skywrath. And it's not bad against the Axe either because you can decrep either him or the Axe.
Yeah, same goes with like the Weaver. All right, well they've got, I think you needed a little bit stronger initiation because this Ice Blast is going to be all important for you. So having that additional like initiation AoE control that ensures you're going to be able to get a good Ice Blast in. And it's another good counter to the Weaver. Hero that we didn't discuss, honestly, because we just haven't seen a whole lot of Pug lately.
5 seconds remaining.
So we still have the Lesh, we still have the Kunkka, both available. What fits better for Beast Coast right now?
I kind of, you know, the Kunkka wouldn't be bad just because I kind of like the boat aspect, the making everybody tankier. I always like that against like Ancient Apparition or any kind of burst damage.
We're assuming, of course, that the Tiny is now a support.
No, I think it's very flex.
You think it's still flex?
I don't like Tiny as a forward position, right?
Do Beast Coast pick supports last?
I do know that Whisper can play offlane puck. I know that much.
That's actually kind of the assumption that I'm working off right now. Or you could even do like a 4 puck. It's not that terrible in a game like this.
Does it not need items?
I mean, you just don't. The only annoying thing is like most people, I think, skip phase shift, or you get it like at later levels. But your like nuke damage is okay as long as you have some sort of hero that can set up for you.
Yeah. Wind and Rain kind of agree. Well, that the mid is still open, I guess.
That's what they're thinking, isn't it? That's the TA ban.
So it could be like puck off lane with Tiny 4, or vice versa, I guess. Then
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds via team pick.
That's a Razor.
And a wry smile as well from the captain on Wind and Rain would suggest that they might have wanted that Razor.
Razor beats puck, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe they want the content,
10 seconds.
right? Like an additional lockdown against the Weaver.
5 seconds remaining.
SAP believes we're looking for an offlaner.
Radiant team pick.
Okay,
And
so
we
it's
go for support.
both core puck and core Tiny.
Yep.
They're going to pick Stinger's hero last in that Tusk.
Which I guess doesn't really matter because it's 9th pick, I suppose. That's the theory,
So
isn't
then that's why you banned the Razor, just in case you decide to go for the mid Tiny.
Yeah.
They can still play the Kunkka?
Still kind of open, right? In that they can switch the 2 cores.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, William, what are you picking here? What would you go to?
I actually think you need more of a carry style mid, like something really reliable. But they take the Kunkka.
Choose your hero.
It's been sitting there the entire game.
I think Tusk makes Kunkka a little bit stronger because the combination of the telegraph of the snowball, as well as like it's another hero that's relying on burst. If this Kunkka can get off early boats, it will save a lot of their team fight because Beast Coast has a set amount of damage outside of their lifestealer. It's like a set amount of burst damage, and if they just can't get these kills that they need to, then the Weaver will win the fight over time.
Isn't that what Beast Coast want, though? Isn't it what we saw during the group stages? They were looking at, like, we don't care if you run at us and kill us for the first 15, 20 minutes. We know we've got the late game.
Well, I think it's the other way around here, where Beast Coast is going to be running at Wind and Rain quite a lot, and bursting down these heroes and creating space for Hector. This is going to be one of those classic, like, 4 protect ones where I think they're going to be pretty aggressive with their 4-man. Eventually, Hector's going to come online with his Radiance, and then he'll come along on the ride, you know? He can jump inside the puck, make a cool initiation.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Captain Blitz, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us and getting into the first draft. It's now time for game number 1.
Let's kick off our main event, ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. I am here with Kyle, ready for hopefully what will be a fun run-at-you style game. That's what the way Cap was saying it on the desk.
Oh, for sure. We're going to definitely see some aggression. These are 2 of the more active teams in the tournament, specifically Beast Coast, and they've got one of their vintage lineups. It's just full slay, and I cannot wait to see Whisper play puck. There's like no stuns against him with the exception of that Sky Axe combo. I think he's going to go off.
And he's such a great highlight player. Like, ever since Beast Coast came on, well, as their, however many former names they've managed to be able to have. Like, I just love watching Whisper play. He's become one of my favorite players to come out of the region. And putting him on a puck, putting him on a hero where he's able to really shine, gets even better. And they had that flexibility in their draft too. Even with the Ancient Apparition picking up, there was nothing that locked them in to a puck being 3, 2, 4, whatever it wanted to be.
Even with that AA pick 3rd, right? You still weren't sure necessarily whether it was a Tiny support, could have been an AA off lane, Tiny mid, Tiny anywhere, really. And they've got a ton of setup for these cold feet now. Looks like, what is this gonna be? Not an aggro trial. Now, Chris Luck's just here to secure this bottom rune. It'll be the Tusk an AA or a Tusk Puck bottom, wow, against the Weaver, who is a very squishy. If they brought a Sentry, this could be, and they did, this will be a very difficult lane for an effort to get anything out of. You have 500 HP, he's only got 4 tangos.
Let's actually talk more about the Weaver as well. Like a hero that we haven't seen much, if at all, during this competition. How's he meant to play this lane? How's he meant to be a presence in the game against Beast Coast, who you know are going to be playing a high-tempo style Dota?
Well, the difficulty is that it's hard to say. You need to itemize for survivability here, as there's a ton of burst damage and control on Beast Coast, but if you look at the late game from Wind and Rain, they're more of this mid-game tempo type of lineup. So it's more important that he gets active. I'd like to see him rotate, try and duel up against this Lifestealer early on. You want to get ahead and then go one-to-one against the enemy carry because you have such a big matchup advantage. That doesn't really persist as the game gets late and Lifestealer's Radiance kicks in. All of a sudden he's got like an AC. Suddenly you're just tickling him instead of actually forcing him off.
So maybe there's another thing to look at is that top lane. How well can Skywrath Mage really harass this lane out? Stinger will be able to do something back, but Skywrath harassment versus an Ancient Apparition harassment, I'll go with a Skywrath any day. And Axe has been one of the most successful heroes when it comes to playing, well, in every meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's a BKB piercing disable, right?
Yep.
There's very few left. The concern also is we saw that 22-pick Kunkka for Wish, but if you check out the lineup of Beast Coast, 3 heroes, Tusk, Lifestealer, Puck, can all avoid X combos, so it's very difficult for Wind and Rain to find kills.
And Whisper's lost so much life. Just realized he's at 360 because he's had 12 decays hit him from Yol. Makes it a lot more effective when Weaver wants to get aggressive, and orbing away from the Weaver is not a simple task, mainly because you've got that high movement speed that can arrive. And Tusker is not that much of a brute when he also loses a lot of his HP.
Yeah, it's a tough lane for Puck until he has levels, especially if he tanks a bug from Nefrit at any point. And obviously with an Undying, just spamming out Decay, you're already low enough HP. When your pool drops even lower, it gets difficult. But he brought out more regen. I like that decision. You've got a tiny middle rushing bottle. He doesn't have it just yet, so...
Snowball down a bottom lane. Yol's in a lot of trouble, and maybe they can control him, trying to reach that tier 1 tower in time. The slow, the stick charges is giving Yol the life. Skullfield's diving in deep, but it's Nefrit who gets the kill on Whisper, and underneath the tower, Skullfield, Yol turns around, and Beast Coast punished for their aggression, fighting into the Undying under the tier 1 tower, and they lose both of their off-lane combo.
Really nice play. I mean, that's a little hubris there from Beast Coast, a bit too aggressive. Whisper going for that aggro skill build, no points in phase shift. Saved the stick, recognized he was dead, so we will be strong. They look to continue, and I like that little efficiency from Chrislock. He used the courier to the side chop, or the secret chop rather, bought his bottle there and brought it mid, so isn't punished because his support used it. But yeah, you can see they go in aggressively, and it's just not enough damage. Undying bought a stick early, very intelligent move when you consider he's against 2 heroes that are gonna spam, and then a little bit of a taunt. That's a double.
And that's a great start. Like how then the denial of the heroes, that's why the scoreboard would look at 2-1.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But so far it really is more Wind and Rain trying to remain in the driving seat, getting a good start to their safe lane. Stinger, no man to really work with, has 9 stick charges available, make it 10, and will just TP out after triggering them. Understanding he can't really battle against Nikwa, even though Nikwa doesn't have a lot of mana left, he's just got that Ring of Basilius.
He's gonna go Suicide of the tier 2 though. As expected, Skywrath, one of the best 4s at doing this because your mana is effectively just, it represents so much damage. Once you run out of it, just go back to base with the handy respawn, TP back in and continue to spam. Bottom, oh my god, Whisper actually, ooh, he had a big stick so he survives, but wow, he took like 200 something damage from that soul rip.
You really see Nefrit forcing the issue early on, and Whisper, like, he can dodge some of the attacks coming in from Weaver. Tusker has that potential save if things get a little bit more rough. But then you're playing around a Weaver who is always able to get this run. He gets away from the sentry wall, which is planted in the lane. There's mid lane, Chris locked that orb, that'll do the job. Goodbye, Chris.
Oh my god, he's got an arcane rune too. He's still gonna head towards top. This Skywrath's gonna be able to apply so much pressure to this Stinger AA. And oh wow, and K1 is already out of health.
Yep. He has Rage available, needs to trigger it. As the orbs fly his way, you got to tank through both. With that immunity, burning up the south.
Lane phase going much better than I'd expect for Wind and Rain. up to a lead in effectively everywhere. Down bottom, Weaver is not doing too hot, but that's just because there's been so much combat. Difficult to CS when you're trying to hit heroes at all times.
You got to remember, Wind and Rain have had the very hard road to this. Like, obviously, we're in the lower bracket right now, but the two teams who made it to the winners bracket final came out of their group. The results they've had, maybe the confidence that people would have watching this team start to play, like it doesn't reflect in the standings of the groups.
And the last game they played in group stage, the one that actually got them here, otherwise they would have been eliminated, was to steal one from TNC, who are, of course, in that upper bracket final. FaZe Boots picked up on Boogie top lane. Mid, nice ward being placed by Yol. He's gonna secure some vision. Now that Kunkka's level 6, maybe you're trying to make a play on this Tiny, but he has that ult, so 13 armor, 1,160 HP, really not the ideal target.
Yeah, even with Tombstone, it still feels very iffy, to say the least. He's not moving up towards the top lane. K1, this is actually one of the best heroes just to have in the safe lane. Any kind of harassment you do, a lot of it just gets counted out by having the feast on the lifestealer. If you want to initiate, you got to initiate into rage as well. So it's another target, just like the Tiny. It feels very difficult to find a kill on. But on bottom lane, that's one you can go for. Weaver, Shukuchi down, stick charges up, the shards holding Nefrit inside the trees. Yol gonna try and help out with the sword. He's a lot more life, and Whisper's actually got that bug on him. He can't escape free of it, so Nefrit will find the kill.
He might have survived there, Toby, but he didn't use Fairy Fire or Stick before going into the phase shift, and Weaver was underneath his shift with Shukuchi active, so it just dies immediately as he comes out of it. It's very difficult to get aggressive on Nefrit if YYY is ready to TP in. That's one of the benefits of Weaver, is that you can actually play in this 1v2 scenario. You don't lose too much, and if you get gone on, you're very elusive top.
Stinger. He'll burn the shrine. I don't know if that's really what he wanted to do as a support. Well, mid lane, Chris Luck on the run out. Silence dump. He's got a lot of life to work with. Shots come in. Goldfeld creates his space, and the snowball protects him from the orb from Nikwa. Stinger's having his own battle as well. The orb will carry him back to tier 1 tower. Chris Luck does not have enough life to survive. Yol will be on him. And Skullfeld, can he be punished as well for trying to help out his teammate Nikwa? Being bottled up so he can keep this chase going, having enough mana. He needs to be able to get that concussive shot up, but cannot close the distance.
That didn't work, but that was so smooth from the Kunkka. He got the hit off to deal the splash damage while then bottling his Sky and running back to CS. Incredibly efficient.
Bottom lane, I think Whisper's in trouble once again. Able to get the silence off, but support's coming in from Yol. Phase shifts up, but there's the soul rip. And Ishikuchi again sitting right underneath him. When he comes out, the damage instantly connects. And it feels like Beast Coast just don't have answers. Like, they can't answer the Axe, who's just been pulling and farming double stacks. Yep. Stinger's tried and almost lost his life for it.
AA is not a real hero at this point in the game. I've played it many times as a 5 position. It is rough in an aggressive lane, and
I think Tusk is dead once again. Got the snowball out. He's going down to the creep wave, staying under the tier 1 tower, but with the tombstone on the hill, it's going to allow War to keep this aggressive up into the tree lines. The shards are good, at least holding out the Weaver, but the vision was there from Yol. Whisper will get the rebuttal into Yol.
And Nefrit also, he got a Shukuchi hit off on the courier as well. So they suddenly have a 4K gold lead, every lane going in favor of Wind and Rain, all 3 cores at the top of the net worth charts. And these 2 supports, man, they're both level 5. They've had so much game impact already.
Boogie's just running through the trees. He's got a Quelling Blade so he can keep cutting if he wants to. Begins his TP, but Chris Luck hits the avalanche, will follow with the toss, and finally, Beast Coast gets something out of this top lane by bringing down the Axe.
It was necessary, but again, look where he is, right? He's cut up under the jungle all the way behind the tier 2. Now you have to do the long walk back to mid for Chris Luck, where Kunkka has a DD bottled along with ultimate active. 2 wards on YYY. He's going to place yet another one. Looks like he's going to try and invade the enemy jungle. You want to be able to play aggressive now if you're Wind and Rain. You don't want to just sit on this lead.
Oh, here we go. Once more. X-Mark boat. Torrent will come a little later. With the presence of Stinger, maybe they're feeling a little bit more iffy about it, but you get some chip damage. Chris will have to burn through all the bottle charges.
Yeah, and we gotta pay attention to any sort of skirmish that could break out around a tower, because if you look bottom, Weaver went for this early fighting build. Max Shukuchi, Treads, Double Wraith, Wand, plus the TP. It's gonna be ready, and as soon as some sort of fight breaks out, he wants to get involved. You don't wanna sit against a puck in lane for too long. At some point, there's gonna be a rotation down from a stun. You're just gonna get exploded. But you're very good at counter ganking. It's probably the best carry in the current meta at doing so.
I just love the way he runs it. Like, he's always making sure he's kind of pushing the wave. Like, Whisper is orbing the wave and forcing it to the tier 1 tower a lot. But Nefrit can hold the wave back. chip it down, clean it up. And if he needs extra support, Yol will just rotate over. And now maybe with Tiny coming in from Beast Coast. Oh, he's coming underneath the Radiant Observer Ward up on top. Boogie's going to go for his call, and Nefrit's already TP'd out. Same thing will happen for K1, however. Away to safety, and Chris Luck's movement will not find the core he's looking for.
Yeah, that's really intuitive from K1. He just felt that coming. You expect that Weaver's going to make some kind of rotation, especially with Boundary Rune spawning right now, and he immediately rages after the taunt. There's no BKB piercing disabled with the exception of that call, so now he finishes his Midas in the jungle.
They're really trying to go after this Tusk. Starting with the Battle Hunger. Even more movement speed for you. Close the distance, wait for the call, or actually wait for the snowball. Support is on the way as well from Skyran, so they'll have more than enough burst damage and control. Skullfell was not going to escape that one.
And they give it away to Nefrit too. Quite nice. He's happy with that goal.
They're actually going to do some kind of... So Hand of Midas gets delivered out to K1 by Stinger. Trying to keep that efficiency. Lifestealer farming up. He's the #1 net worth for Beast Coast, second on the board.
But we got to keep in mind that his net worth isn't relevant in a sense. He's not going to be getting involved until Radiance plus some. You look at the way that this Win and Rain team is itemizing, there's no Midas is being picked up. Wish is already at 1,500 gold. He's going to go for the Radiance after phase double Bracer. The Axe now going for a Blink. He'll have that up by like 13 minutes. And Weaver just Dragonlance after all of these early stat items. It's that concept of getting yourself 6-slotted early on, getting these cheaper items and just consistently looking to battle. Big Ancient stack for the Kunkka too. That's going to get him much closer to the Radiance when he finally does that.
Loving all the TPs coming into bottom lane. They just get the control on the puck. Call holding Whisper in position. So that full Mystic flag gets pumped into Whisper.
Yeah, the playmaker for this Radiant team is just so much further ahead. You've got, I mean, Axe Skyrath, right? We've seen this combination throughout Dota history. It's very simple. You blink in, land a call, Skyrath ultimate. That's going to be a kill on any hero on the side of Beast Coast right now.
And there's that blink at 11 minutes 40 seconds, and they instantly smoke. And they're away from dive vision when they did it.
And right to the mid tower. And AA just got jumped.
AA, yeah, he's in trouble. X-Mark, Ship, Torrent. The combination will hit nicely, buying enough time, and here comes Boogie! He gets the call over on the puck. Nefrit will die in the meantime in the side lane, but with Undying up, Yol dropping the tombstone. Once again, this AA him puck just cannot get a break, and they'll lose the tier 1 tower in mid lane. Weaver did die just north of that top rune.
Yep, this Win and Rain lineup's gonna pick up in the mid game, and Beast Coast, like, they need way more time. As I said, like, K1 is not a real Dota hero. He has no intention of joining this fight. At best, it's 4-on-5. And when you get jumped on like that, lose 2 off the bat, you're gonna have that tower fall as well. They don't even get the tombstone last hit. It T-spawned just in front of him. This is not looking great for Beast Coast. Definitely the favorites coming into this, but like Rich said on the stage, perhaps a dark horse in this Win and Rain team. Another smoke. They're gonna go look for Lifestealer.
Hey, they go. Blink, call, and Mystic Flare. Actually waiting out the rage perfectly. Yol is an absolute beast. Indeed.
And the issue for Beast Coast, they have no method of actually making this kind of play themselves. Tiny doesn't have his own Blink. He's still 1,000 gold away.
They're trying onto the cover of smoke if someone will walk into them, but Undying as well as Axe coming together. The smoke will break. Shard, Snowball, and with the Ice Blast flying in, this can be problematic, at least for Boogie. Shrine up quickly and then get back into the fight. So they find their play, but they do it through moving the trees, playing the Fog of War.
Yeah, his camera was up towards the lane. He didn't see the shards coming, otherwise he may have noticed the smoke breaking, but space created. Wish is gonna finish off his Ancient stack with that timely DD rune. Has Relic and 200 gold. Bottom Whisper, his farm's not terrible, but the issue is he's only level 8. Puck desperately wants to be maxed out in all abilities ASAP, because you just don't really have survivability before that, and his damage output is completely dependent on the level of his spells.
But it's good that he's gone the Veil, so at least he's able to nuke the wave down. Like we just saw it then, doesn't have to burn multiple abilities to do it, just Veil, Orb, and it's practically gone. The tier 1 tower is so low on life. It's within deny range too, so Nikwa has moved over. Feels like Whisper was also waiting for this, however. Tiny's making his play too. Observer and Sentry planted behind the tower, so Chris Luck will be scouted out by this, and Nikwa instantly into the trees. And the Ice Blast is coming in. They're looking for him. While the X-Mark, Snowball, that'll cancel that combination. And Tiny very aware that he's visible on the bottom, while Skullfeld surrounded by 3 heroes in this mid lane. Another X-Mark. Ashard just trying to mess with them. He doesn't really have anything else to do, though. With a snowball being on cooldown for another 8 seconds, all he can do is just punch Nefrit up, but he can't run away from this. Up the hill, no mischance. Down he'll go, while down on bottom lane, the battle has continued. The tier 1 tower has already been brought down by Whisper. They want to follow up. Buki's being pushed back out, so is Nikwa, and they have it with the orb damage. Nikwa will fall. Whisper joining himself further across, and he actually dodges the axe call, but with Weaver arriving, no longer can Stinger stand here. In fact, Stinger can just die here inside the trees. Wish is getting his own X-Mark and Torrent combination. Whisper, he's got to time this perfectly with the jaunt, and no, he gets pulled back by the X-Mark right over the wall, and they mop up the rest of Beast Coast.
Yeah, but I mean, K1, again, he's not in this game just yet. He grabbed both bounty runes top. That's nice for his squad, but they lose all 4 on the bottom side. You're always going to be outnumbered, and your mid game is not nearly as formidable as this Wind and Rain lineup. Like, there's really not much you can do as Beast Coast other than kind of throw your bodies at the enemy and pray you buy enough time for Hector to come through. Top, Boogie's looking to set up again, just playing patty cake with Nico. They're going to maybe get him. Oh,
got him. That TP took a lot longer than he really hoped it would, and with the silence out, the rage not there, Lifestealer gets picked.
Skywrath Axe, man. You find anybody, they're dead. Whisper, unconventional.
Okay. Y'all thought it was worthwhile to come out and get 1 decay off Patuska, saying he'll drop the tombstone, but that just means Undying and his tombstone will die.
Well, that's nice.
You'll take it.
As I was about to say, Whisper, he's been, I'd say, the star of this team in this tournament thus far. 2-6-1, gets a much-needed infusion of gold into his pocket, thanks to the free hero kill plus structure. And what's that? Is it Wish? Yeah, Wish has a Radiance.
Yeah. So Wish has a Radiance. Tiny also was just able to grab. So Chris has his Blink Dagger coming on the Courier. So the initiation's getting better now for Beast Coast, while the team fight is getting stronger and stronger for Wind and Rain.
They're still so much more powerful right now. They just got to try and continue making moves. Sky and Axe hunting top, but I don't think K1 is going to enter that lane without vision. The map is completely dark for him, the entire top half of this map.
I actually think they managed to smoke just out of range that Observer Ward, just because it was a little bit further to the north. Sentry being planted down reveals the fact that Obs was down.
I don't think you can take this fight, Toby. You're not going to kill a Weaver with 1560 HP, and the entire lineup of Wind and Rain is backing him up.
At least the double damage rune's going to wear off before it begins. That's their upside.
You do not want to be here, Beast Coast. It's not a fight you want to take.
It's like, maybe we can just get a pick off. Hey, Undying, can you walk up this hill? Ice Blast, just kill him off. You remove that big element of the team fight. And this is happening while you got the Lifestealer farming, the puck pushing out the bottom.
Yeah, you can have a little more of a killer instinct if you're Wind and Rain. You are unstoppable. You can dive. There's no way Beast Coast fight you. You can look to dive whenever you want. The only thing you're worried about really is like a 4-man puck coil silence, but...
Puck just TP'd back, but he went all the way back to base. Lifestealer still doesn't want to be here. As you said, like, he doesn't want to get involved until the Radiance is up. The Ancients he's farming at the moment will help him with that. Chris getting a little too close to War. They feel strong. There's your Blink call. Exact combination snowball. It'll buy some extra time and away from the ship. X-Mark wants to pull Chris back, but here comes Whisper in for a quick double silence. There's still enough damage from the Conquer. The Dream Call only catching out on 2. And Nefrit's picking up the support heroes. They need more support to come in for Beast Coast to fight this because they're still totally outnumbered. But they don't want this until Lifestealer is ready.
Yeah, and sick awareness from Nefrit there. You see that Courier is about to get punched, and he glyphs it right in time. And now this is what I like to see. Just go. Just go fight. Beast Coast are not strong enough to deal with you. Just make sure AA doesn't land some insane 5-man Ice Blast, but get the aggression going. You are so powerful right now.
Yep, Radiance is too far away. There's your Blink silence. Weaver's in a lot of trouble. That Ice Blast is connected on the big core hero. A lot more effective killing off the support, while Tuskar thinks he can close the distance over on the Skywrath mage, but Boogie and Yol ready to continue their battle out, and Tuskar, he's in deep with no friends. Even Chris TP's over towards the shrine, able to get the avalanche off with the silence on Kunkka. Very tanky, and they're still battling into the Radiance. Boogie will create some space by getting the call onto the Lifestealer, pulling him away from the primary target. Who are they going to kill? Everyone's trying to go on every different target. Maybe this one, Undying. Nope, lives up to his name. They have to just walk away, Beast Coast.
again, it's the positioning a bit off from Win and Rain. If the Kunkka's just standing a bit forwards, no one's able to blink in. There's no threat of Whisper coming in with a big AA blast and immediately blowing up your Weaver. He's your squishiest core. Lowest net worth of the cores. Why is he the furthest forwards inside the base? Just obtain map control on that high ground and just hit the building. The only way Beast Coast find kills is if they get these blink bursts.
Work. Blink and burst. There you go, Kyle. Beast Coast are very happy to prove you right.
There's no team fighting possible, but as you can see here, Weaver's already dead, so they're gonna just turn it around slowly, but I even feel like they could have potentially looked to continue fighting here. K1, he has a relic, there's no radiance there. Now Kunkka, as soon as he gets bowed off, look at all the spells. As soon as these rounds, Tiny and Puck are now out of the fight for 20 seconds. There's nothing you need to worry about any longer. Skywrath, unfortunately, out of mana. Boogie, not able to get off another blink taunt initiation. And they just get out of dodge, but I just feel like they could put the gas a little bit more. You're gonna get out carried eventually by this Lifestealer.
It feels like an uncertain scramble when it comes to these fights. Who are we going on? Where do we start with? Are we actually confident in ourselves to do this? But this is also the pressure you can get from being on the big stage. How long has it been since these players actually got to play on a stage of this size?
That's a good point.
A lot of the Wind and Rain guys, they're old school Dota players. Some good fin stacks.
I mean, they just grabbed a DD, so perhaps this is an opportunity to go into Roche. This is their last smoke, so they want to get a kill plus. They need some sort of objective.
There's no Roshan. There's aggression attacking in. The Dire Observer will break. Rage, he gets off in time. K1 still being called back over towards Boogie, but can negate a large amount of the damage. He needs a little bit extra help. Tiny is there. Tusker TP's in, but right underneath, 5 heroes silenced up. There was no snowball to save. You can't do anything if you're silenced. And it still even looks like Beast Coast weren't looking to fight. Whisper is pushing the tier 2 tower on bottom lane. Fortification will slow him down.
I don't know if I like this, Toby. Now they're going into Roche, but the DD is going to fade soon. There's no tombstone.
They'll lose the tier 2 tower as well for this. If they don't succeed with Roshan, they've lost property.
Beast Coast, they don't have the confidence to get in there, and they don't have the vision that they're in the pit either.
A nice Ice Blast would be good for a scout. They're throwing the ship, they're throwing everything else. Come an Ancient Apparition. Here she flies. The timing should actually be pretty good. No, it's a half a second too late. It could have sniped out Roshan, but either way. Yeah. There's still an Aegis, and we'll see what Weaver can do with it.
BKB's up on Wish, so I'd love to see him just, play super aggressively. Don't make Boogie start the fight. Try and get an X off on the AA, on the Tiny. Have your own initiation so that Boogie can actually counteract either the Lifestealer Rage or find Puck after he blinks in with the silence.
And it feels like Boogie and Skywrath, Boogie, Nickor, it's like, we have this combination, this is what we need to start with, and that's it. But improve your arsenal, switch it up for Beast Coast.
You got a pipe on Boogie too, this is a big item. We've seen a lot of offlaners picking this up, but it's effectively almost always good. The barrier lasts for 12 seconds. It's 400 magic damage absorbed. And it's especially effective on a hero like Axe, because when you're playing against Radiance heroes, anything with long-range nukes, if you pop it preemptively, you can absorb magic damage so that your blink isn't canceled. Otherwise, just Lifestealer in your vicinity means you're forced to sit on the outskirts of the fight or just walk into it.
Oh, Skullfeld, it just seems to go from bad to worse for him. He's going to snowball, dodge the call, dodge the torrent, dodge the ship. Nope, the ship's going to chase him and then hit. And at least he bought his blink dagger before that happened, but the sad thing is he blinked back to the tier 1 tower, so he didn't have it to escape that gank.
It's not enough though, Toby, because Beast Coast's doing a great job. Whisper constantly cutting lanes along with his Tiny and his Lifestealer. So sure, you can make a play bottom, maybe put some pressure out there, but both of these other lanes are on top of Wind and Rain towers.
And we've seen Whisper do this time and time again. Going for the BTs next, but it's the Dagon. You talk about the burst combination, Chris. He's hanging around to get the last hit on the tower, and that's not just going to be 1, 2, 3. It's going to be 4 heroes coming to kill the Tiny.
Bottom, they might find the Weaver. He has Aegis, should be fine.
Whisper has to commit the Dream Coil. Snaps it by actually time locking back, and now
with
the
more
chain
trouble.
stuns, not absolutely perfect. You'll Scepter up, he'll hit the deck, and now on the run back out, and they'll break the Aegis the Immortal. They'll need extra detection if they're going to make this work, and Sentry will be planned down by Stinger. Have they got a stun? Have they got a control? Weaver, just Shikuchi's away, the Val will connect. They find him over in the tree lines. Stay on top of this. Weaver support's coming in the form of the Axe. It'll take him a little bit longer to get there, but it'll help when Nefrit is able to run to the west. Stinger will find him. but he cannot continue the attack. Detection just being a real problem for Beast Coast.
And they got a really good read on the map, though. As soon as you see 4 teleports top lane, the entire squad maneuvers down to bottom. Who cares if Weaver has Aegis? That's the opening you have to find a kill. And they almost got him that second time. He used the time lapse early throughout, and died after anyway. So if they had maybe found one more disable, a better timing on the silence, perhaps he goes down. And look bottom, like this is the combo, right? AA plus Puck. You've got plus 25% damage from the level 3 Ice Vortex, another 25% from the Veil, and then a hell of a lot of Magic Burst.
I love the way, too, they try and deal with the damage coming at them. It's like, okay, how many Yule Scepters can we build on this team? You've got one on the Puck, one on the Ancient Apparition. You've got a Blink Snowball save on the other side and a Blink Tiny, potentially toss save or whatever. He's going for BKB next. Basically really nullifying this heavy damage that Nick was being able to do with the Axe.
And I love the play and the build from the Weaver initially. I still do, but it's important to make more happen. You're going to start falling off. You can look at the net worth. He was crushing the Puck throughout the laning phase, but now they're almost even. A big part of this is because of all those build-up items that he went, whereas Whisper, he's going for this just lane push style. He's always hitting creeps. Weaver more often chasing, trying to find heroes. They've got double the kills, but the gold lead's been shrinking since the laning phase.
That timing's a bit off. He was able to get in range of the Ancient, so Snowball up and away from the Conquer, who has the haste rune. Looking for a target, hits nothing with the Tidebringer.
And a sick decision to go for that blink first on the Tusk, because now anybody who gets jumped on that Sky Axe combo, all of a sudden, you're just gonna immediately save. Both heroes waste their big hit.
Has fallen.
It's still kind of funny though, like there's an Observer and Sentry. Okay, is Stinger gonna get rid of this now? I think he's a little cautious. And they're both about to time out anyway. But the pressure onto the tier 3 tower on bottom lane. Whisper just is continuing this pressure. Okay, now he'll finally get rid of the Warden. No, I think it was actually his very last second. But support has already come over. They got the information. Yule Scepter up, actually dodging the silence, but it won't be able to dodge the call. Ancient Apparition will die. But finding the elusive Whisper, stopping him from just taking out the creep wave every single time appears to be impossible. Where's the catch for the Puck?
There really isn't any, Toby. And no one's going to be buying a Hex anytime soon. To your point, the Yules is picked up because even if Sky gets a silence off on you, there's absolutely nothing you can do.
Tiny, he walked into that one. Snowball save.
There you go.
Here we go once again with the Shard Trap blocking the Skyrance Mage. They have the extra combination coming in. Chris Luck's already fallen down, but K1 raged up, trying to kill off Nikwa. They have enough damage to get through him as well, but who's the next target? It's now 4-on-1. Puck's coming through the rear, but there's just not enough support. It's going to be the call, keeping K1 in position, and Whisper, he's looking, but he knows he can't do anything. K1 is tanking through. Maybe they can. A 3-man coil. K1 trying to go full RTZ. The Ice Blast is coming in too. They're so low on life. Face shift to get the hell out of there. Puck, he's trying to orb as well. The Yule Scepter defensive. Then the Jaunt away to safety. Livestealer could not get away from this.
Made the best of a bad situation, though. The quick disarm on the Weaver and then immediately open wounding the Axe and beating into him. Sustained for a lot longer than perhaps he should have. And it's just a little discombobulated. Whisper wasn't able to get there and reinitiate to save. You can see there's the snowball. A little late, but that's going to be the concept they try and go with all game. Let Wind and Rain initiate, get there for the counter. K1's already in, but as you can see, Whisper is a bit late into the fight. The AA ult isn't coming in just yet because he's dead. This fight is 2-on-4. Not ideal for Beast Coast, and you can see K1. This is going to get more and more difficult as the game goes on for Wind and Rain to actually take out this Lifestealer. The man has 2 items right now. Wait till he has 3 or 4.
Yeah, especially like if that control factor can come in from Whisper a lot early on, then yeah, Lifestealer will become a lot better of a hero. And I never really underestimate him. Like for a moment, it's like, okay, he's dead. It's 1v4, but I never forget that moment at TI. This hero can just go ham. New items arriving, BTs for the Puck. The Assault Cuirass has now also arrived for Wish. So sustain in fights is pretty damn good for him. Yep. But then you have to look towards the Weaver to get more and more damage out.
Now there's +4 swarm attacks to kill on those bugs. Takes quite a while to take them down now, which represents a ton of minus armor, especially when you add that onto the AC. He's going to finish off the Mjolnir in a moment. The lightning bug will be online.
I think Whisper as well as Chris want to really put their burst damage to the test. They'll have to get through the pipe of the Axe, which is the bigger problem.
No.
They don't have the Dagon yet.
Feels like bottom lane, both teams have the same idea.
Here comes Boogie. Well, he'll walk directly into the orb, starts with the call, but no one's following through with this.
Yeah. Smoke available, smoke used from Wind and Rain. But with Roshan not respawning just yet, only the bounty runes are an objective, 30 seconds away.
Such a great observer ward next to the shrine. Just lets War know they can go up high ground, because now they have to drop their own sentries and get rid of Beast Coast vision. The Tiny Illusion will come in. Do not attack into this one. It's already a little too late.
I just love how Beast Coast are playing, and you can see they're just baiting Wind and Rain around the map. As soon as they feel pressure in one lane, heroes in the other get aggressive. And sure, you're looking for a fight, but it's just going to be another 2-for-2 bounty rune exchange. You take that if you're Beast Coast. You still don't want to fight. You need more time for your life stealer.
Actually got the chill over on the Weaver. He'll be able to time-lapse off the damage. BKB's up as well. Chris Luck already begins his TP out, but the damage output is just way too hard and fast.
That is a level 19 Skywrath.
They want to keep going. Tusker, no snowball available, but then again, same thing for Kunkka. He doesn't go with the torrent. He doesn't need it. Just swings the blade and cuts Golfeld to pieces.
Yeah, the net worth lead isn't huge, but if you check out the XP, that's where the big difference is. Skywrath is level 19. The mid-tiny is only 17.
It's like the only one who's really doing well is the Puck. Like, he's just ain't been able to just solo farm up every single wave on the bottom.
Yeah, the heart timing for K1 is going to be the big window. At that point, it's just so difficult to take him down. And in the Wind and Rain lineup, Kunkka can carry a game, don't get me wrong, but it's not, he's a traditional semi-carry. You don't really feel super confident taking him mega late when he is your main source of damage.
It's not
Weaver's
like
getting there.
It's not like the old Kunkkas, like we had these mass crits which could just kill everybody in one foul swoop. These are the tanky, I will ensure our team fight is good Kunkkas. But then I look just again towards the Weaver. Like he's now going to build into an MKB. Just start going for more of the glass cannon style that we've seen from Weavers before, but he's still got the BKB for protection and the stats from the Dragonlance.
I can do a nice little XTP. He'll be able to clean up bottom. Whisper continuously just being such a nuisance. He's been living in these trees down bottom. I feel like I'm watching Liquid at TI7.
Hey, there's his 20.
This is the GH location right here.
He's got his 20 of -9 second. I actually thought, considering he's playing this bottom lane the way he is, he'll get the distance and speed, just to be more elusive. But I guess when there's no lockdowns against you, just go for this anyway. Roshan's up, and War will enter the pit. And that's the advantage of the bug. It can tank for a very long time. And looks like Beast Coast are in no hurry or even desire to try and stop this. It'll be an Aegis and the Cheese going into the hands of War. But can they push high ground War with this Aegis and Cheese? Can they still take the fight against Beast Coast? Here comes your Ice Blast once again, half a second late.
Yeah, and look at the items queued up. Wind and Rain recognize what they're lacking right now, and that is the ability to kill these annoying, elusive heroes. Both Kunkka and Axe have sheep sticks queued up. No surprise there. Ags level 20 on Nikwa. 3 arcane bolts per cast now. You get double the abilities. Double global concussive shot, that level 20 talent. And you can see, even though it's 29-13, still anybody's game. Roche is obviously, who picked that up? That was the Weaver grabbed it, right?
Yeah, Weaver has the Aegis. The Cheese ended up in the hands of the Kunkka.
He's gonna hit level 25, and then it's gotta be go time if you're Wind and Rain. You'll have all the BKBs up that you need. You'll have the Aegis. You went for the Scoochie move speed, so this Lightning Bug moves at near light speed, 750 MS.
I'm kind of liking this choice from Whisper. He switched to the top lane, so at least then he can attack into a tier 2 tower, because they did some damage to the tier 3 tower, but as we've already seen from War, they don't really seem to care that much. Yep. Like they're looking for the fight. They'll go back and X and clean it out.
Yeah, it's go time now, right? They're gonna be able to clean up the tier 2 bottom quite easily. Nefert should be able to finish that off himself as the rest of the lineup starts to push mid. You want to be able to do this when you have this lead. You've got to be able to play at least 2 lanes. So pick a shrine and take the 2 lanes mid plus a side until you're able to threaten the base. At least force Beast Coast back. Because right now, as Wind and Rain move is 5, there's 3 heroes from Beast Coast farming different areas of the map. They don't mind this space at all, but it could be go time here.
Yeah, I think so too. Fortification's trying to slow down the push on top lane. Dire will fortify as well. They really want to keep that momentum going inside the base. I think it's time for Puck to come home, put that Dagon to use. He'll be a level 2 he'll buy. The tombstone's already been planted up on the hillside. Taking a couple hits, K1 will come in. Rage just needs to get rid of it. Here comes Whisper, able to get the silence over on the Undying with the Avalanche toss combination. It hits hard, but not hard enough. You've still got Weaver in the backlines causing issues for Whisper. He's lost half of his life, but still has the Aegis the Immortal to work with. The bugs come out too. No real clip, however. Skullfeld's the only one really being pressured. He will die. No buyback available for him. And we're going in deep for wall. They found Whisper, but the phase shift, he'll dodge the coil and actually get back all the way back into Fountain. Buyback comes in from the Ancient Apparition. Undying is dead, but how long can War sustain this fight? You've got K1 ready to go once again. The BKB from Wish will trigger, but Whisper ready to jump once more, looking for that target to go on.
We're in spawned as well.
There's your jump. Doesn't find it, however.
It's time to get back. When it ran, they want to pick up those gold bounties. Maybe regroup, go for it again. I love the way that both teams approach that fight, actually. Beast Coast recognizing, look, we can't slow play this because if our tower goes down, shrines get opened up. That's already a loss for us. We want to ensure that we just spam our abilities, deal damage, don't let Winter Rain set up that perfect initiation into an insta-kill. They did just that. Only one buyback utilized. In fact, nobody died with the exception of those two supports. And there isn't really a damn thing they can do. When the core is BKB and run at them, Tusk AA, you're up a creek without a paddle.
MKB, Harp. Yep. New changes, but still, as you said, like Aegis the Immortal didn't get popped. The cheese was burned. Yep. And they're coming in with double catapults, and Beast Coast, they need to be able to defend this.
And 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Plenty of time. And look,
Tuska's waiting for the save. He's waiting for someone to initiate on K1. He used the Infest, just trying to get rid of these catapults. Stop the damage to the tier 3 tower. Here comes your call, but the snowball save is right there in time. Oh, we're still holding K1 there with a Hex out. Chrisluck, he's also copying the Ombra from the Skywrath. A double up on that. They're just barely alive. Boogie needs more control. The Avalanche, unaffected the Weaver, still protected by that immunity of the BKB. Tuska will fall. Buyback's available. He may as well commit it as Boogie. He is so close to the Fountain. You are at the Fountain, trying to take this fight. Axe is in way too deep. He'll end up falling down. The double buybacks are there. Tusker and Tiny, they want more. And Chrisluck tossing Whisper forward. Now Skullfeld in with a flip around. Nefrit gonna try and put his damage to the test. He's already lost his Skywrath mage. The cleave from Chris, bringing down Yol. It's a triple kill for K1. And maybe there's enough to disarm the Aegis Immortal. It's gonna break. You've still got Whisper here as well. Maybe he can actually bring down Wish. No, BKB is there to stop that any kind of burst damage. But the Avalanche clipping the Weaver on the retreat out. He has the distance. Puck doesn't have his dream call anymore, and with all of that, War throwing a lot of lives away. They get the tier 3 tower, and they get 2 buybacks out of Beast Coast.
I like everything they did there on Winter Rain, except for nearly diving the Fountain. If they want to do that as a unit, maybe you've got a shot, but the moment Hex is standing outside of the base, there's not much he's going to be able to do to survive. You can see this
is the chase out.
Toss forwards. The supports of Winter Rain, they're so squishy, but as long as you've got BKB still in your back pocket, there really isn't a method of hitting down this Kunk. As you can see, he recognizes he's in a bit of danger in a moment. He's just going to BKB off the open wounds. He'll be just fine TPing out. Hex paying dividends, though. You can see that almost was enough to finish off Lifestealer with that initial engage. Great play from Chrisluck to toss his ally to safety.
It shows you that problem too, though. Like if Beast Coast are able to get K1 out to safety, the heart can kick in, he can re-engage, and it doesn't take him long.
I actually think they want to switch up their method of engagement a bit here. You know now there's going to be a snowball save every time. Just bait it out, hit the X, hit the taunt, and just chill. Because as soon as the Tusk snowballs, he's now dead. You wait for him to come out of it, hit him with a Hex, he's gone. Lifestealer won't be able to play nearly as aggressively without that get out of jail free card in his back pocket. And now the Tusk has no buyback. Neither does Chrisluck, neither does the AA. Find one of these hero kills and then slowly turn the tide with the numbers advantage. They do not have the Aegis any longer, so you got to be a little cautious if you're Nefrit.
But high maneuverability, Weaver on so much speed inside Shikuchi, but Puck, this tier 3 tower is down to 50%. The Tuskar's getting space up on top, so we can finally actually hit his 15. He's not even 15, 38 minutes into this game. It's been a very rough game for the Tuskar. 0-13-11. Like, if Beast Coast win this, he's actually in the running for the Melk Award. Like, it's doing well. But War, you know they want to add a little bit more pressure. Nikwa looking for the Tuskar. There's the TP out. How much damage have you got? Not enough before the TP completes. But once again, I look to the bottom lane where Whisper has a creep wave hitting into this tier 3 tower.
I like how he's playing it conservatively, too. You don't want to get caught in the base. That's happened once before. You don't want it to happen again.
Whisper's like, wait, can I actually do this?
Yeah, you can. Nah, it's so sick.
Yulls him up, cancel the
Now they can go
TP
straight
out,
mid.
and now they go towards Boogie. Cold feet, yulls him up. The timing a little bit off, but however, it will open wounds up from K1. Force the BKB from the Axe. That's down to 7 seconds while Snowball chasing the Weaver. It won't be close enough, and then a quick blink away, but Axe faster on the blink in. Catching Skullfeld over in the tree line, and Weaver will go ham. Ancient Apparition is like paper to this bug, and Chris Luck needs more space, needs more distance, able to get it with the BKB TP out, while Whisper is cutting the wave. They don't have any waves to push in with. So even if they do win this fight, they cannot assault the base through backdoor protection.
This is so annoying to play against Toby.
Oh, he actually with the orb. Whisper saw the courier, fortify it. Has an Aether lens on it.
And this just really heads up play. You can see the Beast Coast strategy. They're losing this game. It's 37-17. But they're ensuring that if you're going to win in rain, you're going to need to find a way to beat us. You've got to not just get the lanes pushed and kill us and win these fights. You got to be careful all over the place. Kunkka X's himself back. That could have been a really advantageous fight for Beast Coast, but Lifestealer was a little far from his supports, who are very much blinking red targets for this Wind and Rain team. They've got no innate survivability, and Nefert's moving at near light speed to get on top of them.
Man, Boogie, he really wants to have a crack at Whisper. Phase shift out, the concussive shots are flying, but they always keep getting disjointed and Whisper. There's no way Boogie can know. You have to start planting Tinker Wards on every single one of your side lanes if you're going to try and find this puck.
If he's going Aether Lens, has the Dagon 5 now up on the puck, so... What is how much damage? The Spell Amp talent, it's like, yeah, 1,000 damage. No big deal. That's before the Spell Amp of the AAW or the Veil as well.
And do you actually, do you 420?
Definitely. You always 420 in a game like this.
Even with the Aghanim Scepter he's building into.
That, by the way, that is a game-winning item here. You think about how are we able to kill this Weaver, right? Because at any moment he could just BKB, run away. Well, all of a sudden, if you're coiled, you're stuck in this ring for 8 seconds. There's not a damn thing you can do to get away from it.
He'll try and stand his ground. BKB is satanic, so he'll try and get his life back that way. As long as you don't get hit by Ice Blast.
I really like that satanic choice. It's just such a good item. Even, ooh, nice blink away from the Tusk. He might be in trouble, though.
X-Mark's gonna catch him. Skullfelt, number 15. The same amount of levels as deaths on the hero.
Yeah. The beauty of Satanic, before it was just for the lifesteal, which was nice, but because of the innate status resist now, it's just such a dream item in a game against this many stuns.
God, Whisper is being such a dick. He jumps in. He's like, there's a tier 2 tower up mid, doesn't care. Just jumps on the tier 3, mops up the wave. The Kunkka has actually just stopped X-marking back to clean up the wave. He's waiting to actually TP back and then try and X-mark the puck.
And Roche is gonna spawn in just 10 seconds. You've got the gold now for the Ags if you want it on Whisper.
But I'm also seeing his ability to protect the tier 3 tower on bottom. Like, just how long is War going to wait for this one? It will spawn in 2 seconds. The courier's scanning it out, but so do the Lifestealer illusions. Timing. And it spawns just before the illusion will die. So what happens? You add the pressure on bottom. Whisper is taking the tier 3 tower, which will arrive. He'll start off with a Hex. The Torrent well off his target, however. Do they have enough to do this? A quick phase shift on Puck. Where's he going to go? He goes east. Stinger is nearby. Defensive Yule Step. The K1's also arriving. You've got everyone coming to the party. Wish he has to BKB to avoid this. And Chris Luck, he gets the avalanche. Here comes your Ice Blast. He'll connect on Nefrit. He's still got the ability to jump out once again as he holds his ground, trying to fight K1, but it's now 1v5. A TP. Anyone's got a stun?
So close. Thomas coming off cooldown in just like half a second more.
That plus 2 seconds on Rage is everything that K1 needed to survive that. Obviously, you still lost the puck. And that's a big pickup.
There's a DD on Weaver.
And you're gonna lose Skullfeld.
Oh yeah.
0-16 unless his teammates can help. A quick avalanche out, but Weaver with a double damage rune. All right, Stinger, he'll jump in as well. He'll TP out. Take me instead.
You don't see that every day.
You do not. There's a lot of things in this game that you do not see every day. But into Roshan, War goes. With Ancient Apparition down, that's actually more problematic for Beast Coast because they don't have the Ice Blast to scout, and this comes with an Aghanim's upgrade. It's not a refresher.
I'm pretty sure you give that to the Weaver, right?
Yeah, time-lapse all your teammates.
Oh yeah, how are you gonna kill this Axe, 3k HP, Kunkka 3k HP, if they've got their own save behind them?
Who's gonna grab it? It's an Axe.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, remember the cheese.
I don't mind that.
It's less quirky, but it works. Octarine is finished as well, so 44 minutes in. Wish will grab that.
Yeah, it's cool. It used to be that you'd improve your ultimate with the Ags. Of course, now it's the AoE Battle Hunger, but it also provides a bit of damage reduction, which is really cool against...
So the damage reduction is 30% with the Scepter AoE of 400. Cool.
I think it's overall damage
Stun
reduction.
mid, Avalanche, Weaver getting caught out, the Ice Blast comes in, so he's chilled, he's still got his time-lapse available, but can they break the Aegis Immortal so early? No, they can't! Time-lapse, it gets off, and Tusker, no, not again, he's fine.
And that right there, you can see why they pick Weaver against the AA. He's can time-lapse even last.
This is a good call. Able to get that control over on K1, but how much damage have they really got? The Yulsep keeps Weaver around this fight for the moment. K1 ranges up, Weaver runs in. Here comes your Avalanche toss combo once again. He doesn't have the time-lapse available. They'll flip him and they'll break the Aegis to the Immortal. K1 still wants to be a man and continue to fight through this one. So does Chris Luck. Toss is up. They're trying to get rid of the Tombstone back into base. You're so close to your high ground. The Dream Call will allow that position to bail out and get beastcoast back up the hillside. K1 trying to do the best he can.
Oh my God!
It's falling from Chris Luck. Aghanim is online with Dagon as well. We're trying to protect himself with Skullfell. Can he get revenge? No! He actually has Walrus Punch. Will for one more second. Tiny is trapped down. Boogie will be able to dunk him. They still haven't gotten rid of this Tombstone. K1, he'll infest at least mop up along the way, but now he wants to mop up Boogie. The BKBs and keep going and going and going, but they got the puck caught out. He's protected. The Aeon Disc buys the extra time. Patient, dodging the boats, blinks off cooldown. He'll go up to the hill. Whisperer is away, but War came here for a reason. They want to enter the base, and that's exactly what they'll do. 5 heroes up. Tiny is down, but K1, the front liner for Beast Coast, still ready to defend. Whisper ready to jump. Dream Call of cooldown, 7 seconds time. There's your jump. Silence in the back lines. K1 needs a little bit more time to get back to the Tier 4 towers. He's able to disengage. That's huge for him. The shot's not blocking him. Boogie forced off the way to safety, but deeper in. Ancient Apparition will go down, but Undying, cold feeding up. He feels a little too deep, and he's punished by K1. Another Tombstone will drop inside the base. Beast Coast rapidly defending, but K1 stands his ground. These Dream Calls making it impossible to escape. A TP from Wish. How much damage have you got? Not enough to kill him, but you got good shots to control Nefrit with the Walrus Punch. Your time-lapse off the damage. It just keeps going and going and going. Up to Weaver, past the Tier 3 tower. They get the snowballs done, and they bring down the raid boss. Nefrit will die. And Beast Coast, they actually hold their Tier 3 tower in the mid through all of that.
You just can't kill the Lifestealer, Toby. Like, when you get the open wounds off, K1 with the 50% increased health regen amp, like what do you do? He's just hitting into the axe every time. Boogie had a really nice opportunity to get a 2-man call off that potentially would have turned that fight, but he used it outside of base. His blink canceled by the Radiance. And you can't kill Whisper either. This is such a difficult setup.
Oh, the creep. It dies. They're looking for that TP support to arrive so Boogie can keep the control over on Whisper. And now Whisper's like, well, I kind of want to have a crack at this myself. Boogie able to get the call. Skywrath is walking over. Here comes your orb, but jaunt away from Whisper. Still affected by the battle hunger. I'm not feeling that life. He'll feel the snap of the Dream Call. The Ice Blast looking for the trees in case it's going to TP out, but not going to happen. Instead, Tusker in the backline. Yulscepter allows him to dodge that big Mystic Flare, and now Stinger comes in through the rear as well. He's got that big extra damage through the Chilling Touch to help bring down Nikwa. More TP support coming in, and Boogie, he starts this whole thing, and he may be the one to die in it. A fortification keeps the creep wave up for a bit, sure, but Boogie, a blink away, the shards don't hold him there, and the volley out of position.
Lifestealer a little isolated on the side, but just dancing with the Kunkka. With no Weaver, they don't want to have to be forced to use his buyback, and Beast Coast know this. That's why they're playing so aggressively. Nikwa now, such a high level, 24. It's so squishy. If he goes down, he's dead for 140-something seconds. I'm going to be really cautious now on the sky.
That tree does not stand a chance. I mean, that tower does not stand a chance to the tree. Flip it the other way.
Yep, and
but that means now shrines can start to be brought down.
Suddenly, you have big items coming in for Beast Coast as well. The Abyssal's going to be finished on Lifestealer. Suddenly, those BKB teleports are no longer effective. Ags is going to be completed in just a moment by the puck. He's got 10,000 gold on Whisper. That 420 talent paying huge dividends.
Yes, please buy a Moonshot for Lifestealer or something else after the Ags. So Abyssal done.
Octarine core on the Kunkka. The concern I've got right now for this war lineup, there's nothing they've really done to increase their raw damage output in the last, what, 5-10 minutes? Kunkka's last 2 pickups were Hex and Octarine. Weaver got a Satanic. Sure, that's nice. It helped his survivability, but right now they're having issues killing anybody. And we already saw, like, Chris Luck, this tiny hero, man, with 3 items. He's got Echo, BKB, and an Ags. That tree volley chunked Kunkka down to like 20% HP.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna have an Ags coil. You can't actually escape it any longer, no matter what items you've got.
You know what I liked most, Kyle? A pause that's resolved quickly. And then straight into a fight. Smoke's gonna break K1. Hexed up. Skullfell still sitting behind. It's like, if you need help, I'm here. As he walks around with the gem, now X-Mark Torrent. He needs to try and Newell's dodge this, unable to do so. In fact, now the volley from Chris Luck. The positioning is fantastic. The Ice Blast coming in too. Wish has taken so much damage, but the Ice Blast, it hit so hard, they've still lost Skullfell.
No buyback on Tusk.
Oh, that's problematic. Nefrit, and a little deep, gonna burn his BKB nice and early on. Puck able to join himself away to safety, going down the lane, protected once again by the Aeon Disc, but they get the stun off. The Hex on Puck as well, while the double Mystic Flares hit hard into the Ancient Apparition. The bigger one is Puck going down. 100 seconds on the sideline, buyback is available. Skywrath with no buyback was their sacrifice for this.
They got the huge kill that they needed. The only hero without buyback is now on the deck. So you're not nearly as confident as Wind and Rain to press your advantage here.
Especially if if Beast Coast can catch out Boogie. He's running for the 50-minute bounty runes, but under the cover of an Invis rune, he feels very safe.
Yeah, and I think you've got to play a little more conservatively. I say this.
Boogie hit by the Ice Blast with the BKB once again for protection. Nefrit will move over. K1 ready to fight. Yol, what's he want to do? No tombstone available for him, so he Abyssal plays down the Axe with the Avalanche. They get through the Axe. Buyback's available. Puck's coming in through the rear with the volley. Chris Luck from inside the trees. Nefrit just gets exploded, and with the Yule Scepter, had they got more control to kill off Yol? You bet they do.
Just a lapse in concentration, Toby. There's no TP up on Wish, and he wasn't even in the fight. They had no Kunkka. You're taking a fight that you can't. You know Whisper's gonna have a buyback in his pocket. He's level 25 Puck.
it's a 420 Puck, yep.
And yeah, it's a little late to be saying this, but considering he has 17 deaths, but Stinger's got to be a little more conservative now. His cores are just fine. He has no buyback. He cannot be initiated on again once he finally gets back into this.
There's your buyback from the Weaver. K1 just trying to get rid of the tier 3 tower under the cover of his rage. Able to do so, even gets an easy bash onto the Kunkka. But it's enough to make Beast Coast think that maybe we should start falling back. Still 2 heroes down. The numbers advantage is their way.
Yeah, Tiny actually TPing back in with some mangoes and bottle charges because K1 was out of mana.
Looking to jump once again. And get rid of the bugs. Can't use those daggers. Axe still doesn't feel it. 6 seconds till Skywrath. 6 seconds until you get the magical damage. What's the worst you're gonna lose? What, a melee racks in mid? All right, that's gonna be it. Beast Coast will back up. But Skywrath's alive. They can try and go for the jump and Infest retreat through Whisper.
I cannot believe they're still in this game. 45-25, but they brought the game to near even on Beast Coast. So cannot believe also this bottom shrine is still alive. Their tier 3 bottom died, what, I think like 30-something minutes ago.
It was a long time ago, yeah. It's not like they even had like vision superiority down there. Like I'm talking Beast Coast, like it was possible for War and Rain to go there, but they focused elsewhere. Now let's look at this engagement once again onto
Look at where Kunkka is. He's gonna TP in all the way to the mid lane. No, sorry, yeah, he TP'd top. That's why Kunkka's not here. They're fighting as if he is. This is just one of those mistakes that you can't make. They've played such a clean game, only to put themselves now on the back foot with no buyback on Weaver. If he were to die, like that's just GG.
Yep. And all that time the Kunkkas took to walk down there, he had to use once again to walk towards the top lane. Spent all time in transit, never there for the main event. The Tuskar Illusions now doing their scouting work, looking towards Roshan. Roshan will respawn, but it'll take 1.5 minutes before he'll be alive. And this guy will come with everything. It's the whole smorgasbord. We're looking at the Aegis, we're looking at the Refresher.
And because he used his buyback, Whisper's free to spend all his money, so he actually consumes the Ags and picks up a Linken's to boot. So now those sheep sticks are no longer as effective at trying to take him down. And there really isn't much they have in the way of a cancel on the side of Wind and Rain. All the spells they use are valuable.
I'm looking at Nullifier for Weaver. There's one way to try and lock down a hero.
trying to think. It's unfortunately, it's just not, it's not going to kill Whisper. And it, you know, Lifestealer could still rage.
Ancient Apparition is such a juicy target. K1 comes around the back, however, gets the Abyssal Blaze done off. Undying's gonna die so quickly. The Tombstone comes up, he's trying to get rid of it. Avalanche, it's good from Crystal, creating some space with the Ice Blast. They at least get the chill effect. Tusker, of course he's dead. This is the way we start every single fight. But Weaver! Oh, he didn't get the time lapse off! The Dream calls home the rest of war here! There's not enough damage coming in from the Skywrath either. It's all just totally dodged by the phase shift. Axe trapped out. He has no more friends that can help him. Even a volley being tossed his way. The bite is as bad as the bark as Undying goes to the trees. Puck will be there, Tiny as well. The toss. It's just going to be an avalanche of Nules to stop the Undying from completing that path out. 3 heroes to go down once they find him. He'll punch once. And maybe he actually kill off Stinger. Another Tombstone being dropped, but 3 heroes dead. Over 100 seconds. Beast Coast, they're all going home to regen before they then have to come out and try and finish this.
They've all got bots, though. It's just going to be straight to the top wave and straight for the throne. They know all 3 of these heroes do not have buyback.
All onto the creep wave. Here's Puck, here's AA. K1 being your front liner without the buyback. They don't even need to kill off the tier 3 tower. I think they're just being safe about this, claiming that second melee.
The bottom is already exposed as well, so they could claim Megas quite easily here. Crystal going to pick up a DD and head straight back towards the squad.
55 minutes and war. The only upside about being Megad right now is the fact that you'll probably still be in the game. It will take a minute to do this Megas. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they just attack so fast.
So they might be able to kill the entire base if you'd like. Oh, this guy held so much damage. Hey, it's just, you know, again, one more mistake, right? It's Dota 2. A couple of errors, and all of a sudden, what looked like almost a certain victory for Win and Rain turns on its head. They're now facing Megas. Weaver, he ran out of the Ag's coil with BKB active. He's stunned long enough for him to actually get silenced coming out of it and just immediately dies pre-time lapse. Could be a little deceptive because you don't see it in Puck's inventory any longer. You'd have to notice the buff. Just caught napping. Roshan available with the refresher and the Ags. Everything you need now for Beast Coast.
I'm waiting for the Ags to just be given to Skullfeld. It's like, you've got 18 deaths and 16 assists of this Tusker. I have not seen this in a very, very, very long time. He'll carry the gem instead.
Hey, as long as you get the W, right, Tobes? Doesn't matter how you get it, a win's a win.
It's a team game. It's the life of a support. I'm interested to see if he can die twice more, but here comes Wind and Rain. They get the Hex off with a nullifier, trying to kill the Ancient Apparition very quickly, able to do so. Buyback is available, able to do so with him, and the Ice Blast is already flying forward. K1, the big man to fight Aegis Ball is in the hands of Whisper. It did go the way of the Dire, and they still want to keep this battle going inside the pit. Here comes your Ice Blast. Everyone's just grouping up, so this will actually connect. The shards hold them in the pit, splitting up war, so they can't even find the target they want. Nefrit, now he finally does, killing the Ancient Apparition with a dieback. Nefrit has himself a triple kill and needs to convert this into even more. The Tusker, he'll go down. An ultra kill for Nefrit. He needs to keep going. Now Chris comes in with the avalanche. They bring down the Weaver. He was going godlike, but the bigger god is K1. They take the fights. The buyback still coming in from war. Beast Coast have the numbers. And a refresher as well, sure. Get everything back up for Puck. Get him to the front lines.
Dude, they killed, that was just a coil into a tree volley, and everybody died, man. That's gotta be it. There's 3 heroes dead forever.
Kunkka, they're on top of him. Chris Locke just getting burnt out by the Mystic. And if Skullfeld dies again, he'll actually make it 20. K1 coming closer towards the fountain, able to get the basher off the Abyssal, slowing down the Skywrath Mage, the tier 4 towers, the primary attack. Tuskar's on almost no life in the back lines. Another Abyssal Blaze done over on the Kunkka. The Orbs fly forward. Tuskar's actually having to use Blink to dodge these. The tier 4 towers are forcing them away. Kunkka's got good clearance. And Lifestealer, TPing back, he needs more mana, he doesn't need more life. And now he's beating him. Tusker, Yulsing up in the air, making sure he's going to be fine. Complete the TP forward. Kunkka, BKB, missing plans going to work once again, but Kunkka has to buy back. Still a huge creep wave. They can clear this off with the Tidebringer, so it's still a hard work to do. 23 seconds before War will have their players back up again. The Hex is currently on the Lifestealer, probably the worst target they want to go on. They have to try and get Whisper, they have to try and get Skullfeld, while K1 still sealed up. The never-ending boats arrive. 10 seconds until Weaver. They're buying time. Now Tusker protected by the snowball. He'll have the Aegis Immortal. control from War to kick in.
This is that new and improved Beast Coast, right? Like they aggression, but they realize, hey, wait, we've got 40 seconds on our Tiny. They've got a minute longer to go on the Kunkka. We can regroup and just re-enter the base. It's in a 5-on-4. I cannot believe they've been able to battle this one back as we approach nearly an hour of game time.
Radiant's bottom shrub.
They are in a commanding position. Now Boogie in some trouble. The bots are coming in.
He has to get the hell out of here, blinking away. They're just trying to clean up the wave. Relieve some of the pressure. I think that courier was also scouted going for its own little walk. Has to be a hallelujah item at the moment. It's gonna come underneath the obs. What have we got? That's not a hallelujah item, that's a point booster. There's not enough money for anything else.
This is it. The final onslaught, Beast Coast. Surrounding the base, looking to push in with the creep waves. Only the throne left to slay. The last structure remaining.
K1 reveals himself, runs in, quick, like bash hit onto Nevro. They get the punch, he needs to get out of here, buyback. At least it's available, but the Abyssal Blades are now on Undying, double tombstones. They're out and about. This is a good call. Backlines on the Skullfeld. Oh, he is actually gonna go down. That's 20 deaths for him. Oh boy, but it looks like War will be pushed up against their own fountain. The BKB from Pookie, it's such a low duration now. Chris Luck uses whatever trees he's got inside the base, doesn't have a lot to work with, but Whisper, another quick silence. This will be the dive back over on Neverett, unless he can get something off, and he can, back into the fountain. But the Ancient is exposed. There's a lot of creeps arriving. Beast Coast, they're low on life. It feels like Nikwa thinks he's got something he can work, but only if Pookie can get himself a blink call. Stinger's the only one in range. Even the BT's out. Kunkka looking for a target, but it's a full retreat from Beast Coast. Now they get the Hex. Stinger, he's got support. Chris Luck's nearby. They get the kill at least. But what is the sacrifice? Actors cannot walk away from this combination. And Kunkka, no movement speed. The boots are in the backpack. He's 309. Walk slowly, defend strongly.
Look how he's got the casual ags. He's looking to consume it in just a second to try and drag, I guess, players into a huge combo. That is their one play. Perhaps you get a 3 or 4 man stun combo. Things switch up.
He needs a push. He needs a save. He needs something right now. Weaver getting to the back lines, killing off Chris. Yes, he will with the help of the Skyride Mage. Mystic Flare. Wish is still holding strong in the stun. It connects on K1. Having got the damage output. He'll infest, gets a little bit more back. There's the seal, there's a control. There's the seal, but he breaks free with that Manta Style, but it won't stop Weaver from continuing the chase. Whisper gets hit so hard. This Weaver, he packs a punch. And War, they hold the line.
It's a fitting name for the squad, as this is War. Defense of the Ancients in a nutshell. It's your only structure left. They're trying so hard. It's just so difficult.
I still love, we have a 0-20-23 Tusk on the field.
The only member of Wind and Rain with buyback remaining is that Undying. And once again, Chris Luck, it's crazy. When his BKB is down, Nikwa's actually just soloing him. He's got that 300 GPM talent at 25. And he's, like, how much do these orbs actually do? They're 150 base damage plus 2 times his end, which is only about 160, but either way. He's shooting 3 of them at a time. Hex about to be complete as well. And what's really actually hurting Beast Coast here is their Lifestealer keeps running out of mana. So as soon as you don't have that ability to open wounds or rage, suddenly you can't actually stay aggressive. Even Abyssal costing mana nowadays, 75.
And I just think, like, what, 10 minutes ago, Beast Coast could have gone for tier 4 towers and ended this. They chose the route of Megas. This was the decision that was made in the late game. And it takes us to extra late game. Courier's coming in with a second scythe.
It's actually much easier for Wind and Rain to take fights within their base because they have so much more vision. Then all of a sudden you do find that opportunity to strike. Neferett says, oh, hey, look, the AA. Oh, the Tusk, I'll go kill them. Whereas Boogie can then find a nice call. Somebody gets a Hex off, things switch up.
Gonna come out, they're gonna try and use this early Hex, try and get an instant pick off before stuff up the call! Boogie getting 2 crystals on screen, but so much damage from Nikwa! And himself a double kill! Weaver's in the back lines too, looking towards the Tiny. The boat is able to connect. They're gonna isolate Chris Luck. He'll go down. 3 heroes without buyback available.
It's in the base, watch out, gotta clear those.
Oh, K1's gonna get back out here right now, work with Whisper, look towards the Radiant Ancient. It feels like right now Beast Coast won't have the numbers if War decide to just push the mid and go for a GG push.
There is no buyback. They have 40 seconds on all these buybacks. You've got a clock here perhaps where you can make something happen, but you've got to just keep this creep wave alive middle. You can see Whisper knows what's up. He's going to try and take this out right now.
A1, he found his own little target. Why are they taking this battle? They don't want this. Nefrit's moving away. The creep wave's only got 2 range creeps. It's gone. They fortify the dire wave as well. The time is being bought by Whisper, just like it has throughout this entire game. And a Rapier is now on the field. Ah, come on, this is how you begin Hamburg. Bring in that big damage from the Weaver.
Oh, he does not have gold for buyback right now, a Lifestealer.
Oh, the call! Barely missing, but the Dream Call catching out 3. They're inside the base. And the creep wave has arrived. X-Mark, everyone's moving around. The puck ends up over on the north. Lifestealer back to the front lines. Chasing down to the Axe. 5 here is up. Buyback's available for both the AA as well as the Tiny now. It's actually arrived with the money.
There is no buyback on this Lifestealer. He's got to be so careful. Should sell phase boots or something to ensure he's got it.
Of course, they're attacking into it. Remember, Rapier protected at all costs. Here comes your missing flares! K1!
He's not dying yet.
But he's not dead yet. He's moved back out to the wave. He's still alive and he can go towards the Skywrath Mage. Puck can bite back. The Tier 4 towers still being brought down. Ancient Apparition up. Tiny in second side. They haven't burned their buybacks. Axe is gone. Here comes your Ice Blast. Gonna be good to kill off the Undying while Conquer dies inside the base. One more attack is able to do it. Conquer is down 2. And Ancient Apparition TPing out to the shrine that is still alive. Is able to cut him off at the pass. A triple kill for Whisper. And the tables turn the other direction for Beast Coast to push down. In fact, the BT's already arriving from K1. He's inside the base, looking to solo kill the Undying, and he's able to do it. Undying is dead. The Tombstone will be cleaned up, and Skywrath Mage, the sole survivor of War, wants to return to the sun. It's the only safe place to be. The fountain won't be yet. That is GG. Beast Coast in 65-56 push the game to its limit.
With a second to go, Schofield picks up his first kill of the game. Melkoward lost. 121, his final kill death total. What a game.
I'm disappointed, Schofield. I'm disappointed.
He got the Lifestealer by killing that last creep wave, got the gold for buyback. There were 3 heroes from Wind and Rain actually hitting the tower as Lifestealer escaped with 100 health. Could have potentially changed things up, but God, I can't believe they even had a prayer at winning. They killed a tier 4 tower after defending their own base for what, 7 minutes? Like,
just an absolute crazy series. Beast Coast and Wind and Rain going ham on each other. 1 game up. You didn't even know who was going to be the exact favorite coming into this, and I think game 2 is going to be exactly the same.
Ah, the perfect ingredients for an opening match inside an arena. A Rapier, Megas, a comeback, a 35k gold swing, a guy going 1-21 on Tusk. Yeah, and everything in game 1, Blitz and Cap. What a great way to be entertained at the start of the arena show.
Oh, yeah. Sick way to start the whole tournament, basically. This is a great showing from both Beast Coast and Wind and Rain. We basically said, like, hey, these are 2 pretty aggressive squads. They're going to have different timings, but they are going to want to fight. And that's exactly what happened for a solid 60 minutes or something.
That was great. I mean, Will, are you entertained?
Oh, greatly so. Because we said when 2 teams like this go head-to-head, it usually results in one of 2 situations. Either they just farm and cancel each other out, or they just decide, screw it, we're going to fight nonstop. And that's exactly what we got to see in this game.
Yeah, you get a Tusk going 1-20, 1-21. It's not an often.
Yeah, but he did his job.
He did his job. He did very well in the game as well.
He got the W.
He got a lot of saves with his snowball. He had to, like, kind of suicide a lot of those situations just to save Hector, save Chris Luck, you know?
Yep. I mean, obviously, we know the stars, Chris Luck, K1, but I want to talk about Wish, because the start of this game was fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I think Wish showed up a lot on that Kunkka. Blitz and I were having a discussion about whether or not his item build was correct, but I think he did very well for himself, and I think Nefrit did really well for himself on that Weaver. I mean, he took over the early game in a way that I have not seen a whole lot of Weavers do. He was rotating around the map aggressively, super early on. I think both of these, relative newcomers to professional Dota are having a great splash to start.
Interesting as well, isn't it, Will? I mentioned in the start of the show that Beast Coast, they don't care if they go down by a ton of kills. They've shown this all the way through the group stages. If they're 20 kills behind, they don't care.
Yeah.
And this game was a perfect show of that.
It's because they're so good at team fighting. The individual skill is very clearly there, so even when they're behind like 4 or 5k gold, They're defending their high ground for like 20 minutes straight. I think they're just good at doing what matters in the team fights. Like everybody coordinates their spells very well. You can rely on your team making individual plays. Like you saw Whisper, Cap said beforehand, he outplayed the hell out of his hero. He overplayed Puck so hard, he was able to do so much. He had so many good engagements. He was able to recover nicely into the game. He was an absolute menace. He was the reason why I feel like this game was winnable for them. He always pushed out that bottom lane. He was everywhere his team needed him to be.
What I respect about it is that he just didn't care about dying, and I think you have to take that mindset for a lot of offlaners right now. In this sort of game, he had to create a lot of space for his team. Yep. He had to buy that time for Hector to come online because he was looking like he never was going to. With the way that War was just running at him nonstop, he had to basically just suicide down lanes and kill creeps, and you saw actually, like, he had a ton of CS, he was dying a lot, but the end result was just enough time for Hector to come online.
Yeah, it was. Wind and Rain, by contrast, are going to be disappointed that they weren't able to close that game out. Why weren't they able to close it out?
I mean, it's just like, I think they maybe thought that they had like the overall late game counter to Lifestealer, and in the end, they just faltered a couple times, like going high ground. High ground is probably where you require the most discipline when it comes to how you're structuring your team fights, when it comes to not overextending yourself. Sometimes it's just better take the tier 3 back up. There's so many little things that need to go right, and the best teams just are able to make it look flawless, but I think for any tier 2 or 1.5 team, it's always going to be a bit of a sloppy affair.
Will, do you feel like Wind and Rain let them back in to that match? Because there were a couple of mistakes in the mid game where they didn't have the Conquer in the team fight, and it felt like they were fighting like they had the Conquer in the team fight, and he wasn't there. Was that a mistake?
It felt like half the time he was used to push out lanes, and he came out a little bit too late. But I think the main mistake was the first high ground with the Aegis, where they had it on the Weaver. I feel like that should have been their opportunity to win the game. It felt like they got way too over-aggressive. Like they weren't patient enough. Those kinds of team fights, you have to drag them out of their base and sort of turn things, because you saw an open field, they had no problems fighting. Like that's where the lineup thrives, where they have vision, where they can play around their tombstone. But when you're assailing high ground with heroes like Undying and Weaver, you do have to be careful. You do have to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, and likewise, on the other side of that, Cap, that's exactly what Beast Coast were in. They often in the past, they've been criticized for being a bit too gung-ho, going for the kill, get the tier 4s, jumping over stuff. This time around, that wasn't the case. They were in, they were out. They were in, they were out. It's very methodical.
Yeah, and very good use of their buybacks as well. I think that that's something that they showed at TI, is aggressive use of buying back to be able to make sure a lost team fight can still be turned around, and also these high ground defenses, all important. And they used it multiple times to great success, even at closing out the game via buybacks, right?
Yeah, indeed. And we can't not talk about Hector.
Yeah.
You know, in the sense of every game, it seems like, oh, just talk about Hector, another great game. I mean, his team are enabling, but he is he's got that star power, isn't he?
Let me tell you, Paul, I played in a stack, and we ran into Beast Coast. They were playing as a 5-man, and we were playing, you know, we're talking about what do we do against this team? How do we draft? Because we actually got captain's mode. And it was like, we're just going to ban Hector heroes. In game 2, we decided, let's just ban all the Hector heroes. We start banning away all the strength cores, because that's what Hector's best at. And then let me tell you, Paul, there wasn't enough bans, because there ended up being a last pick Huskar. At the end of the day, there's always one more strength core that Hector is able to excel on.
He has got plenty in there, that's for sure. Thank you very much, gents. We're going to head to a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Don't go too far away, though. Plenty still to come, and game 2 just around the corner. Wind and Rain putting up a bit of a fight. And you know what? It's worth knowing who they are. We'll see you soon.
Hello, guys. We got Wind and Rain, Wish and Yol, right?
Hello. Hey.
Hello, hello. Gentlemen, I got a real easy first question. Who the hell are you guys? This is fun. This is the first time many have seen you guys from the kind of the world stage. I know you've been in CIS for a really long, or around for a really long time, playing a lot of different teams. But just what should we know about Wind and Rain? Give us the lowdown. How would you describe yourselves?
I mean, we are kind of new. We built our team like 1 month ago and tried to qualify for this ESL event, but we finished 3rd, and by some miracle we just got invited.
So as a new team, you guys are coming into ESL 1 Hamburg, and I'm interested in what your goal is. What do you want to achieve at this tournament? Because, you know, as a bit of an underdog, some would say, excuse me, are you looking to win the whole thing or just have a good showing?
I mean, I can't really speak for my teammates, but I mean, I'd like to play on the stage, on the playoffs. That's my goal, personally.
Yeah, I'd like our team to play on the stage because it's a nice experience overall to feel the pressure of tournament, and yeah.
Good to have some fans too, right? Some guys that, you know, the wind and rain posters and all that. So I want to know about your history in your region. Where would you guys say that you're from? Because right now you're listed as the Chinese team replacing IG. What's your history? What regions have you guys played in?
Yeah, most of all I've been playing CIS, some EU, and like last year I was playing for Clash Gamers in Southeast Asia. Yeah, for half a year, something.
So that's pretty good though. I mean, Southeast Asia. Are you guys ready to fight against maybe some China, some North America? What do you think about these regions?
Yeah, I mean, I really like Chinese teams and I'm looking forward to playing against them. Yeah, I'm not sure about North America. I mean, I haven't really played against them, I haven't seen their games. I'm not sure how they play.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you guys. Best of luck facing those new opponents in Hamburg, and we can't wait to see how you guys do. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is stupid.
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
Do you remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. We have had not so much a skirmish in game one, as so much as a war between these two teams. It is Wind and Rain versus Beast Coast. Our second game draft is underway. We're going to drop you right in there alongside me, of course, Blitz and Capitalist back to talk you through draft number 2. Gents, I don't know how we top that. To start the day, what a great start.
It was a really good game. Well, we can top that by Wind and Rain, the presumed underdogs, actually being able to win and then make this go to game 3.
I like it.
Top it that way.
I like it. We're going to get into draft momentarily. Blitz.
I will 100% take 3 games.
3 games of this.
Well, my concern is, how do you recover from a game like that?
Yeah.
You feel like you should have won. All the tools were there. You were absolutely crushing them in the early game. You were taking advantage of the fact that Hector comes online a little bit later, and they just couldn't get it done.
There was like so many little things that happened, like the one time they were assaulting that bottom lane and almost killed the Lifestealer. I think Purge has a great clip of it on his Twitter. It's like the save from Chris Luck was just so superb, being able to toss the Lifestealer back. Save him, draws the game out. I did like the fact that Wind and Rain took a very aggressive approach to like just kind of assaulting Beast Coast in lanes. I actually really like the Axe Skywrath Mage opening. Here, they're doing Winter Wyvern instead, which is a better hero against Lifestealer, no doubt, but it doesn't have the same kind of laning phase pressure, because I'm assuming Skywrath is going to get banned out the second phase.
It also just doesn't really have that like burst utility that you saw that was pressuring Hector so much in the early game.
Yeah.
Like Axe call into Skywrath ulti was a kill every single time, guaranteed.
Maybe there's another forward position that they have in mind that can replace the Skywrath Mage, but I don't think there's too many 4s that really do what Skywrath does.
That 1 and 21 Tusk has been banned.
Yeah. I thought, you know what?
Doesn't matter about numbers.
No, it doesn't.
Stats don't matter, Nahaz.
Agreed.
He's somewhere back in the arena cursing both of us right now.
He's doing the Nahaz. All right.
He'll be with us, of course, this afternoon for the other...
He'll be on next series, right?
Series, yes. For the next series, where you two are going off to the tribute.
Yeah. Skywrath Mage is indeed banned.
As you predicted, it is banned, yeah. Blazer banned earlier this time as well.
Was Winter Wyvern banned?
No, it was played, wasn't it?
Oh, no, Beast Coast did ban Winter Wyvern the second phase.
They did,
so,
yeah, but it was Beast Coast that banned it, yeah.
So Wind and Rain just thought about it and had a higher priority in having this 5 position that is a very good counter to Lifesteal, no doubt.
BKB Piercer too.
Yep.
So yeah, we mentioned the fact that the Legion Commander was the most played here for Wind and Rain, alongside the Ogre and the Winter Wyvern.
Most Wyverns have been traditionally 5 for a really long time. This is looking like it could be a 4-position Wyvern, which is interesting.
Well, Wind and Rain have played it like that. They've played both these, the Ogre and the Wyvern like that. So.
And the cool part about it is like what everyone's doing right now is spamming Splinter Blast level 1 and kind of similar.
I think it's just good against the laning phase. You want to try to slow down Hector as much as you possibly can. Like, try to ruin his laning phase, get these 4 heroes that just like these range harass base heroes.
Yeah.
Is this the time, Will? Do Beast Coast need to be careful of the slightly cheesier route that Wind and Rain might adopt here?
I think by going for the AA though, you're insulating yourself from like the Huskar.
Yep.
You're probably, by picking the Lifestealer as well, you're picking like a really stable core that's just pretty solid in lane. You know it matches up pretty decently against the Axe at some point.
No Drow ban this time.
Yeah, they could go back to the Drow Ranger strategy. They could also go for Void, because that is, I think, still a good counter to Lifestealer. And one of the go-to cores that has not been banned.
And likewise, they could also go back for the Conquer again if they wanted to.
Yeah, both these supports are pretty susceptible to the Kunkka burst. I wouldn't mind it. I always like the Coco's Rum against, like Lifestealer. If you think about what he wants to do in a fight, he wants to be able to rage, open wound somebody, and just hit on them. But
it is back for the Drow, which we saw in the group stage from Winter Rain. They won both the games.
What are your big carries that you could do for Wind and Rain? You could do OD with Drow Ranger.
It's not bad at TA here.
Yeah.
I think it's actually quite nice right now. You don't have like any hard lockdown. You're a BKB core that just rips through. You can Rosh very quickly as well. You want something that really takes advantage of that attack speed. We saw previously, like, was it Sumail run the Lesh and it wasn't as good?
Yes. We talk about that just because that is probably an important point for Beast Coast to be thinking about right now while they decide on their 4th pick.
Okay, so they take Omni, something that can run in, you dispel. You don't actually lane that bad against the Drow just because you're so tanky.
Yep. You lane very well against Ogre because you can like Heavenly Grace yourself and just like hit the Ogre. You're actually one of the heroes that can fight him back. You have this great physical damage immunity with your ultimate against Drow and Axe. So Wind and Rain do need a core that either does, I think, is TA out because of Omni Knight? Like then you're just all physical damage cores.
Let's see.
I like OD more just because you'll have damage. You'll have pure damage in the mix and magic.
I like OD as well. I think it's a good save for this game. Again, the lack of stuns, like those kinds of heroes that rely on their mobility mid, feels really nice to play against. And eventually you will get a BKB. And the question is, like, what do those BKB fights look like for you?
What other range mids are there?
Oh, they actually banned the OD themselves.
Really? Maybe they just have a very different idea of what we're thinking about with Drow Ranger strats. I mean, you and I talked a lot about Drow Ranger, and one of the things that you said to me that I really liked was that like Drow Ranger just doesn't feel good right now as the primary damage dealer.
Yeah. I would like her to be like the side hero that enables you to Rosh. She's kind of been the same hero in that regard. The upside is like she does neutral a lot faster and she pushes out lanes a lot quicker because of her aura. But
it's not that she does scale well into the late game. You know, her Aghanim Scepter is pretty insane. It's just that there's a certain amount of you can't really rely on her so much to do out that damage a lot of times because it's so easy to get on top of her, to get anywhere close within that, like I think it's 400 range to be able to break her aura.
Yeah.
And then a lot of her damage just goes out the window as a result.
Right now, Wind and Rain, like their only catch right now is this Axe. I feel like you could do some sort of mobility mid, like you could pick some Zeus or something. It makes it really hard for you to abuse these heroes, plus you have so much frontline for yourself. You don't have a vehicle for the Lifestealer, but it's not like Beast Coast play on that very much anyways. So I could see something like Zeus being okay, or something that just plays from distance, like Zeus Sniper, one of those types of heroes.
Okay.
That just gets to like peck away at you. Plus it extends the game for Hector, which I think is a really big thing.
What about Invoker?
I think Invoker's okay too. Maybe it's a little bit greedy.
Yeah. Can you go faster? Can you go any like tempo mids like Lina or Quap or any like the Puck?
Oh, okay, so they take TA.
Which we talked about earlier on, and the OD was banned. So Wind and Rain, what are they left with here?
No, most of the mid heroes are panned out.
They could go DK.
It could, but the only downside of that is you don't feel like you abuse your aura.
It's very tanky to all this physical damage that Beast Coast is running, but there's AA to stop your regen, and there's, I think, a general lack of damage. I want more control and more damage out of Wind and Rain.
SF? Is the SF?
It's okay. You could do something like Viper too.
Oh yeah, Viper versus EA. There's a couple of okay break mechanics in here. Disabling Feast,
there's nothing.
Aura.
We're not missing something that's like 10th pick win game scenario here, are we? I mean, obviously the Huskar we talked about, but there is the AA on the other side, so
yeah,
probably not this game. Or do they risk it, Will?
I don't know. I feel like Beast Coast, they don't really have like a ton of catch themselves. So they take Wind Ranger.
Do you know I was going to mention the fact that you pair it, because it's such a classic combo, isn't it, with the Drow?
It's a good combination for sure, especially since she naturally goes for items that proc, so you, because of focus fire, so you will take advantage of that attack speed aura. It's a hero that can deal with the refraction later on to the game pretty well. It's a hero that stays ahead of the lifestealer, and like another one of these heroes you could just kite around, focus fire.
It's very CIS as well, isn't it? These two paired together in the same lineup.
Yeah,
Has it convinced you though? That's the key here. Is it enough?
I don't know. I felt like the reason I think both of us were a little bit stumped about what the 5th pick was going to be is I think Beast Coast constructed themselves a really good lineup.
Yeah.
So
difficult to break it
didn't feel like there was a ton of weaknesses to it.
Right.
But Wind Ranger probably is it's the best pick you could get.
Yeah. I think that I needed something mobility-wise. Like, I actually thought they were going to take Storm themselves before it got banned.
Yeah.
Which kind of lends credence to the OD thing. And then I think the Wind Ranger was probably not their favorite first option or anything like that.
Just managed to fit it in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, then. Time then, ladies and gentlemen, to get into game number 2. Can Beast Coast sweep it up and move on? Or have Wind and Rain got a bit more fight in them? Let's find out.
It is great to see Wind and Rain fight really strong, but man, I also like seeing Beast Coast where they have these fast tempo heroes that snowball well, that get them to push aggressively, and Templar Assassin feels very much like that for them.
Oh yeah, this is their bread and butter, right? And when you're playing against the Drow lineup, it's about getting aggressive early, denying those triple camps around the shrines. It's a really well-crafted lineup. I'm so surprised, though. I think Will was right. Maybe they're thinking Storm. But a Deuce, a last pick with the Ogre seemed real nice. Wind Ranger does not benefit from the increased attack speed at all. So that power spike later on doesn't really seem to be there for the lineup.
Yeah, it's where you just try and understand like what was the goal. Like you're getting the Drow lined up. Like maybe you don't have to build everything around it, but then does Drow have a specific purpose for Wind and Rain inside this game? A Drow lineup normally likes to push aggressively. You don't get the damage, you get the speed instead.
Yep. K1 once again on his signature lifestealer. It's a really well-crafted lineup. I love AA as a hero concept simply because it effectively forces BKB, right? But now you combine that, you've got a TA and a lifestealer, so armor becomes incredibly important. But if you don't get any spell immunity, these supports are just gonna rip you apart.
You're not going anywhere.
Really nice mix of damage here.
And this Ogre, stand on top of the rune, it's impossible to click around the body. Skullfield, unable to claim that one, but the Drow range is copying a lot of damage from Whisper. Very much in the face of the Drow. A lot of that harassment damage to the Drow Ranger does get negated heavily by the Purification.
This top lane, once again, we're gonna have Boogie on the aggressive axe against the Lifestealer. Was relatively trade happy in the previous game. Should probably be about the same this one. Mid TA Wind Ranger. Of course, Wind Ranger will have that Drow Aura, but it's not nearly as beneficial as it used to be now that it just gives the attack speed edge instead of all the damage. And Drow bottom thankfully has a very strong support in that Ogre, who also went for that Shield Oove early on, so he's very formidable. Drow, of course, not offering much in the early laning phase.
Yeah, so Ogre needs to lift up and do more. K1 and Stinger getting quite heavily harassed. The battle hunger difficult for Stinger to get rid of. But they'll start the pulls, they'll change the equilibrium of the top lane. While the mid lane will always remain interesting, where you keep those eyes on the side blades. Yol, low on life, but just moves around the tree line. Kind of really interesting to also watch a Wind Ranger who's just got the Salve backpacked. Like two free slots. I may need this at a critical moment, but it's fine. Let's get hit by multiple side blades.
And so far, so good for Chris Luck. He is crushing this lane. Not only out harassing, but out CSing. Top lane, you're gonna just continue to see these lane shenanigans. Not much you can do to zone off a life stealer, but you can attempt to mess with his CS, as they're doing now. As we saw last game, AA, not exactly the greatest support. Every 15 seconds throwing out a chilling touch. It's cute, but don't really offer much else.
Yeah, you don't achieve a lot. Schofield TP's all the way back to base, as he was zoned out by Yol. And even getting the damage in for which could be so difficult. Getting through refraction charges, obviously, like, if you had the attack speed, it would be fantastic. It's only just been really leveled up for the Drow. And it's just a level 1, too. But the Temper Assassin's just, he's so telegraphed with a power shot.
Oh my god, his side blading mid has been absolutely on point. He's already forced that salve. Wish has had to buy another one, and he's already half HP.
It's 14-5 CS to the 6-1 of Wish. And then Chris then takes the high ground to the Radiant side. Refraction is up, Windrun's gonna wear off, and that's still a hell of a lot of damage. I like how he's even taunting on the way through as Refraction soaks up his power shot.
He is just crushing this lane. It does not get any easier for Wind Ranger either. If TA hits 6 first and starts placing traps, you don't have a sentry.
That's
You are food.
That's a little deep Whisper. There with Yol, the slowdown's gonna be more than enough with the Orb of Venom. Whisper tries to make a break for the trees, gets the salve off. No one's nearby. He'll juke around the side and then cut back up through the trees. Drow wondering where he went. Whisper, the fancy footwork, but the slows. It's a level 2 Frost Arrow. So again, he tries to make a break for the trees. Play in the Fog of War, lose the aggro of the creep wave, and gets back into the lane.
Meanwhile, Rubik denies 2 creeps, then he walks over and steals the last hit on the Centaur. Surprised to Whisper, he hasn't skilled his 3rd point yet. Aura or Heavenly Grace, both would be effective here.
Wonder what he's waiting for.
Yeah, he's gonna hit 4 soon. Might as well just make up your mind. I think D-Gen's quite nice against the Ogre, but you can play it either way. Oh, now he's in trouble.
Good stuns, pick up and throw back. Schofield creates a little bit more space. This top lane's going pretty well for Boogie, at least as far as CS goes. 24 for 5. Some of these did come in from the side camp, but either way, he's the first player to hit 2K net worth.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Stinger, right? He is not even playing this top lane, as we said. AA just really isn't a hero. He's waiting for that level 10 tome, or sorry, minute 10 tome, before he becomes a real participant in the game. And you're cool with this. K1 loves having the extra levels too.
It feels a little too long. Is it? Oh boy, Wish. He got 3 Sideblade hits in a row. And he's got 2 tangos. That's not a fast enough regeneration to be closer to the front lines to get this CS.
TA is one of those heroes where I feel like you can actually see like the raw skill difference between the pros we watch on camera versus ourselves when we play the game. Because it's way more difficult than it looks to hit Sideblades that effectively. And I think he's hitting more than he's missing.
Bottom lane, there's DJ Nora going to work while Cole features all the battle for the 5-minute room, but Drow Ranger is in a lot of trouble, and they just keep body blocking her up. Can't walk away from this, and it all started with Schofield. Telekinesis dragging him back. You'll lose the bounty runes on bottom, but Drow's out, and the first blood goes the way of Whisper.
And it's the 2 points in the DJ Nora. You cannot escape it as a Drow, especially when you don't even have boots picked up. His Ogre was off to the side looking to shrine and stack. And another just great, but Chris Luck, man, he is dominating, not just crushing this lane now with traps up, but he got a double stack off in his own jungle while he had a break. He had forced Wind Ranger out of lane, and he's dominating. TA Omni can just single-handedly take over the mid game, buying time for K1 if they continue to keep up this pace. And it just doesn't feel like Wind and Rain. They don't have those tools to make plays in this game. It's really just the Wind Ranger, but he's suffering so much. I'm not sure how effectively he'll be able to rotate around the map.
Oh, this is some good contesting from War. No way to really stack for a Templar Assassin. Bottom lane, they just keep going again. With extra support arriving, Drow Ranger, cold feet up, can't walk away. And Whisper stays on top of the Drow. They have no gust, there's no pushback. Schofield copped all the attention of Yol, who just hits in with Nikwa. That Splinter Blast of level 2, really causing problems. And Schofield can't finish the job on Ogre Magi. Nikwa was there for the Cold Embrace, canceling all that physical damage and getting the supports a double kill on bot lane.
Really nice rotate. They needed those kills. Whisper, unfortunately, was unable to drop tower aggro. Only reason he really goes down there is because he copped 7 or 8 hits. Top side, just Axe versus Lifestealer. Both sides going to trade farm as both team supports look to get active around the map. But the big disparity, of course, is that mid lane. A lot of Wind Ranger's CS is jungle. So even though he's in spitting distance, actually not doing as bad as I thought. Only 200 behind, now 3.
Yeah. Play the catch-up.
Until he pops the salve and loses his observer ward, unfortunately.
Nefret is about to start all over again. Cold feet with the telekinesis and the chilling touch slow. Nikwa does actually have enough mana for users, actually not anymore, to put the stick charges. Yes, has to cold embrace the Draw Ranger. Slow this up. Nefret's already gone down. Now Wish will rotate in. It's a good power shot. Clipping too. Cold feet will not manage to trigger over on Nikwa, but Yol, under the cover of an Invis, will be here to land an extra stun, and that'll let them focus. Now over towards Whisper. After Stinger falls down, the focus fire of Wish, the damage output is enough to get through Whisper, actually holding the 9 stick charges.
Really nice rotation. Somebody has to do it. It can't be Axe. He has to stay top. Only the Wind Ranger really able to get involved. Really nice movement there. Rubik AA, of course, one of the iconic support roaming duos. A lift into a cold feet's almost going to be a kill any time. You can see him finish it off, but Wish hits the power shot. Schofield, he escapes, but they do lose 2. Invis Rune, a little bit of assistance there. Whisper not really expecting an Ogre to pop out of nowhere, but he's dead the moment that Wind Ranger is in range with the ultimate active. Mid, they go onto the TA. Axe is here.
Able to get the call. Wish also coming in. 4 heroes to kill off Chris Luck. And Boogie will get the Culling Blade off.
Nice. That's the big benefit of Axe, is that when you're able to play so aggressively in the lane, because you're cutting creeps constantly, you have way less travel time towards that mid lane. It's not a rotation you would expect if you're this TA. And now they place a ward. I'm surprised he didn't have a trap on that high ground, would have prevented that movement, but now with the ward he should be fine. However, mid tower already dead.
Yep.
Wow.
9 minutes in, they commit heavily. Kind of actually felt like beastcoast were trying to do the same thing on bottom lane, like add pressure to that tier 1 tower, remove Draw Ranger's farm area. But it's War who claimed the first tier 1 tower of the game.
I will say this game is a bit different for Wind and Rain. They have the tools to deal with Lifestealer later on. Wyvern, arguably the best 5 position against the hero. In addition, Wind Ranger at any point, later on in the game, you finish a Maelstrom, you just ult him. And Lifestealer all of a sudden can never really go toe-to-toe. He's going to be going for that Midas Radiance build once again, so the MKB is going to take a while to come online, which means at any moment, if Wish pops that win run, you're invulnerable. And in reality, beastcoast don't have any raw magic damage. You've got lockdown. The Rubik A will provide a lot of DPS, but you only have the GA as a tool defensively.
And that's why we're thinking things like the Deuce, right? Like at least you get like that mix up. The OD, which they banned themselves. That would have been a nice choice. Either way, they're going to work with what they have. And there's your focus fire, Schofield. Schofield can't get away. We'll give him the eye. That's all for the 10-minute bounty runes. And War, they're really trying to force for both. Stinger actually dragging the Ancients down. Could have created some problems for Winter Wyvern, who actually cold embraced himself. Whisper can't do anything with it though. Like it's not this stun controller who can be repositioning like his puck from before.
What he's still. All right, Arctic Burn, not bad.
Just a level 1.
Yeah, pretty nice lead though so far for Wind and Rain. Midas up for K1, but Boogie's about to finish the blink. In fact, he just did. Might even be trying to make a play here. There's that Wind Ranger we spoke about.
Yeah, with the creep wave. Can they actually lock him in? Oh, there's no shackles, so K1 will just rage and try and get back to the tower. Infestation.
Oh, no! Down. He tried to get the infest off, but Boogie was ready. Hits him right in the mouth. That's a huge kill. His Midas was on courier too, so he's losing a lot of efficiency.
I'd like to have suicide for 200. That is problematic, at least, with the timing not being right. Rubik, he's going to go for a little bit of a fly, chasing after the Winter Wyvern with the Arctic Burn. Picks him up, throws him back down again, able to help land that stun, but Boogie will still get the call off. Whisper trying to protect the Rubik as long as he possibly can. He ends up stealing nothing because he can't use anything. There's no mana and there's no life in Schofield.
Might be able to, he's going to catch. He's got a 4-level advantage on the enemy offlaner.
Oh boy. There's another Son of Elbow. Yeah, Whisper knows like if I run north, I'm dead. So I'll try running south instead. The call's out once more. And Whisper will fall to Boogie, giving him now his 3rd kill of the game, 112 CS in 11.5 minutes.
That's the 2nd game in a row. Wind and Rain have this big advantage after the laning phase, playing very well around the map. They're finding kills, they're getting objectives, and this time they should have the tools to be able to fight later on against Beast Coast, who also don't have the annoying lane shove ability. There's no puck to worry about any longer.
This is smart from Ogre. Needed to scout out the Ancients, because they're about to be farmed. Axe has done a very good job of contesting a lot of these, but he just TP'd up towards the top lane, looking for their own fight onto K1 to pick up Ogre. He's going to have to run through the gauntlet to get out of that one. 4 heroes and 4 stack Ancient.
That'll be a deso for our TA. Gonna be complete. 12 minutes in, not a bad timing.
With these stacks as well, like he was trying to do it with his northern jungle, and Axe was able to contest it. This one, a lot harder for War to get up high ground and really stop him.
Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger. What's Nefrit going for? Just the Wraith Bands. Looks like a Dragon Lance will be his item of choice. You do want a Hurricane Pike stat in a game like this. You're playing up against a Lifestealer. Any sort of forcing in a direction is nice to kite. You're against 3 melee cores, not counting the TI, I suppose, but you know, low range.
They're here to finish the job on bottom lane. You got a fresh Desolator. Time to rip through the tier 1 tower. You get rid of the TA traps to see you there. It's up to War if they want to try and defend this. You could have TP'd out a long time ago and said it's going to be Curse, and then begin the TP. No other stuns available. Rubik was the only one with telekinesis.
Exactly. Would have almost certainly died there otherwise. It's a nice move, but it does give Beast Coast an opportunity to perhaps push for a tier 2, knowing they don't have that.
I'll just find it down. Ogre gets the initial stun over on the Ancient Apparition. He's got level 6 available. Good Fade bot stopping the action, being able to blink himself forward, but the shackle latches onto Rubik and Whisper, both being caught out. Boogie's still looking for this great call, and he's got one to hold the Rubik in position while AA dies along with him. The Templar Assassin thought there was a fight, but he thought wrong. Turns for a couple of attacks. Buyback comes in for the Rubik. GA from Whisper. Guys him a little bit of time, and the Axe actually ends up going down. Chris has the damage output. There's more support available through the power of Wish. They may go underneath the tower with it, with the power shot connecting. Rubik needs a little bit more control, but it won't happen. A triple kill for Wish.
Dude, they don't even have a drow in this fight. They killed all 4. In fact, Stinger died back there. Or Schofield, rather. What a fight. You get to, even through the GA, they got so many Maelstrom procs because of the Wind Ranger's ulti that he just dies from magic DPS.
Actually, watch where it started. That shackle when it connected. So many problems for both the supports to really be involved. No teamfight control, no positional control.
And Boogie Axe is just king in this phase of the game. The GA comes on, as you can see, look how many procs you're gonna get. 1, power shot, 2, a multicast as well, man. That's what finishes off the Omni Knight as well. Whisper was trying to get a heal up on Schofield, but as you're about to see, not very effective.
It's like you've got stuns for days coming out of War, and they're all low cooldown times, easy to expend.
Yeah, baby. You're still farmed, though. TA, 164 CS in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and they're coming for her. They understand where she's farming, so War and Wish and Yol enter up towards the shrine. They have their own observe ward already planted. That's why they see what's going on. And there's a sentry ward on Stinger, and you know what he wants to do. He needs to clear this up.
And this time as well, you've got this different strat from Wind and Rain. Whereas previous game, they're running around as 5. This time, Drow's not getting involved, neither is the Lifestealer, but you're still having that advantage around the map, and I like this decision. That was one of the issues with the Weaver's game, and the previous was you just fell off. Although here,
Over on the TA, jumping on the mid lane, but Dro gets to the tree line with the Gust. Rubik can't grab with the telekinesis.
Really nice sounds. Already an Aether Lens up on Nikwa, by the way, 15 minutes in. And again, we brought this up, but Wyvern's just so good here. These cores from Beast Coast are all physical damage. You not just have that defensive put down to the Cold Embrace, but at any point, even through a Rage or a TA BKB, you've got the aggressive Winner's Curse that then allows you to reinitiate with an Axe who's got that BKB piercing call. They have the tools this time to deal with what Beast Coast is trying to do the entire game.
Spells more interesting Dota. Once War's ready to get aggressive, and it looks like with the group up, Smoke. Axe has Blink Blade Mel to go to work. With the Demon Edge. Already on the Wind Ranger, the damage output's high. Templar Assassins on the other side of the river. farming the Radiant side, understanding probably the war is ready to hunt.
And he's got traps set up all around him. It's a very fortified position. It's a very smart decision, because if he's on his own shrine, right, he's about to die because Axe just blink calls.
Ogre is bait, but he can't push the wave because level 4 Splinter Blast was stolen. Schofield can just clean everything out, and then blink, shackle. The stolen ability is now gone.
Feels a little like deja vu. 15-5, Wind and Rain crushing in kills, dominating the map. But can you keep this lead going? Oh, Drow in some trouble. Nice silence again.
Yeah. Push the TA away. The Ice Blast was coming into TA. There's TP's out. She'll be fine. And instantly over to farming underneath the Radiant Obs.
And this is even further dangerous. Hey, look who's bottom. It's Whisper. Pushing out the lane. Big creep wave coming in.
He's less versatile in this game, though.
Definitely.
Like he's maybe harder to kill, having the mech, being an Omni Knight in general. But it's not the puck. It's not someone who can hide inside the tree lines and always have that threat of pushing up bottom. If the threat's there, you'll see him.
This did... Oh my god, the Wind Ranger just finished an MKB.
Yep.
It is 18 minutes into the game. Effectively, anybody that he chooses the ultimate is dead. And unless you're G8 immediately, there really isn't much you can do about it. Lifestealer looking to close in on the Radiance, just the recipe away. But still, they're going to need more time to truly come online. Chris Luck, top of the net worth charts, sure, but as TA, there's just not much you can do in this kind of game. You don't have that assassin potential when you're playing against two heroes that can deal with that raw physical damage output. And anytime you catch a blink blade mail from Boogie, you are in deep trouble.
And he's willing to go for those blind kind of jumps. They're actually pinging over towards Roshan. For the MKB, maybe they feel they have enough damage. There's a Hurricane Pike on Dro. Yep, they're gonna go in. How fast can Roshan die? Oh, okay, well, very fast. Beast Coast, again, not ready. Stinger, Ancient Apparition.
I don't think you can't possibly be ready for Roche that fast.
Here comes the blast, but it's already too late. Aegis them all in the hands of Wish.
Going for the Aghanims next. I actually love that item. It's not the same as it used to be where you'd have a much lower cooldown on the ultimate for the Wind Ranger, but it gives you 2 charges on Wind Run. You're playing against TA Lifestealer. They are so far away from MKBs. If you have double evasion ability activate, like what are you supposed to do? How do you catch this guy that can then also solo kill anybody he wants by popping his R button on him?
I do love this, how Rubik now has the passive of Precision Aura level 4.
They know he's there. They know he's there.
It's like, well, TA can benefit from this.
That was so cool. So Boogie, he didn't show, and now they still know TA is in the vicinity. They scanned him out, and Boogie's gonna try and make that play one more time with the Blink Taunt.
There'll need to be an Ice Blast or something to help him. Like, blink into the trees and TP away won't work if Winter Wyvern's still there, and there it is. Wow! Winston gets the kill, jumps away to safety. A full surgical attack. But, evacuation plan also works.
What a beast. That is not supposed to work. That is the definition of a low percentage play, high risk, very low reward, but hey, when it works, like, it's the right play, right? 4 bounties going the way of war, unfortunately, for this Beast Coast side.
Oh, there's your blink call. Axe will get some kind of rebuttal. Omni arrives. Lifesteal takes too long to finish his TP. There's no control once again. Man, TA is just loving this aura. She's farming so fast as well.
And the big disparity is in the offlaners. Whisper not having nearly the same kind of performance. Does have the Greaves up, but it was a rougher laning phase for sure. And you don't have that benefit. To your point, Puck has a very easy time just clearing waves, staying on map, constantly accelerating in net worth, whereas Omni, much more of a +1 to one of his other cores, really just holding hands now with his Lifestealer, trying to make sure he can farm safely in this bottom side of the map. Invis rune popped along with the Aegis on Wish. They saw him though, there was a sentry on top of that TA trap. Really cool placement there, so they know that he's in the vicinity. And the Dire team, they might try and set a trap or perhaps just play conservatively.
Looks like they're trying to get close to that tier 2 tower on the top lane, but Rubik keeps holding the back.
Look at that, MKB finished on TA.
And now done. She is #1 on the net worth and is a full, like, almost 2,000 gold ahead of that Wind Ranger.
I like it because, as we said, what does BKB do when you're playing against Wyvern X? Just get the damage. All of a sudden, that Axe on Wish doesn't matter when he picks it up. It's gonna be useless if TA blinks on top of him. It's a very squishy hero. Only 7 armor on this Wind Ranger. He relies upon that 100% evasion to survive, but you take that away from him. Some deep trouble.
The Ice Blast is chilling up. It's TA. It's harass Yol in the back line.
And Drow's going for a butterfly. He's gonna have to switch that up if he sees this item picked up.
They need a creep wave. Wind Ranger's just chipping at the tower. Is healing as much as she's damaging. Now the creep wave will arrive.
Still have not seen the TA yet.
Don't even see the life stealer until Halbert's done.
Cool. Yeah. And Halbert, it's not as effective as it was in the previous.
Hold on. Cole found one. Axe picked up. Gonna instantly thrown away. Stunning up the Wind Ranger. In the process, Ice Blast gonna go into the tree line too. But is there really a jump? There is from the TA into Ogre, protected by the cold embrace of Peak. He gets the ulti off, but no one from Beast Coast is there. Remember, they've still got the GA ready to fight. It's gonna pop off. All the damage from the Drow Ranger now doesn't exist. But the Wind Ranger, where's your Wind Run? Can't escape K1. The call is there, and that's why you have Aegis the Immortal. Lifestealer will die, but Wind Ranger back to the fighting front lines. Searching for a target, able to find one. Rubik flying up the hill, up and over the cliffside and over to the tier 2 tower. Thought he got caught in the hillside with Boogie's call, but not the case.
This is a totally different type of draft for Wind and Rain. They've got a Wind Ranger with ult up in 10 seconds and a Drow. They're gonna go straight high ground.
TA needs to come back. She's on bottom lane. The buyback comes in from the Lifestealer. Rubik again. Maybe just with that buyback is enough to make Wind and Rain not go high ground. They're scared off.
I like this, though. They're playing with a lot more tempo, specifically that gem pickup. Wind Ranger's had that now for 3 or 4 minutes. It really helps to maintain map control against the TA traps. You can see the little missed initiation here, the AA blast falling off in the middle of nowhere. An immediate cold embrace into ultimate onto the TA. You've now taken the strongest hero for Beast Coast completely out of the fight. They've got to play purely defensively now. All of a sudden, the fight is about survival, not aggression. K1, as you can see, gets a little aggressive, catches the taunt to the mouth, dead. Only trading for the Aegis, which would have despawned it right about now anyway. Forced to buy back as well. And business as usual.
Back to the farm, back to the push. So Drow Ranger can work her way towards the butterfly, just increasing her power. The Wind Ranger, Aghanim Scepter, Maelstrom, MKB. Also completed, and a double damage rune. Yeah, you smoke, you want to fight here. But TA's adding a lot of pressure on bottom lane. Chris Luck, he's very fast at forcing out this lane. Even when that fight was potentially going to start in the mid lane, he was still down, pressuring the tier 2. Courier's doing its own shopping.
I gotta say, I do... this might be a fight.
They're wrapping around. There's your blink call. Oh my God. K1 gets control. He has no buyback available because he bought the Talisman of Evasion before that happened, so Chris Luck's got no choice. He has to pressure the tier 3 tower.
He had no buyback in the first place, Toby. That's a dieback.
True.
And now there's a DD fading on the Wind Ranger, sure, but you've got 80 seconds to just shove middle.
Axe is TPing back. Boogie, there's your blink call. Stinger has the Ice Blast available. Go and throw it out in the Axe. We'll see just how much damage the Templar Assassin can do. You've only got the chill effect over on Boogie. In fact, TA can just die. An Ancient Apparition will probably die with him. Up into the trees, and they'll find him. You can call just to hold him in. While Drow Ranger and Winter Wyvern reach the tier 3 tower on the top lane. 3 heroes dead for Beast Coast, and the cannons just hitting from range. The shackle won't last, but it won't matter. Whisper's down without buyback as well. War, they are gonna crack this base open right here, right now.
I think we might be going to a third, Toby. There's just nothing you can do at this point. Wind and Rain, they've got all the answers. They get the tier 3 13K gold lead. And I love the adjustment, you know, recognizing, hey, we were playing better than Beast Coast. We were controlling the map. We got more towers, more kills. Can we just, you know, do more? The gem earlier, a lot more emphasis on killing objectives, but it's really starting with the draft, right? The Drow lineup. Man, dividends here. They're really all online.
It really is the War comfort zone too, just to be able to have this. And it was in the later phases of the draft. So Beast Coast were willing to play against this. They played a similar draft with the AA and the Lifestealer once again.
And another sick performance from Boogie. 10-1-5 on the Axe. He's been dominant the series thus far.
It's when you have that the trade-off for farm, right? You were mentioning it like in the very early phase, Live Sealer versus Axe, but Axe can always pull to the side. He can always get so much more out of this game. And with the blink initiations, the calls, the controls, they're able to get this kill over on Rubik. And it's not like Beast Coast aren't there. Beast Coast are definitely there. And they want to fight. The Ice Blast flies forward, only chills over on 2 with Rubik buy back. Yol will go down, but he'll buy back too. The double gust, problematic for the Omni Knight. Now he'll get the GA off. The Shackle's unable to latch over on the Live Seal, but Wind Ranger ready to fight. The GA wears off now, and up the hill they'll go. War. They have the advantage, but they don't have a lockdown control. Maybe they can catch Rubik. The power shot and the call will work. So Rubik dead. It's a dieback for him.
You can't fight if you're Beast Coast. There is no team fight. There is no AoE control. They're dependent on this TA lifesteal being ahead, and they're just not. And now K1's gonna die again.
Yeah, he's down too far. Has the Halberd, the Curse, holding him there, so Axe can then come in, ensure the call. Omni Knight wants to help out, but the Shackle already keeps K1 down. He's down for a long time. 70 seconds. Templar Assassin desperately trying to add some pressure to the bottom lane.
You know this is 2 heroes dead. I wouldn't just go for throne Wind Rain. Who cares about the Rax trade?
Oh, Wyvern's TPing back. He's there to defend against Chris Luck. But they have the numbers anyway. As long as Dro and Wind Ranger are there, they'll take Rax. As long as Axe is there, you'll have the initiation, control, or kill. But they're not going for the tier 4s. They're going to go for 2 lanes of Rax.
Hey, take that. And as you said, Chris Luck, he's still bottom. There's nothing he can do. You've got a chance. You could play your assassin role, find 1 kill perhaps, but against this lineup of Wind and Rain, so long as Boogie is standing behind his cores, there's absolutely no reason they should be threatened. Vlad's picked up on the Ogre along with that casual buckler, just doing his part to ensure his team stays as formidable as possible. Love the support items picked up. Only one they're missing right now is a medallion or solar crest.
Now this should really be... You just know where it's going to go. Like, there's not a lot the Beast Coast can do when it comes to the team fight. There's going to be less they can do with an Aegis as well as cheese in the hands of War. They'll give Wind Ranger the cheese. Dro has the secondary life. It's a very angry Roshan after death.
Oh yeah, and with 2 racks slain, all you've got to do now is regroup, do that long march. Yep, draw the line for me, thank you very much. That's exactly what you need to do.
I think I understand the win condition. We walk. We walk bottom lane. There'll be one last good fight the Beast Coast can look for. See if they can force some kind of mistake out of War.
Well, there's an invis.
You can see Boogie, like, he's got his BKB, he's ready to jump. And there's no telekinesis that will save then. There's no stuns, there's no control. Wind Ranger.
Well, they know something's up.
Yep, looking for a target. K1, Boogie doesn't want him, wants a different target. Templar Assassin's down in the lane. The Ice Blaster flying in, but K1, there's your call. Isolated out. Templar Assassin's not even there. She's over with everybody else. Wyvern's being picked off as Omni Knight. Well, there's the control and kill.
It's just too much damage, Toby.
Yeah, it really is. Like, this game is 2 characters away from just being done.
There's nothing, you don't even have time to commentate. They're just dead.
Yep.
This is a Drow with a Butterfly and a Crystalist, soon to be a full Daedalus. The Wind Ranger having an unbelievable performance thus far. 8-0-12. Really, just stellar from Wind and Rain. They effectively played the same game as our first, yet this time they have that ability to be just a little more aggressive. The damage output is there, but more importantly, they identified that, you know, this Beast Coast lineup, they're all about the physical damage, right? From both mid and carrying.
Wish, I'm watching you dropping your MKB in front of the Templar Assassin, trying to bait her to jump forward and go for it.
Yep. This one's, Mega's at 30 minutes, Tokes. This is,
yeah,
this one's pretty done for.
It's pretty much over. But Beast Coast, they're enjoying the moment until they call the GG, and that's exactly what happens. Game is done. And we will see ourselves go to a third. The first one cracked well over the hour mark. This one done in half that time. And a very dominant performance, not even just on the back. Like, it's not even like your standard Dro strat. It was just a well-executed draft. The Axe seemed to be a big player as well, which there was never really an answer to. Like, where was Beast Coast save? Where was Beast Coast control factor?
And this is one of those downsides, right? There's something to be said with playing in your comfort zone. But if you're going to open up with effectively the same strategy, you want to run this AA Lifestealer again, now you even double down with even further physical damage in the TA. You've got to be careful because these heroes like Wyvern, like Wind Ranger, if you remove the ability for you can't play aggressive. You can't actually find kills. It's a near impossible ask. Like, you're just kind of screwed if you're Beast Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna find some kind of way to turn this around, like change up your draft. Obviously, like maybe they're like, well, if it worked in game 1, let's just have the confidence in ourselves to do it in game 2, and it was starting to work. Like the Templar Assassin had good momentum. There was just it just felt like there was no one she could sync with, and there was never an infest combination. There was never a stunner beforehand, and maybe that's a look at the Chris luck.
It's a product of the draft though, because Beast Coast, like this is their style, right? Play around these 2 cores. Everybody else kind of running around making space. The supports can feed, but who cares? We've got Chris Luck, we've got K1, but their items don't matter. TA has a BKB queued up, realizes this actually won't accomplish anything for me. I'm playing against an Axe, I'm playing against a Wyvern. So all of a sudden you're confused. You don't have that timing where all of a sudden you can turn things around and try and gain advantage, and you're lost. And all of a sudden you've lost a game 29-8.
Yep, and they're gonna find a way, recoup and come back for game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, thank you very much for the commentary as well. Of course, always a thrill to have Toby and Kyle inside the arena here at Barclaycard Arena for ESL 1 Hamburg. We've also got 2 more very fine gentlemen alongside me who are going to give you their thoughts on game number 2, Capitalist and Blitz. Gents, what do you make of that?
Well, we did get our game 3, but it just wasn't quite the exciting game 2 that we were hoping for after a sick game 1. Wind Ranger just kind of rolled over everything.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Beast Coast from the get-go. They thought it was going to be same as game 1. Okay, maybe they pushed the pace a little bit, but we'll get online. Eventually, K1 or Hector will enter the fights, and it'll be pretty straightforward. And it never got to that point at any point. They didn't really have that puck hero that could extend the game for them this time. They tried making it TA, but she just doesn't accomplish the same things that the puck does. She's not as big of a nuisance. You can kill her. You can find her on the map. And this time around, instead of having the Weaver, they've got the Drill Ranger, which allows them to Roche a lot faster and then end the game where they actually have the advantage.
And I hate to come back to this again, Kat, but it got banned out a lot in the group stage against them. They also played it twice and won twice with it. This is the 3rd time they've won it. When are people going to learn their lesson against them?
There's no way Beast Coast leaves this Drill Ranger out.
But they banned it the first game, to be fair, and they may have thought, oh, we've got a plan for it in game 2 if they want to bring it out.
Once you have the game lead, you think to yourself, like, let's go ahead and test ourselves against this strategy. It's helpful as you go along to a tournament to know you can beat certain things. But sadly, now they know they can't beat it, they're going to have to ban it away. And, you know, it's funny because I actually thought things were not going to go so well for Wind and Rain simply because of the way the laning phase started. They weren't able to assault Beast Coast as much as they did in game 1. And I thought that was a key point of victory for them, or at least almost victory for them in game 1. But here, it was actually like the TA was actually beating out the Wind Ranger. The lead that Wind and Rain was able to acquire wasn't as big, but they were still able to just hit such a strong mid-game timing. It gives you a good show for, and a hope for game 3 that they'll just be able to do the same thing. They can assault the laning phase, they can assault the mid-game. This is a team that understands their tempo really well.
Yeah, and it's an abrupt end as well, but it's caught us out a little bit on the way back from the green room as well. Mainly, that was the better part of this, so they had it out this time round.
Yeah. I kind of just like the way that they constructed their draft in general. They didn't panic. They understood where they were going to be strong, where they're going to be weak. Maybe, I think Wish probably overplayed his hero. Like that rotation towards bottom where they got the initial kill on 2 different supports. They were able to get on top of the TA at all times. Never really gave her too much room. She was just able to farm the jungle out, but that means that Hector was being pushed out of his lane. And that's the thing that I think Wind and Rain does best. They're making one of the 2 cores uncomfortable. They're never really allowing them to come online at the same time, which is, I think, Beast Coast's biggest strength. Like, their 1 and 2 position plays so well together, and they hit their timings at relatively the same time. Not really able to do that in game number 2.
And once you start falling behind with this kind of lineup, right, if you look at it, just the 3, 4, and 5, Omni Knight, Rubik, Ancient Apparition, that's not a combo that's going to be able to run around and get you kills to be able to reset the game for you and, like, reset basically an advantage that Wind and Rain was able to secure by 15 minutes.
Okay, that's enough from Blitz and Cap. We're going to get more from them, of course, as we head towards game number 3. But let's check in with the man at the weather station for the first time over the weekend and check in with Purge.
Hey guys, how's it going? Really good game from the Wind Ranger in this match. She did a great job rotating. Her lane didn't go amazing, but she was able to get nice kills on the side lanes, which helps stabilize those other places. Drow Ranger typically weak at laning, so her being able to rotate to those side lanes and get kills is really important. She ends up participating in a big kill on the mid lane too against the TA. Axe coming from his lane. He had a great early game. If you take a look at his total net worth, it is massive on the board. But when they end up getting this kill on the mid lane on the TA, her acceleration is going to be a lot more nullified. She's not going to be as big of a threat. And Wind Ranger has the knowledge that she's going to be pretty comfortable with Wind Run because then the TA can't land those hits. And then she ends up ganking top as well when the Axe ends up getting his Blink Dagger. This is 10 minutes into the game. Hector just finishing his Midas. It's on the way in the courier now. But if we watch this from the vision of Beast Coast, you're going to see that he hides. He purchases the Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, shows here just a bit before he initiates, which made this gank harder. But Wind Ranger TPing in the lane is again going to take those early levels that she has as a hero and the extra attack speed from Drow, and she's going to execute a kill to guarantee that Hector. And then here's the big rotation that Blitz was talking about on the bot lane. Smoked over with teammates, got Bloodlust and Maelstrom as finish as well, and she's looking for a good setup rather than diving on the first person she sees. Also, very importantly, saving Focus Fire for the important to kill heroes. Ends up right-clicking down the Rubik with a great Shackle Shot, and now that they find Chris Luck, he's basically guaranteed to kill. They're going to commit the Focus Fire, and even though she's taking no physical damage, all the magic from Power Shot as well as the Maelstrom are going to secure that kill. Finally realizing as well, oh, I'm just not going to die, it's an Omni Knight. She runs down the rest of the team. And this kind of space, as well as what Boogie did on the Axe, is really what solidifies their early game. She transitions really well with some nice itemization, and that made the game really straightforward for Wind and Rain.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yes, proving that hashtag Slacks was wrong. Wind Ranger was robbed at TI. Great play by the Wind Ranger, great play by Wind and Rain as well. We're all tied up, ladies and gentlemen, here at ESL 1 Hamburg. A game through is just around the corner. Stay tuned.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
It's game fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
One game apiece as we welcome you back to the wonderful city of Hamburg for ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, our third event here in the town of Hamburg, and also the 16th ever ESL 1 Dota 2 tournament in history. We already know that there are only 2 teams remaining here in Hamburg that could lift the trophy for a second time or more, and that's Virtus Pro and ViCi Gaming. If neither of those go through, however, we'll have a brand new name being inscribed on the famous trophy. But before we get there, plenty still to get through, and we're still in our first series. If you've just joined us, you've joined us at an opportune moment in time. We've got Capitalist and Blitz alongside me to look forward to Game 3, which is exactly what we wanted, gents, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we're going to get the opportunity to see which one of these carries is going to break, right? We had the Lifestealer picked up twice for Beast Coast. Meanwhile, on the side of Wind and Rain, they went back to their Drow Ranger. That is now 3-3.
Not coming into the third game at all. That Drow's not getting it.
Yeah, and I also have to wonder, like, is Wind and Rain going to still give the Lifestealer if they can't get their Drow Ranger, right? They made the adjustment of the Winter Wyvern in the opener, right? But was the Drow Ranger also a really key opponent, like,
because they banned both, didn't they, game 1? They banned the Winter and the Drow.
Yeah, they banned the Drow in the first phase and the Winter Wyvern in the second phase in game 1. So it is definitely going to be an interesting draft, I think.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Drow Ranger certainly not making out of the pool.
That was the one we figured wouldn't. Bloodseeker is the other one, Will. We talked about that at the top of the show, how good they've been with that Bloodseeker. They've played 4 games with it here. That was also good. And then we'll take Wyvern. It's kind of like four bans.
Surely they can't do it again, William, right?
What, the Lifestealer?
Lifestealer 3 games in a row? That can't be it.
I mean, it is kind of a Hector hero.
Yeah.
Like,
And you kind of like it versus Lifestealer in some instances.
Maybe now that you've got the Wyvern, you probably feel a little bit better about it.
Or sorry, you don't hate it versus Undying, right? Because tanky hero, low armor,
don't really care that much.
Percentage-based damage.
It is kind of annoying in the mid game where you don't have a lot of items and you don't want to use like all your rage timing on just hitting the tombstone.
Yeah. The heal is also kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Because then you just don't burst down the hero that you really want to go for. Thing is, I kind of want to see a different look from Beast Coast, just because I don't know. I feel like maybe you can't draft that again, because Wind and Rain will punish you for it. Back for the Night Stalker. I was wondering if that hero was going to show an appearance. I thought maybe in the game 1.
Yeah, I thought they were going to 1-2 Undying NS.
Yeah.
And then they ended up going a completely different direction with the Axe Skyrath. But no Lifestealer or anything like that. One thing they should be careful, of course, is about the Alchemist. That is definitely something that'll push the pace against these slower mag pace lineups.
5 seconds remaining.
No Legion Commander ban yet.
Yeah, simultaneously. Well, I think unless Wind and Rain are going to run like the sort of safe lane, Egypt Banner might just be left to the side. You're probably going to focus on it as Wind and Rain as all the cores that you're most afraid of for the Empower. Juggernaut's the first one. I think Lifestealer's probably another good one to go to. Night Stalker does do well against Lifestealer though, just because he's hypermobile. He has very high armor at the start and very high base damage, so you can contest in CS. It's not going to be the lane though that like you could play hyper aggressive like they were with the Axe lanes before. This is definitely going to be much more of a mid-game timing and maybe more of a farmy style offlaner, because a lot of these Night Stalkers do want to be able to get their Aghanim Scepter. That's when they feel truly online.
Haven't seen the Abaddon come out. I think it may have been banned in one of the games between these two, so I can't recall exactly.
Oh, it should have been banned out in the first phase for both of them. Yeah. So yeah, that is out in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
But again, both are maybe our 5s have already been picked, and very likely our offlaners have already been picked. So maybe Abaddon just isn't going to be seen at all.
Yeah. We have seen it as a support during the group stage. It didn't have a great time. It was laning up against the Bristol back, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was the game that Solo
game,
played against
it was pretty
33.
rough. Yeah, it was very rough.
10 seconds.
Still interesting, because I do think you like Abaddon versus Magnus. That could have been their choice, but maybe Night Stalker's better.
Yeah. This is a proper core Night Stalker like TNC ran. TNC
no.
ran it as Gabby.
Yeah. They can do both, I believe, but that is their twist on the Night Stalker, and I think it is really cool. Because this hero does scale very well. The more items you give him, again, the Aghanim Scepter is really powerful, but he's got good talents for it as well. He's got level 20, he's got an extra 40 damage. That adds in, feels really nice when you have like Solar Crest, or I guess in a safe lane aspect, maybe like an AC or something.
Tell you what we have got in the pool again, which the top 3 that we've been talking about nearly all week and during the group stages. The Leshrac is still there, the Conqueror is still there, and the Void.
Yeah, Void's just been ignored.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
I think
weird.
maybe
just neither of these two want to play it.
They might find it a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
Because I do think the hero is fundamentally like very, very good.
Yeah.
It does so much for you. It guarantees you team fight as a core. Like late game, you've got a way to get through BKB. It just feels really nice to play against. You never feel bad about having.
Imagine they'd had that Void in game 1.
Yeah, you never feel bad about having that hero.
Disruptor. That's a great combo that ViCi Gaming used to run, right?
Yeah. And we saw TNC run it.
TNC ran it, and they paired it with the Naga again. That was an old school, if you remember, back at the start of 2018.
Vision-based heroes with Disruptor. That's what you always say.
Yeah.
And Night Stalker, especially right now, when he pops his ultimate, he's very scary to fight into, because now his like combat power is amped up when you pop your ultimate. So you want to just run away from him, but you're just not going to have the opportunity.
We've seen a great deal of CKs in this tournament.
Yeah, CK has been on the rise before this tournament as kind of like one of those newer carries that a lot of people are running. He's just so strong in the laning phase. It always feels nice to be able to pick him for the first 10 minutes. And it's another one of those like Midas heroes that transitions well into like a really big mid-game window.
I'd really like a Lesh or something, but it takes something similar-ish in the Tinker, high amounts of magic damage that just kind of like chips at people. I think they're relying on the fact that right now Beast Coast don't have the best catch, and they don't have a way to get into the tree line very easily.
This is one of like Wish's go-to heroes, like one of his most played heroes. Templar Assassin, Tinker, and Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
So now you ban... I don't actually know. I think you'd be pretty comfortable playing against the heroes that are good against Tinker overall in the game, just because of how aggressive you can be. They have a lot of different heroes that can get on top of like Storm or Zeus, for example. Like Disruptor, Night Stalker, Undying, they just kind of run on top of you. The silences, of course, being very good against those heroes, unless you're just kind of playing on the BKB timing. Because they need some sort of BKB core mid that can run at that Tinker. I think that's probably going to be Storm.
Just a small fact on that CK. They've not played this in the last 12 months. Not a single pro game.
Well, don't worry. I can tell you right now, Paul. Even playing against it, I know Hector's been playing Chaos Knight lately.
Yeah.
But even if I didn't play against him specifically in pubs, I know that Hector's been playing Chaos Knight because it's a strength melee core. Another 6 synergy, right? We were talking about Vision with Disruptor. Well, in Vision with Tinker is like incredibly powerful, and you have both Night Stalker and Disruptor to be able to keep that, so rocket after rocket. He gets the Aghanim Scepter, it's like an okay way to be able to deal with the Chaos Knight illusions. I think you'd like another way to start and win fights from your safe laner, right? For win and reign.
What kind of hero are you thinking about?
Well, I'm not sure what that's going to be from the safe lane. But like, I never like Night Stalker being the only initiator. They do ban the Storm Spirit you're talking about.
TK.
Yep, it's a popular win and reign pick.
I don't know. I feel like you feel real bad about taking Zeus here, but at the same time, you need some sort of way to get on top. So they do end up banning the Storm Spirit, which I think would have been by far the best hero. maybe not like for the mid game, but at least for the game.
Damn. I was going to bring up the potential for cheese in this last and third game between these two. They both have cheese opportunity. It's Beast Coast that come up with a little bit of cheese. Is it that cheesy these days?
Nah, everybody plays it.
Yeah, exactly.
You should be aware of it.
It's not as cheesy as it
It's just something you forget about.
Yes. Like everybody
We did.
Now the cheese is not like just, oh, I have to watch out for this team. Now it's like a constant threat.
Yeah.
But it is like one of those devastating last picks. I don't really think their heroes match up very well against Broodmother at all. I think their timings are going to be a little hard. Especially since they did get like a little weird and greedy with the DK and Night Stalker presumed side lane heroes. Which one do you think it is, by the way? Do you think it's safe lane Night Stalker and then off lane DK?
Do you know what? Let's find out, because the game is almost upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, time to hand you over to our commentary team for the third and final game. Enjoy.
You know, this series has had a lot of different ups and downs. We have ourselves a Tinker and a DK, two heroes, which you could see going into the mid lane easily. So the questions about lanes coming out from the panel, a Broodmother pickup as well. How do you lane against this? How do you deal now with this last pickup, Brood? It's not cheese, it's just that, oops.
That's a tough question, Toby. That was like the pick to deal with the lineup that Wind and Rain had assembled. At the moment, I was like, oh, this is great. You've got Night Stalker for vision along with the Tinker. This is a combo we've seen for a decade. It always works out nicely. You've got a tank hero that can hit towers to sort of serve as a buffer. And I was like, oh, we forgot. Spider Mama.
Yeah. So do you actually change your lanes up now because of this? Like what were you thinking with the lanes to begin with, and now how do they change it up?
Well, originally you were just kind of cool with whatever you wanted. Now you probably have to put the DK against the Brood and just hope he survives, right? You can't really hope to win this lane. It's just about making sure Brood doesn't accelerate out of control, which, in all honesty, this is why it's such a formidable 22 pick, right? Like, if you don't have an answer, you just guess. There really isn't much else to say. Beast Coast, they even have the mag to increase his power spike. And yeah, he's just going to go mid. Whatever you put up against him, Brood's going to be just fine.
And with the space that he ends up creating, you start seeing a lot of advantages arriving for everybody else on the map. Like, we've already seen Beast Coast throughout at least game one, and they tried to do it in game two, just not as successful. Creating space in all the lanes, creating space in the jungle, and just really distributing the farm very, very well.
So real
now, how do you threaten that?
Well, Tinker mid, so here's the thing. Laning for the first couple of levels, 47 damage on the Brood, 65 on the Tinker. So you can dominate these first couple of waves. Your issue comes when the Brood starts to get the Spider Army coming up, like level 3, level 4, all of a sudden things get dicey. I'd actually like to see them maybe even plant the Undying middle. Just slow down this Brood as much as you can, because that timing is what Beast Coast needs.
How about killing off the CK at the very beginning? That's what Night Stalker's trying to move over towards to do. Not enough damage. They break 400 of his 500 HP. All for the glory of more runes, which the majority do go the way of Beast Coast.
Scoffle?
Yeah, Scoffle came back in. As the Shadow Shaman with Boots first, probably thinking he's got more movement speed than they do.
Should be fine.
Yeah, he'll be okay, but it's just a heavy amount of damage to take for both the CK and the Shaman early on.
They're going to be tri-laning versus tri-lane top. It's always difficult. I always feel a bit concerned. I'm going up against an Undying. Definitely not easy here. Both Wyvern and Rasta are really not ideal tri-laners. They're good at zoning in a 2-on-1 scenario, but in a 3-on-3, they just need too many levels is the issue.
The Shaman doesn't even know how to get into the lane. he's trying to, but he's being bodied out. So they'll at least have some level of distraction, because Stinger gets to cop the harassment, and he's actually taking a lot of harassment, really low on life underneath that tier 1. 26 HP. If it wasn't for the stick charges, he'd be dead right now. This Undying is just getting huge. 12 decay strength at the moment.
Mid lane, Brood's got to be a little careful here. You can already see Wish is putting in the work. 3 and 4 to 1 and 2. And look at the damage output.
Is that
Might he
enough?
find the kill? He does.
This is how you do it from war. You just force the lane. You said there was going to be that window before the Broodmother has the army. Stinger has been forced to crawl back to base from this aggressive tri-lane up on top. Schofield can't really do much more, and K1's not in an aggressive position. It's not like he's playing with a Grimstroke who can give him that Inkswell and get a nice combination out with.
This is great so far. I mean, you can't ask for more from Win and Rain. They're going to be in a strong position in all 3 of their lanes. But mid, like that was such a huge play from Wish.
Welcome back to the lane, Chris. Let me just give you that tip, just in case you started to forget what happened before.
That was just so good. He got the double wave and then played super aggressive with it. This top tri-lane, it's very difficult for Beast Coast to find any aggression here. They're going to pull off to the side, try and get an XP lead.
Force this issue too, putting the wall up. A little bit too late. Stinger's able to get through the trees.
And you can tell the advantage for Win and Rain, they were prepared for this tri-lane. So Nikwa starts with the Ring of Basilius. Stinger, thinking he's going to be up against 1 or 2 heroes, has a Blightstone, and then Schofield has Boots. They're itemized like for the opposite of tri-laning. And they're playing up against an Undying Disrupt. Like, this is just not an easy task for this Dire squad.
Yeah. You can't get aggressive. If you're too defensive, you give him the lane. At least both of these kinetic fields from Disruptor have been completely whiffed. But who are they really going on here? Like, all 3 heroes from War are taking damage. Tinker is able to TP out that mid. We saw it in our little PMP, but maybe now. Yol, okay, there's so much strength. He's able to gain Shadow Shaman. 3 of them grouped up. You can even soar up his life back up. Shaman will end up falling. Then you'll actually have Yol survive. Boogie's trying to close the distance on him, but he turns around and punch again. He knows he's undying, almost 1,300 HP. Most of it stolen from Beast Coast.
Now, the big benefit, you do have the tools to hunt the Brood. I want to stress the importance of dealing with this hero for Win and Rain. It does not matter how far they get ahead. You could see, even though he had fewer CS than denies against Wish's Tinker, Chris Luck was still able to force the TP just because he has enough spiders. You have a Disruptor, you have a Night Stalker that'll be flying around. It's very easy to kill this Brood, but you've got to make sure you start to do it before he gets online, before the Medallion, Diffusal, Midas, or whatever is ready to rock and roll, because then all of a sudden he just kills with Reckless Abandon. Watch this fight one more time. Nice juke there. You saw Yol with a little sidestep to the right. That ensured he would miss the Splinter. The Splinter Blast wouldn't connect. The double decay. 1,160 HP. Another time, the miss of the Splinter.
He was actually at 4 HP at one point, and still is able to stand his ground.
Mid lane, as we come back live.
Yeah, this
just got to play way more careful now.
Yeah, the Broodmother's trying to get up in his face. And if Tinker doesn't rise to the occasion, that's fine. Tinker's not going to get any CS. That's a level 1 march. Have to fight underneath the tower, which Brood's very happy to dive into.
And these spiders, they have no armor, sure, but they have 39% magic resist. So this March, especially at only level 1, now 2, really just doesn't deal with them effectively.
Love how
high region as well.
Love how Whisper is playing with the Magnus. Yeah, Schofield will go for a run, but he'll die to the Tinker. That's a freebie, special delivery. Thanks, DHL. But now, if he moves off the lane, the tier 1 tower cops a decent chunk of damage as well, and Stinger goes down on top. 5-0 on the board. Obviously, you've got that, I'll say, a very short fuse time bomb in the mid. CK comes down to the bottom lane, Magnus. It's time for a lane switch. And already DK and Magnus are both TPing at the same time.
And a really good job there by Chris Luck. He baited. Well, he kept the spiders alive for most of the march, then ran them forwards, forces the TP, keeps them alive.
Whisper can't die here. He just TP'd to the top lane. He baits out like he's going to go for a skewer. But because they got 4 heroes up on the top lane, they have the numbers war.
This is a nice decision. You were going to continue to lose this. Well, you're going to lose this tower once Nefrit shows up. You want to make sure you follow up. He's going to be going for a Midas. I like this choice on the DK. You can assume it's going to be a long game, right? You have a Tinker. Itemized to go late. That's where the Brood starts to fall off. You have that ultimate win condition because CK against a Tinker Ags, your Phantasm's completely worthless. That laser's going to bounce to all. You're going to be able to do next to nothing.
Yeah.
Just buy time.
Well, this is a good way to do it. Or maybe it's not. Schofield having just enough life, he can get back to the tier 1 tower and didn't even have to burn his stick charges.
They really, if you're Beast Coast, you need to rotate a support towards mid, because now that he's level 6, Wish is free to just consistently farm jungle, farm lane, and more importantly, can refresh his TP and then continuously D-push mid lane. I like to see him get around this Brood, find a kill here and there, but Rasta body is so dead.
Yeah. When Yol rotates in like this, you're gonna lose your life, and Wish actually loses his.
Stinger actually just killed him with a Splinter Blast because he got too low farming neutrals.
And you'll take that. Slowing down the Tinker's timing on bottom lane with a tri-lane together war. Put the wall up and Chaos Knights can be trapped in here. It goes Reality Rift as well as it's unavailable. He pulls Boogie back in. They try and bring more support in. And with the shackles, Disruptor has to stand his ground, but here comes Stinger once again. Ready for the Splinter Blast. But the rest of War have backed up to the tier 1 tower, well out of range.
And the reason, just continue discussing this Brood versus Tinker relationship, because these are the win conditions for these squads. Brood's so effective because you not just crush him in the laning phase, but look at it, tower's already dead. What's that mean? Jungle's opened up, and all of a sudden, Tinker's ability to farm on these shrines and consistently refresh, go back to base, come back, you can't actually farm your jungle anymore. And Tinker, without the ability to take those camps, like, you're not the same hero at all. And Chris Luck's doing a great job. This is all he wants to do now. Live in this area on the Radiant side of the map, farm continuously on both sides of the jungle.
Glimpse gonna pull a Shaman back in again. Stinger was hanging in right behind for the Splinter Blast. A lot of damage into Nico as well as Boogie. Boogie wants to try and help him out with the Reality Rift. Nico quickly pulled back in and they break the tree, so Night Stalker very visible, but Stinger kind of trapped in the wrong area. He has to cold embrace himself up. No TP scroll available to get out. And with the Undying Tombstone, he is not getting out. Killed in the trees. So where does Tinker go? Like, okay, so you can't farm, like, the Trinity camp because it's too risky. There's a dire observer world watching it. You can't farm the camps close to the mid lane. Is there a place he is meant to go apart from just sit in this mid and hope that with the medallion already up on the Broodmother, he doesn't die?
This is pretty much all he can do. And not just, he didn't just die on that shrine to the Wyvern. There's a ward on it now as well. So Brood can keep playing bottom. And then you've got Vision. If ever he goes to that shrine to try and farm it up, all of a sudden he's going to be jumped by a legion of mini spiders.
Yellow's in a little bit of trouble. Shackles will come out, TP support's on the way, but Chris Luck is here. And you could see just how fast Night Stalker canceled that.
Oh, the courier! Oh my god. Yeah, this is so troubling. And I love the way they're utilizing this Broodmother. You play around bottom. So 3 heroes for Beast Coast, bottom half of the map. Leave your CK up on an island top. He's going to be just fine. And then you have Vision to control the other jungle. You're just choking this map already, and we're just 9.5 minutes into the game.
And Boogie can't even TP out of here. Like, he's stuck on the bottom lane for the moment. There's no escape for him. At least DK, after that first Dragon Form, did a lot of damage to the tier 1 tower on top. So with the creep wave pushing in now, they should at least be able to finish the job there. So that's one upside. A little bit of money much needed for the war accounts.
Look at this, they're hunting Wish right now. They know he's trying to play their jungle because his is no longer allowed. And oh no.
Answers the question. The Beast Coast were wondering, where is the Tinker going? But because you see all, they can just hunt across the map. And this is all around the 10-minute bounty runes as well.
I think we've seen this. How many times, Toby, have I criticized Broodmothers for playing around their bottom shrine, right? They get ahead and then they just start farming their own jungle. This is how you play the hero. You're constantly active. Chris Luck, head on a swivel, looking to find kills wherever he can. He's actually going to rush Ags. He's just one piece away now. And then all of a sudden, he's able to play the entire enemy side of the map with those extra webs.
I was actually wondering too, like, if you go for the combat item, like, you're looking for those early kills, but is it just enough to have the medallion?
You don't really need the defusal here is the thing, because Tinker, Disruptor, Undying, like, actually all of these Wind and Rain heroes with the exception of the DK, they're just food. You don't actually need time to take them down, just find them. Your supports have a bunch of disable, both of your other cores do as well.
Still hunting the Tinker. Sentry wards are down. Gotta be careful with those spiders. It's hilarious because it'll be easy CS for the Tinker, but it's not worth that much. At least not as much as you'd like it to. And a smoke up from Beast Coast. They look for their own opportunity now. Circling the southern half of the map. But all of War are up on the north. They've taken the tier 1 tower. It feels like the only place where they can be together and then away from the Broodmother and the objectives the Brood wants to take.
Wish did finish his bots, so he's doing all right. His CS actually respectable under the circumstances. He hasn't really been able to leave this mid lane in some time. Now gonna get back into his jungle, his bottom lane.
Nice Soccer TPing and Skewer. That will be enough. With the control, Massive was planted and they're also in range of the tier 1 tower. So they can get some extra chip damage, which will try and slow it down. And this all becomes a trade-off with DK attacking the tier 2 on top. They're getting as much out of this map as possible, War.
Nefrit is the potential saving grace for Wind and Rain. He's going for this super greedy build. Treads Midas into Radiance. That is so good in this game when you consider that all the spiders, you can't buy MKB, the MKBs on those. Yep. They have 17% less damage now because of the mischance. Brood, CK, not really MKB buyers. And just vastly increases his damage output. Remember that at level 12 he'll start doing splash damage. That'll deal with the spiders very easily.
And then you just end up having a combat build Broodmother. He's just finished the Aghanim Scepter. We're 12.5 minutes in, and it's up.
You can't be lulled into a false sense of security, though. Wind and Rain, they will have the ability to take this late.
They're actually smoking up. Probably going to come maybe for Chris. Courier again. Bringing Observe Wards and Sentry. Should let him know that people are coming in from the north. And now here we go, underneath the Sentry Ward. Able to get the first slow and the glimpse. Pull it back over. Wall and Storm together. So you may have the Aghanim Scepter, but how much life you got when you can't hit anything? The laser's able to connect, but back down through the mid lane. Stinger wants to help, and there's a cold embrace, but the magical damage is there from Wish. Able to penetrate that defense and even get the pickup on the support. Back-to-back kills and now pressure to the mid.
There's not, it's a little sloppy from Beast Coast. They had an Invis rune on Whisper for quite some time, but he's bottom playing with his CK. This is a dead part of the map. Who cares about the enemy safe lane tower? You need to get around your Brood.
So Whisper also going for a Midas as well. Like, it's not even initiation. It's like they want this game to go late. Whisper now with the Invis. Trying to get both Yol as well as Nefrit to come together. There's the Sentry Ward that saw him. CK will start with his own stun, then the RP, pulling the DK back up the hill. It's a big committal of an ultimate, but they want more. Schofield can't find his target, instead cops a rocket to the face and a Master Machines. He may even die in the Splinter Blast. It doesn't go out. The cold embrace doesn't matter. Wish has the range with the rockets.
They're in the march. You gotta be so careful here.
So much damage from Beast Coast. We know they always love to fight, but this may be a little bit too unbridled.
I'm also, honestly, a bit confused by a lot of the itemization here from Beast Coast. You've got a Sanj and Yasha on K1.
Yep, going into a BKB. You've got Brood going for a BKB as well.
It just...
Now the Midas.
A Midas on the Magnus, like their item timings seem dissynergized. You've got some heroes going for just feel good. You got another one, the Brood, just going for win now, and then Mag preparing for retirement. It's just, where is your timing to link up and aim for a win condition?
They found Boogie in the trees. CK's moving over. Almost impossible for this NS to escape. As they have a curse. Able to get the silence on the CK. That's why he couldn't just throw the Chaos Bolt. That would have been enough time. Boogie played that the best he possibly could. While up on top, the Storm is down. Shadow Shaman gonna get out of it in time. Nope. Thunder Strike, the damage, the Rockets. He's dead.
Vision plus Tinker. Always been solid.
Always will be.
And you've got multiple methods. Something Liquid loved to do in the past was this Tinker Undying. You high ground a Tombstone, all of a sudden Rockets hit everything. You've also got the Disruptor. You've also got the Night Stalker. It's the dream game for Wish. And now that he's online, you're feeling great. The Brood no longer has that same threat if you've got that Blink available. And as you can see, it's just, I don't think they did enough. Even though they still have a 5K gold lead on Beast Coast, they're gonna have a hard time maintaining it. Under the circumstances.
Are we really saying that though against a team who has a Magnus? Like if you look for maintaining farm and maintaining advantage, Magnus is normally that hero that allows this to happen. They're hunting once more for the Tinker. He's down in the trees. Night Stalker's there, starting on the Winter Wyvern. Cold Embrace slowed down the engagement at the beginning. Boogie has now finished the job on Stinger.
That Brood's in trouble.
Disruptor was thinking about it. Yol's here, already triggering off the Flesh Golem. And Night Stalker staying with him. Mass rockets continuously coming the way of Chris Luck and Whisper. He's really uncertain if he can help here. Man, how many times can Chris Luck get rocketed? That's it. Like, Tinker's out of mana. Back to base.
Yeah, but there's so much space being made. Remember, this DK, he's got Midas, soon to have the Relic. Once he finishes that Radiance, this game turns on its head a little bit.
It's also kind of amusing too when it's War who take the first tier 2 tower of the game. It's not Broodmother just walking all over the mid. They took tier 1 towers in mid and bottom. Now, caught out, Shaman. Schofield. A little too easy when you have that invis.
I like the item choice there. We've seen a lot of Night Stalkers in this tournament go for items that weren't Ags right away. And Ags is really, really good. I feel like...
Tell me why, Kyle.
Because it means your Void's AoE. It increases the stun, it reduces the cooldown. Like, it's just absolutely insane. Remember we were talking about like the Morphags and how it just did like an AoE Void is enough, but then you give it those little quality of life changes too.
They are so looking to fight War. A fresh Vlad's on the Night Stalker. The Ags will have to wait. They turn in. There's your glimpse. All the spiders get caught in this with the Broodmother as well. Everyone trapped around the hill. But Chris Luck, low on life, but is he going to? No. Rockets again. No way to escape. Everybody has seen Whisper never having the opportunity as well for his big ultimate. Instead, it's just War who run at you and kill you.
It's just K1, you know, he's in the jungle. Yeah, sure, he finishes a BKB, but they just lost 3 for nothing. You had Rost at top. Like, this is great for Win and Rain. They're taking back map control. What? You have no business being in this area as 3 heroes. Tinker has the ability to globally teleport. Nefrit with a great pincer from a TP onto the shrine. And everybody's just dead.
Like, maybe once Chris has his BKB, a fight like that would go very differently. But he doesn't have it yet. He still needs the recipe to complete it, and then he can start standing anywhere near the Disruptor. But it's taking time.
It's still, you know, 16-9. Still the lead for Beast Coast, but again, like CK...
It doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't.
Like right now, here we go again. Boogie getting aggressive. As long as he can keep it nighttime, there goes your curse. Undying getting beaten down by his own Night Stalker. And then RP catching the 2 of them together.
The marches, though.
And how long can they stand inside that march? The BKB from the CK is allowing him to do that. He wants to go for another target. Glimpse pulling back the Magnus. He's a lot easier killing. K1 just abandons him. I'm getting back to the tower because no Tinker is here. The Mass Serpent Walls to be planted. The Wish, how fast can he go? Blinks on cooldown, they just mop up the wards first and then get away. But Broodmother's attacking the tier 2 tower. The fortification will stop that in its tracks. But what a time as well for War to again look for a fight. Like, Radiance is up, let's get in there.
It's something Seb said in an old interview, you know, he felt like this focus on gold and XP advantages once those tools were added into the game sort of shaped people's understanding of what being ahead was, and oftentimes it would be incorrect because right now, Wind and Rain are in control of this game, even if they're behind in gold. It's like, how do you do anything now as this Brood?
Yep, Clemson back over, Broodmother trapped. Every single death drags him further and further away from that BKB, the Breeze Fire, and the Thunderstrike. The rockets are flying forward.
Gotta hit something.
Is it gonna be enough damage?
Gotta hit something.
190 to 0. And Tinker is going ham. Another one, chalk him up. I think this Tinker's gonna start running out of room on his body to make marks.
2011, this is it. Again, it's all about the item decisions. I think that Wind and Rain made excellent ones. Your DK is suddenly strongest hero on map. You're playing on a Tinker's team. And I look around at the Beast Coast heroes, I see 1 BKB, but when no one else on his team has one, who cares if CK can dive into the March of the Machines? His Illusion still can't.
Sting up. Tinker instantly goes to the tree lines, gets the March of the Machines down once again. The rockets flying forward. There's a Dagon to work with that curse. It hits the Undying, but no one from War is in range. So a completely whiffed ultimate from the Wyvern.
And Whisper's got Midas and a hood. There's just no playmaking ability.
Meanwhile, Nefrit has
farm.
Like, that Midas has really worked out for Nefrit. He's got Blink Dagger plus the Radiant, so he's got his own jump. It's not just Boogie who's the initiator.
Hey, it's, again, I just want to, it's the items, man. Sandra, Yasha, Midas, you can't afford to go these items when you're on the clock.
Walls up. Nice DK with the just blinking stun ensures that wall is going to hold it there, and the skewer was a fraction of a second too early. Need to wait half a second longer, but if he did, he'd still be dead.
It's winning
40
Rain
seconds
squad,
without
man.
him.
They're the real deal. They had to take a game off TNC to even make it this far. Fought for their lives in that final game of the groups. They took it. And honestly, so far, this is game 3. Yeah, sure, they dropped a game, but they've been playing better than Beast Coast 3 times in a row. And this was a squad that was top 8 in TI.
Looking away in the trees. They thought they were setting a trap. Beast Coast, but it turns around the opposite direction. Which is like, if you want to see me, you can see me. But the Dire Observer what's up. The glimpse back. And that is 2 heroes down, and DK is entering the base. 22 minutes in, the BKB Phantasm damage into Dragon Knight. How much have you got? The curse is out, but it's on the creep over on the side. Doesn't hold anybody there. Nefrit with the soul rip. He actually has enough life. They're going to keep him away. Rally rip. No, K1 tracks him down. A huge kill to take, but how much have you committed? The RP is out from Magnus, but you're fighting into the Martian machines, allowing Wish to play the backlines completely unhindered. 4 heroes down. The mid racks will be assaulted. A buyback has to be forced on Beast Coast, or is it?
Wish is feeling himself. Not going for the Ags like you would expect against a CK, just upgrading the Dagon. Recognizes the advantage. Nefrit gets caught a little wanting here. Pretty aggressively positioned inside the base. He does go down, but his team does cover him just in time to be able to pick up these extra kills. And you'll trade your life in this situation. Anything that extends this game's duration is good for Wind and Rain. Wish is just on fire.
They have no real way to reach it, right? Like, the Broodmother had to dominate the lane. That's why the Storm ban was there too. It's like, well, this is a hero who can reach it as things go forward. I love the laughs also coming in from Wind and Rain, but they're having a good time. I think Beast Coast would definitely have their heads down. And they have to find a way back into this. Like, CK, does the heart help him? Like, does the heart, the SMY, and the BKB, is that enough?
No.
He's number 1 net worth on the field.
Your illusions are the ones that need to survive, and they can't because there's just no raw HP items picked up yet. This Sanj and Yasha, man, if you hit a timing, you have like Armlet Heart, 20 minutes in, you're brewed as a BKB. Suddenly, your power level is such that you can just dive base. Oh, hey, a tanker, we found him, we killed him, maybe we can open an opportunity to win this game, but...
Oh, Glimpse is going again. Chris Luck caught inside, but there's no follow-up to it.
And you weren't even able to do Roche. Like, the Brood lineup, you got to be able to get Roshan early. Was not the case here. As DK moves forward with his ultimate active, you know there's no Phantasm for a few seconds. The heart is active now, however. Yes. With no Ags on the Tinker, these illusions will hit very, very hard. But will it be enough is the question.
They look for a target. Staying very well split up walls. There's no ability to curse. In fact, Stinger, Dragon Tail stunned up. Boogie thinking about coming in for his own. Yeah, he's going to dust, so there's no Glimmercape protection either. Stinger trying to get some distance. The Breathe Fire. Any kind of damage they've got, it will be enough. Wyvern is down, buyback's available. He'll commit it to now. The Broodmother, BKBs, finds their own target. It's the Undying. Bring him down quickly. But then DK hexed up for the moment. Maybe they can keep that control going, and then DK won't have any level of damage. Boogie comes over, able to get that nice big silence out, giving Nefrit a little bit more space to get back, but CK still too strong. Now to bring in this DPS they've been requiring for so long. The RP! Everybody!
Marches!
It's the penthouse! A double kill for K1. The Master Machines was doing some work, but K1 still gets a triple kill. The heart comes online, and so does Beast Coast.
That was the fight they were looking for. They got the heart, as you said. So you see, the Phantasm illusions suddenly are a real threat. They can handle those marches for long enough to deal that damage. And the BKB on Brood means he can actually sustain inside this fight and find targets. He's actually able to find Witch on the back end. Lost a couple supports, sure, but not a big deal under the circumstances. And now Roshan finally able to be taken out by this Beast Coast lineup. And yeah, like, suddenly this upgraded Dagon from Tinker looks very suspect when you consider that there's no Ags. You're playing against a CK. You pick Tinker to go Ags and deny him that ability to all in.
Deny the illusion damage, even if, like, you can't stop the main CK. Stopping everybody else in Beast Coast will be worthwhile, but they had BKBs, maybe he was dissuaded. Maybe they just had confidence, too much of it. But the Aegis Immortal is now in the hands of the Broodmother.
And you can see, this is really well played by Whisper, too. It was quite, you don't see this very often. The skewer onto the high ground, into the RP, but it pays off.
Oh, we're back live. Stinger, called and braced up. He'll be dead here. There's no way escape from both Boogie as well as Nikwa. little bit of time that'll be then wasted, because that was a dieback. Well, it was a dieback. He bought back during the last fight, so it's a long death timer.
But you got to be cautious as beastcoast. You are very timing dependent. You need Phantasm. Those illusions do 100% damage. Think of them as just regular extra CKs. And if you don't have those active, it is not the same hero. You will not be able to kill a DK like that if you do not have that cooldown available. AC soon to be completed on Nefrit. And Wish, there we go. That's what I like to see. No, maybe Dagon.
The
No more Dagon 5. Yeah. He queued up the game-winning item. It's about time.
As the BKB duration also gets lower, it's going to be harder for K1 to fight.
But you always, the game comes down to, can beastcoast kill the Tinker? As most games throughout history involving Tinker.
Oh, they almost found him. Blinks away. Chris Luck really trying to stay on top of the Tinker, difficult to do. They knew which way he went because Schofield, he was waiting in the trees on the west.
Yep. And I actually think Chris Luck's got the right idea. In theory, you could be going for this Orchid Nullifier build. Oh, Schofield.
He's gonna glimmer, and that may be just enough for the Radiance. It's still burning him down. He's trying to get the distance, 11 HP. Up the hill. Oh, Boogie's got him.
The Brood's going straight for a Hex. As soon as you get that, suddenly you find the Tinker, you spam ping, and you pray that you've got allies in range. It's your only hope of taking an extended team fight.
There's that Aghanim Scepter now done for the Night Stalker.
There we go.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So good.
Big ball of darkness.
Look, it's just such a huge AoE. It's 900 AoE. Again, it's one of those
group up Beast Coast.
It's just, it's long overdue for a nerf, honestly. It's one of those abilities, like even, look how big that radius is first, but you could cut that in half. This is still a great item for Night Stalker. Mid lane, Beast Coast looking to get a little aggressive. They do have Aegis for 2 more minutes, but it's just so tough. It's similar to the first game, but this time it's Beast Coast struggling to deal with these lanes because Tinker can just bounce around the side lanes with relative ease.
But this
constantly shoving toward their base.
This is nicer for Stinger. So Stinger's got a Blink Dagger coming out. So they've got better ways where they can either chase the Tinker or they can get that jump surprise initiation against War. Because War is still running a large amount of melee heroes. So if they all come together and Wyvern gets a half-decent position, there's better set time. And they can all get together as well with the Magnus. That's the synergy between Beast Coast, where their team fight power is good. It's just they need the catch.
It is also a benefit, of course, of this mag, is even as this game gets later, CK, Brood, you'll still have that bonus damage, helps you scale. Helps to deal with the damage disparity. But really, it's just, this is a game about killing the Tinker. And if it's Wind and Rain, you want to keep him alive. Bottom, you're going to push out level 20 on the DK. Took the gold per minute talent, plus 210, all inning.
The courier flew over Night Stalker. They got an extra information. A Silver Edge already over on the Chaos Knight. Instantly breaks onto that Night Stalker with a 3-second stun into the Phantasm. How much damage have you got? There's a get out of jail free. Is there? No Nefrit with that Dragon Form. He's not doing anywhere near enough damage. They get rid of the Tombstone. Night Stalker still not dead. Nefrit, now the wall comes up. Chris Luck's waste. He actually saved his BKB for this point, so he can battle off the curse, allowing now the Broodmother to complete her TP out to safety. Boogie also running up, looking for a target. K1 the one. Just follow the rockets into Invis. He stays away from the sentry ward, into the trees, starts the TP out. Has anyone got a disable glimpse? Oh. He pulls him back at the right time. K1 now has to do it the hard way. Heart to the test, the wall is up, he'll jump out. All right, if you want to fight me, I guess I'll fight you. 3 seconds on the stun, it still won't be enough, breaking him out. And CK dead for 1.5 minutes. A push has to come from War.
It's the BKBs, Toby. If you don't have them activated, it's very difficult to actually start doing your damage. And Wish, there we go. Aghanim's complete. Suddenly Phantasm, no longer that same threat level. Aegis also drops out on Chris Luck. Still has that Hex, but it does mean his damage output is limited. They need to find initiations. And it's so tough, right? If you don't have the ability to control vision, if you don't see the enemy, how do you actually jump them first? Wind and Rain, it's you drop Tombstone, you Darkness, Disruptor glimmers in, puts a Q on somebody, you know exactly where that enemy's gonna be. And if you force BKBs defensively, there's almost no hope for Beast Coast to be able to turn it around unless they get some kind of crazy high effect RP. And Whisper not yet going for the blink, thinking about whether he wants a Solar Crest or that Blink Dagger.
He's kind of got everything in the quick buy.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's just a Blink Dagger. He's removed everything else from the quick buy.
I think that's the right choice. You need to initiate, and that's just so difficult under the circumstances. Get the tool needed to do just that.
Well, coming up from the side shop, is it now? Looking for the smoke, but it doesn't exist. Just dust.
And this is the right choice. Beast Coast, they've got Blink Dagger on both their supports. They've got BKBs on 2 cores, Blink on Mag as well. It's effectively, you've got 2 heroes with BKB, 3 with Blink. Jump the back line, kill the Tinker, kill the Disruptor, chase for more. That's the name of the game.
Sounds like a good game if you're Beast Coast.
Yeah, they still have the edge, but you gotta still favor wind and rain under the circumstances.
Yes, get that mouse to try and follow that graph. Up and down we go. It's like doing the wave graph style. Smoke time for war. All 5 players together, including the Tinker.
Darkness is activated. No TP on K1, so if he gets caught here, he can BKB, sure, but it doesn't mean he'll survive.
Unless Magnus can do something about it, they're right behind him, so he silver edges quickly. Continues the run, the Gem of True Sight's not in range. Even with Radiance off, it's still revealed.
Not the best path there. If you remember, you ever played James Bond GoldenEye when you were younger? You gotta...
Of course, proxy mines for the win.
You wanna cut close to the corners. You don't wanna take this wide looping angle. It means you're seen first.
I like how James Bond has to be for check your corners and hug the walls. Like that's the thing you have to go for. Aggressive movement here from Beast Coast, looking for their target. The Hack is down, Disruptor being the first one. The Spiders doing a pretty damn good job at Winter Wyvern. Silence up, never able to get that curse or even the glimmer up. Now BKB from Broodmother, but he does it when he's 20% of his HP. He'll complete his TP away to safety. The Beast Coast really just cutting their losses as quick as they can. Boogie isn't done just yet. He's moving over. The silence over on the CK. Now he'll burn the BKB. Hasn't triggered the Phantasm just yet. Trying to kill off this Disruptor, but Glimmer Case make it impossible for them to continuously see them and continue this fight. Now Magnus stunned up for half a second. Skew is down, but there's nothing to be gained here apart from death.
That was a really nice engagement from Wind and Rain. You want long fights.
70 seconds dead too.
Long fights favor Radiant. Beast Coast, they need to strike real hard and real fast. The moment you spend a BKB but don't get anything out of it, you can see even holding the Phantasm. If you don't identify the Tinker, it's gonna be worthless. It's just gonna get laser spammed to death. DK, is that a heart he's about to complete? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, coming on Courier. That's nice.
4,000 health, 37 armor. Even if you break him with that CK Silver Edge, I'm not sure it'll be enough damage.
They need to find some kind of answer here, Beast Coast, if they want to stay alive. This is an elimination game.
Their one benefit is they will hit their 25s first. Broodmothers plus 450 spider health. CK probably go for either the... Yeah, I'd say stun duration here. Probably ideal. He went for the GPM talent instead of Reality Rift Pierce's spell immune though, so he's a little weaker against these BKBs. Well, actually, nobody even has a BKB. What am I saying?
A BKB just arrived for the Night Stalker, so a full 10-second one being purchased up.
Yeah. Roche just
but no one else has him.
Net worth is even, XP close as well, but it's just still such a difficult game. Nighttime now. Map gets very spooky for Beast Coast. They've got one ward placed around this bottom Radiant Shrine. Other than that, they're playing this map completely without vision.
Everyone will want to see around Roshan soon. He'll spawn up in 34 seconds. Lincoln Sphere now completed over on the CK. Looking for that extra little bit of save in the fights. Now at 5180 as far as the HP pool. Can't say the same as much about his mana pool though. That's 1,000.
And I like both teams are playing this properly in the sense Beast Coast, they placed a new ward, they're going to try and play around it, but because of that gem.
Well, the Invis looking for the target. The Undying is on the front lines. And he can kill him off very, very quickly. And the chain target, but then the curse. Dragon Knight side. Undying turns around and finds the RP. Catching the backlines too. Letting Broodmother do his work. But two heroes from Beast Coast, they're already down. Now Tinker, he'll buy back quickly. Try and continue this fight. 4 seconds on over on the Dragon Knight. But CK, yeah, Chris Luck has nothing more to give anymore. K1, he is tanky, but that just means that he'll end up dying last for Beast Coast. A triple kill for Boogie. All 5 players for Beast Coast down. They'll go for Roshan. Broodmother will buy back, but it's 5-on-1.
It's the same thing we see in games with the Spectre, right? You kill him that one time and oh, he bought back and he's got a global ability. Good initiation from Beast Coast. They have to just go for it. It's their best play. They finally found this opportunity. A really nice RP from Whisper. He skewers the Tinker in, gets both. There's an Empower on Chris Luck. He's just beating in, but problem is you get these kills and now look, oh, we don't have BKB. Phantasms are dying. We're going to try and kill this DK, but even when he's broken, he's still too tanky. And Tinker shows up and just slaughters everyone. Force the buybacks.
But at this point, if you're War, do you even want to move backwards? The only thing outside the base to really take is a tier 2 tower. So push up high ground. Night Stalker still enjoying this nighttime phase. Magnus has no RP for 55 seconds.
They put the Aegis on Tinker. It's the right move. He had buyback on cooldown. And it's still, again, if you can't kill this Tinker as Beast Coast, your carries just aren't going to put in any work.
Actually backing up War.
First lead they've had in quite some time. In terms of the net worth, at least.
And even when they did have a lead, it was pretty small. The experience graph was the one that really tells the tale of this game. Like, who's been in control? Now it's totally in favor of War. Defense around the tier 2 tower on bottom. Looks like something that Stinger wants. I don't know if the rest of his team wants this. Takes to the skies, can slow things down with a Splinter Blast. Puts the ward down looking for Tinker as well as Sentry, but there's not much more to be gained here. Blinks away to safety.
And now that 25s, the Radiant side are coming online. DK went for that +2 second Dragon Tail stun, now 5+ seconds. No real reason to get the double Dragon Blood HP armor. When you consider if he dies, it's going to be because he's broken anyway. Tinker about to get his 25. I imagine he'll get the mini stun. It's so good. How do you play a Rasta when rockets consistently interrupt your shackles? It's nigh impossible.
That was a perfect delayed timing. Beast Coast really need to try and find something now. Their base is being entered through the mid. The creep wave on the bottom stops the backdoor protection. But they're all not there. There's an attempt to push in the top lane to farm up the jungle. I don't know if they're looking for another item, like another Lincoln Sphere is what they're building on the Broodmother. This is all taking time. Meanwhile, clearance is getting stronger. A Maelstrom into Mjolnir, which is the build here for the DK.
He's so farmed.
Disruptor is very close to an Aghanim Scepter as well. 200 gold for that. 180 gold per minute level 20 talent just gets you there.
Lincoln's now picked up. Chris Luck as well. They've got 2. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's gonna help him out too much, Toby. As over 2.5 million March of the Machine's damage. 4 Wishes Tinker, obviously well practiced, and I think he's proven it. His movement, his mechanics, quite fluid. Hasn't really made any miscues. He got caught here and there, but it wasn't as if he did that typical blink into death as we've seen so many times.
This top lane is so funny, just watching Schofield play around. There's your curse out over on the Night Stalker. Broodmother's wrapping around from behind. They want to try and mop up the backline for Disruptor. Again, these Glimmer Capes. The vision game is so difficult for Beast Coast, especially when you're dead. You can watch from the sidelines, both supports getting picked off quickly. Shaman's managed to buy back, but Chris Luck being mini-stunned up by these rockets that continue to spam out. And what's Magnus even doing? Okay. CK can kill off Nick. Well, more support coming in and DK's backing off.
And they got the supports though, not a bad
they
start.
did.
Both teams, like, this is one of those games where playing support is just absolutely miserable. You have a gem on the Night Stalker, so I have no, like, you have Glimmer Capes on Rasta and Wyvern, sure, but there's absolutely nothing you can do if you get charged at, especially if he pops BKB.
Actually, a long window where these supports are down.
Yeah, no buyback on either one. If you're keeping a counter, Beast Coast should know it.
Yep, and the Aghanim Scepter was actually fully purchased as well from the Disruptor, so like at least didn't lose any money, but you may lose more than that. Brew can push hard. CK does a hell of a lot of damage. He's taken the tier 2 tower on top, and now Beast Coast are gonna enter the base. The first team to kill off a tier 3 tower is the one that it feels like they've just totally lost control. Freeze fire well off target, but because the top lane, double catapult wave, fortification will slow things down. Welcome to your mini stun rockets, but you've got a shaman. The mass serpent walls get planted. The tier 3 tower gets picked off. Still a 35-second window for the Brood by the pushing bottom. The rest of the team pushing top. It's splitting the attention of war, and they just don't have the numbers to cover this. The melee racks be finished up by the mass serpent wards. K1 wants the range too. Beast Coast have inflicted the property damage against war.
Very impressive from Beast Coast. Again, they're killing heroes without buybacks, right? If there's 5 alive, it's a totally different story, but they're the ones with the numbers advantage. And really, the hubris, man, Wish with the level 5 Dagon, he's got the Hex queued up. You need Hex. Broodmother is only able to push bottom because he's not actually threatened by any lockdown. If the DK were to hard commit, all of a sudden perhaps Beast Coast swarm over, they counter-initiate. There's always that threat of the RP. You need the sheep now to be able to find these kills on the heroes as they split push.
He's got to find the money, unless he wants to sell the Dagon to actually get that lockdown, but then you're going to lose a large portion of your pop damage.
He's also going to have buyback up in a minute 30, so could be wanting to save gold.
Hard decision to be made. Do you want your lockdown? Do you want your damage? Do you want your buyback? And how many of these can you achieve?
But this is big. The Rax is actually less important than the tier 3 because it opens up the shrines. All of a sudden, with no structures remaining outside on the map, Tinker's limited to the creep waves unless he wants to upgrade bots. But as I just said, like he needs buyback, he needs Hex. He doesn't have the gold for all of these options. So if you're smart as Beast Coast, force a fight away from the creeps in the forest somewhere, all of a sudden, Tinker's not able to get there. You can't rinse repeat into the fight like he's been doing so.
Agnes walks right into the smoked up war team. And now the Curse tries to create some space. Winter wide, but that's in a little too deep. Boogie's BKB. He'll be very happy to take this. Magnus does not have buyback available. Now the Chaos Knight looking for his own engagement. A 4-second stun. It's good over on the Undying. Chris Luck still having a hard time getting rid of this tombstone. The never-ending stuns are just there, and he's actually leaving it. And Chaos Knight can't move away. He has to stand his ground. In fact, you already had the TP out. Buyback is available from the CK. I think he's very happy he didn't spend that extra cash.
Indeed, and that was an all-in. They found the Tinker, but he had to pop everything. The Hex, the BKB, no buyback on Wish, but the rest of his team is so strong. Again, Nifret's item build, going for the GPM talent, going for that early Midas Radiance.
Oh, you're getting Ag Scepter as well on him. Blink forward, looking for the stun. Broodmother protected by the Lincoln Sphere. And whoa, what Stinger?
Back, dude.
Yep. There's that. Yep. Good. No, not good. Not good. He didn't fit. Wingspan too wide. Can't fit in the hangar.
My man. I get you trying to prove that. I watched Game of Thrones too. The Ice Dragon didn't end so well either. You gotta have a little more respect.
Hey, that was poor tactics. Beast Coast. Mid-racks. Remember, there's still one lane of racks up. The Broodmother's trying to play with the back line, get rid of this creep wave, and if he's able to do so, they actually will have to battle through backdoor protection. That one range creep is staying alive just long enough.
Oh, Disruptor.
Now, jump in, looking for it. Chris Luck able to get the BKB off. Still a tombstone. He didn't have good luck with that last time. And with BKB wearing off, get back over here, into the wall, and the storm. Nikwa, he tries to battle into him. Chris Luck, he's gonna go down quickly. The buyback's available. The Shaman will respawn. K1 managed to save his buyback and managed to use his buyback, so we will not have that. Another tier 3 tower to be dropped. Blink, Hex, Scoffeld, able to get the ward trap before Staff's just pushing Nefrit out of it. Like where that courier's going, just BKB just run straight to the top of everyone and try and kill the Disruptor off. They need to keep that detection up. Disruptor able to actually be brought down. Now it's Nefret, he's the bigger one. Shackle him, hold that dragon in position. And now they really put their damage to the test. A 5-second stun from K1 will buy them all the time to bring him down. The mid lane of Rax was taken. So at least there was something back here for war as far as momentum in lanes, but Boogie looking for his own target, all for the 45-minute bounty runes, but Stinger, he just wants to die, man.
I mean, this Malco word, man.
He's 250.
They missed it in the first game. Somebody's trying to pick that up before the series ends.
Okay, yeah, but 2 on 15 is still ridiculous.
Overemphasis on racks. Racks do not matter anymore. You're playing against one team has a tinker, the other has a mag. People have no issue dealing with creep waves. Even megas wouldn't necessarily end the game here. Go for the throne, or just get what you came for and get out. As soon as CK respawns, you've got to respect the Broodmother buyback. And when the Rain just get caught napping, they had no tinker in that fight. And this will then lead to them giving away Roche and this Aghanims on that pit. Who's gonna grab it?
And I would almost give it to Shaman at this point, like just try and take down.
No, I think you give it to the CK.
You give it to the CK?
Reduce the incoming damage on the illusions. Make them a little more formidable. All of a sudden, you can survive through March, no problem. You could also give it to Mag, maybe? Or Rasta.
Yeah. It's the Shamanist. It's the wards. It's definitely the wards.
That's a good point.
You're looking for the push.
Yeah, this is anybody's game. 1K gold, all that separates them. I know it's 48 to 25, but at this phase of the game, everybody's got all the items they could possibly need.
Look at JJ. We were trying to move like, yeah, this cursor goes this way. It kind of follows the graph.
Oh, wait. How is it that it says... Is it not counting the consumed ags, I guess, on our in-game?
Because you had the ags and then you consume it, so then it loses value. Oh.
Yeah, that's the key. I think it's because Aghanim's Blessing gives that plus 6,200 net worth in the graph, but not...
And drops.
Yeah. Right?
I'll say yes. Oh, it takes a second for that graph to update. We also hear in our ear. But it still looks like it's going down. Either way, smoke up from War. Let's get ourselves back on the things that are actually happening and not in our minds. Beast Coast. Do they is it just a high ground defense at this point?
Look at the wards they've got up, right?
This CK's coming down.
Find a fight here.
That's not worth it for a regeneration rune. The blink, the stun. CK able to get his BKB off at least in time, but they get the back lines with the Wyvern. Boogie just focuses on the primary target and then glimpses it back over. Phantasm trying to dodge the pullback, but he gets pulled back into the storm and the wall. Cold in there with the Dragon Nephrin. CK, he needs to be brought down. The Hex bought some time. Now you actually have the Aegis Immortal triggered, but CK is already onto his next target. Over the Shadow Shaman in mid. The Mass Serpent wards are down, but they're so far away from the fight now. The Magnus pulled back over. Great quick blink, but they keep the vision on him. Now he BKBs, does his own TP out, needing to survive and keep that RP possible.
The Black Dragon is here.
Oh, the jump. K1. You know what this needs? It needs more Dragon. Jumping in with Boogie, but they're focusing on the racks instead. Now the jump comes in. It's a Hex over on Boogie. He's able to get himself further away. Chris Luck burning the BKB once more.
You just can't fight this team any longer. The supports just die, Toby. That's the issue. Boogie's done such a great job. The moment he identifies where the Wyvern might be, he blinks forward, pops BKB, and immediately solos him down. And with no Wyvern, there's no ability to deal with these BKBs of Wind and Rain. He desperately needs a Force Staff. He's got it queued up, but he's still a little ways away. In fact, I cannot believe it, but you're playing against the Night Stalker, Beast Coast. You don't have a Force Staff. It is impossible to play against.
There's one queued up on the Wyvern. Unfortunately, he's died a few times recently. Has lost the money. Still only level 17, the lowest level on the field. Meanwhile, War, the lowest they have is 23. That's the Undying, who's already got a Crimson Guard. Very, very tanky.
They've got to deward their basement. Another one placed inside of it. It's just so simple for Wind and Rain to take fights if they have vision or just an idea of where Beast Coast might be, because they can just pop darkness and run forwards. They're going to be able to acquire vision first.
Here we go. Double RP. Let the Satanic from CK go to work. Buy him that time to rip everybody apart. Just keep the Empower buff up. It'll be nice to actually see what happens when Beast Coast have an initiation, which begins with Curse. Like, begins with Stinger pulling everybody together to get locked down twice.
That just
can't happen.
Not feasible. Not feasible. Stinger needs to play from... think of it as like...
If you say Fountain.
No, if you're pretending this...
Oh, the jump. Shaman glimmers back up, able to blink himself away. Glimmer Cape offering that extra protection. Gets the Hex over Night Stalker. Mass Serpent Wars down in the middle of this fight. K1 very quickly set up the BKBs of break and freeze. Godfell trying to keep the shackle control going. So Night Stalker, pull him out of the fight. RP is down, so just hold that Black Dragon in position. One RP, now your secondary curse is over on the Night Stalker. Biomechanic's Disruptor, second RP down, able to be connected, and they have the damage output if they can just keep them there. It's Godfell, there's the shackle. Hold him, bring down the Undying. Look for the next target. Tinker's able to blink himself away, but it's the DK so far on the front lines, underneath the Mouse 7 wards, permanently stunned up by beastcoast. They fight outside their base and they repel war.
That was perfect, Toby. Actually, the perfect fight. They found the Night Stalker. All they had to do, if you find the Night Stalker, suddenly the supports can survive. They get off a 3-man curse into a 3-man RP. That's why this fight finally goes their way. The supports have to survive. Huge window of opportunity now. There's buybacks up on every dead hero on Wind and Rain, but no ultimate on the DK.
You gotta push to force the buyback. That's what has to happen right now. There's number one, Undying. DK and Night Stalker both have them. Brood will make his play for a bottom lane. The Assault Cuirass coming only on the Courier now. It's not on her yet. In fact, she's got an item slot open for it. This is taking time. Buyback down from the Night Stalker. They get two. Can they get the big one? Can they get the Dragon Knight buyback two? There it is. The third buyback. The jump forward. ViCi, he's able to get the control over on the Shadow Shaman. He was a huge pest in the last fight. Now he's removed, as well as the Wyvern. The control factors are gone. And a glimpse pulling back CK. His BKB has already been expended. He cannot tank through war. And now it's 3 heroes from Beast Coast who go down, all without buyback.
And you can see both teams know what they've got to do. Wind and Rain, I love the way they staggered those buybacks. Beast Coast, they still a little confidence. Maybe DK doesn't have one, he just got an X, who knows? But then all of a sudden, Buki's jumping, there's the buyback, and they're just gonna get routed. They've got to ditch. 3 heroes now dead. The buybacks are off cooldown on the supports, but they just don't have the gold. You've got to shove lanes out now if you're Chris Luck. Hey, look at this, I love it. He's kiting with the spiders, trying to keep these creeps out of base. Every second you could buy could perhaps give you that little bit of a window.
10 seconds until CK's buyback is off cooldown. 30 seconds on the Brood, but short of money. So another tier 3 tower will fall. This will give Megas to war. Buyback now from CK. How far does War want to push this? Wyvern's up in 8 seconds. That curse is going to be huge.
Buyback.
Look for it. CK starts a 3-second stun, tries to walk away. He's underneath 2 sentry wards. That Silver Edge is not helping you. Hit by 2, now going to be 3 mini-stunned rockets. The backdoor protection does not keep the racks alive. They have enough damage. War to get through it. And it's time to retreat.
Learned anything from the first game, though, it is not over yet. We've already seen one near Megas come back. Beast Coast in a position to potentially do it as well, but you've got to find kills against enemy heroes that do not have buyback. Remember, yes, they've lost their entire base, but they actually have a pretty significant window right now when you consider DK and the Night Stalker do not have buyback for 6 and 7, or 6 minutes respectively on both. So if you're Wind and Rain, you've got to just play conservatively, chill, build up your gold bank, and look to push once those BBs are back up. And if you're Beast Coast, shove the lanes, find an opening, strike hard.
They have a lot of good catches. Sculptor, I think, has actually played beautifully to try and find these openings. Like getting a quick hex, getting the control on the fights, getting a full duration BKB shackle off as well.
Yeah,
it's difficult for War to keep fighting in, but they need to isolate a hero. And so War just needs to have one person, let's say, for example, a Undying in the middle of nowhere.
It's just so much harder for him to play in comparison to Boogie, who can just say, oh, I think Rastus here, pops the silence, sees him, nullifies, boom.
They're coming out to fight.
Okay.
Roshan may respawn in 5 seconds time. They're using Undying as bait to see if Beast Coast want it, and Beast Coast are here. K1 runs in, he goes for the 4-second stun with the BKB in the backlines in the meantime. Shadow Shaman instantly evaporates. The Aegis Immortal, it was on the Undying, so he's already back alive, and both the supports of Beast Coast are down. The Phantasm can clean off the Tombstone, but that's the only upside Beast Coast have from that engagement.
Sick from Wind and Rain. Again, they find the supports that, again, do not have buyback. It's just every time, rinse and repeat. 18 deaths on Wyvern, 17 on Rasta, man.
And Beast Coast are being tested as much as this Dota 2 client with how many entities can be on the field. Now the BKB, Night Stalker, he's the primary focus of the Brood, but we can't really do much more. The BKB is pretty much wasted. Meanwhile, Black Dragon doing it strong. Hitting the tier 4 towers. Now another pullback in. A 6-second stun from K1 on the Night Stalker. But 4 staffs available. Getting the Night Stalker away to safety. Tier 4 towers are down. There's still no big AoEs. Where is that Magnus? Here he comes. There's your double RP. The Storm is good. It's going to do his work. Whisper. And a second one. Hold them in together. It's just War trying to hit into the direction to finish this job. But have they got enough life? They're focused
You have absolutely nothing remaining in your base except for the Ancient, but what's the name of the game, Toby?
To win, take out the Ancient, but you need to stay alive for it.
They need a creep wave somewhere. They're gonna get a respawn right now. They gotta preserve this mid wave. That is the key.
Hey, you go Mega Man Lane Creep. You hit down that Dire Ancient. He's doing it solo.
Boogie cannot, honestly, he has to play for the base. He cannot go back to his own. You've got to try and somehow kill this throne. This one remaining creep gets taken out by Whisper.
Valley Second Chris is just hoping. He's trying to find somebody to control. Right now, Broodmother has an army.
He needs bots. This is your chance.
He's in the back lines. He's got the creep wave.
Oh, I love it from
He pulled the creep wave with the AoE. They hold the line, the storm is out, so Chris-Lock's gonna trap. The same thing can be said for Boogie, so he's in trouble. No buybacks are available for any part from the Wyvern. But Disruptor does solo up the Broodmother. Distraction was there. It's still 28 seconds till Tinker is up. A lot of damage can be done. The CK has his Phantasms up. They're going for the tier 4 towers. There's no mass overmores, just glimpsing one away. Put the wall up, but CK can reach. The blade is long enough. The tier 4 towers are dropping 14 seconds until you have the Tinker up. Glyph will buy him that little bit of extra time. They probably could have done that with the 3 hits. Is anyone going to use it? Mass overmores is down. The skewer pulling one back. Haven't got enough. Now Tinker. Do they get for the laser? The RP controlling Wish. They may have enough. The creeps are actually killing up the Dire Ancient. We're in a full split game, but the winner belongs to Beast Coast. They're able to force the issue. The Glyph war off, and the full base race of absolute just weirdness. It is Beast Coast in 58 minutes that eliminate war. That was not safe. That was not secure.
God.
And War, you can see the expression. They pushed it to the limit. It felt like they had this game. But Beast Coast, they force it back.
Unbelievable. There's too much to break down in that last few minutes.
You know what Purchase where the man's going to be. It's like, okay, here's one counter, here's a number. Which one's hitting 0 first? And why? That's all I want to see with a big breakdown. That was one hell of a series to start off ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Everyone who came down here on a Friday, I'm fairly certain they're happy if they skipped work today.
What a series, ladies and gentlemen. ESL 1 Hamburg, main event, day 1, series number 1, best of 3, a bit of absolutely everything, including a mega creep comeback win from Beast Coast as well. Where do you start with that one? Let's pick the bones out of it with Capitalist and Blitz. Gents, what a real treat that series is.
The most game-winning, no-hero Winter's Curse I've ever seen in my life. That's why I love Dota, man. Every single situation exists where, you know, you can do something like that. There were so many cool moments in that last, like, 5 minutes of that game. I feel so bad for Wind and Rain.
No, I do too.
That shot of them, like, just kind of holding their heads in their hands and saying, like, we had this game. We were going to beat Beast Coast.
Do you know what I said, though, when we came back up here? We came back up here around about the same time as we did in the first game, because we thought this could still end, this could go either way. And at that point, Wind and Rain pretty much had this game done. Where did it go wrong from?
I mean, I'm not really sure, because I felt like they had this game more or less wrapped up like 15 different times. I think even towards the very end, when the Night Stalker gets caught out, if he gets BKB off there, he drags the creep wave up and he gets away, then I think the game is still fine for them. They have no creep wave. Their backdoor protection will be enough for the Tinker to respawn at least and the DK, and suddenly you can hold in that position and the game is over. It felt like they had like 9 moments where they could have won that game.
Yes.
And that's why they looked so heartbroken, because they shouldn't have just won this game. They should have won the series overall like 2-0 to begin with.
Yes.
You bring yourself up to go into that game 2, you stomp them, you're like, all right, game 1 was a fluke. Then you have to go through that all over again.
I mean,
that's painful.
I also have to say, Cap, credit to Beast Coast as well, because that shows some real tough resilience to keep coming. But they did it in the group stage, kept coming back all the time. But that was different. This was a loss that they came back from.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this team just always seems to perform when the pressure's put on them, man. I have to say, like, there were so many moments where, like, Chris Luck finding the opportunity. There's so many sick RPs that came out of this game, by the way. Whisper was a beast on that. Chris Luck being able to find, like, that game-winning pickoff on the Tinker when he buys back and he tries to TP back in, and Chris Luck immediately bogs him down, gets him with a sight device, and forces a die pack out of that Tinker. I had to say, like, this Beast Coast team, very impressive, but certainly they should be a little bit worried that Wind and Rain was able to push them to the absolute bitter end and should have been able to pull a victory over them. This is a team that, you know, like, again, the drafting that they're doing, the way they were picking, it just became very clear that Wind and Rain understood Beast Coasts and had ideas of how to counter.
Yep, I mean, if you look at their results, Will, because they're out of the tournament now, but if you look at their results in the group stages and you look at what they did today here, taking Beast Coast this far, and both you and I agree that we thought Beast Coast were good enough to reach the final here. That's an amazing performance from Wind and Rain.
It is, and once they have some perspective in time,
it'll hurt less and it will look better, won't it?
Yeah, because in the moment, I can't even imagine how they feel. Losing like that, 2 of the games, I would have said the first game was like 90-10 at some point, maybe 95-5, and that second game, if you put me into the position where they were hitting for mega creeps, I would have said, oh, it's like 99-1. Yep. It's pretty unrealistic that Beast Coast comes back from this. There's like a very small window of opportunity, and they somehow hit it just right. It's disappointing to lose in that way, and there's nothing that can really console you, but the roots were there. Yes. The stuff that they were meant to do right, their early game, the way that they control the map, is there. So I feel like they have a lot to look forward to at least.
Yeah, and don't forget, Cap, this is a wild card qualifier that didn't actually qualify first time round and replaced the team to come in. And no teams normally do that well when they go through that route to get. They've done fantastically well.
They weren't supposed to be here at the event. They weren't supposed to make it out of the group stage either, but they made it to the playoffs. They shouldn't have beaten Beast Coast. They came this close to being able to do it, and they showed that they actually are a really strong team. This Group B looks like terrifying as a result, right? And I think they also showed a lot of individual skill. Like, for my money, before that last buyback from the Tinker and him taping into a bad place and dying back like that, like he was going to be my MVP. Wish was, like, I think he played a fantastic Tinker game really up until that last little moment. So.
Just the small moments that can sometimes change matches. We're going to catch up with one of the members of Beast Coast, Chris Luck, now and find out whether he was very lucky in a 3-game series.
I am here with Beast Coast. What an amazing series. I'm going to keep this real easy. I just want to know what the feeling was like in that game in those last couple of seconds.
Él quiere saber cuál fue la sensación en ganar en estos últimos instantes de juego.
O sea, nosotros habíamos pensado que ya estábamos perdiendo, ¿no? Pero un error de ellos, lo que cometieron, nos favoreció y intentamos ir todo medio y romper todo, ¿no?
Well, we really thought we were going to lose, but like they committed a mistake in the end, and we just thought, okay, let's go mid and win, and that's what happened.
All right, how do we make sure that we don't get that close again? Because it was near base race level. I mean, you guys need to calm down. What are you going to make sure the next series is a little bit smoother?
Este juego fue muy tenso, ¿no? Estaba todo muy parejo, casi fue un base race. ¿Qué te parece que tenemos que hacer en el próximo juego para que sea más tranquilo?
O sea, lo que pasó fue lo del juego de la draw, que nos ganaron, hizo que nos pusiéramos un poco tensos. Mi parte mayor, por eso es que creo que no jugué muy bien el último juego y mi equipo jugó demasiado bien y es por eso que ganamos.
Well, the last game against Draw made us very nervous because we ended up losing, but after, like, overall, I felt that I didn't really play very well, but my team did play very well. So the thing is, next game we just gotta play as amazing as we can.
All right, well, you guys, that was an amazing game. We're glad that you're still with us here and you're holding strong. Keep up that pressure. Thank you so much for your time. And get back in that booth. Get practicing. We got more Beast Coast games coming up soon. Back to you guys.
He's so excited back there, isn't he? Well done to Beast Coast, an incredible comeback in our best of 3. It also gives me the opportunity to talk about the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays, which you can vote on which one you would like to see broken down by our man at the weather station. So let's take a look at the 4 clips.
Trying to kill the ancient impression very quickly, able to do so. Buyback is available, able to do so with him and the ice box already flying.
There's just so many different crazy roach fights that happened as a result of this series. I have to say, Nefrid, he really showed off in this first game, right? His ability to run around and take over the map with this Weaver. You're talking about like individual showings. I think Nefrid had his as the Weaver, and then Wish on the Tinker. What a sick call from Boogie.
Into the trees and TP away won't work if Winter Wyvern's still there, and there it is.
Almost turning around that game. Yeah.
I would like to see that one broken down.
That was such a cool play.
See Purge slow that one down and explain how. That would be really cool.
And the TP as the Shackle flies in.
Yep.
And the funny part was they were hunting for him like 10 seconds before that too. They knew he was around there somewhere. They just didn't know where.
Still
How about this one?
Now to bring in this DPS, they've been
Oh, this is that sick RP onto the cliff. Honestly, like Chris Luck, he said it in the post-game interview. He didn't play that well, but his team really stepped up, and I fully agree with that.
Whisper's insane.
Whisper is a great off-laner, man.
Yeah, that was not. I like a bit of TZ cliffing. It's all good.
Yeah, with the entire team.
MVP. Who you gonna pick out?
So again, I said it was going to be
Yes.
Wish until that last moment. So for this game, I think it's I think Whisper like just did so well for himself.
Whisper.
Yeah.
Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Whisper too. I felt like he just had so many game-winning plays. Maybe the laning phase sometimes were a little bit rough, but when push came to shove, they were seriously about to lose this game, and he had so many clutch moments for them where they probably didn't even deserve to continue on in the tournament, and he just hit one RP after another, had play after play. Felt like he was the MVP throughout the series for me.
And he was the MVP of the first game as well. So
Yes.
it's a full series, right? Like he was the reason as that puck they managed to stall out that first game long enough for Beast Coast to come online in the first place. Honestly, this guy, like everyone wants to talk about Hector and Chris Luck, but like Whisper is really the offlaner they need to make those cores look good.
All right. Let's check in with our weatherman and see what he's got from the final game of the series.
Hey guys, I really liked what Wind and Rain did with their draft that game. I do agree that they had Beast Coast a bit figured out, ultimately lost in the end. But what they got to see is they got to see both supports on Beast Coast at the start of the draft. At this point, they only had 2 heroes picked. They got to pick the Disruptor as well to pair with the Night Stalker. And the whole goal is to give really good vision of the enemy team and to make it easy for you to dive. Laning stage-wise, they even got an easy DK versus Magnus matchup. He gets a Midas, so he gets to perform better than a typical DK. Tinker got a first blood in the mid lane, which was good for him, so he did okay. And the tri lane also went well. But importantly, what happened is they abused this vision advantage pretty much from the start of the game to help get kills and offset the fact that Brood was semi-alive. Here's probably one of the better ones, Night Stalker hanging around where the Brood is farming, Smoked Heroes rotating in, and between Glimpse as well as the ultimate and the other damage that they have, they secure this kill on Chris Luck, which is really important to make sure that they get their opponents off their side of the map and they can regain advantage. They did this again with vision advantage. It's the 21-minute mark. They found Chris Luck here on the top side of the map right before he finishes his BKB, and they also picked up the Shadow Shaman. Now, this is basically the moment where you look at the top of the screen and you're thinking, hey, I think we're going to win this game. Oops, wrong tool, my bad. They've got 3 dead heroes. They're on the enemy side of the map. They just go push high ground, right? That's the obvious thing to do. But the biggest mistake they made here, maybe the whole game, was Dragon Knight here hitting the tower. With only 2 heroes alive, he felt pretty safe. But this is the problem with Dragon Knight carry. He's got a lot of armor from his 3rd skill, but compared to what CK is putting out, it is not enough survivability. And the fact that he dies here with 3 dead heroes on the map is insane. Because if he just survives, they ultimately win this fight. If he stays alive, look at what it would be like if Dragon Knight's alive with his ultimate. They take a Rax at a 22-minute mark, have a much bigger advantage, and probably close this game out instead of the long barn burner we had.
Nicely done as always, Purge. Thank you very much. We're going to break down the game, finish off the game itself, the entire series with Blitz and Cap alongside me. Gents, let's just wrap up. Final thoughts from both of you. Blitz, we'll start with you. Heartbreaking for Wind and Rain in many ways, but Beast Coast maybe just marginally the better team over the 3 games.
Yeah, and the weird part is, like, even though they won, it still felt pretty even. Like, I'm not sure if, but if I were them, I'd also be really hyped.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes down at land. Sometimes you get these kinds of sloppy games, and oftentimes this felt more like a stylistic matchup issue for them more than something that they have to worry about throughout the tournament. Maybe it was just the raw aggression of Wind and Rain they just weren't simply prepared for. But I think this will help them going on. This should give them a lot of momentum because they must be feeling so hype right now.
Yeah, must be flowing around. Thank you very much to both of you, to Cap and to Blitz. They'll be back, of course, for our middle series of the day. We're going to change direction a little bit now. You may or may not be aware of an announcement that was made earlier on today between ESL and Dota Buff. What's it all about? Good question, I hear you say, because we've got the right people coming on to the stream right now. But if you missed the announcement, this is what it's all about.
Dota Pros, where are you? Get ready for the brand new ESL Academy in Dota 2. Follow the path from zero to hero and play your way up on Dota Buff's reach to have the chance to be drafted by veteran professionals to represent one of their teams in the ESL Academy playoffs. If you reach the final there, be ready for an unforgettable experience playing on the main stage of an ESL 1 Stadium event. Sign up and become a pro at esl.dg/academy.
Good stuff. I am very thrilled to announce that we have we have 3 faces on there. One of them's familiar to you, I know, and 2 of them maybe not so much in terms of the publicity, but we welcome Sabina Hemi from DotaBuff, CEO of DotaBuff, and James Lampkin, Vice President of Product and Development. Hello, as well as Nahaz. Of course.
Hey, Reda.
How are you doing?
Good, good.
This is very different for me to have both of you on here, both people I admire from lots of work in the background, because you're not normally the front-facing people. First of all, I want to talk to Sabina. Reach.gg.
Yes.
Talk to us. What is it? Brand new platform.
Yeah, so Reach.gg is a new alternative matchmaking system that we're doing that'll be for players that are a little bit more serious, want to take the game serious, want to aspire to be pros. And we're grateful that ESL is providing the prize pool of $240,000 a year. Half of that is reserved for non-pros. So we're going to be providing stability in the scene that otherwise didn't exist, and hopefully better match quality.
Yeah, I saw Nahaz going, wow, 240,000. Don't get too carried away, my friend. All right? But it is open right now to beta?
Yes, we're in a
Can sign
closed
up?
beta.
Okay.
People who came here and got a goodie bag, which is premium and plus get a free code. And then we're also opening it on Monday for play to a lot of high MMR players.
High MMR players, Nahaz.
Not us.
Not us. Not me and you, unfortunately. Talk about the partnership with ESL, because I know these guys are very passionate. James in particular, I've known for a long time, is very passionate about this kind of thing.
Yeah, so ESL was the perfect partner, and we've both been talking for forever about like what needs to happen for Tier 2 Dota. I can't think of 2 companies that are more invested in the health of Dota 2 long term. They're huge games for both of us. DotaBuff is the #1 visited site in the Dota 2 community, and ESL produces the best Dota tournaments.
Thanks.
I like that. This is kind of, you're in the right place to say that. Nahaz, very quickly, this is cool.
Oh, this is amazing. It's something, I know James is a big NFL fan, and for years we get to watch in traditional American sports, we get to follow these young players as they come up through the system. And I imagine you're salivating at the idea of the esports moment where you get to watch the young guy come up from the minors and hit his first home run. That's something that, as a sports fan, I'm so excited about.
Yeah, we'd talked a lot in the past about, what does that combine-like event from the NFL look like in Dota? How do we create opportunity for players to, players that are sort of just on the edge of going pro, who a lot of the fans don't notice or haven't heard of before, but a lot of the pros are already very aware of. How do we elevate those players? How do we create opportunity and create stability in the scene that allows them to go, okay, yeah, I want to dedicate time to actually trying to get onto a pro team in the future. So, yeah, big day for us, long time in the making.
I got to ask my friend Savina really quickly, are you as nerdy excited about this as I am from a data science perspective?
Yes. I mean, people play almost 1 million games of Dota every day, but we don't have enough data for good players.
Amen.
At the really, really high end. So getting more data, particularly in a solo queue setting, will give us a lot of interesting stuff to look at.
I just want to really quickly, guys, all those threads on Reddit, all those topics, I've done some podcasts myself on supporting and growing the Tier 2 Dota scene. This is it. I hope that you guys will support this product.
Okay, let's talk about coaches and boot camps, because the way you've explained it to me in the past is kind of the voice for Dota 2.
Yeah, I think that's my elevator pitch. We know that Tier 2 Dota is not going to be like the ESL 1 Grand Finals Championship moment. And so what we were looking at is how do you create something that's really compelling and new and interesting that fans actually want to watch. And so we're talking about things like those classic NA versus EU rivalries. We'll have 2 NA coaches and 2 EU coaches in the first season of Academy. What we'll be doing is we'll have that ladder running on Reach.gg. At certain periods during the year, we're going to have a cutoff and take the top 40 in each region. From that top 40, 2 coaches are going to draft teams of 5. Those teams are then going to get coached for about a month. They're going to come to an offline boot camp powered by our friends at DHL. And then the grand finals is going to be played on the main stage right before the grand finals of ESL 1.
Yeah. And DHL, the big sponsor, obviously, and they've been hugely supportive of this particular thing, as well as ESL and Dota 2.
Yeah, they've been amazing, and especially launching a new product like this where you don't have a lot to show right away and you're trying to sell the vision of how incredible this is going to be. And And I would just say, like, one of the main reasons I got involved is because of all the feedback they've had from the Dota community. It's sort of been way over the top, and they were very excited about it. So.
I love it. Thank you very much to all three of you for giving us this information. All those British fans of Dota 2 screaming and shouting DHL, well done, because that's helped as well. ESL Academy and Reach.gg if you want to learn a bit more about that. We're going to take a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg, but when we come back, our second series will be upon us. Virtus Pro versus NIP.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
In your eyes, I always see
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now, what I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fed up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now, what I do right now for you, for you.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
The Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays.
Hey guys, how's it going? We got the winning clip here. It is going to be the Magnus RP from Whisper. Excellently done by him. Now, interestingly, at the start of this fight, he approaches the Dragonite ends up popping his Shadow Blade that wastes the Blink Dagger of the Dragon Knight. That's a huge advantage that makes the Winter Wyvern die a lot more slowly. And after Wyvern is dead, everybody on War is going to start retreating to the left as they glimpse back Broodmother. But this is the important BKB timing for Beast Coast, and as a result, they get to roll onto the back line, kill the Undying, focus heavily the Dragon Knight. Boogie ends up coming in as the Night Stalker to try to slow this stuff down, and he does interrupt and almost kill the Shadow Shaman, but the Glimmer saves him. They followed up with the Winter Wyvern ulti, and this gives Whisper a great idea. He gets plenty of setup, he gets to skewer back the Night Stalker, and he grabs an extra with the Disruptor as well. Nice play by Stinger to save him. And then interestingly, at the end of the fight, all of a sudden Shaman's over here guarantees the godlike streak from Tinkerdyne. And if you take a look at how he played this, he glimmers, he runs to the right, and he starts his teleport, anticipating that Tinker is going to be playing on the far left side of the fight. And as a result of that, they also got the Tinker, a 5-man wipe, and a huge fight for Beast Coast.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-match for series number 2. After a fantastic start to the day, could we dare to dream we'll get a second one in a row? I think we might. NIP going up against Virtus Pro. We've had a change here on the panel. We welcome BSJ and the Haz alongside to give you their thoughts on series number 2. Gents, we'll start with Ninjas in Pajamas, Alan. Inconsistent group stage, I think it would be fair to say.
Inconsistent group stage, and I think when you look at this NIP team so far in the tournament, the story is going to be those 2 young cores that they brought in on this roster. I think Gunner's been a real bright spot for this team. He's looked consistent, had a 13-1-12 game on Earthshaker that really got this team back on track after they'd lost 4 straight group phase games. But Skeeter, he's had some holes in his game. In the 6 NIP losses in this tournament, 32 kills, 37 deaths to go with 62 assists. They need to get him going in this one.
Brian, what have you made of NIP so far?
I honestly think they're a little bit lucky to be here, getting those default losses or default wins against the Quincy crew on the first day, and that gave them the tiebreaker that actually put them through. And they're yet to prove to me that they've come together as a unit. And he's, you know, Alan talked about the inexperience and the young guns, but I'm looking for the leadership to pull through later on in this tournament from PPD, because the drafts from me haven't really enabled them the way I want them to be. Like, I think Gunner's got his very specific hero pool that he likes to play, and I want to really see him shine on the heroes like Ember Spirit.
Does it still feel like a PPD team?
That's a good question, honestly. Every year he's come in the last couple of years, ever since he came back as being the manager of EG, with an unknown roster in the sense that there's a couple guys that you don't really know. Like, I didn't know who Skeeter was going into this season, and I don't know how he comes up with these guys. That's why it's like, oh, that's just a random squad. I like that he pulled out Gunner. I just want to see better from this team. That's why I'm kind of struggling for words right now, because on paper they're so good.
Right.
That's my problem.
Right. Virtus Pro, massive upheaval over the summer. Probably the biggest roster shift they've had in, what, 3 years now, Alan?
Oh, easy.
It's early days, so I don't want to get into the whole, is it better than the old two? Because at this point it's kind of contrasting and compare. But how do you measure what they did in the group stage for the first one?
Again, I think inconsistency has been the buzzword for both of these teams. And once again, I just think the carry matchup is going to be the key to this series. They have clearly found a comfort hero for EpiKid on the Phantom Lancer. 30 kills, 1 death to go with 22 assists, and then 3 wins. But they're 1-6 in their remaining 7 games where he's played other heroes. And again, that problem that we've talked about the last 2 years at TI, VP has been one of the most dominant regular season teams in Dota by virtue of locking down that safe lane. And they've once again shown inconsistency in that area in the tournament.
Yeah, again, same question, Brian. What have you made of Virtus Pro in the group stage? Another inconsistent team.
Yeah, it just confuses me who's meant to carry them here. Resolution doesn't seem like he's in his comfort zone. No one's obviously still the mid laner he is, but in this patch, I think it's really on the carry to carry the team later on in the game. That sounds kind of simple, right? But there's been these patches where the mid laner really takes over the game, and I don't think that's really the job of the mid laner this patch. And like Alan said, I think the biggest sign of inexperience is limited hero pool. Usually as players are in the scene for longer, you see them be able to take over the game on more than 3 or 4 heroes. And if you're able to take that away from them, I don't really see what they can do as a team.
2 new players on the team, as you've mentioned, Alan, but one very experienced player has rejoined a CIS team in Resolution. He's been there, he's seen it, he's done it all, except that he hasn't done it in this lane. How do you measure his impact right now out of 10?
Oh, it's such a tough question to answer, right? Because we all, I think, talent, people that you talk to around the scene, everybody believes in Rezo as a player. Like, this guy is an incredible talent. He's able to do things in Dota that really are unique. But again, you go back through the years and you look at him on various teams, and he's never had that sustained success when he's not been the farming focus. And so for him to be explicitly moved in the offlane, there are heroes like Leshrac and Kunkka that were mids that are played in the offlane now, but can he have that same sustained level of success when he's not the pure farmer?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to get more from both of you in just a moment. Let's pick out a couple of players, shall we, and find out what Cap and Siraction Slacks have picked out for us to watch out for via the Vodafone View.
Thanks, Red Eye. We are here with Dota Capitalists talking about the players to look out for at the Vodafone View. It's a big series, sir. Who would you like to talk about?
Well, of course, it's me, so I'm going to talk about offlaners. That's just my go-to.
Predictable.
But also, it's an easy one to talk about, right? Because there's some exciting stuff going on. We've got, on one side, we've got Universe, who's just like the all-star offlaner of all time, and then Resolution, who is traditionally this carry who's moving into the offlane role. I think it's an interesting difference, right? The veteran versus a man who has done very well as a carry, but is now transitioning into the offlane role. How well is he going to do? We're not really sure.
No. I mean, what matters more, having all that experience in the offlane role? But Universe hasn't really been playing that much lately, besides getting into this. And then you have Resolution, who's been hot for the last couple of years, but now he's in that new one. Do you give an advantage to either one of these offlaners?
I mean, the big thing for me is that I think they both have something to prove. I don't think Universe had a great season last year. Obviously, he was absent from TI. Wasn't really sure what team he was going to be on for the next season. And Resolution has something to prove here. For me, I still have to lean with Universe, though, because Resolution just hasn't shown the kind of hero versatility, which is pretty much expected from somebody new to the role.
I don't disagree with you, but Resolution, to me, he has been on fire for a little bit longer. That break period can really break some players, but we have been seeing both teams have been performing here at the event, so this will really have to be the test, and we'll find out who is the greatest offlaner besides you, of course, Sweet Cap.
Thanks, baby.
The greatest offlaner in Dota. Anyway, we'll throw it back to you guys on the panel. Hopefully you agree about Cap.
Yes, thank you very much. He's good. It's fine. It's all good. He holds his own. Let's leave it like that. We're going to get back to the stage right now, ladies and gentlemen, because it is time to start off our second series of the day. Rich, it's all yours, boy.
Hamburg, it is time to start the second series of the day. When we look at these two teams, it's very obvious that we have a battle of the new rosters. But the question is, which one is going to rise to the occasion and which is going to fall? Both of them have a very distinctive flavor, but first, I need you to make some noise as we welcome NIP to the stage. Now, it may be a new roster, but when you think of NIP, you think of these teams that PPD has been able to put together time and time again. Is this going to be the roster that's going to be able to get that early momentum here? They got their veterans, they have their young blood. The question is, are they going to find victory as they take this stage? One more time, make some noise for NIP! Also, make some noise for Gunner, that man is very handsome. Now, we need to talk about their competition. Yes, once again, it's going to be a new roster, but when we think about this event in particular and what they've been able to accomplish as an organization, you have to start thinking, will they be able to do it again? 2017, they were able to take this very event. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for VP. Now, when you talk about 2017 and winning this event, they went on to have one of the most dominant seasons that we've ever seen from a team in this entire game after that victory. The roster of VP remained concrete for a year and a half, now mixing things up. Will they finally have that winning recipe? Will they be able to march forward, not only being dominant in a season, but pulling down the biggest victory in tournaments? This is where they're going to be put to the test, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, let's hear it for VP. Two new rosters, only one's gonna come out on top. Folks, we're gonna go back to the desk. Let's see who's gonna win the second series of the day.
Fantastic couple of fantastic teams, obviously, that we saw earlier on in our first series, and now two more fantastic teams we get a treat in our second series of the day too. These two are, of course, synonymous with Dota 2 and with esports as a whole, changing up their rosters for this season. It's also a battle of old captains against each other, Solo versus PPD. And gents, as we move towards the draft, that becomes the focus, doesn't it? Those two going head-to-head. They've had plenty of games down the years. These might be new rosters, but they're mind games. They know each other very well.
Absolutely. We talked so much in the open about the new arrivals for these two teams. Let's give the veterans their due. PPD's drafts, though, you asked BSJ earlier, does this seem like a PPD team? I want to ask you, do these feel like PPD drafts? Because I think there's been something missing so far for this NIP team, and it's hard to put your finger on it.
Yeah, I've talked to PPD before when he was back last year, as well as when he was on Optic. And every team you're on, you face these different limitations, where whether it's player hero pool, player experience, whatever the patch is, maybe isn't your style. And the major thing for me is that PPD seems to struggle when it comes to these limitations. I've talked to him about it, and it seems like he's trying to enable his cores that are a little bit less experienced, and maybe he feels like they're trapped in the laning stage. Maybe he feels like it's the mid game. And it really shows last year when they had the problem in the mid lane with Fata. They didn't have this true mid laner who was kind of going to lose his lane most games. And his frustration is, like you said, there's nothing you can pinpoint. You say, how do you solve this problem? And you end up falling behind on drafts, and you end up trying to fix problems that create new problems. And that it's just so combobulated.
And meanwhile, on the other things, right, you got Solo, who nobody thought he was going to be with this team. This was the story well before Epicenter, that Solo is the one guy that's gone, and all of a sudden we're seeing him back with VP this year. I like the way that he has tried to protect that safe lane so far in this tournament, but it's clearly been something they've had to invest a lot of draft capital in that lane.
Yeah, they definitely have. In the same way as PPD struggled with something, has Solo struggled with those drafts as well?
I think it's, to me, I think Solo is in the experimentation phase where he's trying a lot of different things. He knows that his young carry position player has a couple of comfort heroes in the Naga Siren and the Phantom Laster that he just wants to play. He's looking for other solutions, laning configurations that can sustain that pressure. Peter, I think it's more, he's concentrated a lot on these mid-game kind of tempo carries. I haven't seen the same kind of drafts with scaling potential, and I think that's hurt them in a couple of these games that have gone long.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the stats there, Brian, as well. There was an amazing stat where pretty much all the way through it favors Virtus Pro, but there's one at the very end where if it goes longer than 50 minutes, NIP are 69% more likely to win.
I don't know about that. That's tough. You are going into the bans, though. You're going to see the Magnus ban. Magnus now, I think it's 15 straight games. It's been picked or banned in the first phase for Virtus Pro, so that's something that's priority. I am curious where the lean is going to go in this draft, because that's been an insane flex pick for NIP. Both Biver and, of course, Gunnar in the mid lane have had a lot of success on that hero.
No surprise here with the opening Void. You can't counter this hero. That's my problem. You can go with the save route. You can go, Wyvern as the Cold Embrace to save any Chronosphere target, but then they can respond with something like Skywrath Mage. So instead they go for an early push strat.
Yeah.
Void does lack D-push. Virtus Pro, obviously, I think Wyvern is their best pick, something like that. Mirana to deal with the catapults. We've talked about that throughout the entire group stage. It goes well with the Void. It solves the 5-minute catapult problem, that the pressure that's created on the Void's lane. And Ninjas in Pajamas is already threatening that with 2 early push heroes.
I just love this. We saw this the other night. This was the TNC answer to the first phase Void, the Chen Beastmaster strat, where you get into that lane. Void early on feels like a very strong laner, provided he can use that time walk to really get out of being harassed in lane. If you put a really strong right clicker in lane against him, plus the potential for roaming pressure, he has a lot harder time staying up on that creep wave. We saw a Puck matchup against Void the other night in lane. I think Beastmaster can accomplish something similar.
It's all about the ranged 4, I think, that you pair with it to enable the Beastmaster, because Beastmaster few patches back got some base armor nerfs, and that made him lose these trades. So it comes down to the support duo to really tip the balance in favor of the Beastmaster in this lane. This is a very snowball-based lane. Like, if Beastmaster gets pushed out, I can't really imagine any early pressure being created by this Chen. But on the other hand, if Beastmaster gets 6 before Void, I think Void's going to be booted out way earlier than he wants to be, losing his tier 1, probably even getting his tier 2 pressured super early on in this game.
Absolutely, and that's the situation where in this tournament we've seen Voids who do poorly in lane. They just don't have that same kind of mid-game comeback potential that a hero like Templar Assassin, for example, would have when she's forced out of her lane. Now, I'm going to go so far as to say this. I think not banning Alchemist here against NIP is a mistake. This Alch-Chen combo is not something that I want to play against.
Pretty much every carry who gets a Chen just
Fair enough.
farming their lane. You can also stack camps like Chen. I've played with Chen a lot myself, and there's just so many small creeps that still help the lane. The Harpy, even the Ghost creep that slows and does piercing damage for getting the last hits. It does like 70 damage or so to creeps. And it just secures any hero to get free farm, and then the Chen ends up taking over your lane similar to most other like Wyvern type heroes that defend your safe lane tower. And it really sets you up to jungle really well because the Chen can recall the carry or any of the other cores that would previously not want to TP to their own safe lane to defend the tower.
And to be fair, there are a lot of heroes in the NI pool that fit that profile for the tankier carries. Razor's another one that we've seen out of Gunner that could also particularly benefit from that divine favor. Looking on the side of VP, what do you think we're looking at in the, you've got the Void Mirana combo, which is obviously very powerful, but do you think you're looking at something Shadow Demons out of the pool, Bane's the other kind of Mirana counter? You imagine VP are gonna go third pick support?
It kind of depends on what Ninjas and Pajamas presents them with here. If they pick a 4 or like a flex pick, I'm almost certain VP will do the support so that they can see what that flex pick is revealed to be. Because sometimes they can almost make it so they have 3 flex rolls. You're not 100% sure what their lane setup's going to be. And since you have first pick on Virtus Pro, you want this third, fourth pick combo to be 2 lane counters.
This is where you have to win the draft. The Rubik, I actually feel, is a really smart pick here. I think VP would have picked it if it had been offered to them. Obviously, the big thing is the counter to the Void.
Yeah. And it counters a lot of these safe laners that Void likes to be, or the 5 positions that Void likes to be paired with, such as the Jakiro. That Stolen Ice Path is pretty brutal. And it kind of limits a lot of these heroes that throw damage into the Chrono. A lot of them are very bad against Rubik.
Yep. OD, of course, mentioned on our SAP suggested picks here is another very popular ranged pairing with the Void. You do have to worry about the laning counters and the Pugnant Snipers. We've seen so many times in this tournament if you go in that direction.
Do they go something like CM? Just
I tell you, CM is one of those big, the list of big 6 heroes coming into this tournament. CM is the only one that we really haven't seen picked.
Yeah, even though you have the Mirana to rotate for the catapults, you do want to have a support with nuking wave clear potential, because even just getting dove somewhat early with the Chen rotations is a huge problem when you're a hero like Void with no wave clear. And they're threatening a lot of push. Rubik is also a 4 position hero that just shoves the lane into your tower. Okay, so they did go for a summoning stunner.
Sure.
You know, the cast does last for 5 seconds on creeps, so it does help you clear the creeps.
And again, with proper placement, obviously you don't want to place that Death Ward inside the Chronosphere, but with proper placement, that offers you some damage potential in the Chrono as well. It's a support. It's going to help with that lane aggression. Obviously, against the Beastmaster, you get the bounces off the boars on your casks, but I still think that off lane is going to be off lane versus safe lane. You could kind of have read it coming into this series based on the problems that VP have had in this tournament, but I think that's what we're seeing so far in the first 3 picks.
Yeah, I think either team, whichever one rotates to the Virtus Pro safe lane, like if Ninjas Pajamas makes the aggressive rotation, if Virtus Pro makes the defensive rotation to boot the Beastmaster out, I think that's going to be a huge momentum shift like early on in the game, because Beastmaster and Void are very feast or famine type heroes in the early game. If they can show in lane, they farm really fast and pressure the tower. If they can't, like we said, Void doesn't want to retreat to the jungle. Beastmaster, he wants to be pushing towers and applying pressure with that roar.
Just to double check, I'm pretty sure I know the answer here, but Void, 95% a safe laner to you here?
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't seen many offlane Voids in terms of flex picks lately. It's been exclusively a safe laner. First phase, most of its picks at this event. But again, we've seen Epic Kid have a couple of up and down performances on Void here in the recent past.
You'd hate to swap it up just because you don't have like faith in your carry player to play the hero. Void's really the only carry hero you can pick right now, and it doesn't matter what dual lane he's against, he's going to have a decent game. Like you said, there's been people that have presented problems like the Puck from Beast Coast that put a ton of pressure on the Void, but for the most part, this hero has no bad lane matchups, and eventually he's just the best hero with farm in the entire game of Dota right now. The Bash late game, it used to just do flat damage, now it's basically a 200% crit. He just scales too well with farm, I think, to not put him in the one position.
I'm not gonna lie here, this Ember Spirit makes me nervous. Through yesterday's game, Ember Spirit was 1 win and 12 losses here at ESL 1 Hamburg. This hero has really, really struggled, and a lot of times it's gotten punished early.
I think it's the roots that have really hurt this hero a lot. You just die in so many more ways. There's so many extra heroes that counter you. You can pick these pucks that you couldn't previously pick.
Rod of Atos, right?
Yeah.
That's just, I've seen Rod of Atos just ruin this hero.
Yeah, and that's basically what happened to this hero, is there's one or two extra deaths in the mid game, there's the roots, right?
Oh, yeah.
This hero in the old days couldn't play against Ember, because Ember could just get away with remnants and slide a fist, and now most Underlords do the Atos build where you root them with the Pit of Malice, and then you Atos them, and then the Pit of Malice is off cooldown again. And for this particular matchup, I don't think Ember can buy a Yules, because I think you Yules off the Pit of Malice and then you land in it again. Yep. So that's a nice way to catch the Ember, and that's the problem that I think answers your why Ember Spirit's been struggling at this tournament, is that you can just kill him so much more easily. You have the route into arrow now, and I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be a mid Ember because it's just a gunner special, right?
Absolutely. I think it's one of his comfort heroes, but the other thing that the Underlord does is it gives you a huge degree of tempo control against this Chen Beastmaster lineup. If they decide to get aggressive, think about diving towers early on, Underlord is that big old stop sign.
There's no bigger D pusher in the early to mid game, not only because he has the wave clear from Firestorm, but also because his ultimate serves as like a second TP. So a lot of times with Chen lineups, what they'll do is they'll force pressure on a tower, and then Chen will TP to another lane and recall his core very quickly. Usually a core that TP to that tower, which is usually not possible to do. But Underlord's one of the few heroes that can respond to the initial push and respond to the secondary push. We'll be looking to see Underlord basically be planning himself, like you said, as a barrier in front of any pushes. He should be there at all times, and we saw 33 on Alliance yesterday play Bristleback for the Void. It serves as a hero that front lines and forces attention to himself. That makes the chrono easier, right? You usually can either put a primary initiator to have the chrono be follow-up, or you can have a hero that kind of forces attention to themselves. And this is another hero that does that exact same thing, and Necro's lane matchup against Ember's actually better than it used to be because Heartstopper Aura is a magic damage, and it ticks off your Flame Guard when it previously would not do quite enough damage with your Death Pulse.
I was just going to say, I've seen, for whatever reason, the couple of high-level pub replays I've seen recently, I've seen some Embers absolutely get ruined in lane by Necrophos. That lane matchup looks drastically different to me than even a couple of months ago.
And this shuts down a lot of the heroes that are very good against Underlord in lane, the Slark type heroes, these elusive heroes that want to just feed off of the Underlord's beefiness, and Necro just shuts a lot of those down.
Yeah, it's just scary looking at these 5 picks from VP. There's just so much disable, so much catch. We figured it's still a little bit of flex value. The Ember Spirit, he could be safe lane, but we figured we are looking at the safe lane for the final pick for VP here.
Yeah, I have to believe so. You're friend IP, you mean, right?
Friend IP, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to pick a hero that threatens them when they show on lanes, because you have Underlord and Necro, 2 heroes that's really job in the game is to walk down lanes and push Q, and they shove the lanes. And right now,
okay, there's that. Okay, I like that. So that's. Do you think that this is mid Pugna or safe lane Pugna?
This is mid Pugna.
Okay, so they're bailing on the Ember matchup against the Necro.
Yeah, Necro is one of the best sustained heroes in the game, right? So the best way to deal with him is to kill him from full to 0, and Pugna is one of the few heroes that can do that with his level 6. Him and Leshrac come to mind. So I like that last pick for Ninja's Pajamas. Gunner, quite a good Pugna player, but I think it's much harder for them to play this game than it is for VP.
Okay, battle of the wills between the two. Who's had a better draft, solo or PPD?
I think the Underlord pick is the trump card. I look at every other part of this VP lineup, and they have to play around a lot of cooldowns. They have to time their tower pushes very carefully against the pressure of the Beastmaster Chen core on the side of NIP, but I think that Underlord pick is going to be enough to let them control tempo.
All right, it's time to head over to our commentary team for series number 2, game number 1. It's Capitalist and Blitz.
A very different series, this, compared to Wind and Rain versus Beast Coast, and it's going to result in a very, very different draft. We talked about like Void being ignored in the last series, and Underlord being picked up even in this last one. This is certainly unique, Blitz.
It's probably one of the few Underlord games that I'm actually okay with, because I actually think the hero is pretty bad, but I think that in this specific set of win conditions, I think it's actually pretty good.
So ignoring the draft, what do you think about the team matchups, though? Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Do you have a favorite between the two? Because I'll say both don't look quite so hot. In fact, we see the odds favoring Virtus Pro. Maybe that's just a bunch of like CIS fanboys backing their team, but I would say VP has not been looking great.
Neither has NiP, really.
True.
Like, who did they beat at this tournament? They 2-0'd Wind and Rain, who were obviously a much better team than everyone gave credit for, but aside from that, that was their only series win.
Yeah.
So far, they got 2-0'd by everybody else, and their other 2-0 was the forfeit victory over Quincy.
That's true, yeah.
Whereas VP, I mean, they haven't looked great, but they have pulled out some wins.
All right, well, we're going to head into it with the Necrophos mid, safe lane Void, off lane Underlord. And Blitz, I'm kind of excited because we don't normally like disagree too much on the draft. I actually like that Pugna last pick. I think like 1-to-1 heroes, right, does well against Necrophos. I think it bodies Underlord. I think it's actually not bad versus Void. Why do you think it's a bad pick, or why do you think NIP's draft is bad?
I don't know. I feel like I would have liked a little bit more burst damage. I'm not sure why. I just think that if I'm looking at their lineups, when they get their initial roar off, I don't know how quickly they kill the Necrophos and get rid of the Void and get rid of the Underlord. Especially if the Underlord gets a good laning phase, he's going to get things like Pipe Greaves.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, a lot of that damage that you're putting out onto that Necrophos and that Void going to get mitigated. And all it takes is like one good chrono.
Well, this combo is not assured arrows, that's for sure. Paralyzing Cask into Mirana arrow.
Yeah, but I feel like you just shoot that higher, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, Shen's pretty slow.
They didn't learn, I guess.
It's fine.
Got to shake those things off, especially since, as you said, this is going to be scary if the Underlord does have a good laning phase, and I'm pretty certain he's going to.
Yeah.
I would imagine this Ember matchup is not that good for Ember.
Yeah, Ember doesn't get chains anymore, so you're not really harassing him too much. You can stand under your Firestorm and be perfectly fine. All melee versus Underlord matchups feel really terrible.
Well, we're going to see what Peter can do in lane with his level 1 Divine Favor plus Headdress.
It's so hard for Ember Spirit to deny Underlord once he gets a Quelling Blade.
Yeah.
With his passive, he deals so much damage.
And I think the biggest thing about Underlord is just like make sure you get those first 2 or 3 levels. And then from there, even if you die or whatever, you're going to have a chance to be able to get plenty of CS. You're going to continue your farm, and you're just going to keep on running down lanes. And that's something that BSJ was, I think, kind of talking about there, both for the Underlord as well as the Necrophos. 2 cores that are just able to kind of shove in lanes, and that'll naturally create some space for our Faceless Void carry.
Yeah. And this is just going to be more of a farming back and forth, I would imagine. And when we say that it's a good good lane for the Underlord, it doesn't mean that Ember's not going to get anything. It's just that Rezo's going to get a lot out of this lane too.
Yeah. What about our other lanes? What about that mid lane matchup that we see between the Pugna and Necrophos?
And this should be relatively even in that Gunnar can always nuke for the range creep, and he can always decrep for denying CS and forcing no one to use his mana or to use his pulse, but it looks like the matchup right now is going pretty heavily in favor of the Necro. I thought this was a 50-50 matchup, but it's been a while since I played it, so forgive me if I'm wrong.
Don't worry, I'm sure that these two probably haven't played the matchup too often lately either. They certainly have not been the most meta of heroes. And then we've got our safe lane from Virtus Pro, which is going to be that Faceless Void that we talked about earlier, guarded by Solo's Witch Doctor against Universe's Beastmaster and Viver's Rubik. A lane that should be really annoying for the Void, I would imagine, between Fade Bolt and then Boar Harassment.
Yeah, and Solo, I mean, he's going to find the Hawk eventually. It's not in its work already, though. Denied so many different pulls.
Yeah, you get a little bit of gold, some experience, but They just want to make sure that Solo can't do the constant pulling that really disrupts the laning phase and actually gives the Void a solid lane. He'd rather be last hitting under tower than have to deal with Rubik and Beastmaster harassing him constantly.
Beastmaster also having a very free lane for himself. Both offlaners looking like they're getting quite a lot out of their lanes. And it's really this mid lane so far that has been quite in favor of no one.
No one still being that dominant mid laner. Did you guys get a much chance to be able to scrim against this VP team?
Yeah, I think a few times. No one is still the same player, right?
Yeah.
Still almost always wins his lane. He's just kind of oppressive to play against because you know that he's getting CS all the time. Gunner's gonna bottle a haste rune. Not sure if he's gonna be able to use that offensively or anything like that.
Out of curiosity, which would you find like scarier? The no one that is, you know, just able to win his lane, then run around killing stuff, or do you find like that the carry style no one that sometimes happen?
I'm more afraid of the one that just runs around killing everybody. Solo's gonna get gone on. Opted to take this hero because it is a good matchup against the Witch Doctor against the Chen and the Beastmaster.
Yep. See Gunner decrepifying just to make sure he secures the range creep. That's all important for him, but still losing the CS battle quite heavily. He's 11 down in regular creeps and 5 denies behind as well.
Yeah, the good news for him though is his safe laner has more or less free farm. Save is gonna go for the arrow, but lands on the big creep. Might have just been what he intended in the first place. So it looks like this is gonna be a pretty good bounty split for NIP, in fact, as they grab 3 of them.
Yeah, that actually could have been 4 if Peter could have out-clicked save for that last one, but sadly not the case there. I just gotta laugh, man. Like, talk about neutering a hero. Chen is literally just a regen bot. He just shows up in lane with his passive and his Ring of Headdress, and he just gives the Ember Spirit enough regen to survive through the lane.
Yeah. And the weird part about both lineups is they're really passive in the early game. Like, until they get levels, no one's gonna move around. There's not gonna really be any deaths in the lanes, I feel like. Both offlaners are quite tanky. Save.
Oh, Save might be in trouble here.
Oh, wow, he actually
triple leap
did it all.
away. Meanwhile, no one in mid lane does manage to force out the glyph just off of this siege wagon. Does get a decent amount of damage though, really pressuring this Pugna. And I think the Pugna, he kind of needs to have a strong laning phase, right?
Oh, I think he might be dead here.
Dead here, just a misstep there from Gunner. Did not read how much damage no one could do.
And you can see the frustration on his face. He knows, as no one's got to feel really good. I didn't think any kills were going to happen actually until the Beastmaster hit level 6.
Yeah.
Or the Void decided to make a rotation down with this Chronosphere, but instead it's going to come in that mid lane. And it feels so good when you do it without a gank.
Yeah.
With all that XP, you deny so much farm on the other side. And it's, in fact, the Necrophos that's pressuring the tower. It's usually the Pugna that does this, but he's dead for another 10 seconds because of the Reaper Scythe.
And because he forced that glyph earlier, this is just going to be all free damage. Resolution is going to be in trouble in the bottom.
Those rocks.
All those rocks come hailing down from the mini golems, and Resolution will eventually die here.
Very nice by PBD.
Save. Not much he can really do to stop that. So as a result, Ninjas in Pajamas, a very small lead right now in net worth. Obviously, that's no one going to be top of the board right now, thanks to that solo kill mid. Gunner just with a big misplay.
Yeah, now he's level 7. He's had absolute free farm. And we talked about how if all 3 of the cores come online, I feel like there's going to be damage missing on the side of NIP. No one is a little bit low,
good
though.
Scan. Perfectly reads that there is that rotation coming in from Viber.
He's going to wait and be patient. This range creep is going to be the death of him if he decides to go for it, but that's why he's hanging back. And it looks like he's actually going to go for the Greaves, and it's going to be the Underlord that most likely goes like Pipe or something. Atos Pipe,
Yeah.
I'm okay with either of the decisions.
Atos would definitely be sick in this game to, get that chain stun with your pit. Also, additional control against the Ember Spirit, but this lineup, it's not necessarily about killing the enemy team, right? It's just about surviving through their magic damage burst.
Yeah.
So maybe Pipe is a little bit more warranted.
Pretty
for
good
that.
catch. I
That's
mean,
true.
they're heavily relying on the Faceless Void, but if I look at the heroes in the game right now, it feels all right. As
Galactic Kid gonna make his first rotation into the mid lane with the Chronosphere out with an arrow on top of that. The Reaper's Scythe Gunner is dead once again for 40 seconds, thanks to the additional death timer.
And think about how long the Rubik waited there. Viver was waiting in that area for well over 2 minutes, and instead it's the rotation from the Faceless Void that nets that kill, and Gunner's just getting abused right now.
Yeah, 4 heroes in the mid lane, use of the Chronosphere and the Reaper's Scythe. That's some serious hate right there. But VP, you know, you can make those kind of plays with the early Chronosphere.
I think
why not? You're not going to use it much anyway. Resolution's going to be in some trouble here. He's trying with that Firestorm to burn out the Flame Guard, and that'll be just enough with no one TPing in as well. Resolution might be fine unless Skeeter can finish him off with his double damage to jump forward onto the Remnant. Save trying to hit him with the arrow, but the Remnant wasn't quite enough. Skeeter really thought that he had it there.
And Skeeter decides to go for it again. He's going to waste all his remnants. Got to be a little bit afraid now.
I mean, he was free. He could have just, you know, remnanted in, kind of chased the Underlord. He didn't have to jump away right. But
They should try to connect towards mid, though, because they brought so many different heroes for this. I don't think you're in a good position if you allow them to completely reset off of this move. PPD going to bring in Skeeter as well. This will be 4 heroes, and Gunner's going to secure this tower for them. And I'd like to see them now make this move towards top. You can already tell that the Faceless Void doesn't want to be in this position.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. And once you open up this top lane, there's a lot of possibilities. You can smoke back into your own jungle, which I think would be the play that I decide to go for.
Yeah, just kind of clear that out, especially since you know VP is going to be trying to mirror you. You can already see
so what
our
you do
vision that they're doing. So
is you set up 3 heroes up here. You help the Beastmaster take the tower, and all of a sudden you have 3 heroes smoking down towards bottom, and you can get some deep vision down yourself, de-ward some stuff. You probably don't save this tower, but you at least want to root them out of the jungle.
Yeah. You could TP together to like tier 2 or the Shrine if you want to make a faster play. Underlord's going to be pushing in mid. Viver thinking about popping his head out with a Fate Bolt and trying to pull some of these creeps off the tower, but he's immediately going to get jumped on here.
I'm surprised he decided to show.
Yeah.
I would have liked that play if the rest of his team decided to come over. As Rezo going to get roared up mid. This should be a trade here.
No chance for Rezo to survive, especially since he doesn't have the Hood of Defiance. So that is that rotation you were kind of talking about, where they secure that top tower and then they just kind of rotate through the map downwards, and they just happen to collide with Resolution in mid instead of making their way all the way down to bottom. And that's a fair trade-off for a 4 position for a 3.
They don't have Roar, but this might just be a free kill on a solo if they set things up right. You're getting him a little bit low. PPD going to come around with the creeps.
2 to 3, 11.5 minutes in, Ninjas in pajamas. Oh, Resolution's gonna TP in. They're gonna try and contest this tower. The rest of Virtus Pro a ways away. But as the aggression comes out from Skeeter, defensive rotation from no one. Epileptic, he's gonna be able to get the 2-man Chronosphere, and no one, as well as Solo, they're gonna be able to close the distance pretty soon here with the arrow on top of Gunner. Looks like he's just gonna get bursted down 100-0, just like last time. Gunner, truly the sacrificial mid laner for Ninjas in Pajamas at this point.
I don't really feel like you can be in a game like this, though, because he represents so much of their damage right now.
Yep.
That having him get jumped on is pretty rough. And right now for NIP, the only form of initiation that they really get is either the Rubik Lift or the Roar. And with how weak their heroes are right now, that doesn't feel very good as a way to start fights.
Yeah, certainly, like, you're talking about Gunner dying this much. It's like, you're the last big hero. You know, you're supposed to be the one that solves all these problems.
I don't know what hero I would have put in this position. I think I suggested Tinker.
Yes.
But like, I needed some sort of hero that would overall carry this game, and I don't know if Pugna's that. Plus, I just wanted like constant chip damage.
Certainly at this kind of rate. I mean, this is a VP squad that you look at their roster, it's a slower lineup for sure. If they're doing this well in the early game, you're going to be really happy with yourselves because you're only going to get stronger from here. At best, Nip is going to hit like a really big mid-game window about 25 minutes in.
Yeah, and this is the problem now, is that the Pugna can't really solo kill onto the Necrophos, and the Necrophos just has so much farm. And Virtus Pro, I feel like I really like their core matchups. But they're going to make
Go
the
for
move
the dive here, trying to quickly kill that Underlord, but intercepted by Solo with a great paralyzing cast. Reaper Sight to be able to stop that. Make sure the Pugna does indeed go down for the 4th time. Arrow coming out. Universe does manage to sidestep that. Virtus Pro moving forward with their Moonlight Shadow. Don't really have any additional catch, and if they're not careful, Nip may just turn around and try and kill no one, but TPing in from the Faceless Void. No Chronosphere just yet, but it does have the time dilation to be able to slow down Viper, catch him. Meanwhile, the Pit grabbing the Ember Spirit momentarily here, but he's going to be able to jump into the cliff area and TP out just fine.
Threw down the ward too to try to see him at the last second, but no stuns or anything like that in time. But we're seeing again, like the initiations are going to be in favor of VP. They can't really burst down no one. He's got full Greaves already and a wand. He's incredibly farmed. We talked about how they were going to lack damage. I still don't know where that really comes from. And it's not like their job gets easier once you get a pipe online, once your Void gets a BKB.
I mean, simply put, Ninjas in Pajamas could not have this kind of early game.
No.
Right? They needed to get off to a heavy start. They're not even ahead in net worth. In fact, they're down by 2K. What would you give the chances for this game?
I think it's pretty rough right now.
Like
just
a
because
75-25?
I didn't see what the win probability was, but like 80-20 maybe? Maybe a little bit more than that?
Yeah. It's, Total plus hits is 90-10.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that's altogether too inaccurate. Because I still think that NIP could win, but I think Universe at this point probably has to carry them with his movement.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have the kind of farm or the type of setup to be able to do so. It's never really NIP making any like smoke moves or anything like that. It's always just them sort of running into the area. And VP, whenever they have cooldowns, just straight up challenging them. And they don't really feel comfortable. You saw that Rezo just sits here. When they dove him with the Roar last time, they just had to instantly disengage because they see 3 TPs. If you want to make that kind of play, you have to also control the Shrine area. So when you see the TPs coming in, they can't really make that move. They're going to smoke up. They want to take this fight. This is the 3rd time now NIP's been up here.
Smoke's going to break. No one's going to lead the way here because he does have the Guardian Greaves. He's a very tanky target. He wants Ninjas the Pajamas to try and turn and fight him. Failing that, if Nip just run backwards, that's fine. Because at the end of the day, as long as Nip isn't doing anything, as long as they're not accomplishing anything on the map, taking towers, winning team fights, then this game is moving forward and forward for Virtus Pro.
VP also have their own catch issues, aside from having Chronosphere up, but I'd say they still probably feel perfectly okay.
Yeah. Not having catch isn't that big of a deal when you're just like kind of passively winning.
Yeah, and plus you have like the ultimate catch, right? You've got got Chronosphere.
Moonlight Shadow going down. Epileptic Kid trying to set up on Viper with the rotation coming out from the Underlord. Just freely using the Chronosphere just to make sure they get that kill. It feels like overcommitment in a bit, but simultaneously, Nip haven't been able to win fights when Chronosphere's down, so...
Yeah, they currently have no moves to make right now. They've been sort of like bashing their heads in against this top lane, but it doesn't really feel like they're making too much headway. And again, Rezo's gonna TP up here, say, go on me. Like, I wanna get roared.
Yep.
He's got pipe, 1500, 1700 HP, a stick. If this is not an easy to take down hero, he's gonna push that wave back out. They're gonna continue to go top. Maybe they have to make a play because Chronosphere's down, but I actually think that's what VP is trying to bait them into.
Yeah. That's why they kept on, like, Nip kept on making this play with Gunnar trying to, like, run back behind the tower. They need to be able to actually kill this Underlord, take the tier 2. They can't just let him continue to passively defend.
Yeah, no one's going to join up with him. As Rezo just continues to beat them back. And they're using so much to try to enable this top push. They've got 4 heroes up here. All the while, their Faceless Void is freely farming at bottom because he knows it's very likely that the Beastmaster is up here too.
Even TP back to the Shrine area, which they do have a Hawk to be able to see that. So maybe this is an opportunity for Ninjas to Pajamas one way or another. They can go top, knowing the Void can't immediately get there. Or maybe they could try and gank the Void. Choose to go top, running immediately into Resolution, and that just kind of ruins things.
Roar going out with no one, and Save trying to challenge the Beastmaster. He does get out, but again, passive game goes the way of Virtus Pro. Nip just feels like every single one of their moves is being countered time and time again.
Yeah, they're just constantly getting stymied. I think Skeeter right now is trying his best to keep up in net worth, but he's probably really afraid every time Chrono's up and anybody's missing off the map, they could just be invis trying to set up on him. And they've time and time again demonstrated that they are willing to throw out that Chrono even for solo kills.
Yeah, they'll do it on a Rubik. They'll certainly do it on an Ember Spirit. BKB next for our Faceless Void, because why not? Like, it's just the ultimate team fight winning item. Just secure the fact you will not get run over in the mid game.
Yeah, look how far Rezo feels like he's able to play. Just pushing this lane in. Doesn't even have vision really in this top area. They might get solo here. This would be
something small to work with.
It's a pick off at this point.
Yeah.
And Solo is being really cocky. There was nobody near him.
Yeah.
I don't even think he had vision on that left side. I think he just decided to make that play.
And saying, like, very confidently, I think my team can contest 4 versus 5 to defend the tier 2 or defend Roshan or whatever Nip try and do.
It's also saying you don't really care if you die.
Yeah.
Rezo's gonna get gone on. The Roar. They'll still have the pipe up.
TPing in, maybe with Nip already having this early lead on the Underlord, but the heal's gonna come out, the Dark Rift away, and they just do not have enough burst damage at this rate. The Fateful, it's still not enough, especially with that Shrine activated. They'll cancel their TPs. Nip do manage to force Virtus Pro back to their base, but it does not give them a lot of time to hit the tier 2 Underlord. He's already back with the TP scroll. See Peter trying to build up some magic resistance creeps off those Hellbears, but now he's gonna get caught trying to solo push. This just seems like frustration at this point. He just kind of alled in to try and finish off that tier 2 that they've been stuck on for the last 8 minutes.
They will finally get it. And it looks like they're just going into mode split push, which is normally what you do when you don't think you can win a 5-on-5 fight.
Yeah.
Which I agree with their logic right now. So we're going to see Rezo get gone on again. They did get him a lot lower than I expected.
Yeah, the immediate burst was quite formidable, but then no one shows up. He's able to get off Dark Rift.
Oh, he didn't even bother popping his wand.
20 wand charges, yeah.
Interesting. So he effectively had like another 300 HP, no problem.
It was as not close as you originally expected.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't pop his wand because he knew he was going to live.
Yeah. I mean, do you have another plan for Nip at this point? Like, you see them just keep on, crashing into that tier 2 at top and stuff, but what else can they do?
Looks like right now their plan is just to farm and hope that they outscale. I mean, they're not doing terribly bad. The way that we're talking about them, for the casual observer, it's 8-3, 2,000 gold. You think well, things are going perfectly fine. I'd say VP are playing a little bit more passively than I'd like. Maybe
thinking about the Chronosphere, but the Decrepify's already gone off. Epileptic Hit is going to go back in. Now the Decrepify's gone. Life Drain's done for. He can slowly beat down this Pugna with a small help and from Solo and his Death Ward. They'll even be able to kill those magic-resistant Centaurs.
That one dragon helping out so much.
Yep. And VP, well, apparently they heard you, Blitz. They're actually going to be on the offensive now. Trying to take some towers, go for that mid-tier 2 after the pick-off on Gunner. They have a little bit of time to work with after all.
Yeah, the scary part is if you're too passive and you decide to take one bad fight in front of your base, Beastmaster lineups will take down towers really quickly.
Oh yeah, Beastmaster with Chen and a Pugna. That is a lot of tower.
Look at this, Universe, he's gonna get caught out.
Dual Scepter on save, able to stop Universe, cancel his TP. They're going to TP in with no one now, so they're going to finish him off with the Reaper's Sight.
Could even Roche with that. 70 seconds dead on the Beastmaster. Maybe they'd be concerned because they have no ultis and they don't want to be in a position where they fight into a Beastmaster with buyback.
They're also close to some pretty key items. They almost have the Radiance on the Necrophos second item. I think that's pretty massive. Looks like Crimson Guard is going to be next for Resolution. He's just about to complete the Vanguard whenever he gets to the secret shop. Making this lineup significantly tankier. What's the next big window for Nip?
since they are just kind of like sitting back and going, okay, like we've had it. We can't actually take over this game in the first 20. We have to fall back on plan B. What's the next item timings? Is there something specific that's going to make them really strong?
Maybe the BKB on the Ember Spirit.
Okay.
I could see that making a decent amount of difference right now.
Well, nothing big is coming out from Gunnar. He's actually going for a Glimmer Cape.
That's pretty standard.
Has it in his stash.
That's pretty standard.
Certainly.
You're moving really quickly. You want a way to engage and disengage. Solves a lot of Pugna's problems from the burst magic damage that you take to when you're decrepit up. But it doesn't really solve your problem of getting chronoed every fight.
Yeah. Certainly not going to be a game-changing item.
Takes a lot of damage off the Necrophos too. When he loads up that Reaper Scythe.
True.
Depending on, hopefully he's not using it on you in that situation then.
Gets the ward on the high ground. Maybe this is an opportunity for Ninjas of Pajamas now that VP is a little bit outside of their base. Now that they are the aggressors, could be an advantage here in positioning for Ninjas of Pajamas as they smoked up with 3. They're going to take over this high ground area. No one is getting close to it. The smoke is going to break here, and they're going to start their initiation onto no one, while simultaneously trying to slow down this Void. Void is ready to go with the Primal Roar. They actually do manage to blow off that Necrophos. Resolution's going to be up next. He tries to get off the TP away, but that's not going to happen. No Dark Rift for you. And now Virtus Pro going to have to use their Chronosphere defensively. A big win for Ninjas of Pajamas, killing 2 cores and forcing out the Chrono.
So the BKB.
BKB. And maybe a little bit of hubris from Virtus Pro as well. It seemed like they thought they were just, they can't burst us down.
They were so cocky there.
They were mega cocky, like no one positioning himself right next to the high ground of all places. The rest of his team is on the right-hand side.
I mean, things would be perfectly fine for them, but they just had to make that move. They thought, no way in hell NIP ever decides to fight us, but NIP, they pick up the BKB on Skeeter. They're like, we've had enough.
Hey, well, I don't mind it. We've got a little bit of a game on our hands now with Ninjas of Pajamas being able to pick up that Aegis for Skeeter. We'll see that fight again.
You can see how far forward no one is.
They're showing all 3 cores on the tower. No one positions himself close to the high ground area. Kind of a late Dark Rift.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of issues there.
They were simply thinking there's no way we can lose a fight. They haven't taken a fight. They thought that they would just give up the tower for free. NIP correctly made the decision to defend it.
And this is, I'm not sure about this one. Virtus Pro, they're going to try and defend their tier 2, but immediately Resolution is jumped on, and from a distance, they're going to be able to drain him down. The BKB from Skeeter, once again, coming into play. Locking down Epileptic Kid. They need a bit more burst damage, though, to go on that carry Void, so they'll just take the tier 2, start backing it up a little bit.
And now they've taken a 2K gold lead. It's Rezo's turn this time to play really far forward. Risk his life.
Like they didn't have Chronosphere for 70 seconds, Blitz. They just lost a fight when they had Chronosphere.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It feels like they are very tanky, but as a group and together is where their strength is. And being able to play behind the Chronosphere. If the Faceless Void isn't in a position to actually get the jump off, you don't really have that much protection. Because what you want in an ideal world is no one gets jumped on, he turns around with Greaves, you get pipe off, then that sets up for a really nasty Chronosphere.
Yep.
But if Epileptic Kid isn't in a good position, then you can't really make those plays, and Rezo can't really sit forward like that as if he's this unkillable boss when there's no way for them to initiate a fight. It has to be around the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Like their team just has to calm down. Their lineup is still very strong, but they're just kind of throwing away these opportunities, and Beastmaster and Chen, they allow you to push so fast and punish so quickly.
There we go. Everybody. Mjolnir now up for the Faceless Void. That actually is a lot of damage between an Ember Spirit and a Pugna, who have like these multiple damage instances between Life Drain and the Flame Guard. That active from the Mjolnir static charge. Really impactful in a team fight. Smoke up. What a beautiful rotation from Nip. If they can actually find him, they're just shy of being able to catch no one here. And if they caught him away from his team, it would have been perfect. But now he's a little bit close to them. They're going to run into each other immediately. The Guardian Greaves taking off that stun. And an arrow, beautifully placed, is going to be able to lock down Skeeter. But he does have an Aegis, so they don't want to overcommit for this kill. They're just going to try and finish him off the old-fashioned way. Right-clicking him slowly but surely, but he does manage to jump himself away. Resetting a little bit. Epileptic Kid still looking for his Chronosphere, though. Skeeter's going to reset with a TP and come back into this fight. Maybe around the shrine, which is where Virtus Pro is moving towards. Skeeter immediately jumps in as they do manage to burst down that Witch Doctor almost immediately. Another arrow lands onto that Ember Spirit, but Virtus Pro, they're making their way out of here. It's now the team being able to finish up. Heater almost going down.
They got the roar in the void. He might just go down.
He's going to fall here with the BKB activated. Barely managed to get it off. Turn around. Time walks off a little bit of damage. Looking for that Chronosphere still, but he doesn't feel good about it. Skeeter still has that Aegis. Skeeter's just playing on the front lines, forcing action out of Virtus Pro. A time walk away just barely gets Epileptic Kid out of that damage areas. But Skeeter does end up
got Chronosphere here.
Now he's going to go for the Chronosphere. On top of it, but he got to lift. Oh no! Biver with the perfect position. He bursts down the Faceless Void. No one. He's going to be in trouble. The Dark Rift coming up from Resolution. They do have the heals of Guardian Greaves. They should be able to get out together. To the fountain they go.
And the tip. I mean, I really feel like just throw down the Chrono there.
Yeah.
As he's respawning in, he decided to walk all the way to the edge of the cliff.
You don't need to min-max.
No, you can just set it to the high ground. You're gonna live, your entire team's gonna live, you're gonna kill Skeeter, and everything's fine. But instead, he was so loath to use it at all. So no one's gonna get quite low. Gets himself off of that.
Virtus Pro offering multiple breaths of fresh air here to this Ninjas in Pajamas team that is now able to assault the high ground at 30 minutes. This is the timing that they were looking for 15 minutes ago, the timing that they kept on getting stymied. They will get Resolution here. Up into the high ground, telekinesis backwards, he's just dead.
Again, they don't have the Chrono.
There is no shortage of damage when you have a Pugna.
I actually can't believe that VP are putting themselves in this position, and I mean, credit to NIP. Like, they're doing everything right, but they're being given so many opportunities.
Yeah. I mean,
just time and time again, you can see VP send one hero at a time. They're trying to min-max a little bit too much.
Go back to that last team fight where Ninjas in Pajamas were so split. But the Primal Roar, man, they managed to burst him down. It would have been great there, but still, Epileptic Kid, as we're going to see here eventually.
It's when he decides to walk to the very edge of the cliff.
Yeah.
The fight at this point is still okay. Skeeter dies here. Set up for the Chrono for your range.
3%.
Yeah. You don't have to time walk into that corner area. He can just even make one towards the edge a little bit, just to make sure. There's no way for them to really save. They've got so much magic damage onto that Ember Spirit. If he gets Glimmer Caped and Decrepified, I feel like you still nuke him twice, you drop the Necrophos ulti, and he goes down. And that fight looks completely different.
Well, they do have the Radiant for no one, and he's about to complete a Lotus Orb pretty soon here. Another wave to be able to remove those chains, possibly block some of the life drain damage or turn back a Primal Roar.
Yeah, an Epileptic Kid. It looks like he's so hesitant to use the Chrono at all. Like that engagement in mid, the one at the edge of the cliff. It feels like he's getting a little bit too gun-shy now.
It's not the first time he's been in this situation. We casted that game in the group stage where they were matched up against that Morphling Earthshaker combo, and he was playing Faceless Void, and he just, at some point in time in the game, he just looked a little lost, and you cannot afford, you know, your young carry player.
You need to calm down right now.
Yeah.
Reset yourself. The game is still winnable. The problem is, it probably doesn't feel that way. Right now, for VP, they've lost so many fights in a row, but they have to recognize why they're losing these fights. They're not sticking to what makes their lineup good. They're not playing behind their Chrono. Solo heroes are just walking in, trying to tank all that damage. It's not 15 minutes ago where that was possible. Your strength is in numbers and the threat of the Chronosphere.
And this is where your experienced voices come in and calm everybody down and say, hey, guys, relax. You know, we've lost a lot of bad fights that we probably shouldn't have, but here's the problem that's happening. Here's how to fix it. Let's move forward. Because after all, the Dota Plus is still saying that VP have an advantage after Rex was taken.
I mean, that's
It's just barely up to like 51% now.
And the crazy part is, if we completely disregard like the momentum, and if you had just dropped us into this game, I would have said, oh, well, VP still have a very good shot to win. But you can't really account for how much this Void is feeling that pressure right now.
Yeah, the tilt. This is very much going to be a mental game moving forward for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, because their lineup is still very good. They still have ways to win. They have the best overall teamfight spell in the game.
They just got the level 20 talent, which is massive.
It really just comes down to set up opportunities for yourself. The way that fight should look is Underlord gets gone on, your Necrophos is behind him, and then because NIP have to rush in, they'll lose their positioning, and this is where your Faceless Void will have time to play.
Oh, this is I imagine this is good for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's going to be a very fast Roshan. It was just 35 seconds after the potential respawn point. And Nip, who probably want to keep the pressure.
Yeah, they want to keep the pace of the game going. You don't want VP to have time to think about the game.
Yeah.
You want them to continue to get sloppy, take these weird fights. I'd like to even see them smoke towards this Roshan area.
Just try and take one of those fights just, around the Roshan pit.
What's going to happen instead? They're going to hold the high ground on the side of NIP. They spotted the invis with the Hawk. This is something I guess they just weren't thinking about. But instead, I think they realized what's happened. Going to reset into a little bit of farm. Save is going to get a D ward off, which should alert both teams about the situation around Roshan Pit. Deny on the DD by no one.
Save, just throwing out some arrows, and he can keep doing that time and time again just to make sure he has vision inside of the pit.
And NIP, they're setting up for it.
Snip it, and that's why.
Be together on the side of VP.
They're going to play. They're going to go for resolution. Does manage to get the telekinesis. Primal Roar comboed up. No one trying to save him out with a Lotus Orb. But there's going to be your Chronosphere. Locking down the three of them. Resolution's going to survive. Vexy's going to join, beating down this Ember Spirit. He tries to get off the pit, but doesn't actually control the Ember Spirit in time. Instead, they'll be able to kill Gunner's Pugna as Virtus Pro now go for the fast retreat of the Dark Grit. Four of them inside of that. Yeah. They're going to buy back and immediately go for the Roshan. And Virtus Pro, with using the Chronosphere, may not be able to contest it. We'll see mass teleportation coming in.
And this is an unfortunate thing because you feel like you have to take the fight. But I don't know how you're going to be able to win it as Skeeter. Going to go in first, the root.
Oh, he's got to be careful of that Pit of Malice, Skeeter. They are going to be able to do a lot of damage to no one with this life drain.
The arrow connects temporarily, but PPD just going to try to get the D ward off. They don't have Roar themselves.
Grab
the ability to poke.
Decent amount of poke damage on the Epikid, but he's able to just time block it off.
Both teams just posturing for this Roche. But the cooldowns will come up sooner on NIP.
That's why. They're just going to go maybe poke and Roshan here.
Yeah.
Keep tanking the arrow for Peter. Resolution is going to be the one showing himself. This time around, they do get the Lotus Orb off before a lot of these spells are used. A Force Staff away, but Life Drain, it's going to suck him dry. Resolution falls. He does have a buyback, though. And Virtus Pro are heavily invested here in being able to defend this. They do manage to get a Lucky Bash.
Into the arrow.
They're going to be able to get a lot of control here. Defensive Force Staff and the Sleight of Fist. Skeeter is able to get away into the river, and BKB was used by Epileptic Kid. He's trying to deal with his Pugna Ward that is just harassing no one in solo constantly in that back line. Oh, Dagger Blast, that's not going to be quite enough. Solo will survive thanks in part to no one's heals. Virtus Pro maintain control of the Roshan pit.
NIP really want this. They expended the buyback on a Gunner.
This is very rapidly turning into a fight, not just for Aegis and Cheese, but potentially for Elena Barracks with these buybacks being expended on both sides.
Yeah, but NIP, they don't want to just blind walk into it. Gonna wait. They really need the BKB up on the Ember Spirit if they want to take these fights. VP sort of in a similar situation, but as soon as Void shows himself bottom, I think they're going to go back into the pit.
And that's why Void, as soon as he shows himself a little bit too long, is going to TP in. He's got his Chronosphere ready to go.
And I think what NIP wants in this situation is actually to bait them into a fight. It's not easy for them to just hit this Roche with their Ember Spirit Pugna cores.
It's so hard for them to just take Roshans by themselves.
What they want is VP to overcommit and get a little bit too anxious, come down. They really want them to come down the stairs.
Yeah. And simultaneously, Virtus Pro have also been trying to kind of bait fights with the Resolution on the front lines. Don't think he can do that anymore, though. He's been punished for that one too many times, and this time around with no buyback.
In that previous Chrono 2, not to just like dogpile on him, but it was that hesitation where he decided to go for the Ember Spirit and then he switched targets into the Pugna.
Yeah.
I feel like you just get rid of the Ember Spirit. He's the real threat right now in these team fights. You see how much damage that Skeeter puts out. Just get rid of him.
you have enough physical damage. It's not like this Ember is all-encompassing and tanky, but if you give him that little bit of wiggle room, he will get out of those sticky situations, as both teams still posturing around Roche, but it looks like NIP are going to give up on that pursuit.
At this point, they may just have to wait and reset a little bit. See if they can get a pick off on Virtus Pro to finally break them entirely and go for the Roshan. But VP are not going to split up here. They're going to stay together despite the split push pressure that is coming out from a Beastmaster and Ember Spirit. They're going to go with the Moonlight Shadow, work their way through behind this mid lane. They know, they saw the Ember Spirit, that little bit of animation where he returns to his remnant.
They're going to scan.
You know he's over here somewhere, but they don't want to go into that Radiant Triangle high ground area. That's just a bit too far.
I like Gunner's move right now. He's going to push out this top lane. He wants to force pressure so that VP reset their position. This is really scary for NIP right now, right? Because they have no vision. They're not really sure what they're doing. So what he wants to do is blast out this next wave. This will force somebody from the side of VP up. And it sort of just resets the map. It allows NIP to walk the map once again.
Gunner has a Dagon 3 with a Veil of Discord, the Decrepify. That's so much magic amplification to the heavy amount of burst. They got to be careful. Any sort of disables they get on the Faceless Void, they could still burst him down despite a BKB and a Linken's on it.
What's sort of hurting NIP right now is their inability to Roche very quickly.
Yeah.
Because now no one can take his time, go all the way top, push that lane out, and still make it in time for whatever Roche fight might happen.
Epikid just using his static charge to push in the creep wave while he farms up neutrals. Getting closer and closer to that nullifier that will really help him out against the Decrepify of the Pugna, which is going to be one of the better counters against a good Chronosphere. If Pugna's not inside, just Decrepifying whatever target this Void wants to go for. It's going to be your best option. Ninja's Pajamas, they see this as an opportunity strike. Necros is showing himself into the Haste Rune. They immediately manage to grab Epikid rising with over here. The Haste Rune, the force staff away. It's not going to be good enough. What a massive kill there. And is he going to buy back to defend this Roshan? He does have the Chronosphere.
I'm so surprised. Going down into that area without the rest of your team behind you, bounty rune, the 40-minute bounty runes especially are not free.
Yeah.
You know that NIP are playing around that area. The two lanes are pushed in. They still want to be around Roche.
That rune anyway.
Yeah, the risk-reward ratio is like completely off there.
Yeah. Moonlight Shadow. Arrow coming out. If they get the right kind of initiation, they can bring this Void in.
Yeah, Void still has the Chronosphere, but
Ninjas and Pajamas, what they need to do, they have to wait until Nip have like gotten Roshan low enough that they have to commit to Roshan and not just back up.
Exactly.
But it's a little bit hard to maintain vision inside of the pit. They're actually going to start this fight with the telekinesis. There's going to be your buyback coming out from the Void, and that's why Ninjas Pajamas immediately retreat. They didn't bring Roshan low enough that VP can just take it for themselves quickly.
There's no there's no Roar though. They do have Chronosphere. So they should feel a little bit stronger.
Back up, actually. Universe, it's such a short cooldown. He's actually ready to go. Nip, they just need to be patient. They're bleeding VP out of their buybacks.
Yes. You just wait, reset the game once again, hope that somebody from VP makes the same play, gets a little bit too anxious around that Roshan pit, because NIP don't really want to take this Roche.
Yeah.
This is going to be a bait every single time.
They're going to be able to find the captain solo, quickly take him out of the equation.
So now you move into the pit. Just be a little bit patient, see what VP are willing to commit.
See if they can force another buyback out of Virtus Pro. The fight position, though, just not that big of a deal, so maybe Nip are a little timid.
Yeah, they really want them to come down.
After all, you still have the better control of the river, right, with such good initiation. You can keep on playing off these power runes. This time around, it's a double damage been activated for Skeeter and an arcane rune in the bottom.
They're going to wait solo out.
How long have we been standing around this Roshan pit now? It feels like a solid 5 or 6 minutes now, and this is just going to be the game-defining fight.
Yes. You can see NIP, I mean, their strategy, somehow it's working, even though I feel like it should be very transparent to VP. It's like, we can't Roche, but you know what? If you just keep walking into this pit area, we'll kill you over and over again. And I feel like they've just gone like 3 free pickoffs in a row in that area.
Yeah.
And they just hold their own high ground, and then VP's like, I guess we have to rush down, see what happens.
A combination of this control of the Roshan pit mixed in with the split pushing they're able to do with, you know, Chen, Ember Spirit, Beastmaster. They have so many good options there.
Yeah, and VP is so afraid. Whereas NIP, I mean, they can always just throw out Hawks. They always know what the situation of Roche is.
Yeah.
Whereas I think VP is always afraid. They don't know if they've smoked into there, if they're getting a little bit too cocky by being fanned out.
Fresh items here. BKB actually for no one. That's how problematic this Pugna counter pick has been. You don't see BKB Necrophos too often except for this kind of matchup and maybe like a Leshrac or something.
Yeah, I remember I watched some cast that I think Mad did, where he was saying maybe on his Twitch channel or something that like getting BKB on Necro is like the ultimate bait.
Yeah. I mean, not being able to use your Ghost Shroud just...
It's so rough.
It feels pretty bad. But, you know, in this sort of lineup, right, there's just not going to be that much right-clicking being done anyway. I like the gem pickup. I'm not sure when Save grabbed that, but really important to start taking away this Hawk Vision whenever they can, because it is the biggest advantage that NiP have, and why they've been able to get these pick-off after pick-off. Virtus Pro, are they going to go for a smoke here? Solo takes it off the courier, but not going to use it just yet. They have side lanes to deal with right now. Both top and bottom lane are being heavily pushed in. Resolution will deal with a wave that's farthest away from the Roshan pit because he can't always... He's got a TP scroll as well as that Dark Rift.
BKB trying to go for a Hex. Feels like they need a non-Chronosphere solution to starting fights.
That'll lead into some pretty good disable on that Ember Spirit. Get the right Pit of Malice on him, break his link in sight. Then the pit grabs him again.
Never refuse gold given.
We are getting very close to some 25s at this rate. Void's about to be 24. Necrophos is already 24. Ember Spirit already has his level 25 with the Remnant Charge restore time. So an Aghanim Scepter would be super nice for him at some point. He's going to be pulled back into the Chen as they are all top lane right now. But Virtus Pro, they know Gunner's here. They just saw that blast. This is a great position for them to be able to get a crucial pick off. But Gunner has already backed himself away. Virtus Pro missed their opportunity. In fact, even showing themselves. Resolution TPing back over the Shrine is going to be able to grab Peter. With Gunner pushed away, now they want to try and force the fight up to top.
And they're just going to walk back towards mid. Gunner.
He's still going to get caught. Yule Scepter, thanks to that gem, he will be able to see Gunner through that Glimmer Cape, and they're just going to be able to chain stun him from here. Reaper Scythe isn't going to actually finish off Gunner because of all those heals, but eventually they will get that kill. A buyback is available for him, but he's dead for 2 minutes. So pretty much no doubt that VP is going to be able to force that out of him. They have to deal with their side lanes first, though.
I don't actually know how much they can take advantage of this.
You think they're just not capable of doing Roshan?
If you get into the wrong type of Roche fight, it's so rough for your team.
Yeah.
Maybe now with the DD.
That's true. DD does change things quite a bit.
Yeah, with the DD, I think you push out bottom and maybe you go for it.
Yeah. After all, there's like no real rush, right? Like normally you see a hero dead, you're like, oh guys, we gotta force things that way we can get this buyback out of him. But
80 seconds.
He said for 2 minutes. You could spend a solid minute pushing out your side lanes, getting all that looking good, and then force him with the buyback in, you know, like those last 30 or 40 seconds. And looks like they're gonna be doing exactly what you suggested. Double damage in the bottle. Scan activated. A stolen Firestorm. That's actually going to make things really difficult.
They want VP to feel like they're all in committed for this Roche.
Yeah, and I think even just the Firestorm by itself is enough to force VP back.
I like this decision a lot, though, from Void. Saving that DD rune.
Yeah. Oh,
He wants it for the fight more than the Roche.
Yeah. They don't want to have to deal with this longer, drawn-out fight. They want to be able to get inside of the Nip base right now. With this smoke into the Moonlight Shadow, they need a Yule Scepter. They need to be able to find one of these heroes. They run into the Ember Spirit, but he has the Lincoln, so they're not going to be able to kill him.
They know that PPD's up here.
Maybe they get PPD. He's going to try and TP out, but the arrow nails him perfectly. Still, though, it's a 5 position. They really wanted a big core pick.
They bought enough time for Gunnar.
Yep, he did not have to blow his buyback. Maybe Peter may have to do that, but I just doubt VP's gonna be able to actually go for Roche at this point. Still, it is like the game just being drawn out. Solo just running down river like that.
Maybe they could have still Roche. They sent the Underlord to deal with that.
Yeah, they still have that double damage.
They're playing as though pretty much everybody on their team has taken a shot at just going by themselves down that river.
Yeah, how many times are we gonna die right outside the Roshan pit? Like, guys, we've been talking about Roshan for like the last 10 minutes. Both teams are gonna play around this area nonstop.
Yeah, it really feels like, aside from VP going down there, I haven't really seen the map move too much.
They're going to be able to take away some vision. Oh, Epileptic Kid thought he had an opportunity. He's still going to go for the Chronosphere onto Gunnar with a long-range arrow coming in. Gunnar will fall. Primal Roar going out. Okay, force step. Alive. Still going to get him out. There's an activatable shrine. Gunner's going to be okay. In fact, he's going to turn around and kill Epic Kid. Oh, he's dead for 2 minutes.
Oh, my.
He has no buyback because of gold. 50 seconds resolution. He's going to use his BKB and turn and fight Biver here. And I'm sure Nip are thinking, what's going on here?
And I love that they didn't give up on Gunnar. He's like, pop the Lincolns.
Oh, telekinesis mid-leap too. What a grab from Biver. Once again, he gets the clutch telekinesis that may just break open the game for them. They're going to buy back immediately on save. He needs 15 gold on the Faceless Void. Nip are kind of playing like he does have it. And that VP are just going to be really reluctant to force it. They're only going to use it once Nip are actually inside the pit. So eventually this Void will get it. Level 25 now for the Necrophos, that 0.8 Heartstopper Aura Edition. It's a lot more damage over time for them.
Both teams just posturing around. We've played the same side of the map for so long.
Okay, another telekinesis, another pullback. They're gonna jump out no one. Immediately trying to commit to him, but he's got Hard Guardian Greaves and a Lotus Orb and a BKB. He is tanky, little bird. Ember Spear going back in as the BKB is about to wear out. Lincolns will protect him from the paralyzing cast. Death Ward being used there. There's something small, but this is a big pickup, and they can actually get Gunnar here. Another Yules into another defensive force staff, giving away from the arrow time in the Primal Roar onto no one. Once again, they're trying to get this kill. 30 seconds left. They're actually going to go for the Dark Ring play, trying to get everybody out of here. It looks like they may all survive. They all get out, and the Faceless Void's buyback will hold for a little longer. 20 seconds left. Can Ninjas and Pajamas finish off a Roshan in this small little window? It doesn't look like it. VP is already back TPing onto their shrine and getting some control over that Roshan pit once again.
Yeah, and time after time, they can't really do Roche themselves. The best they can do is bait VP into these positions. And if I'm VP, at some point you have to say, like, guys, just be together. Please, we don't have to make these solo plays. This is the only way that we're losing this game. It's happened like 8 times now.
You know what I love about Dota for like the last year
and again,
now? This can't keep happening. Somebody's got to make it stop.
I've never seen 2 teams fight around the Roche pit for so long without either of them being able to take it.
I mean, Solo's the captain. He's supposed to be the reasonable voice saying exactly what you're saying, Blitz, but he's the one gets caught out trying to push that mid lane. Fortunately, it's not a hero that, because he's dead, Nip are going to feel super confident about going for that Roshan. But what I love about Dota right now is that these level 25s, the game goes late, and kind of all bets are off right now.
All right, so they know that the Void is just farming.
Yeah.
Trying to set up for this. Looks like he's going to...
have to find a way to be able to break through his Lincolns, that they do. Get the instant telekinesis on top of that. The Primal Roar, Epileptic Kid, he's down.
Now they're going to be able to grab more. It's going to be the Mirana up next. Change up. They're immediately going to buy back on the Void. This is where they've overextended themselves. They need to be able to get a sick Chronosphere out of this one. Epileptic Hit going to try and chase down Gunner right now. Gunner leading them away. In fact, going deeper into VP's side of the map and TPing out underneath the trees. VP
gonna get out for free?
He got nothing out of that.
At this point, I'm not really sure what VP's play has got to be, because if you commit too hard to the Roshan pit, you know that everyone's got buyback on the side of NIP, and all it takes is one bad fight, and NIP will say, we don't even need Rosh, we'll just go down mid.
I think they may just have to play for high ground. If Nip Nako, like a serious commitment, they just 5-man into the pit right now, I'm not sure if they can take that kind of fight. I mean, you've only got one Chronosphere, and they've got 2 lives on everybody. We'll have to see what VP does here.
And I was just abusing the tempo of the game. Like, both sides were just showing, like, you push the lane into us, we push the lane into you. They make that smoke rotation around. Void doesn't expect it because he just thinks that they'll be back mid. But at some point, somebody was going to make that long wrap and just chance it.
An update on some of these level 25s. We've got the Nether Blast damage from the Pugna. We do have the Beastmaster who went for the hot cooldown. You can see how all important the vision is in this game. The backtrack on the Void. Not going to be able to defend their shrine, which has been so key for helping them get to this Roshan pit quickly. After a Dark Rift retreat, that's now gone. Another opportunity for Nip to finally, maybe claim the Ages and Cheese for themselves. A double damage. That's just one more opportunity. We've got the Aghanim Scepter on the Ember Spirit. He still has his Maelstrom in his backpack, so he could probably go for a consumable and get another item on top of all this. And after all that, all those buybacks and deaths, finally, Dota Plus is saying, yeah, Nip actually have the higher win percentage. They haven't had that the entire game until just about 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Once they forced the buybacks, I'd assume.
Yep.
That was the first time they took over 50%.
Solar Crest coming in soon for save. Just these little helping items for the Faceless Void. And we almost have level 25 on the Underlord as well, which I'm presuming he's going to go for that extra Pit of Malice root duration.
Never refuse. Yeah, they really lack lockdown right now. I mean, once they can get inside the base, they win a team fight. They will take towers very quickly, and this time it's going to be save. He used a Solar Crest, and that's going to alert them. They saw it with the ward as a result. They had no idea otherwise.
These little plays, man, that can really screw up your smoke, or in this case, Moonlight Shadow King. I do appreciate the fact that VP is trying to play aggressively despite not having buybacks, because it is the most likely way for them to catch Nip out.
Yes. Because so far it's just been somebody gets picked off.
Oh, there it is. He's going to jump in, go for the Chronosphere. That's going to be able to lock down Gunner. And the arrow to be able to follow up with the Aeon Disc. Now the Reaper side coming in. That does knock down Gunner finally, but he does have a buyback. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is pushing out. VP is trying to retreat right now. They do have the Dark Rift. They can use it now to try and save out no one. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get inside the pit? At the same time, they tried to go for Force Staff to see if they can get the Necrophos outside of that range. Somebody's going to get caught by this Ember Spirit, though. That is Skeeter with a double damage. No matter how many leap charges you have, it's not going to be enough to get away from this Ember. So one hero with no buyback down for 70 seconds. That is enough. Ninjas of Pajamas to go for the pit. After all, there's no Chronosphere for 95 seconds. And VP, it's looking like they're just going to give this one up. But no one daring to push in this mid lane is going to draw some attention. Outside of the Roshan pit, a really good Pit of Malice comes out from Resolution.
You want to chase this.
The Ember Spirit can certainly chase this. After all, he still has that Arcane Rune. He has so many remnants to be able to throw down, but at the same time, no one's so tanky. He's got 4,000 HP. He's regenning up non-stop. He's got this Lotus Orb, but BKB's up in 5 more seconds. They can't kill him. No one's position just actually killed their Roshan attempt, baby. We're going to see BKB activated by Resolution. Does manage to get that Pit of Malice immediately removed by the Lotus Orb. Peter's trying to get out of here. They're focusing on a 5 position right now. They can't even kill him. They're going to be able to chain up Resolution, trying to just keep him from retreating.
No one's pushing forward. He's got the DD Root. Root again. They're pinging that area. They do have the roar up. And only 10 seconds left for the Mirana to respawn.
Chronosphere up in 35 seconds. He's trying to get an Aghanim Scepter because he knows that this cooldown is just way too long, way too abusable this late into the game when buybacks are a thing. And I'm surprised to say this, but it looks like he's gonna have his chrono up before Nip can actually get Roshan.
Again, they can't Rosh.
They can't Rosh.
It's so hard for them to Rosh.
It's 57 minutes in. This is how incapable this lineup is of taking Roshan. Most Temple lineups have a Rosh taking mechanism. I guess they have Beastmaster, but that's really it. Universe gonna offer a refresher on his Beastmaster.
VP.
Double Prime Aurora actions. Oh, they nearly managed to get on top of Skeeter. Got him with their Chronosphere at the Reaper side. He is dead for 135 seconds. Could this VP have forced down a buyback out of Ninjas in Pajamas?
He did not learn the lesson.
He did not.
That rune is not worth it. Not when your team isn't there, ready to back you up. Everybody's missing on the map. That's twice now that we've seen the carries from either side die because of that.
Well, a good steal by Piper. Once again, getting the Firestorm.
Yeah, that'll deter the Rosh for sure.
Yeah.
And they're pinging the area, which I think is more important to hold than just walking the Rosh pit again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're soon, I'm pretty sure Piper's gonna go for the Telekinesis cooldown. That is a massive upgrade to your control.
I don't know if they'll know about this move, by the way.
Smoke up?
Yeah, because the Ember hasn't bought back or anything like that, so...
Smoke's gonna break. They're gonna throw the Firestorm inside the pit. See if they can get some ideas here. Resolution's gonna take a lot of damage on his way out here. Gets a little bit low. He's instantly gonna pop his BKB as soon as they use the Decrepify Gunner. Well, they're gonna use the Chronosphere to make sure he dies here with the Reaper side coming in. It's not quite enough damage. All these heals. How has he survived through all this? He's Decrepify going up. Finally, he does burn down. He doesn't have a buyback, but the Ember Spirit into the back line. Trying to finish off solo. Does manage to get him. Saves up next, but his BKB is worn out. He has to be careful that Pit of Malice. His Blinkets is broken. Arrow coming in. Dodge with a Sleight of Fist. Does manage to get away. Skeeter barely survives, dodging a bullet there. And Dark Rift going out. VP, go for the reset. Everybody group up, guys. 4 versus 4.
And they're out.
Control over the Roshan pit continues.
They have to lay everything into Gunner, but they weren't able to get any of their spells off. Universe just went down so quickly.
Refresher for Resolution. Overlapping Pit of Malices. That actually sounds very dangerous.
More than that, the double Hex.
Double Hex.
Double BKB.
Potentially Dark Rift out of this fight again if they want to. Something Nip may not expect. They're gonna start things off. Firestorm going out. Regen, nothing massive. Bottom lane.
Still a gold issue for this Void. That's why they don't want to commit this.
Yeah. He does have buyback now off of time, but as you said, a gold issue, 770 gold away from buyback. The Hawk keeps on running in, keeps on getting vision of the fact that Nip do not need to be around this Roshan pit right now. It's not that low.
I can't believe it. Like, of all the spells to steal, just to delay this game, the Hawk finally goes down. The arrow.
The arrow. Ooh, that was a little close. He's got to make sure no Chronosphere. That's it. Fiverr, they're tired of all the shenanigans with this Firestorm. They're going to make sure he falls, but he does have buyback, and now there's no Chronosphere. Nip, can they take the fight without Chronosphere? They're just not going to go for it at all.
Especially not with Gunner out of the picture still.
Yeah.
They let him do it like 8 times.
Yeah.
I can understand why Byro was starting to feel really cocky.
Maybe just got a bit complacent. And finally, Roshan's dead, 61 minutes in. It's been 20 minutes of non-stop Rosh posturing, but he is dead.
The second Rosh of the game is
Long live Roshan. Aegis and Cheese is out. We got Aegis on Epileptic Kid and Cheese for no one. Now that they're all 6 slotted, don't have...
One of the latest second Roshans I've ever seen.
Yeah. The refresher in Universe's backpack. He's going to go for the kill on a Resolution. Triple remnant in. Already down to half health. The Dagon helps, and that's it. Resolution. What is he going to do here? Because these 2 cores are still pushing in the mid lane.
Looks like they're going to put him in a position where... looks like they wanted him to buy back, but maybe they're just recognizing Rubik. He's about to respawn. There's no real reason to try to all in there. Just get your own buybacks up. Now it's NIP that's in a position where they don't have 3 core buybacks. I mean, 3 core buybacks is so big. They're not going to want to play aggressively anymore.
Yeah.
epileptic kid. He almost has enough to be able to buy the Aghanim's Blessing. And then he can pick up another item.
This goes to show you like how favored VP's lineup should have been.
Yeah.
From a draft perspective.
They are back in the win percentage, 54 to 46. That's
unbelievable.
That's what it says right now.
Dire's bottom
Another
shrine is under
insane
attack.
game, another insane series, it seems. Maybe not for the reasons you expected. 10,000 gold. That's what no one has right now. He can start buying out moon shards for people.
Could also get the blessing and get another item.
Yeah. What would you like to see for him? Another, like, scythe? Some additional control?
A second hex would be bad.
Yeah. After all, they already have, oh no, they don't actually have Shivas. Resolution. He was gonna go for that once. I think that was before he decided Refresher was the play. Shiva's still an item that they don't have, but I don't know how much it helps against this heavy magic damage lineup. And despite having Aegis and Cheese, they're not actually playing for the map right now because
I kind of want them to,
Resolution's
though.
still dead.
Once Rezo's up, like he's about to respawn in 6 seconds. You can make your move a little bit sooner than this because you got Aegis.
Yeah. Start getting some control. After all, you still have 3 minutes for both the Ember Spirit and the Beastmaster buybacks. If there's any time to close out the game, it could be right now.
ED bottom, maybe?
Oh, okay.
All right.
Let's just summoned one for Virtus Pro.
I wanted drama.
Drama it's gonna be. Drama is on the menu here at 64 minutes in. This game one between these two teams. Both of them playing for survival at ESL 1 Hamburg. Oh hey, we have an Aghanim Scepter for Peter.
This is the most armed I think I've ever just seen him.
Yep. So he's now able to take some Black Dragons. That's why it's sitting bottom lane, constantly pushing that lane in. So just added even more annoying split push on top of what already was an Ember Spirit Chen Beastmaster lineup. He also has level 25, by the way, and that's why those Hand of God heals have been doing so much. 950 heal.
I'm honestly kind of down to see like what the third Roche looks like.
It is going to be a scythe for no one. He was considering moon shards before that, but I think, yeah. Consuming your Aghanim Scepter, getting some additional control against this Ember Spirit, it can't hurt.
That's a hard pickup by the Pugna.
Dire are scanning.
And just no net worth lead whatsoever. They're gonna be able to find Peter. Just freely throw out the Chronosphere. After all, it's only a 60-second cooldown. This late into the game, any hero being dead for this long.
Push down mid.
Advantage.
Are they gonna do it?
You wanna push right away? You wanna wait for like 30 seconds till Chronosphere's up?
You have to wait because bottom lane has been pushed out. So now Rezo's gotta stop this by himself.
And it's a Siege Wagon push too, so this is actually gonna be a lot of damage on the tier 3.
He's being really careful because no one showed himself.
Yep.
He's afraid that maybe there's a roar on top of him and he just gets bursted in front of his base and he has to use buyback. That'd be the worst case scenario, but as a result, he's just gonna lose that tower.
These little things build up. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have just entered into the longest game of ESL 1 Hamburg. We had the longest one before Liquid versus Nip in the group stage was 66 minutes and 20 seconds. Something about this tournament, man. Just we've had some long games. Level 25 for the Witch Doctor with the Aghanim Scepter that he has. He's got the Death Ward damage that can actually have a real impact. See, that's why I love Dota going late game, because I feel like I actually don't understand a whole lot. You know, there's so many new things in there. You just don't know what you're actually gonna see. What's gonna be impactful? What's gonna win the fight? $260 damage per hit, and it has True Strike and bounces.
That's pretty
You get the right kind of Chronosphere with this Death Ward,
And all we've really seen for the last like 30 minutes is just the solo chronos.
Yeah.
NIP have done a very good job splitting up.
And NIP, I mean, I think this is a great read. They just keep on playing in this bottom lane, right? It takes them so far away from the Radiant base. It may be an opportunity for you to get a pick off. And failing that, you're slowly chipping away at a range barracks. And NIP, they made the read. That the rotation was coming over from all of VP. Resolution could not afford to get picked off, so he calls his team over. Let's clean this out. Viper does walk away with the Pit of Malice stolen, though. Who is actually full up on items right now. He's even got a Lotus Orb in his backpack. They do have some vision up here in the top lane. That's why they're kind of rotating up here. They would love to be able to catch Skeeter as he's split pushing. At this point, I wouldn't even mind him getting like an Aeon Disc for the Ember Spears just to deal with the Chronosphere or something.
Yeah, and it's actually impressive, like the fact that they're avoiding each other this hard.
Yeah.
One team goes one direction, the other team goes the other direction.
All of VP come up to the top lane, and hey, there's Gunnar pushing out bottom, being a nuisance.
PPD's gonna see the Underlord TP himself back. Gunnar's gonna reset the map again, and now VP have to push out this bottom lane before they can do anything. And round we go.
It just doesn't stop here at ESL 1. Our last level 25 is gonna be Save. Still not there. He's the only one who hasn't maxed out on levels.
That's really what they're waiting for, if I'm honest.
Yeah, let's get the triple shot arrow. Just starts hoping for some 5-second arrows.
And they're all so afraid that they can't really allow one single hero to push out the lanes.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine that VP should still win this game, despite everything that's happened, all the madness.
I mean, the last like 3 minutes of like nothing happening, the Dota plus win probability's just been edging its way back to the 50% line.
It has been surprisingly correct.
All right, we're gonna try and make some faster moves here. We're gonna use our first aggressive Dark Rift, and this may catch Nip out because they just saw those heroes at bottom lane. 70-minute bounty runes, they're gonna go for him, and Gunner's gonna be caught. Immediately, Scythe the Feist up. They do have the Nullifier to be able to deal with the Aeon Disc in time, so they should be able to finish him off. Unless that heal coming out, force death away, another Scythe coming out. There's no way Gunner gets out of this one alive with a Decrepify. He will stall his death, but eventually he will fall. Now the question is, anybody else gonna get caught? TP out from Biver, he's good. One hero down. One by one.
Skeeter just gonna check all the runes out, and if he decides to go for his bounty rune, he might just pay for this. But the Hawk's gonna see him, he's gonna get out, makes the right call. Universe also in the corner here, gonna get TP'd out.
I mean, I don't know what else to like. Some of these heroes I'm looking at, I'm like, well, what else are we building? There's still the Moonshard possibilities.
Everyone can get Moonshards.
Like Faceless Void.
You can get an Aghanimus Blessing on Rezo too. He'll give his team a ton of damage.
But how do you upgrade your damage on an Ember Spirit at this point? You're just going to Mind Rapier at some point? He's going to replace his Phase Boots with Boots of Travel. Okay. But at one point you're like, maybe I should just become a physical damage right-click Ember. Try and one-shot some people.
I don't know, everyone's BKBs are pretty low.
Yeah.
So this build isn't even that bad.
That's true. That is the power of this late game build between the charge restore time and the Aghanims and the fact that BKBs are naturally going to be low.
Now the lane's been pushed out. VP have to reveal themselves. Top lane's being pushed. And the war of attrition continues.
Listen, I don't care what anybody says at this point. VP, the longer the game goes, they're going to get the advantage. You want to know why, Blitz?
Why?
Infinite scaling. We
That is
forgot
true.
about that.
The Underlord has infinite scaling.
He has 141 permanent
And then you
damage.
get the Aghanims Blessing, which if we click the Roche, what's it got?
It does
got the
have-
Aghanims Blessing?
It has the Aghanims Blessing. I don't believe it applies to the permanent damage, though. I think it's just the temporary damage. I'm not 100% certain on that.
I'm okay with that too.
But that works too. Dude, they do actually get it. It's actually, if he can get some damage.
This is the fastest Roche of the game.
This is happening very quickly. Ninja's Pajamas are nowhere positioned to be able to stop this. Despite the fact that they have this Beastmaster that have the Hawks.
Yeah, and they might not know about this.
They did not give themselves the opportunity to defend this Roche.
It's taking a little bit of time, but Wild Wing
It's
Ripper.
over. The Hawks going to reveal the fact that, oh, hey guys, yeah, Roshan's, Roshan.
And Rezo does indeed take it.
All right, well, now he's got that AoE bonus for his allies with the Atrophy Aura. Now, when they do win a team fight, they can demolish the base, but I think that was kind of going to be the case anyway.
Yes, they are. When you're this farmed, it's just a matter of getting into the base and winning a team fight.
Everybody has buyback. Just one pick off. Resolution trying to set up with this Moonlight Shadow. Push out the bottom lane. He has the Dark Rift up so he can join his allies. They do see Peter. Peter gonna be in trouble here. He does have an Ethereal Blade to try and protect himself, but he has to dodge the arrow first. Now he's gonna be psyched up. The Lotus Orb, though, returning onto no one, meaning there's not a whole lot of damage left. E-Blade going out, and he gets away. And also quite problematic, Viper stole Death Ward. And he also has the Aghanim Scepter blessing. So another Moonlight Shadow. Let's just keep it going. We've got the 70 seconds off cooldown, so they could just keep
VP's just
trying to assault them.
Or at least they're pretending like they're going for it so that they can
They're going to be able to try and get the kill on the Gunner. He's got the mini Doom combo. Epi Kid should be able to get this kill. Oh, to Corrupify. Can he actually pick himself away in time? Blinks up. He gets out. And are we going to TP away? Is there going to be an arrow? No, he gets pulled back by the Chen.
That Chen heal does so much work.
It does. It's so massive. He needs a Holy Locket, man. It's 950 heal. This could be the one game in competitive history where you can go Holy Locket. Psyched up. They're going to try and make their initiation onto Peter once again. It's not the hero that they really are aching for a kill, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point, especially when they end him with the Reaper's Scythe, and he's down for 130 seconds.
That's fine. Getting kills at this point, or buybacks, maybe you can force one of them. They've got the Aegis. They're just going to walk down into mid. They're going to challenge NIP to a fight.
Jump forward, trying to go for more. The Nullifier coming out right as Pugna jumps away. The Primal War doesn't lay down. It does bounce. Death Ward, no! But they're still going to be able to control the Death Ward. Immediately takes out this Void. Can they get the control on him in the second line? He's going to come back. They immediately activates the Speed Game. He turns around Chronosphere with the Door Forward. This time out from Solo. But it's actually inside the Chronosphere. Doesn't do the damage, but Epileptic Kid does. A stolen Chronosphere out from Viper. They got to get the hell out of here. Get away with the Dark Rift, but oh, Nip, they can't stop him. There's just not enough Force Staffs in the world to prevent VP from getting away. Catch us if you can, indeed.
You cannot. NIP, I mean, their decision to walk around that Roche pit for so long, their inability to take it themselves, I mean, we kept talking about it. VP, even though they've messed up so many different times, their lineup should be favored here.
And they've got the extra 233 bonus damage on the Underlord because they got a kill. So they're going to be much stronger in this next fight. They have Chronosphere in 10 seconds. This can just keep on snowball. Haste Rune for the Void. He's going to try and check out the Bounty Rune.
They're going to go for it again. They want to make an aggressive play. Epileptic Kid does have the Haste Rune. Their lanes are in an okay position. Rezo's going to push it out. They want to try to find one straggler, but NIP, without any buybacks, on some of these heroes, like they do have it on the Ember, but none on the Beastmaster, and that's pretty massive.
This 30-second cooldown on the Moonlight Shadow. VP is just trying to abuse that arrow. He got hit by an arrow. The defensive Force Death will get him out of the pit of malice. Get him out of the Chronosphere. Can Gunner help him survive with the Decrepify, but the Reaper Scythe actually coming down. The opponent Chrono coming up from Piper. He actually stole Death Ward on top of that. He's his own combo, but he doesn't want to use it just yet. He needs a little bit more control. The Ember Spirit's going to try and jump in. No one going to be the target here, but he's so tanky, so maybe it's
Death Ward does so much.
So much damage. The help with the Ghost Scepter, a little bit more damage, and finally Solo will fall. They do have a Dark Rift, but it seems like VP, they're content to turn. They're content to try and kill Viper here. Decrepify helping him out so they have a Force Staff. They need to be able to get him up into the high ground somewhere. The arrow doesn't land, but the Reaper Scythe will. Another death, and another buyback coming out from Ninjas in Pajamas. They only have one left. That's Gunner, the Pugna. He's the only one with a second life.
And they should just back themselves up away.
Arrow revealing the ward on the high ground. Eventually, they'll get it. Observer ward worth 400 gold because we're well past the hour marker.
Gunner might just get caught here. Doesn't have a blink, but he's gonna get jumped.
Gunner, that buyback, it's gonna have to be used. Now, Nip on their last life for every single hero. And a tier 2 and a base about to be assaulted.
And they've got the buyback on the side of VP. They can just come in with their boots of travel. At this point, they should know they are so heavily favored. Look at how much damage everybody does. Epileptic Kid can get any core at this point, and it'll be worth it.
Oh yeah, they're chunking down this tower. This Atrophy Aura doing so much for them. They do have the pin of malice. Leading out onto Viper. Viper, Reaper sight immediately used on him, but the heal goes out. He's actually gonna survive for you know, Epileptic Kid, he's in trouble. Managed to bomb up the BKB, the Time Walker, the 3-man Chronosphere. Leading out to a defensive Chrono from Viper. Doesn't really stop the damage coming out, but maybe the heal from the Gunner. No, he can't actually save his support or Universe. They both end up falling, and now it's gonna be a 3 versus 5. And time to heal, but VP, they are just demolishing buildings. They are a wrecking ball. The power of the Atrophy Aura with the Aghanim Scepter. There is no time. Nip cannot stall this any longer. They have to somehow get in front of these buildings and defend. 3 versus 5 is the first initiation on a Viper. He's already dead. Couldn't even get a reaction out of Gunner in time to be able to get off that Decrep. Fine tries to lay some damage out onto no one, but they're just going to die found at this point in time. Finish off these heroes once and for all. Gunner's now dead. A happy Chronosphere for Epileptic Kid as Virtus Pro will wipe Nip inside of their own fountain and finally call an end to this game 1.
And a casual hour and nearly 20 minutes later as Rezo looks quite relieved that they were able to escape with that win.
No one. Just so happy they pulled it off finally. Well, they got the victory that we were talking about, 60 minutes ago, that it looked like, this game's slow, they're controlling it, they're gonna go late game and win. Well, it did go late game eventually.
I mean, everybody's laughing about that game. Look at Viper.
Yeah.
Viper actually just like, he's shrugging. He's like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, you think if you're Nip, you're like, honestly, we pulled off like a little bit of a miracle making it this close in the first place. Then that is just game 1, boys and girls. We're gonna go back to the panel and await game 2.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, back at the panel with Nahaz and BSJ alongside me to break down what was nearly an 80-minute game, the longest game so far of ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Plenty to discuss after a Virtus Pro victory as well, Alan. It was kind of got there in the end.
Oh boy, I mean, that game looked like it might be over by 30-35, the way no one absolutely crushed that mid lane. He was 5K net worth very early in the game, nobody else above 3,500. I thought he was gonna run away with things, but one fight put NIP back into this game and took away, both sides had tempo control, and you saw what happened.
Yeah, we talk about these Underlord, Necrophos heroes. They walk down lanes, they're tanky, and they kind of have this critical threshold eventually where the opponent has enough damage, and you can no longer walk down lanes anymore. So you're stuck with these immobile, kind of do-nothing heroes now, and then there's that standstill at the Roche. I think the second Roche round, they were stuck there for 30 minutes, staring at each other.
62-minute second Roche.
Yeah.
Longest second Roche I think I've seen in a long time.
Mid-game's in full swing, Paul.
Yeah, it took quite a while to take that down. We talked about Resolution before the game as a man that needed to prove to the world that he can play on some pure offlaners. That doesn't get more pure than the other. That looked pretty good, didn't it?
I think that has to be a bright spot. Again, the question mark, though, is Epikid. Some of those chronos a little bit questionable. I do give NIP credit. They were very good at staying split up. They didn't give many multi-man chrono opportunities. So you saw, I think 5 out of the last 6 chronos were solo pickoffs. But again, struggling with that decision-making from the one position in particular. Resolution, though, I think this is one of his most solid games that we've seen on a traditional offlane hero for sure.
Much better, BSJ.
Yeah, I want to highlight something that most people don't talk about with Void, and that's time walk usage. And he had that one time at the Haste Rune, he had that one time at the top shrine on Dire where he time walks into a dangerous position and just dies. And then what it keeps happening was people get caught out of position, then they have the buyback to prevent the Roche, and then they don't want to fight because they don't have buyback. And that's why we get to sit here at 80 minutes into the game and finally get a victor.
Absolutely. Let's check in with our man at the weather station and find out what he's got for him. Purge.
Hey guys, what's up? The Ninjas in Pajamas draft was pretty effective, lots of healing and pushing. What cinched it was the last pick, the Pugna over here, because Pugna allows you to push towers very well. So very wisely, what VP did is they ended up ganking him a lot of times. No one got the solo kill with the Reaper's Death Pulse from low ground. They committed the first Chronosphere here at 8 minutes to jump in and guarantee this kill. This is big to make sure that Gunnar wasn't as free to move around the map, push lanes himself, and pressure towers. Eventually, they do get some movement on the map. They ended up pressuring towards the top lane, but the Witch Doctor pick, very effective against the enemy heroes, ends up securing the Pugna kill on the backline with no one's TP. And then there was a lot of time wasted. But so at this point, VP has a pretty good advantage. They start pushing, and if we take a look at the mini map here, they're kind of pushing towards the south side, and Nip is playing from the upper left. And at this point, I actually think there's a lot of mistakes being made from VP, mainly that they're kind of standing near where the enemy lineup is. And they've got a lot of defensive items. They've got Greaves, they've got Wand, they have a pipe on resolution. But the problem is that there's a lot of single target damage coming out of the Nip side, including the Ember Spirit and the Pugna. And because there's always one hero to the side, they're able to focus them very heavily and get the pick off. And if you look at what Void's supposed to do in the meantime, look how spread out everybody is. He could maybe Chronosphere up here, but he doesn't have vision. He could maybe Chronosphere over here, but it's not going to stop them from killing the Necrophos. So it makes it a lot harder for them to utilize that strong hero. Same thing happens in the mid push here, except Resolution coming from the top lane. He goes to land his disables here, but everybody is standing right here. They blow him up almost instantly, 4 seconds or whatever, and as a result, they get a push. And same thing keeps happening mid. Rezo making another big mistake at the 29-minute mark. Gets forced in while he tries to cast his spells, gets picked off, and that's why they got the barracks. So some pretty big positioning errors by Resolution when they went for some pushes this game.
Marvelous as ever. Thank you very much, Purge. We are headed to a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Don't go too far away. And a quick reminder for you, if you're in the arena right now, here in the Barclaycard Arena, alert, go and grab your DHL signs, your drop signs. You can go and get them from the partner hall right now because that DHL drop is on its way. Also, quick reminder for you as well, if you haven't already worked out, there are many other tournaments going on, as well as the fantastic Dota 2 tournament. There's also an Underlords tournament. Here's Shane to tell you more.
What's the crack, lads? We're here at the partner area at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Behind me, we have our Underlords tournament, which is sponsored by D-Technica. So the tournament is taking place over the next 2 days, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. And then the finals is going to be on Sunday. There's 2K of prize money available here, so make sure to roll on up over the weekend. If you get knocked out early, don't worry. You can take out your anger in the Rage Cage, which is just over there.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
This is Game Fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
Welcome back to the beautiful city of Hamburg for ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, our second series of the day. Well underway. You've missed the first game, shame on you, but good job. You're back for game 2. NIP versus Virtus Pro. Draft just around the corner, if not already begun. We've got Nahaz and BSJ alongside me to guide you through that second draft. And it's a draft that needs to be good for NIP this time around, gents. No more mistakes. Can't make any errors in here now. Do or die in the bottom of the bracket.
Yeah, I've used a few examples in the group stage, but I think the opening with the Chin Beastmaster from NIP, it kind of just shows your hand in the first 2 picks.
Too much, isn't it?
You can pick all around team fighters or all around pick off, D-push, that kind of stuff, but you say, we're going to push, and it gives them these picks like Underlords that say, we're going to shut down your strategy. And
I mean, talk about showing you how you want to play. Let's just go for the Bloodseeker then.
I think both teams are just going for the throat in the first phase of this draft. And you really wondered after a 70-minute game, 80-minute game, whether these two teams would just make some minor adjustments or completely revamp things. And I just don't think either side wants to play an 80-minute match again.
Bloodseeker says they're going to try to be aggressive in the early stages. You want to enable him through the other lanes. And when you have absolute last pick, that's something where you will be favored in the mid lane most likely. So that does favor Bloodseeker. We saw beastcoast pick Bloodseeker first round like this when they had second pick, and he just went off in the safe lane on K1. It's nice against Axe in the lane because you sustain through the battle hunger, but it's hard in the early or late to mid game, or mid to late game, because you want to run around in fights, and Axe just blade mail calls you and kills you.
So first of all, I love this as an adjustment by VP. You're going to get EpiKid back on his comfort hero. Again, 30 kills, 1 death, and 22 assists in the 3 games that he's had here on Phantom Lancer in this tournament. I like that. The Bloodseeker, though, I can't help wondering, other teams, I think, are watching what Hector's doing, and what they're doing. A lot of other teams have talked about in the past. You pair Bloodseeker with the other side lane being somebody capable of being very aggressive, getting those other heroes down, and that means Bloodseeker is free in his lane to run up to the creep wave CS and use that move speed advantage to get back to safety. He can actually be in a 1v1 lane or 1v2 in some circumstances, provided you're able to show aggression in your other lanes.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker PL matchup's kind of swingy. If you're able to ever identify the real PL with your other heroes, something like a Brewmaster that clears the illusions, or even like an Ember Spirit type hero, Bloodseeker's really good against PL, because PL relies a lot on running around in the middle of fights, and if he's ever forced to stay still, he's not a strong hero in that setting. There's certain heroes that like to stand their ground. PL's not one of them. But if you can't find the real PL, which a hero like Mirana is not very good at doing, PL, quite a hard counter to Bloodseeker in that regard. But once again, I don't know. Ninjas in Pajamas, like, their draft doesn't do something special in the first round. Like, a lot of drafts will just pick like a really strong offlane combo that you can't really counter, or they'll pick a strong safe lane you can't counter. They'll pick like a flex pick. Like, both these heroes, you know, Bloodseeker's going safe lane, Mirana's going off lane. You're forced to pick your next 2 cores in a row, so you're gonna get like bad matchups in a lot of the lanes. It just doesn't feel like a concrete draft, even in just the first 2 picks to me.
I think we ought to be talking about something that came up in the last draft, and that's when the Ember Spirit pick came out. We talked a lot about roots and how much problems they can cause for that hero. PL definitely in that same class, and I'll even add in, we've seen a couple of teams favoring the core Night Stalker in this tournament, and that is a PL with, that is a hero with that AoE silence aura now that can give PL a lot of trouble.
Yeah. The only problem I have with Night Stalker is he's not particularly aggressive in the early to mid game, like with the laning stage for the Bloodseeker.
To play very carefully around those times.
Yeah. I would almost like to see something like a Puck almost off lane, or some elusive nuker that PL just doesn't want to deal with. But you do have the Mirana, so you want to go a melee hero. There's a lot of options. PL generally doesn't lose too many lanes, especially when his support is a good pick against the lane, which they're going to have that luxury.
Yeah, I think we're gonna, again, this next pick is probably gonna give away a lot of information about how NIP want to approach these lanes. Do you want to go try and plan for a try-v-try possibility in the Bloodseeker lane, or do you want to show aggression in the other side lane, as Beast Coast have been doing, and try and free that Bloodseeker up to farm more by himself?
I would love to see like a Tiny or a Pudge, some hero that enables the Rupture because of just the natural displacement. Magnus is one of the others, but he's always first round ban.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for a Tiny here. Again, that still preserves some flex value going in, although the Moran is probably going to be at that 4th position.
Hating on the Pudge, huh? You know.
We just haven't seen a lot of it. It'd be a cool pick to see.
It's not actually bad against PL because he can't really go on you because you clear his illusions as he's killing you, but
that's true.
We'll just have to see what route they like to go. If you're going to pick this Bloodseeker early, you can enable it either through the laning stage, like we said, or just make its late game scale nicely. See him, actually pretty scary hero for PL to deal with. If you ever get the root off, like you said, you can almost solo kill him with you +1. Like you almost kill him yourself, and then somebody else with just a little bit of damage will finish him off.
Oh, and the other change, of course, just being the armor bonus for her ulti, right? It used to be that as a CM, if you ulted in PL's face, you just got surrounded and killed by this army of illusions. Now, all of a sudden with the armor bonus, at least before Diffusal, you're fairly safe, just ulting and you can kill the PL.
Yeah, most heroes, like the PLs and the Slarks, their reaction was to just hit you. That matchup's not nearly as good as it used to be anymore. But I wouldn't mind if they went something defensive on VP to protect this PL. Oh, instead they go the opposite route.
Yeah, baby, Axe Skywrath combo. This is more what I'm talking about. Okay.
Very natural kill combo. This is what I like. Their draft is very open. It's like we have this kill combo, we have a hero that's going to farm. Now we're going to respond with the last 2 picks are just going to basically round our draft out in terms of pushing. They need some tower push. I'd say they need like a frontliner in the early to mid game. Like you don't need a late game frontliner, but PL can't do that until maybe 2 or 3 items. And Axe doesn't really want to be showing on the map. He wants to be that counter initiation ganker.
Leshrack's still on the board for both teams.
Yeah.
I think Leshrack is both good against the PL and could round out some of those deficiencies that you mentioned in the VP lineup as well.
I agree. Something like a DK also works for VP.
I'm on board with that.
Just like a frontline point blank stun. Something else that combos with the Skywrath Mage is always nice. Like a mid laner that you naturally want to rotate to for the first catapult. A nice hero against PL on the laning stage.
How do you feel about that though as the game goes on?
That's what I was going to say, yeah. It's very flat amount of damage. Usually you want scaling to AoE damage against PL. And
don't you feel like that's been a systemic problem, I feel, with a lot of Peter's recent drafts, is that the late game scaling has not really been there. We focus so much on these tempo carries, focus so much on laning configurations, and as you saw in that last game, like Skeeter never really made the transition from mid-game magic damage Ember to late-game Ember in that game.
Yeah, last game they really didn't have like any late game. Like none of their, like Bloodseeker's not really a hard carry. He scales better than he used to because attack speed in the later game is better than damage, but
it's fine. I mean, we saw plenty of games at TI end around that 30 to 35 minute mark, but the problem is you take the Bloodseeker off the table, and I think the VP draft is more aggressive.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me.
What I don't like overall for Ninjas and Pajamas draft is you have a first pick Axe. What happens if somebody gets called? Like, are they just dead? You get called into Skywrath Mage ult, like, you're just dead on all these heroes. There's no save, there's no reaction. It's really easy as a hero like Axe if you know there's no target to save, because then you can go on anybody. Say they have like a Shadow Demon, obviously banned out, but then you know you have to go on the Shadow Demon, otherwise you risk getting counter-initiated onto with a save.
Well, the mid hero, of course, that gives you that still on the table is the Outworld Devourer, but you imagine that that's a very strong ban candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not mind something like that being taken out.
Love this Invoker pick, by the way.
I was going to say, it's the 98th pro pick of no one's career on Invoker. He's closing in on the 100th.
Don't put all of your chips in the no one Invoker basket. I think it's actually slightly possible you might see a save Invoker. I think the smart money is definitely on that Invoker in the mid lane. You know, kill combo set up around the map, not just with the Mystic Flare now, but also with the Sunstrike. The Tornado EMP combo. You saw no one absolutely style on a TA the other day on his Quaswex Invoker in the mid lane.
I would love to. I want to save from either team. Like, both teams have a lot of aggression, but if one of their cores gets gone on, the thing is, if I'm a core that's going to get gone on, I'd much rather be a PL, because you have this disengage ability compared to a Bloodseeker, who kind of usually has to just pop a BKB and run away if he drops down that low.
Just for info's sake, by the way, no one doesn't have a single hero that he's played more than Invoker, which would be the 98th game in this one. He's played 96 Dragon Knights and 94 Shadow Fiends, 88 Queen of Pain. So he's getting close to running a number of them over 100.
And the funny thing about that, oh, there you go, man.
Sustainer, counter initiator, it's like a save in its own way because it makes you scared to all in heroes like Invoker PL, which you usually have to.
What's really funny about that as well is that NIP were hovering over that 2 picks ago. Yeah, when they showed one of the shots from behind them, they were actually hovering over that. I don't know. I don't think they had any intention of picking it. They were just hovering.
Yeah, Warlock's
By the way,
pretty good against Axe.
I think these 3 picks, the SAP suggested picks here are all really good. I actually really still like the Outworld Devour.
They've played a lot of Lena here though as well.
Oh, sure,
six games so far.
Dude, Gunner Lena has been outstanding.
There's the Tiny. I really like the Tiny just because
Rupture?
Yeah, Rupture synergy. And you have to have some displacement because if you're going on them with all 4 of your heroes, Warlock Axe makes it super awkward. But now if you take one hero and combo them into your team and make it so that they aren't in range of counter initiating, that actually gives you like a team fight plan to win the team fights.
Here's what bothers me though. So many kill combos on the side of Virtus Pro when you talk about the Axe Skywrath, the Axe Invoker, when you talk about the team fight potential of the Warlock. I worry that even if you take one of those heroes out of the equation, Virtus Pro is still going to be totally comfortable in those skirmish kind of engagements.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Time to get into our second game of our second series in just a moment. Of course, we are at the second game of this second series. Virtus Pro having taken the first one, and can they convert that one into a second? They are on a signature hero as well, and a man, no one, playing his Invoker for the 98th time, potentially, of course. We don't actually know whether he's in there, but let's find out as we head over to our commentary team for game number 2.
That's right, it is going to be a no-one Invoker indeed for Virtus Pro. Is this going to be good enough to close this series out 2-0 after quite an extensive game 1?
No, I want to see game 3.
All right.
They told me the crowd wants to see a game 3, production wants a game 3, I want a game 3.
Yeah.
Let's just keep this show going.
Gonna end the show at 1 a.m.
I'm all right with that.
All right, let's go. Game 2, Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas. A very aggressive lineup from NiP, we have to say. They did get the Bloodseeker that you have been talking about. You think this hero is just sick right now.
It is so good. It feels like the way to play against him is just, it's so annoying. At some point, somebody's going to get low in the lane, and you're going to deal a lot of damage. And in team fights, where things are chaotic, if you don't take him down first, it feels like he just kind of runs around at ultra haste.
Yeah. And when you say low, I think a lot of people don't fully understand the threshold of thirst.
Yes.
Low is below 75%. That's when he starts getting thirst stacks. You think you're like, you're just taking a little bit of harassment back and forth. But in some other lane, the Bloodseeker has begun to run faster and faster. And your offlaner has begun to get more and more scared. That offlaner is going to be Resolution. Virtus Pro, though, are going to fight over these bounty runes with the Skywrath Mage and Solo's Warlock. They're going to try and pick up all of them. They do manage to get only 2 of them. Resolution gets quite low, but they may still be able to get the first blood on Fiverr. Oh, high ground miss, but another shot from Solo. That'll finish it up. First blood for Solo.
And once again, another blood right thrown out, but not going to connect quite yet.
That, my friend, was steak.
And Solo will make his way over to the top lane where he's going to be babysitting Epileptic Kid on the Phantom Lancer, a hero that we don't see a whole lot of lately. When do you think this is picked up?
Just because of the current crop of heroes, I feel like they play out a little bit faster. They offer a little bit more team fight, but this feels like a hero that he is especially comfortable with.
This is a terrible start to this off-lane save. Forced back to the fountain because of this defensive tri-lane from Ninjas in Pajamas. So Resolution is going to have to do some sort of pulling shenanigans if he wants to get his very crucial level 2. But I'm pretty sure that Peter Pan Dam already knows what's going on.
As you said, our mid lane matchup, the Gunner Tiny versus No One's Invoker. Just trying to get CS under tower right now. Is this a good game for Quaswex Invoker?
I'm trying to think. I guess it's actually pretty good. He has a lot of different things that he can deal with, as Rezo's just going to go for the TP out in front of the creeps too, so Beaver can't really cancel that.
No blood for you.
A lot of these heroes are pretty dependent on the mana. Sanking and
Sanking,
Tiny.
the Tiny, the CM's got one of the lowest int gains in the game.
Yep.
It's not bad against the Mirana. In terms of the Bloodseeker, it resets the fight hard, and they don't have the easiest ways until Axe gets more levels and items anyways to set up for Sunstrike kills. So I think they actually need a hero that creates tempo, and they want a hero that can come down to this bottom lane and mess with the Bloodseeker, because I actually feel like they've got quite a nice kill combo. Skywrath Mage plus Axe. You bring any one hero into this, and I feel like this should be kills.
Absolutely. Maybe that's why they start off with this defensive tri-lane from Ninjas to Pajamas. They know how potent the Axe Skywrath Mage duo can be, particularly to a somewhat fragile core in Bloodseeker. And they'll just let Universe do the old solo off-lane bit that he's done so many times before in his illustrious past.
And mid, he's looking for it, but might not really find the angle, as he is spotted out by the ward the entire time. We saw this last game too on his Rubik. He was waiting for it for such a long time, and instead gonna head towards bottom lane. They should have spotted this with the ward too, and as long as Rezo isn't caught out.
They still surprise him here with an arrow. Bloodright going out. Not gonna land.
And the arrow whiffs too, and it actually looks like NIP take more damage for their troubles.
Yeah, this is really just not a good start for their defensive tri-lane whatsoever. Yes, Skeeter is being able to get a lot of experience because they're keeping out of the creep range, which I think is quite nice of them. But Axe and save Skywrath Mage, they're still closing in on their level 3, and that's where a lot of kill power comes in.
Did I hear
PL getting absolute free farm. Axe keeping up with at least a Sand King.
Sentry off the top lane. Universe knows about it. He's just going to TP back.
He's going to miss so much XP for this, though.
Yeah, that's going to suck. He may actually just sit in base and buy boots so he can get back to the lane faster.
And he does do that indeed, as he's going to walk himself up, crab legs and all. Save going to run into Beaver here, who does have leap now. Doesn't have to be too careful of this. He's prepping the arrow right now.
Fighting just a bit. We are out of mana on the Skywrath Mage. He's only got one clarity to work with.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No one denies the rune so that he can get back to his mid tower in time to get that one CS. And CS-wise, I mean, it's going in favor of VP. They got the first blood too, so the gold lead's going to be right there for them.
Not terribly surprising that no one just continues to win mid matchups against some of these younger mid lane players like Gunner. Top lane, Universe
doesn't have TP.
He's still inside that sentry range.
Doesn't have a stun either.
Out of it, but he's just dead. Too much damage.
That's a huge death. Gonna have to.
Yeah, he may need somebody to buy a teleport for him, because.
Although battle runes are coming up, and it looks like Rezo's gonna fight over them.
This could be Nip getting two of them here in this bottom side, since the Warlock is already secured.
Still, this tri-lane, not getting any kills. This is a kill-based tri-lane too. Like, that's where they're gonna get the majority of their XP from. It's not like Skeeter's getting uncontested farm either. Like, the Axe still has 12 CS, and the PL is doing much better than him.
At the same time, it is two different supports that can play off of jungle, which I think is rather unusual. So they're not as exposed to that experience deficit. They've been able to farm up some hard camp creeps off of the arrow. And Peter, you can always do that with a frostbite as well. Bite Me says no one, as he managed to get a tornado EMP onto Gunner. Gunner turns around, throws his full combo at no one, but the damage is already done to his mana. He's now out of it, and no one will naturally regen up thanks to the 3 levels.
They should know about that ward, right? I mean, they just watched PPD walk all the way up.
Yeah, probably.
Gunner's gonna get an arcane rune for his troubles too.
Universe just deciding he can no longer play in lane. Is going to be sandstorming his way through the jungle.
This feels so bad. Just because you're in a 2-on-2 position, Warlock's just going to continue to pull. Beaver still only level 2, 6 minutes in. You have to get a kill for this to work out, but no one with the ward right there knows all about this. Just has to play in the creep line. Has to be a little bit careful.
Bottom lane, trying to get aggressive on Skeeter, but they have to keep that pressure. Otherwise, he just Blood Rage heals off of some creeps. That's why it was all important for them to be able to defend this Bloodseeker in their first few levels, keep that pressure off of him.
Yeah, and no one's going to see this again. And he's trying to bait him a little bit.
Yeah.
Make it as though
they do manage to get the arrow thanks to the avalanche into toss combination. Solo is here between the Quas and now that Shadow Word. If anything, it's going to be Gunnar who may be dying as no one chases him up into the high ground with help of Solo. One more avalanche, though, to be able to create a bit of distance.
This is a level 2 hero. Like, the Mirana arrow doesn't really do anything. As Save might go down too, does get hit by the arrow. They're finally going to pick up some kills for themselves.
Boy, they needed that so badly.
They really did.
I mean, there's the little things like, yeah, Sand King can jungle relatively efficiently, and yeah, they can farm off some neutrals with those supports. Gunnar almost going down, gets to the trees in time. It's actually going to be bottled up, so no one may not expect this, but he does see the arrow coming, so he's fine. Once again, that vision on the high ground has saved him so many times now.
And now Solo actually has been left to his own devices at top lane, and it's going to be the Phantom Lancer that makes the early rotation into the jungle. Maybe worried about the Sand King stun, as we see here again. I think no one saw it, and he didn't really care. Yeah. He sees a level 2 Mirana, no Starfall.
Especially the Quas Wex Invoker that's so tanky with those levels of Quas, and having a defensive rotation from a support like that.
Yeah, making that play, though, probably cost Rezo his life because of how low the Invoker got.
Yeah, that's true.
Sped up the Bloodseeker.
VP, just doing the strong laning phase things. This is something they've kind of always been known for. I'm sure a lot of that influence comes from Solo. They are going to try and punish Solo for soloing up this top lane, but they don't quite get him with the arrow. And now, as a result, they may be in trouble. This Epileptic Kid comes on in. Only 1 level the Spirit Lance, but 4 levels with the Phantom Rush means as long as he has vision of Vimer, he should be able to keep running him down. They have the Blood right, but it's going to be too late to save the Mirana. They will get some damage onto the real Phantom Lancer. A little bit more. They actually throw out the Rupture, but it looks like on the wrong hero. They actually hit the illusion. Now Skater's going to get caught Tornado on through. Universe just hiding in the sandstorm of the back lines, but he can't actually save the Bloodseeker at this rate. Oh, Burrow Strike up in 1 more second. They're going to try and stop out Invoker. Do manage to get him with the arrow immediately afterwards, so they do trade cores. Now they're going to try and chase down Solo, but nice use of the Shadow Word, TP out. Just too much heal over time for them to be able to burst him down.
Both teams reacting heavily to this. And Rezo's going to finally get some farm as a result. He knows that everyone has made their way up to its top lane. I'd like to see him even skip the wave after this lane.
Yeah.
And start to pressure that tower, because NIP are stuck up here. Now they're going to be in a position where they want to pressure their own tower. You're going to see the replay again?
Fight again. I mean, this one of the big things is the Epileptic Kid came out of it okay, right? He was able to get this kill on the Mirana. He doesn't get hit by Skeeter, who went for that Rupture, went for the illusion instead of the real one.
And I think he didn't realize it first.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually missed.
He was like, oh, I don't actually have to TP out. And eventually he was able to just return and keep farming up that jungle area and continues to lead this top lane for Solo, who really just wants the experience for his level 6, but he's not going to be able to get a toss forward. And the Bloodseeker will run him down. They're going to try and trade off some towers here, though. It's a good opportunity for Resolution, who hasn't cut the creep wave, and as a result, hasn't been able to really go for this kill on Peter Pandam, but they should soon. The concussive shot.
Regeneration.
They can't really afford for Ninjas of Pajamas to just take control of this top lane and continue to let Peter Pandam pull creeps off the tower.
Yeah, this kind of passive game is going to help him out. They don't really have an offlaner that can pressure him. That's why Save is down here. They want to get this kill. Save's game also has been hampered quite a bit. Only level 4.
Certainly going to need that tome for our Skyrat to finally get that kill combo. They also need the space for Resolution because he wants to be able to get his Hood of Defiance after all, and it's a lot of magic damage on Ninja's Pajamas, so
He needs to be able to get his Hood of Defiance before he goes for the Blink Dagger, and the Blink Dagger is what really enables this Skywrath.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That killing duo with the Siege Wagon pushing in. They're definitely going to go for the dive here, and it's just a question of how ballsy is Peter going to be. He's going to Crystal Nova, try and kill some of the creeps, but he very immediately dies, and the TP is going to be canceled as well.
They should just trade towers now.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Skeeter's ready up top. He's going to use his wave, pressure this out. Has 3 levels in the blood right.
The advantage is Ninja Pajamas always taking better opportunity of the jungle areas, because the Mirana, while she's top, is still farming up the jungle and not interfering with Skeeter's experience. Universe is doing the same thing with his Sandstorm. So while both teams have to commit, Ninjas the Pajamas are just able to get that little extra bit of efficiency constantly. Tornado EMP. Gunner says goodbye to his mana by throwing out the combo instead of just losing it to the EMP. He knows he's got that Crystal Maiden Arcane Aura anyway. 2 levels of it from Peter Pandan. 3 levels in the Crystal Nova. Still wants to be in fighting shape, wants to have a big impact with that AoE spell.
Both supports playing around each other. Not really a target for them to easily go on. They want to make a move towards mid, take this mid tower, get even more space, start to sandwich NIP into their own triangle.
Dire's top tower is
Save, gonna run into PPD.
Spotted. They're gonna try and blow up Peter. Should be able to get a lot of damage out of that Mystic Flare. One last shot for the Arcane Bolt. This is gonna be enough. He does have stick charges. I think he actually lives through this. That's why a second bolt is required to be able to get that kill. But Solo, he came forward. It's actually kind of in a precarious position. Almost got traded out there if Universe's TP had spotted him. Nice aggressive vision though down from VP inside that jungle area.
And this is all just creating more and more space for this Phantom Lancer. Universe trying so hard to catch up. I mean, his laning phase was completely ruined. He had a TP at a top twice. They're gonna go for the smoke, lay down the sentry for any sort of vision, and I think you might want to go into the triangle. It looks like they're trying to go into their own jungle side, see if the Bloodseeker's out there. But as we know, he's in the triangle area. Establishing your own vision back up here too isn't a bad idea, considering how the PL wants to farm.
You think Phantom Monster takes more advantage of the safe lane jungle in that regard, or what do you mean?
I mean, I kind of want the PL to be between mid and his own jungle, rather than going in this bottom area of the map, because I want his hero to pressure. He's the strongest hero on the map right now by far. He's got 1k gold lead over everybody. And you sort of want Rezo to just own out this area.
Well, he is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. It's not a lot of free space, and Ninjas of Pajamas feels like they're the ones who should really kick it up a notch. Start finding these Rupture ganks. They're going to try and set up on mid if they can get the right opportunity here. Maybe a quick heal onto no one with the use of the Blink Dagger of the Tiny. The arrow comes in. The Rupture as well, all being used to make sure that no one can't go anywhere and will die to the Blood Right. But now the turnaround with a Warlock Golem being dropped in. A beautiful Fate of Bonds latching onto all 4 of these heroes. If they actually could just see him, it would be an opportunity for multiple kills. But sadly, the Moonlight Shadow will prevent that.
Very, very nice use of the first Blink Dagger pickup by Gunner. Calls his team over, easy combo for them. It's PPD, he's really far forward, but it doesn't look like they've got a Blink Dagger on their axe, so no way for them to catch up.
And if you're NIP, don't you just like force the same kind of move sometime soon? Once Rupture's back up, they won't have the Rock anymore. And I think that, especially with no Blink Dagger on the axe, there's not a whole lot of turnaround potential. They can initiate on the Invoker. That's their most important hero right now.
Yeah, the PL isn't really in a position where he can 1v5 quite yet.
Yeah.
If the Invoker only gets Tornado off in that fight, quite happy about it.
The scary part of fighting a Phantom Lancer when it comes to his mid-game timings is all around that Diffusal Blade. He has Manta, Diffusal Blade, or maybe a second agility item. That's when the damage starts becoming real. Oh, he's actually not going to go for the Manta first. He was thinking about it, but Diffusal Blade.
Maybe thinks he just needs more damage in these fights.
Yeah. Understandably so, especially since you're still holding your mid tower. Getting this earlier, faster build. You control that mid tower longer, you can control your own jungle longer. Solo is going to get picked off by the rotation from Nip.
from behind. They're trying any way they can to be able to find an opening to take full control of this mid tower, and that's exactly what happens. Now VP, all they can do is just play in the enemy jungle and push out this bottom tier 2, but a clear win for NIP. Maybe back-to-back victories. We'll see. NIP are going to smoke up his 3-man, start heading down to bottom, but if they don't bring their Bloodseeker and Sand King, this may turn into disasters. They're going to run into the full 5-man.
They can't TP, and if they run into save first, this might be an ideal situation for them. The smoke's going to break. Save's going to see them first.
Does get Avalanche before he can get off any real spells. Support already down, and Virtus Pro have teleported their cores away.
Yeah, this is going to signal the full retreat. One save goes down like that. You don't know how many heroes are down there, and Skeeter's getting really close to the Radiance. You don't really want to force a fight when your Bloodseeker is that weak. Like, he's got so much net worth tied up into nothing right now.
I love this. They make the play on mid, they smoke up at bottom. Now they're Moonlight Shadowing, trying to maybe get into that dire jungle area.
Yeah, it's going to be spotted though, because Skeeter showed himself bottom. The pings already came out.
Yeah. Well, Radiant soon for them, but Virtus Pro, they finally have a Space Maker on their team. The Axe has a Blink Dagger. If he could just pair up with this Skywrath Mage, maybe even the Warlock can join him after all. He's got his Chaotic Offering ready to go. They're going to bring no one along for the ride too. They want to get almost everybody involved in this. A 4-man aggressive play to be able to create some space for this Phantom Lancer. But who are they going to run into? Universe, if he shows himself here, doesn't. He slides into the trees.
Feels like we're getting into a similar situation as last game. Both teams just reading each other a little bit too well.
Yeah.
Not enough initiation on the side of VP. They just got the Blink Dagger on the Axe, so they've just sort of been waiting around. And NIP is going to read that. They're going to go for more plays of their own. They've had the Blink Dagger for some time on Gunner. They haven't found the targets that they wanted. They're going to make an aggressive move into the triangle, which always a little bit dangerous, just because you're potentially fighting under the Shrine.
Universe, he's trying to go for that cheeky, just cutting creepways, but almost getting caught, but Resolution completely whiffed that one. Now they no longer have a call, but they do manage to stop his TP. Universe thought he could actually go for it and fade back into the Sandstorm in time. No such luck, though.
Gonna give the last hit to the Phantom Lancer as well. And he almost got out of that.
Yeah. It does manage to pull pressure off of that tower, and VP can't go back for it because there's more pressure at the bottom lane.
And like you said, the Mirana just continues to arrow creeps. Not even in that bad of a position when it comes to farm.
Yeah, he's almost got Yules. It's pretty big.
Yeah, he's really close to the Yules.
He's gonna break the smoke through with this positioning. They're gonna blink on top of it though. Great read by Resolution, holding in this Mirana. Now they're gonna try and get a little bit more out of this one.
Solo's just gonna confidently walk in.
Solo is just like, I wanna force the fight right here. And oh, he tries to get off the Chaotic Offering, almost gets bursted down, but finally he does get it off now. Gunner, he actually gets away from all of that one. Solo dropped the Golem and will be able to walk it off. Gunner is probably just gonna get kited down now as he, the toss forward, not quite enough. They had a rain drop on Solo, so he still survives thanks in part to his Shadow Word and the other part to his infused.
Skeeter's gotta get out of here, and the tornado whips. If he had sent it down, would have found him. That would have been such a big pickup, so close to that Radiance. It's gonna help Universe out as he's just gonna crab walk his way towards mid, farm out again, but this is VP finally getting aggressive with their items.
What I kind of appreciate is that VP has a strong read of how NIP want to play, and so they're 5-man constantly.
Oh, they actually see Epileptic Kid.
Yeah, this would be massive. They're going to lead off with a Frostbite, follow up Burrow Strike into that freezing field. So much AoE damage, but Epileptic Kid, he's very tanky. He's got a Hood of Defiance plus 2 Wraith Bands.
Know which one the real one is, though.
Which one the real one is. They're going to rupture him up. Blood Rhino as well. No opportunity to be able to doppelganger. Tornado coming in, but it goes to the Bloodseeker. It went on top of the Sand King instead, but they needed to stop the damage up. That carry arrow hits very low. A blink forward from Resolution, dodging that avalanche, a toss away from Gunner's gonna be able to buy Fiverr some time here. Solo starts healing up a bit as he's kind of willing to tank one for the team if necessary.
If that tornado hits, maybe VP can turn things around, but really well done by NIP. PPD finding the real one, and Gunner stepping forward for this rune might cost him his life.
He's very tanky. He's got level 2 growth, so the physical damage just doesn't do enough. 22 armor on that hero right now.
Wants to get rid of the Battle Hunger, does so. And a pipe picked up by Rezo.
The Radiance is almost here for Skeeter, but you have to worry about the fact that you are so far behind this Phantom Lancer, who, like, eventually he will out-carry this Bloodseeker, right? As soon as he
It
gets
depends if he finds the Rupture. Like, who gets the jump first. If they can find the real one, then it's not that hard at all.
Yeah.
We're going to get spotted here. No one. Scouting forward.
No Tornado available. Still on cooldown.
It just feels a little bit awkward when they have to initiate.
Yeah.
By the way, PL has completed a hood.
Yeah. That's what made him so tanky in that last fight, but still wasn't enough.
Almost has the Manta now, too.
That's another big upgrade. He's level 15, the 275 health mixed in with the 20% evasion, as well as the Hooded Defiance. That's just like peak health efficiency right there. But with the Radiance now online for Skeeter, all that AoE damage that they already had coming out from the Sand King and the Tiny and the Mirana and the Crystal Maid. Now the Bloodseeker can join in on that party with his damage over time. Let's just have a party up here in the Dire Jungle. They're going to move forward, leading the way for the Bloodseeker as he pushes in the way for the rest of Virtus Pro, heading down into the middle lane, trying to even things out by taking that mid tower. So we have a momentary pause.
Once again, both teams very evenly matched. And just the way that their lineups are sort of formulated, you're just not going to see those dogfights like we saw out of Beast Coast and Wind and Rain.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit more passive. They're going to wait for their core positions to get online. They're very item dependent on both teams.
Do you think that, isn't it kind of twice now that NIP have the more early or mid-game lineup, and VP have the more late-game lineup, and NIP had just kind of struggled to make things work in the early game?
Yeah, they're definitely taking this a little bit slower as NIP, look at this, they're holding the hill, they're hiding in the tree line. No one is trying to block off this move, and they're just going to give up their mid tower for free. The only way this has to feel worth it is if you get top in return. They're hoping somebody was trying to connect the short way. Even though you get a tier 2 tower, I feel like you want to save that tier 1 mid.
Yeah. Especially since they did manage to get the bottom tower at the same time, thanks to a heavy creep wave. Push back over to the top lane. We're going to follow our Bloodseeker, who's almost dead. Here's the death flash. Isn't quite enough. The Burrow Strike comes in, but it's not enough to be able to save the carry of NIP. Skeeter dying like that has now just led Universe to his potential death. The Avalanche coming out. Now the Rock is going to be dropped right as two cores show themselves. Gunner's going to try and TP away, but they all went for that because the carry of Ninjas and Pajamas got caught in the first place. One by one, they all come tumbling down, and Virtus Pro...
He was way too far forward.
Oh, yeah.
This allows the PL to just farm up. They could even go back towards mid, push it out. Some pings are coming out from Universe, trying to alert Viver, who is farming the jungle still. He's got to be careful. He's very close to being out of mana, but the Ghost Walk is going to tip him off, and no one is going to all chat him just to let him know, I know.
And Virtus Pro just seemed to be very successful with this style of having better late game and knowing the enemy team's going to be forced to make maneuvers and just, you know, playing 5-man, playing defensively on high grounds, just buying time for their carry to farm.
They're just abusing whenever NIP make mistakes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is definitely a forced errors kind of play style, and it does result in their cores being rather low on the net worth chart. We can see that this Aghanim Scepter is going to be a bit slow for no one. The Axe has had some...
I really like the timing of this fight, though. I don't know if NIP will see this coming because there's no Warlock Golem, so maybe they think there won't be a fight.
Good catch.
They're in the tree line.
They're going to be able to go for the tree line and manage with the Tornado to be able to grab a couple heroes as well. The Crystal Maid just doesn't die fast enough, and Viper is going to be in a bit of trouble. They do have
how strong this PL is.
He is so big right now. He's ripping through these heroes with that physical damage. None of them really stand a chance. He just like popped them 1 second after the other.
There was no way they could have anticipated VP was going to be there.
Yeah.
They just thought, okay, they'll fight off the rock cooldown. but VP was like, no, we're still strong enough. Our PL is so fight ready. And the downside of this like Radiant only Bloodseeker is, we talked about it with the Wraith King build too, this item, it doesn't do enough damage, it just helps you farm a little bit faster.
Yeah. It's really once you get your second item after the Radiance.
Once you get your BKB.
That blind call could have been so much worse, but the tornado follow-up was quite nice. And as a result, they tried to jump on no one you saw there, but Gunnar was just a little bit too slow.
Universe, one of their main forms of initiation, he was just gone on, blown up almost immediately.
Yeah.
Rezo had a pipe of his own. They didn't really mind standing under that sandstorm.
That recently acquired pipe now has led to a 7,000 net worth lead for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and they're just falling further and further behind. They've almost got all the top net worth lead.
And they won a fight without Chaotic offering. Now it's up just 5 seconds time, so they're ready to fight again.
The PL is so much bigger than the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's massive. Has a 4,000 net worth lead over the opposing carry.
He's got his TP cancel and his way to deal with the Bloodseeker one-on-one when he does get the BKB, which I'm a huge fan of. Maybe something like a Satanic afterwards would serve him quite nicely. He's gonna try to run in PPD, trying to get out. This would be pretty big though if NIP could just get out with no one dead.
All retreating to the trees, but this Ghost Walked Invoker. Oh, no one ran down. And the truth was, the Bloodseeker was farther up.
That's twice now. Skeeter's read his movement.
Viper's just going in deep into the enemy side with the remnants of this Moonlight Shadow. Finally has the TP back up and he'll join the rest of the team top. VP, they're making a fast move here to top lane, but NIP was already in position. If they can actually catch this Invoker, they do manage to get the Rupture onto him. Now Gunner's been controlled up by the Axe, yes, but somebody's got to get on top of this Invoker, but the Phantom Lancer's too strong. He's already chased away the Bloodseeker, and they've had to leave Gunner to die here.
No way you're going to defend this anymore. They're not going to get anything more than this tier 1 tower unless they just straight up go into Roshan, which I'm not that opposed to. Rupture was already used. Their hero's dead.
It would require a monster epicenter to come in from Universe to be able to
They've got the pipe. And this early on, it's so nice against that Sand King.
Yeah, pretty much just 1-to-1 counters all that damage. So it's looking like an impossible scenario for Ninja the Pajamas to defend the first Roshan.
Yeah, and even though Viper was able to push out that top lane, I think VP saw their creep wave was nowhere near. They'll say, we'll take this tier 1 tower, go for the Roshan instead. Aegis is going to be free for them. They had so much trouble taking down this Phantom Lancer. It's not going to get easier from here on out. And look at how far down the Bloodseeker is. Just comparing him to the Phantom Lancer, still not that close to his BKB.
That's why VP just run at him. Every single time he shows up on the map, they know his timing window is coming up, but if they can delay that a little bit further, it may just solidify the game for themselves. I mean, I feel like VP already has, as this is looking very grim for Ninjas the Pajamas. They're going to have to do some heavy outplaying, which they did manage to do a decent amount of in game 1. This one setting up right now on Viper. Viper not really sure what to do, struggling to slowly run back, but eventually some of the VP heroes may get here. Save's gonna move forward with his Glimmer Cape. Universe just waiting for no one to show himself somewhere. He's gonna pop that dust. Does manage to find him. The follow-up with the Rupture is there, so no one just has to stand inside the silence. But Resolution waiting for his opportunity to counter-initiate, but he goes to the avalanche, so he won't be able to get the call. Now the epicenter is out, slowing him down a little bit, but in for the backlines. That Phantom Lancer, the freezing field protects the Crystal Main a little bit, slows down his Deleth, but eventually he will die. And now it's gonna be Gunner cleaned up as well, unless the Moonlight Shadow. Do they have any vision? They're gonna be able to get the call onto him. That will reveal Gunner quite easily. 1 for 2 trade-off. Again, they find this nice initiation onto the Invoker, but they don't have an answer for this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, they just have to ignore him. Wherever he decides to go, it's full retreat mode. PPD was just trying to waste his time. Pops the ulti, gets all that armor.
And,
really the best solution right now.
Epileptic Kid's like, you know what? I don't need a heart. I don't need a Satanic. I can just build into a full Abyssal Blade. That'll give me a little bit of tankiness off the Vanguard component. But I can focus all on offense right now because I have the secondary life in Aegis.
That's how you know he's feeling himself.
Oh, certainly.
Plus you'll have, again, good way to go through the Bloodseekers versus BKB usage.
It's nice to see that Virtus Pro just like fully trust Epileptic Kid to carry this game. Like the way they just kind of insulated him, protected him with their 4-man, and said, we're gonna sacrifice everybody else's farm just to give this young carry that we're trying out a chance.
His PL, by the way, looks so much more smooth than his Faceless Void.
Yeah, yeah.
He knows where to be at all times. His team fights seem a lot more clean. His illusion micro is very good too.
He just always seems to be coming in to the back line after Nip have initiated.
Yeah, and then he just sandwiches them.
Yeah.
Makes it impossible for them to get out with just losing one hero. Look at how farm Solo is, by the way. 5-position Warlock, 2 bracers, a wand, and a mech.
Wow.
2,000 HP. I mean, no one's going down on their team.
Yeah, he's got the level 15 talent, the 60% experience, so they win one fight, all of a sudden you got the level 20 talent. So Solo can just kind of run in, get two golems out with his net. Burst strike. Only gonna hit illusions here.
But Universe not in the best position to deal with the tower push itself. Sandstorm wanted to be a little bit closer so that it could actually affect the creeps.
Yeah. Raven just started whittling away at Phantom Lancer's health. Tries it again, Blood right into Arrow. Good opportunity to get a little bit of poke damage, especially with that tossback and the rupture, but he does manage to doppelganger forward onto the goal. Oh God, Gunner's just dead, and now they're gonna be able to get the Mystic Flare to finish off the Crystal Maiden, instantly buying back. Virtus Pro, though, have extended themselves quite heavily. Epileptic Kid, another doppelganger out, the rupture is run out, he managed to get a bash onto Gunner. Don't tell me he's gonna finish off Gunner twice. No, the Avalanche will make sure that he loses his Aegis here. The Freezing Field on out, immediately canceled though by that little bit of Cold Snap now called up, and Epileptic Kid gets that kill on the front lines. The carrier Virtus Pro seems to be unstoppable. That's why Universe tries to go for the back line, tries to finish off, save that Skywrath Mage. He may not actually die here because the protection coming out from his team as they reinitiate off Resolution and no one, controlling up Universe and chasing away both Gunner as well as the Bloodseeker.
They're doing their best, trying to hold on, but they don't really have the spells.
Not looking
KB is still on cooldown. They could just back away. They don't really need to take this range Rax, but they're going to hard commit for it anyways.
I mean, they still have tier 2s up. There is really no sense of doing this. Okay, well, if they can get the kills and get out, it's fine. And they should be able to get the kill on Gunner. He's dead for 75 seconds. But a Burrow Strike on a Resolution, an Arrow as well. A Rupture on top of that. They are really throwing all their spells at one hero, and they can't fully commit. They're going to be able to use the BKB, but Resolution just made himself so tanky, and they might be able to escape. He dies. Resolution will die to the Burrow Strike, yes, but the carry of Ninjas and Pajamas is all gone. That piece of Phantom Lancer, well, shit, tier 2s are still up, but maybe we could just go tier 4s.
Rezo gonna buy back. They finally spot him. No way to dispel this out.
Buyback for the Mirana, but Universe is dead now. It's just the 2 supports who are gonna try and defend against this. Now it's only Biver who has to leap his way into the trees.
He doesn't want to give him the rampage.
They just go straight to the fountain and they call GG to deny the rampage. A spiteful loss for Ninjas and Pajamas as Virtus Pro walk away with a much cleaner Game 2 victory.
Oh yeah. Really liked how they moved around the map. The decisive maneuver into the jungle without the rock, just going for it. Probably the game-winning play for them. And that engagement at top where the Bloodseeker, after they took the tier 2 tower, just way too far forward, gets called out.
And that, stalling out his Radiance timing and in turn stalling out his BKB, that was just so bad for them. And it has to say, like, for Virtus Pro, this has got to be the ideal way to close out this series. A confident and clean victory. And again, one that is backed by your young carry, Epileptic Kid, who just destroyed that game. That's going to build the confidence, over the mistakes of the past. You're able to kind of wash that clean and say, hey, we actually are a team that can take on the best and take on Ninjas Pajamas, just dominate them. So, 2-0 for Virtus Pro. To the desk we go.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, congratulations to Virtus Pro finally putting a definitive performance on the board. Something that Alan was talking about before was if they can get their man on a PL comfort pick, they would do well. That's exactly what they've done. Let's check in with Nahaz and BSJ alongside me to bring you all their thoughts on that second game and the final one of the series. Alan, you made that point, and it's been a prophecy that turned true.
It just looks, they look like a different team. I mean, that kid on his PL, it looked like a 5th pick PL because you have at least, we talked, some of the concern was in the Sand King and the fact that he can counter the PL early on, but he can't necessarily scale. And we talked about their Crystal Maid. No, she can get her ult off. But when the PL is at 17K net worth, 5K clear of anybody else in the game, it's just too much.
Yeah, the problem when you look at scaling as carries is it's not always black and white, like if you go Bloodseeker to PL, right? But in this game, Bloodseeker at all stages will die to Axe Sky. So he can't farm nearly as much as the PL can. While once the PL gets this Manta Hood, he's unstoppable, like on the map. We're not talking in team fights. It means that he can accelerate his farm to the next item, and that's why you're seeing him at that massive net worth advantage. And it felt like the game kind of just played itself. They had the superior late game. They knew their timings. Obviously, very good PL player. He's going to get his items, and once he gets them, we talked about it. Like, what do you do?
Yeah. I guess the concern would be for Virtus Pro fans is that it's very one-dimensional right now. They need something more than just the 1 or 2 heroes.
I will say, if you're forcing the opponents to ban out PL first round, because that's what they effectively would have to do to not give them PL, that does give you like a drafting edge. So
maybe it gives you something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they've had other heroes that we haven't seen much this tournament because people haven't been forced to ban the PL yet.
I mean, the problem is, Alan, the difference in performance is so wide, isn't it? We saw them in the group stages. They look kind of poor, and I hate saying that about this team and about Virtus Pro, but they did look poor at times. And yet, that game, you just look at them and go, wow, they could win this tournament based on that performance. But we know that that's just not, there's just too much disparity.
There needs to be a middle ground, and I think there is, to be fair, when you talk about the difference between first game and you've got the Euron carry on a hero like Void that really is either going to win you the fight or lose you the fight with those Chronosphere placements in so many cases compared to a comfort hero like this. I think there's probably some middle ground, particularly if you're willing to commit to Rezo's hero a little earlier in the draft. And I think, again, the key mistake by NIP, you have to pick aggressive lanes behind a Bloodseeker, and they really didn't.
Okay, going to get more from our panel members in just a moment. But first of all, let's check in with our weatherman. Purge is waiting to bring you his thoughts.
The game was pretty close for quite a while in the game, but things got bad around the 22-minute mark when Bloodseeker got caught on the top lane. If you take a look at what the map looked like at this point in the game, he spotted a Skywrath mage on the bot lane, and very wisely, you have no one sitting in Viz ready to initiate the counter. And so basically, they're controlling the enemy side of the map, and that makes it really easy to make sure their opponents don't Roshan. They can take ganks in the mid lane, but mostly they don't want to play in the bottom side of the map because it's really scary. But because he ends up getting tornadoed here from Invis, Cold Snap follow-up, Rezo had already teleported on the high ground first. They're able to get the follow-up disable, and this kind of puts Nip in a bad place because they kind of feel like they want to fight. They do Epicenter here, they pop the Veil and everything, but Sand King ends up getting killed. Gunnar goes in as well, trying to help out, messes up his combo, great Fatal Bonds and ultimate, and as a result, they lose 3 heroes in this fight. And now, normally you might feel like, that's not the biggest deal in the world, but look what the map looks like when they get back into this game here. All their teams respawned, their wards are in places that their opponents are not going to be. They haven't pushed these lanes out. That means their opponents could be anywhere over here. And just being able to utilize those 2 wards means that they have to cross to that part of the map and play there. So just being able to get on the map again and try to go even just because of that mistake getting caught makes the game very difficult. They're able to grab 1 observer ward here. They're even scared to move into this high ground vision. For all they know, there's a ward up here as well. And ultimately, VP takes advantage of this moment, knowing that they dewarded that ward and they're all here, and they go for a great blink call. They catch the Crystal Maiden. Now check out where these abilities end up going down. We have the Skywrath Mage ulti on top of the Crystal Maiden. Most importantly, we have a 4-man Fatal Bonds catching almost everybody in the entire team, and that basically makes the rest of the fight pretty easy, because that's going to break a Blink Dagger. They silence the Sand King. Sand King gets no spells off at all, and from there, everyone's just struggling to do anything they can. They don't even get close to killing a single hero, and as a result, they go from being about even with good map control to being completely behind, and that was basically the start of the end of the game.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Purge. Time to catch up with one of the members of the winning team of our second series. Hopefully joins us from behind the scenes. No one, congratulations on winning. It's great to have you on the show, and well done. Nice to see you playing on the Invoker in the second game as well. Always enjoy those games. My question to you is, how is it coming together with this new team?
I mean, like, we're playing and getting a lot of fun right now, so it's excited.
Okay,
I'm excited.
So you're having fun,
yeah.
But maybe not all of the matches are as crisp as they used to be.
No, actually, the first game was like 80 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was pretty fun.
You enjoyed it, good.
Yes.
Okay, I like that. I've got BSJ and I've got Nahaz alongside me. I'm sure they've got a couple of questions. Alan?
My big one would be you've got two new players at this tournament in Save and Epileptic Kid who've had their ups and downs. How do you feel they've performed so far, and what are you looking from them in terms of improving going forward?
I mean, like, I think that it's their first tournament of their lives, and I think what I expect that they won't be nervous, but it's impossible. It's always like if you come to a new pro scene and going on a like tournament / big like ESL, you'll be like nervous, shake hands and stuff like this. But I think these guys might be good at this tournament.
My question would be, you kind of played with the same roster for a long time there, and what's it like to play a tournament and over the course of it feel so much drastic improvement because you guys are kind of coming together as a unit as the tournament goes on?
I mean, like, I actually didn't hear the question. Can you repeat it, please?
Oh, yeah. Basically, you're first time in a long time you're with a new squad. What's it like to feel so much progress over the course of a tournament as compared to kind of having a stable roster for the last couple of years?
I mean, like, for me right now, like all this roster change, new players, and all of this, it's like a new thing in my life, and I'm just trying to enjoy it, whatever like it goes.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you for joining us, and good luck against the Lions in the next round.
Thank you.
There we go. It's no one from Virtus Pro. He seems to be enjoying life. Seems to be having quite a bit of fun in there.
What a legend, too. We haven't talked enough about this guy. With all of the roster change and all of the questions surrounding VP, this is still easily one of the top 5 laning players in Pro Dota 2 over the last 3 years. This guy, you talk about his Invoker. He was not an Invoker player early in his career, and he was one of the first guys to go all 3 of Quas, Wex, and Exort from a very low level, really revolutionized the way that hero's been played.
All right, good stuff. Let's check in now with the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. We've got some more for you to choose as to which one you would like Purge to break down. Gents, take us through these. The Blind Arrow to start with. Oh, yeah.
This is kind of the pace of this game, that Blind Arrow, where they're just going to slowly but surely get picked off on the side of NIP due to the fact that they couldn't really force any objectives this entire game. And eventually, you're going to have your base swarm just like this. And the 5-man from VP this game was just so powerful. All the auras just dumping out damage with heroes like Necro with passive damage. And then in this game, like Purge already highlighted this team fight, the Fatal Bonds. Like, once you get a 4-man Fatal Bonds,
isn't it?
It's just over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first game is still just something that sticks in my head because you've got the total damage output in that game. NIP did 220K to 140K from VP, and VP won. That's how much sustain and tankability there was in that VP lineup.
And right here, you're showing how hard it is to kill PL as the game went on. Like, they had the tiny toss into Rupture. Like, that's pure damage, and you still can't bring
It's
them
really
down.
tough, though, when they get that 5th pick PL, right?
Oh, absolutely. Uncounterable.
Thank you very much, gents. Time for us to head to a break right now. Just a quick reminder for you, if you are here inside the Barclaycard Arena, we are ready for the DHL drop. Are you all ready for it? You better be.
Are you guys ready for some Dota?
Tired of typing drop in the chat and not getting anything? Get ready for the DHL drop at ESL 1 Hamburg. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign, customize it with your message, and make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, stay tuned to find out how you can get a DHL drop too.
Drop. I need to pick a sign and give this wonderful prize out. We got a few good signs. I love slacks. That's just sucking up. That's not gonna win. Chat spam keck. Someone's still finishing their sign. Thanks, JJ. Oh, that's sweet. Keen Gaming, Chinese Dota, Best Dota, Kappa Pride over there. That's just a W. That guy just wrote W, and it's just a W. You know what? I think that guy needs some help. He needs a prize, I think. I like just W. Sir, what does just W mean?
You just play offlane and you press W, man. That's all you care about.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Off offlaner just pressed W. He gets the DHL drop. Woo! But don't forget, if you're at home, you can win your own drop. Follow some instructions, check that Twitter, and we'll be with you. That's it for us in DHL. See you guys. Bye. Bye, everybody. Bye.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Game fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
The Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays.
Hey guys, so the clip that ended up winning was the Warlock action clip. This is 31 minutes into the game where VP is going high ground. Now they've already got Aegis on their PL, so that means this is a guy that's going to want to hit the buildings and make sure that all of his allies are really far away because they've got to be afraid of a lot of spells. They got to worry about Rupture, they got to worry about Tiny Toss getting sent back, they got to worry about Burrow Strike and Arrow. It's a big deal. So what they do, they ward high ground like all good high ground pushers should do. And everybody stands super far away, all the way in the back. That way it's difficult with this vision for Tiny to blink all the way and toss somebody in. They end up landing a stun here and blinking away so Universe can protect himself, arrow follow-up. And at this point, Solo knows that a fight is about to happen. So if we take a look at his positioning as the initiation comes. First stun comes, second stun comes. He realizes that they're not going to go on him, they're going to go on his carry instead. So he starts moving forward. He drops the Fatal Bonds, puts the ulti down and catches almost everybody. And really nicely here, Resolution noticing a great opportunity. Two heroes stunned together. That's going to allow him to blink all the way in. He was standing very far in the back too. Catch both of those heroes. And as a result, that's two other heroes not able to do damage during the initial bit of the fight. CM gets picked off, Skeeter's forced to run away, and after that, they can disengage, even though there's buybacks. PL doppelgangs to buy himself even more time, and still no Aegis was lost. So perfect high ground push from VP.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Time for our third and final series of day one of the main event here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Welcome back to the desk. We've got BSJ and Has alongside me to guide you through this third game as we look forward to Beast Coast going up against ViCi Gaming, a team that dominated the group stage by going 9-1, but somehow yesterday managed to trip over Gambit and fail 2-0. How did that happen? Let's ask our esteemed panelists. Alan.
I think the big thing that you look at is GPK has been one of the hottest mid-position players in this tournament. Kyle, before the tournament started, called him potentially the next no one. He has looked maybe like he's ready to step into those shoes, and he got the better of Ori, especially in that game one Gyro versus Leshrac matchup mid.
Yep. Did lose 2-0 to ViCi in the groups. Do you put much stock on that when it comes to knockout matches like this?
I think you're kind of resetting a lot of the meta changes over the course of the tournament. A lot's happened since then. Dota's a game of momentum. Beast Coast is coming in pretty hot. That was at the very beginning of the group stage, and now they went, I think, 5-1 or 6-0 towards the end of the group stage, and now they came off a chaotic series today. And even though they won, you almost have this better feeling coming out of the series because you don't necessarily know if you should have won on that last game. So
yeah, indeed. They've played plenty of Dota today. That's for sure. ViCi, on the other hand, we talk about this all the time in the backstage area. Alan, is it better to carry on or is it better to have a break? ViCi have had a break all day long. Is that going to be okay for them?
Yeah, again, this is a team, a couple new faces, Xiao Yu standing in for Yang, of course, PYW stepping into those huge shoes left by Fade. But this is a team that I think has enough veterans to hold it together in a situation like this. And the funny thing is, we talked all coming into this tournament about the storyline for ViCi Gaming being, is PYW going to be able to form the same kind of support combination with DY that we saw from Fade last year? The most active supports around the map. That's what carried them to back-to-back minor and major championships. This is going to be a referendum, I think, on that, because people talk so much about K1 Hector, so much about Chris Luck with Beast Coast, but I think the key is their 3-5 and how they're able to create space around the map.
Yeah, it's a great point, isn't it? I know they're standing in with every time Alan mentions Yang, I smile because I think of the dead Yang thing. It's still funny. But aside from that, and aside from the joking, even though they've got a stand-in and a new player, they've looked like a really good team straight away.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked pretty solid across the board. Yesterday, when I looked at their drafts, they were a little bit different. At least the first one, they first rounded a Clockwork, kind of like an attempt to counter the Gyro, and then they last picked a Terrorblade, a hero we very rarely see in this meta. And Gambit's lineup had saves, and I think it just makes it easier to play Dota right now with saves. And teams aren't refined enough yet that ease of execution with saves just makes these types of chaotic back and forth games just go in favor of the team. Oftentimes that ease of execution, like I said.
Would either of you enjoy playing in a team run by the dictator ROTK?
I'm going to go with no on that one. I don't think enjoyment is your criteria there. I think you're worried about winning and losing Dota matches, which is something that ROTK has a pretty darn good record doing. But yeah, you know, we meme about it, but ROTK, he runs a tight ship.
He does, doesn't he? I mean,
it's necessary.
I wonder if they get intimidated by him in some way. You know, he comes in, he's this big fella in terms of, like, you know, his past and how big he is in China and across the world. Obviously, he's got a great big fan base. Sits himself down in the centre chair, says, right, you're playing this. I mean, that's quite a lot to contend with as a young player, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about dropping your ego, though. You know, he's doing everything he's doing so you can be better, so you can win. He's on your side, and that's something that's easier said than done to just embrace that. But it looks like he's able to somehow cultivate that in his team. So when you're strong-armed like he is, but your team follows you and believes in what you're preaching to them, I think it's actually one of the most effective ways to captain or
I wonder whether it will spread around some of the other teams maybe as we go through, maybe even some of the Western teams eventually as well. Time for us to find out which players we should be keeping our eye on with the Vodafone View.
Thank you so much, Red Eye. Yes, we are here for the Vodafone View to talk about who to keep your eye on this match. Toby 1, Kenobi.
Don't use my full name. Okay. That's terrible. Slacks, Sir, Canna, Jana, whatever
That's
your
just
name
not
is.
my name at all. But anyway, who should we be keeping our eyes on in this matchup?
Yeah, I don't know that many eyes during a game, so I always look for just two great people. And I hate to repeat what you were doing up here last time you were for Vodafone View, but it's off-laners.
Off-laners
It's off-laners. I'm a huge fan of Whisper. I think as far as Beast Coast goes, back for Hamburg and all the times before that, he is just this amazing initiator that just makes his team work. I want to see his puck. I just want to see him own.
He has put in a heck of an effort, as we've seen. A lot of the plays that Beast Coast make are on the back of Whisper, and we see that continuously. It's almost like they lose that early game because the offlaner needs time to farm, and then he just brings it back. But tell me about the other man.
So the other guy actually comes from ViCi Potential, and he's the stand-in.
That's right. That's right. He's that cute one.
Yeah. Sure.
No, he really is.
So it's Xiao Yi.
Yes.
Not Xiao Yu, Xiao Yi.
That's right.
And he's coming in, he's playing heroes like Clockwork, he's just making this off-lane work. But the crazy thing is, as he comes in as a stand-in, he's instantly hit that sync. And I think that's one of the biggest things for ViCi Gaming to look for, where I don't know if it's just what ROTK brings to this team, but it's a really solid draft. It's inventive. It's not just in a stale meta, and they're able to execute it as a really strong squad. I think, obviously, what happened in yesterday's groups, in yesterday's winner bracket semi, not so great for them, but all over, I think ViCi Gaming look really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clockwork players are rejoicing. It's been a long time since he's been in the meta, but we'll see.
He's not back. Clockwork's not back. It's just Xiao Yi.
He's a little back. But we'll see if that pick gets picked up in this next series. Back to you guys on the panel.
Yes, we will indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Jake Canna up there in the Vodafone View with Mr. Toby Kenobi. Time for us to introduce you to our plans, which means only one thing. Let's head to the stage with Rich.
Yeah, and Red Eye, when we look at this matchup, we know that this is one that's already happened multiple times. You talk about it happening in groups, and also we saw them go head-to-head in groups at TI, but it's time to actually bring out our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in introducing our first team to the stage for their second time today. It's Beast Coast. Now this is the squad that has not yet been able to take down their opponent in ViCi. The question is, will they be able to change that here in Hamburg? As they take the stage right now, it is palpable that this is a squad that's been able to do the unbelievable several times before. But we look at those matchups, 2-0, 2-0. How are they going to be able to pull it off? They're definitely going to need to pull out all the stops here as they finally do make their way to their computers. I need you one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Beast Coast. Now, entering the tournament, there were a few teams that were definitely on everyone's minds as potential favorites. And this is going to be one of those squads. Welcome to the stage, their first time today, ViCi. Now we're gonna bring up that history one more time, folks. 2-0, 2-0. Will they be able to keep that status quo here? Will they be able to be dominant in this series? They need to prove the idea that they are one of the top dogs in this tournament, especially when we see the likes of so many teams going off, like TNC. Will ViCi be able to prove that they earned that spot as a favorite? One more time, Hamburg, ViCi. All right, this is the third time that we've gotten to see this matchup. We're gonna throw it back up to the desk. Let's see if we're gonna be able to see a brand new result.
Yep, as Rich pointed out, it has been a tough road to try and take down a ViCi gaming team, regardless of whether they've been called Beast Coast or infamous at the International. It's been very hard indeed. In fact, so hard they haven't managed to pick up a single win. Is this the final time of asking? Third time is the charm, they say, don't they? Nahaz and BSJ, we're going to make our way towards the draft for the first game. There's got to be in the back of their mind a little bit, isn't it? I know it's not quite the EG Virtus Pro kind of curse that was back in the day, but it's there, isn't it?
Yeah. Nah, it's Beast Coast, man. Have you seen these guys? I mean,
they don't care really, do they?
To me, the iconic image of the group phase from this tournament is Beast Coast when they got on that red hot 4-0 run in day 2, and they're just sitting back by the end of the day in the draft.
But I would
just don't care, man.
And I agree with you, but I would say that at the start of that day, when they were 0-4 from the previous day, they looked a bit nervous in the booth. It was only once they started winning and getting back in control that they started to chill out. So which version did we get here, Brian? Is it because they've played about, I don't know, 15 hours of Dota today or something already?
I think this team just thrives on chaos. It's not a coincidence that I think they have some of the sloppiest wins, but it's them forcing errors out of the opponent as well. It's not like they're just the ones messing up. And I think they're feeling themselves right now. Like, I think I'm ready to see a confident Beast Coast, and I want to highlight Whisper because he's played 8 different heroes in the last 8 games, and they're all like different types of heroes. They're save heroes, they're playmaking heroes, they're split pushing heroes. I just think he really complements K1 Hector, who's kind of known for his limited hero pool, but really good at what he does. And I just love watching them because it's kind of this NA blend of like farm 3 lanes, but the beautiful thing about it is they don't do what NA does and feed all 3 lanes. You know, they actually manage to farm effectively without dying.
You said that and I didn't.
Yeah, I want to...
The whole NAEU thing would start kicking off again. Yeah, it's been an interesting ride from them. And when you think back 2 years before South America had these places at majors and minors and other tournaments before they started getting inviting out, it was a tough old road for some of these boys. You know, the Peruvians were in there, the Brazilians were in there, we had a couple of Argentinians as well, and obviously Whisper from Bolivia. But it was hard times for most of these guys. They couldn't really even grab a game. I remember us celebrating one time. I think it was ESL 1 Birmingham last year. Yay, finally they won a game. Hooray for Brazil, hooray for South America. We were cheering game wins.
Yep.
And here we are, a couple of years later, and these guys are the real deal now.
Oh, they're absolutely the real deal, and I think that over the hump at TI, that top 8 finish by this former infamous team was what really put that region from, do these guys really deserve guaranteed major spots, to, yeah, we expect this to be a team that's contending, but I'm glad that they brought it up in the Vodafone booth, and I'm glad BSJ brought it up. That Whisper Puck game this morning was the game of the tournament so far for me. He had 6 deaths at the 16-minute mark. He was looking like he was not gonna have a game. He didn't die again until 43 minutes, and he spent most of that time on the Radiant side of the map, cutting back 2 or even all 3 lanes at a time, keeping them in that game, creating that space for Hector to get so farmed up. That was incredible. They are not in this tournament without that Puck performance.
Are they still a grand final or a potential grand finalist?
At TI, they were successful with Wraith King, and they weren't successful with anything else. And I came into this tournament doubting whether or not they could be successful. And they've proven that they can just pick 1 or 2 heroes for Hector and have everyone else just kind of do their own thing. And if you can do that across multiple patches, you've kind of proven to me that you can compete with the best. It doesn't matter if you're limited in one role or you only have one type of playstyle. If you do it well enough, you're a contender.
Yeah, we've seen teams banning out the Bloodseeker now. And that obviously, on top of the Wraith King, means that you're creating even more potential for other heroes to come through, and they can play them as well.
Well, again, it's with Hector, we're seeing there's a reason so many people around the world are just memeing up and tagging up as Hector, even from top teams, because this guy really is doing some really innovative things. And it's about, you know, the farming patterns with the Wraith King jungle skeletons. It's about abusing Bloodseeker's passive, not just to harass in lane and for the kill potential, but to be able to zip up to that wave, get some last hits, zip into this jungle and zip back. He really is pushing these heroes in terms of the efficiencies that their abilities can generate. But I gotta say, it's a scary matchup for them. You look at the top 4 players in this game, in this tournament, in assists per game. 3 of them are ViCi, the top 2 are the ViCi supports.
Yeah. They have played fantastically well. We're going into our first draft of this final series of the night. For a place in the next round, a reminder for you, we've already lost 2 teams today. We've said goodbye to Ninjas in Pajamas and Wind and Rain. Commiserations to both of those. They've finished in 7th and 8th. The team that loses this will also depart from the tournament and will be down to just 5. How did that happen so quickly in the blink of an eye?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
This is ViCi?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. When they came out of the groups, I just thought, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they would top their group. 9-1 seems about right. They'll fly through the upper bracket. It'll be them, TNC, upper bracket final, and it's not.
No, but again, I really wonder. Chris Luck is a guy that you talk about Hector's hero pool being a little bit limited. I feel like sometimes Chris Luck doesn't get enough credit. His hero pool is actually pretty big, and he's got some gotcha picks in his pool. We saw the Brood this morning. We've seen the Monkey King 10-1 in this patch. He is on that Monkey King. If I am Beast Coast, I'm at least thinking about, am I going to be able to get him on a counter pick against Ori?
Were you, just on the subject of that, were you impressed with his Brood? Because it didn't seem the strongest.
His Brood is like everything else that team does. It looks chaotic, it looks unconventional, but at the end of the day, you're not used to playing against that style, and I really do think a lot of these mistakes, as BSJ was mentioning earlier, they're forced errors.
I'm basically looking at this game thinking if it stays clean, I'm gonna favor ViCi Gaming, meaning, you know, teams go for objectives, they fight, normal stuff. But if there starts to just break down into the chaos that Beast Coast just thrives on, I always think Chinese teams kind of struggle with that type of playstyle in the middle of the game.
They want to be more methodical, don't they? I mean, this is the methodical team, not so much last season. Don't get me started, and he's given me the eye. He knows where I'm going with this one. But they can play that methodical style, and they did a couple of seasons ago. They were in and out, and I'll take a small tower, run away, take another tower, run away, take a shrine, run away. They're very methodical, and they don't like the disruptive nature that South American teams, particularly this team, bring to the game.
Yeah, I think it mainly comes through Chris Luck, as you were talking about in the favorable matchups in the mid lane. I don't think I've ever seen, at least not very often, a mid lane matchup between him and his opponent where they're like even in farm. It's always him either 2 levels behind or 2 levels ahead. And the fact that they have absolute last pick in this series, or in this first game, I really hope that they utilize that for their mid lane. They immediately go for the Coddle Bloodseeker. I love Coddle with any safe laner that can utilize the lower cooldown on his non-ultimate abilities. So you have the Blood Rage, which can be used twice. You have the Blood Right, which can be used twice. It's a 12-second cooldown. And also, Bloodseeker's a hero that wants to rotate out of lane. So Coddle kind of enables that by defending his tower. He's one of the best safe lane tower defending supports in the game.
We've talked about the Beast Coast Bloodseeker. It's been popular through the group stages. Are you surprised that they didn't just ban that out straight away, or do you feel like this is the classic case of we think we've got the counter, we think we know how to beat it?
You know, it's hard to say with ViCi because, again, they're the kind of a team, especially in a best-of-3 or a best-of-5, that's going to come out, that's going to tend to give you your stuff in game one, and is just going to play their stuff because generally they're used to being the better team in so many of these matchups. At the same time, I really don't like this Kunkka Open. When Fade was on the team last year, I do not like it. When Fade was on the team last year, Kunkka was a big flex pick for them. They would often run it 1-4 cross-up, sometimes even in the off lane with Yang. I've not seen them run it on other than Ori. I got to go back and double check that, but Ori is the dominant Kunkka player right now with this particular 5-man roster, and I think that gives away a lot of information in the open phase.
Immediately they pick up that Ogre and it tells you they're not going to play the Kunkka as a support.
They are...
You wouldn't have thought. I mean, they can... Okay, Ogre's also been played as an offlaner as well, but I don't know.
They're potentially setting themselves up to get that last pick cheese that I think South American teams just love in general, like the Huskars, the Monkey Kings, as you already mentioned.
Twice, I think? Or 3 times? Once.
Yeah, it was, well, we saw it right on the opening day.
We did, and I think they played it once more.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe.
The one thing about the Coddle Bloodseeker I do like is the Coddle ulti synergizes really well with the Blood Rite. Generally, if you have some AoE ultimate like Wyvern Curse, Coddle ultimate from the support that is thrown from long range, just like Bloodseeker's Blood Rite is, it makes team fighting very natural. Like if you catch 2 heroes, it's very hard to position against for ViCi Gaming. But with heroes like Kunkka, if he gets his spells off, this is the perfect hero to kind of tank through that initial burst or initial volley of spells just by the Kunkka's rum from the boat damage mitigation.
Yeah, at the same time though, it's not, again, a lot of draft to come, but what I'm looking for against a Bloodseeker is I'm looking for more in axe. I'm looking for, okay, if Bloodseeker gets hit by this spell, he's gonna die in that fight. And that makes the Bloodseeker play so much more carefully around the periphery of these fights rather than diving right in. But I agree with what you said, by the way, about this Coddle Bloodseeker combo. This is one of the more powerful choke point fighting combos in the game right now.
The question I have is, are they going to pick a hero that runs in first, or are they going to pick a save that enables the Bloodseeker to run in first? I think that's kind of your 2 options, because like you said, if Bloodseeker gets caught out of position, as of now, he's just going to die. Like, you get X comboed, you have the Ogre's Fire Blast damage, which is massive in the early to mid game, and they're most likely going to pick a lane partner with the Ogre that stuns. That's kind of the reason why you pick Ogre nowadays. He's one of the few heroes left that you can pick early on in the draft that has a point-blank stun that sets up for other heroes like the Lina, like the Mirana arrow that's already banned out, obviously, but...
So again, I'm looking more at the Beast Coast side, and I'm looking, are they going to check some boxes here with the Leshrac to give them some push potential? No, they're going to go for the Jakiro in the 5 roll.
Very popular.
ViCi are going to go back to this Xiao Yi clockwork.
Yeah.
I am very surprised by this. This is very similar to the drafting style that they struggled with against Gambit.
I was almost surprised they didn't pick Rubik there. Against Bloodseeker, really nice, really nice spells to steal. Also, just is a setup stun for the Kunkka Torrent as well. But the Clockwork, it proved ineffective against the Gyro. These heroes that kind of dump out damage, the Clockwork Blade Mail can be very good against if he gets you in the cogs.
Well, it's also just, obviously, it's a great against Jakiro, because of those long cast animations.
Yes.
It's great against the Bloodseeker. Anything that kind of blocks off a fight, right, is really good against Bloodseeker potentially, but it means that Clock has to get in there potentially against this just unbelievable zoning combo.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how are you going to fight into a choke point against these 3 heroes from Beast Coast?
And in the laning stage, like, you want to be aggressive on the Bloodseeker, and Coddle can just burst their Blinding Light you out of the cogs. So your aggression potential, when you've already seen their safe lane, is pretty much not there. So I didn't personally see the Clockwork performance yesterday.
Does this come back to your point, though? Brian, about the fact that they're so focused on what they want to do, they don't care what the other team want to do right now.
I'm fine with that approach. We saw that from Gambit during the group stage.
Does that work in this meta? I don't know if it does. I've seen teams do it, and I haven't seen any really successful teams do it.
I've seen it work when the heroes that are their thing are the meta heroes, like they're the best
when
heroes
it's
in the
OP,
game. Yeah, exactly.
Do it
But
that way for sure.
I've been underwhelmed by teams that have done it with unconventional heroes
It
like
feels
the
like
Clockwork.
TNC are the only ones that have been able to do it, but they haven't done it with conventional meta heroes.
Yeah.
So BSJ made a really important point earlier on about how picking around the Bloodseeker, you got to make a decision whether to go for a save to get that Bloodseeker in and out of fights, or whether you're just going to go full aggression. And it seems like Beast Coast here has opted for the latter. That's thinking.
No Earthshaker ban here.
No,
there it is.
You're going to see it.
Yeah, I did wonder whether ViCi were going to try and squeeze in that morph Earthshaker, but it's too telegraphed, isn't it? I mean, if you picked Earthshaker first, does the morph then get through? Or do they see that as well? Does it not really matter?
Yeah, I think it's paparazzi, man. You're thinking about more. It's one of the few teams where you're thinking about Morphling even if Earthshaker's not on the table.
Yeah, and it's kind of like Dazzle Huskar, right? One gets picked, and immediately you want to, you have it at least in mind.
Yep. But I also think, and I know how good a drafter ROTK is. Surely he's said, I picked the Morphling. It makes them think I'm taking the Shaker. They ban the Shaker, means I get this.
Yeah.
He's already thinking.
Oh, absolutely. He has an idea of exactly what he wants to pair with this. And the nice thing about Morphling is you are invulnerable during waveform, so it's a hero that can naturally move when it's ruptured. You also have the double health pool, so you can almost run while you're in morph form and then turn back into your regular hero. This hero's like pretty strong in this laning setup, I think, with the Ogre tanking for him. I assume that's going to be a 5-position Ogre, kind of like the type of support that Morphling wants to play with. Sand King doesn't really do anything to you. Sand King's like this constant poke, harass damage hero in the laning stage with Sandstorm, and Morphling, once he gets a few levels, just doesn't care about those kind of heroes.
Going back to what Alan was saying at the very start of this draft, could they turn that Kunkka into a support?
At this point, you don't really have a reason to.
He's not particularly heavily countered, is he?
Yeah, you just got to be careful of, like we talked about, these last pick lane counters that counter the rest of your lineup. I don't think they really have a way to deal with Huskar right now.
Yeah, that's the worry for me, right, is you have to show your last pick first on the side of ViCi Gaming. And I think both the Kunkka and, if you try for something like a T8, even a Razor here as the 5th pick of ViCi, are vulnerable to counter picking. Heavily vulnerable on the Beast Coast side.
Okay, so they ban the OD. That is a hard counter to the Morphling in the game, and then it's also kind of annoying to lane against as the Kunkka. So that kind of makes sense, right? We talked about banning counters of the Kunkka that also counter the rest of your lineup.
So do you want Kunkka as your mid here, and you going for a support?
It's a tough one. There's just so much to think about, right? Because you're avoiding the gotcha pick, and there's so many gotcha picks in the game of Dota.
Yeah, I think the Kunkka is just so counterable if you commit to that. It would be nice to have a save, though. Would really nice to have a save. Shadow Demon's still there, right?
They also don't really have any like early tower push, so I wouldn't mind something that enables that. Okay, so they go for the elusive, another elusive core.
Yeah. Also means they can switch things around depending on the final pick as well.
That's
exactly. Gives them that flex.
That's one of the few heroes that makes it so that you can still swap lanes even.
Yeah, they could have taken the Lina and done the same kind of thing as well. It does give Beast Coast a little bit more to think about now in their final pick rather than just a haha.
I wouldn't even mind a Crystallic Slark here, man. It's not a bad Slark game. It doesn't have like a horrible lane matchup against the puck. They don't really have a way to kill it. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's where they generally run that hero if they do pick it. Okay, they just go for the TA.
Yeah, I think
a little bit more standard.
Yeah. I actually think that Chris Luck could really crush this lane.
They don't really have a way to kill either Morphling or Puck, though. That's kind of my problem. So if they don't snowball these lanes on Beast Coast, I think ViCi Gaming is just going to naturally outfarm them due to their innate survivability and their core. So it's going to come down to the first like 10 minutes for me if Beast Coast can snowball.
I agree. I think that at the end of the day, I think the Bloodseeker can die. I think the Morphling and Puck, it's going to be really hard.
All right, let's get some hard predictions this time around. Game 1 and series.
Oh, game 1 I'll go ViCi, but I think Beast Coast have it in them to take this to 3 games.
Okay.
I'm actually going to have to agree with that exact prediction.
Really?
Game 1 ViCi, and I think Beast Coast will come back.
Why are we all on the Beast Coast hype train? It's fun.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give them the commentator's curse, Alan.
All right, fair enough.
Dota's also not about fun.
I'm gonna have to go with ViCi to win.
Good job. Well done. Thanks, boys. Bailed me out there. Talking to commentators, let's head over to our commentary team for game number 1.
Man, isn't that so cute? Red Eye thinking that the panel actually can give a commentator's curse. They're not commentators, Kyle. The only curse that ever exists on a panel is the one you do when predictions happen.
That's right, baby.
I love you, Kyle. Let's go late into the night. We're going to burn the midnight oil as everyone... Actually, the numbers have not dwindled here. This audience is still alive. This audience is still alive as we're going to go into our last series of the night. Let's get game 1 underway. ViCi versus Beast Coast. Kyle, maybe we should talk about some Dota and not just some people. It seems the panel, they're leaning the way of Beast Coast. The odds may not support it, but they're leaning the way of Beast Coast.
Indeed they are. It's a long day for this squad from South America. They blamed their first day of groups on the jet lag. I'm sure that they'd have a similar excuse where they'd lose this one, but I don't think they will, Toby.
No, there's no excuse. Well, okay, they were up pretty early in the morning as well. So were we, to be here for the first series. And that went for a long time. It was like 5 hours total to get through their first series they had to play today. Then they got some time to chill and relax. At least for them, it was only 2-0. Like, it was less downtime, and there's less time to get a little rusty and slow.
And talk about, they were about 4 seconds away from losing that series, cutting it about as close as you can. Now up against a relatively unconventional lineup from ViCi in that they're running a mid-puck. You've got a Clockwork. We don't see this hero ever, although I will say, Jakiro, Coddle, Bloodseeker, these heroes hate playing against the Clockwork. I'm not surprised to see it picked up in the sense that it's good matchup, but
it's also
something, not meta.
It's something ViCi make it their meta. Like I was bringing up in the Vodafone view before, where like Clockwork has just become that thing where they've been running it in the 3 role, but now it's PYW who's playing the Clockwork, but it's that flex thing. And I put a lot of props to ROTK for just knowing like what he was drafting. They burnt all their time on the last pick and last ban. They knew like they were not going to have the very, very last pickups. They need to make it work perfectly, and he just like fired through the Ogre, the Conquer, the Clock, the Morphling. There was no downtime for Beast Coast to think as well.
Yeah, I think we want to focus up mostly on the Eurus, aka Paparazzi's Morphling here. He is certainly the win condition for ViCi. Their mid-game timing isn't quite as powerful as Beast Coast's, who once again have that patented K1 Bloodseeker. Arguably his best hero, perhaps just slightly behind his Wraith King. We've seen him take over multiple games throughout the groups.
Schofield, he's getting a little crafty, trying to attack into Eurus, the artist formerly known as Paparazzi. As both the supports understand their jobs. DY is harassing Whisper.
No Sentry Ward down bottom either, so won't be much you can do to stop the Coddle Sanking from just constantly shoving out this wave. Maybe grab some denies for free. Ori doing exactly what you got to do as Puck against TA. Push the wave, get the double wave underneath tower, and just right-click that TA. The only way you win this lane is if you can do very well in these first couple of waves, and he's played it perfectly. It's exactly how it's done.
It's when he's missing refraction charges, right? Like he's only got side blades available. And even then, like, it feels like he can just get through it. Top lane's having its own fun as well. Xiao Yi. Stinger staying very close and harassing him down while Clockwork's doing the wave pull. Trying to mess with the equilibrium of the lane of Bloodseeker. Another Coddle Blast, well off target.
Yeah, it's going to be some trades in both lanes, to be honest. Top, we might see some action. Jakiro Bloodseeker is such a formidable lane. And look how aggressive they're playing under tower.
Just because the wave got pulled. Because PYW did this, now Xiao Yi can feel a lot more comfortable fighting between the towers. But the creep wave pushes into the tier 1 tower too. This kind of isolates the Clockwork so they can slow him up. He's looking for the Clockwork Cogs. He'll trap the Bloodseeker in underneath the tier 1 tower. Cuts his way free, the torrent. There's a simple combination to do, just one good
level 2
AoE
on
control and then the follow-up. While on bottom, you have your own little fight. There's, yep, PYW back behind the tower. Keeping us on our toes.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, even Ori is jaunting forward to try and attack into Chris Luck.
They placed that mid ward first, so Chris Luck brings himself a
Oh my
sentry.
god, it's a two-man cog up on top, going to combine with a torrent. Both go flying up to the AK1. He's so low, actually takes the burn from the cogs, and there's one last hit from Zhao Yi to do it. Stinger body blocked up a little bit. It's actually the battery assault making it difficult to retreat. And ViCi Gaming.
Too much overconfidence, Toby. Bloodseeker had a salve, but wanted to heal up using his Q, ends up getting cogged in. It's a child's play then for Zhao Yi to just drop a torrent, immediately pops up both. They end up with a double kill here. Bloodseeker's worst fear is this combative type of duel lane. You want to be able to whittle down your opponents, abuse your ability to regen for free. Once you go down, it's very easy to be the victim of a snowball against you.
I was actually wondering if they'd try and change their lanes up. BSJ was like flagging up the importance of Bloodseeker, being able to just to spam out his abilities. Less useful when it comes to a Sand King, but this presence on the bottom lane has definitely had one good positive thing, and that's the fact that Eurus, he's currently 9-2 on the CS. It's not fantastic, he's the same as the Sand King, but he's definitely not keeping up with the Bloodseeker, but it won't matter if Bloodseeker continues to die. Stinger tries to create some space, but unable to do so. In fact, he was used for the Tiebringer. So all that CS won't mean anything when his net worth is still only number 3, behind both Kunkka and Puck.
They're doing incredibly well up top. Not CSing well. It's 7 CS on the Kunkka to 18 on K1. But when you get a couple of kills, you really don't mind. Just too much aggression. And you've got to... The way this top lane works is Beast Coast would always be able to out-harass, but they will die if they misstep, and they've done it 3 times. Bottom, 13-3 on the Morph, 13-2 on the Sand King. Completely even. You were very happy with this if you're ViCi Gaming. Especially when you consider your mid lanes actually being won by the Puck. Very disadvantageous matchup, too.
With the rotation from Clockwork, Chris Luck feels a little bit more pressure. The timing's a little bit off, however, but K1 sees the opportunity. Zhao Yi being dived onto the tier 1 tower, and K1 with that high movement speed, not only can he get the kill, he can get out, but then Clockwork comes in low on life as well.
Now, he was walking back to base and actually roaming towards middle at just half HP, half mana, as you can see, but TP's in to try and save his ally, but K1 had actually popped a salve while running under tower, so he was full HP, nothing doing there.
That means Clockwork, at least he can get some charges up, some salve and clarity action. They even get a quick torrent over on the Bloodseeker, but he'll do the blood right, try and fight inside this. Support's coming in from the Jakiro, but Bloodseeker just moves into the trees. Up to 4-7, 480 movement speed.
Yep, they're really low down bottom. He's very strong.
In fact, Whisper just keeps the Ogre stunned up, allowing this top fight to go so well for him. Kunkka low on life. Stinger's getting the body block out, and Zhao Yi will get mowed down. This is all for the 5-minute bounty runes as well. That's what the battle on bottom lane's for. A Burrow Strike from Whisper, still on cooldown, even with the stick charges. Now we can trigger them and go for that Burrow if he wants to. DY looking for some movement speed that looks like Beast Coast will have to continuously chase him up. He doesn't have a TP scroll available, and he's kind of stranded. What are they? I
think they're just going to leave him. They see he doesn't have TP. Who cares if this Ogre runs around throughout your map?
On top lane they go again. That combat lane of Ori. And PYW doing its work.
Bloodseeker's got to be the only carry that can die twice in the laning phase and come back and still start dominating the lane. He's top net worth in this game on the Bloodseeker. And a big part of it, all you need is phase boots and somebody in a side lane to get low. All of a sudden, you saw it, you're running around hasted, easily find those counter kills. Coil's up on Puck now, might look to make a move, but no huge openings here. Can't really kill a TA. And Bloodseeker, especially at full HP, is tough to take down as well.
And I'm actually kind of liking this from Skullfield. Knowing like if Morphling wants to Agimorph up, he's got to take the blast, and it's rather dangerous when SK is there for a Burrow Strike as well. Having just to balance that morph.
It makes a lot of conceptual sense, right? You've got a Coddle Sand King, you're just going to keep spamming, try and harass down that carry. You don't find kills, but it doesn't matter. The Bloodseeker is going to always be able to use that extra MS and attack speed.
Nice denial of rune. Schofield all over it. And Ori really wanted that. He needed to have that bottle start to fill up. Because Chris Luck is going into the jungle. Like, he's able to stack and farm. There's no pressure that's also being applied. And Ori, even with half life and enough mana for one orb and a Dream Coil, he still rotated down. So he'll orb and do the Rift instead.
and Keeper of the Light will fall. But this is a very long, slow walk.
Yeah.
You'll get a shrine. You'll get a shrine.
I was gonna say, it's just a little, it's next door, Toe.
Uh-huh.
You can walk, no problem. This helps out Eurus a lot, too.
It's worth missing 2 creep waves in the mid.
Debatable.
Like most things in Dota.
There's really no right or wrong answers, right? Well, there are.
Not until you can prove them. And double TA traps down for Chris Luck. He feels very secure in this lane. Difficult for anyone to really rotate and gank him, not unless Clockwork has 6. Fire Strike goes once again. This time it's onto the Yoga. 900 HP is a lot to get through, however. That blast ready to come in from Keeper of the Light. Hits hard into Eurus. Doesn't connect onto DY, however. And that allowing Eurus to go a little bit harder. Actually underneath the tower. Looking to chase Whisper. I don't think so. Changes into the SK in case he needed that extra stun.
I like that he picked up the early point in Morph. It's so effective in a lane like this. Anytime you could take over a Sand King into a stun like that, you find a kill no problem if you ever get in range of the Coddle.
I like how he's trying to be efficient as well with his Tango. Edging up now with a stun. Keeper of the Light doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but coming up closer towards the SK is not something Morphling can be aggressive on. Look at these Obs versus Obs battle on top lane underneath the tier 1 tower. And those allowing Bloodseeker to look for the dive, and Clockwork just has to TP away to safety. But this now isolates up Xiao Yi. He's totally alone, and he will not be able to retreat. Almost 700 movement speed on this Bloodseeker. 8.5 minutes in. You just can't escape from this. And Cotton, same kind of situation for him. Follow up Dream Coil, Sandstorm. They brought Dust, so DY revealing Whisper. He doesn't want to outrun this, but it won't matter. Eurus will line up. He'll be ready for that waveform to find the kill if he even needs it. Save the mana. Nope, he'll come down for it.
Nice kill. He does force 2 heroes back to base, but of course you do lose your 2 heroes in the lane. Now I want to point out that stack we just had a little window on for TA. Chris Luck's done that hit all by his lonesome this entire game. That is a 5 stack, but if anybody's watching this and you're a coach prepping for this team, beastcoast, he does this every single game. And if you invade this jungle around this timing, 9 minutes or so, he hits level 9 and just starts moving straight towards the jungle. Always seems to have a ward to protect him. This is what beastcoast like to do. You protect Chris Luck, and when K1's on Bloodseeker, he's the one that gets aggressive.
What I like to is they kind of set that up as well in the draft, where like you ban out the axe, you make sure even if somebody does find this, it can't be farmed. No one on ViCi Gaming, even if they knew about it, can clear it. So invading it, you can only try and contest him if he's low. Clockwork Cogs does not catch out the SK on bottom. And Chris Luck not only taking the tier 1 tower, but he's almost playing this like a brood mother. Keep the attention on this mid lane.
Dude, Bloodseeker, he's gonna have a Maelstrom in like a minute and a half. This is going so well for beastcoast. If you think about how they like to script their victories, this is how it's done. They're 2 cores, top of the net worth charts. The other 3 heroes
getting trashed.
Just stun around, help team fight.
10-minute bounty runes.
Would you say getting trashed? Is that what you said?
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never say such a harsh thing.
They're not doing too bad.
I'm seeing Jakiro down very, very low.
The less net worth you have, the less gold the enemy team gets when they kill you.
Is that the way it still works? If that's the case, I think the next patch needs to change. So K1's taking part of this stack, and here we go where Puck is able. He actually got majority off that double stack to the left with the orb. Thanks to the K1 Blood Right doing a lot of damage.
And I like what they've done here. No one else can really lane against Bloodseeker, right? However, no one can when he's 500 move speed.
It's like, hey Morphling, can you stop sitting at 1/3 of your HP? I know you could strength morph out of it, but you're kind of buffing the Bloodseeker.
This entire game, Paparazzi, or Eurus rather, just helping K1, to your point. He's got 422 move speed. He had 485 with phase popped. You look at this.
Clockwork, Hulk shots himself in, able to control the Templar Assassin, nowhere to hide. They throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Chris Luck. Refraction charge will wear up, he's got Mel, but it won't matter. Still dusted up. And that's a good, successful rotation in from ViCi Gaming.
No towers to be taken, though. ViCi are ahead in the kills, 8-3, but they aren't able to really deal with objectives ever. You consider beastcoast not just have these 2 strong cores, but Jakiro as well. We'll always be able to shove lanes with ease.
But that's the way their lineup works. Like it's momentum in lanes. It's not direct tower damage. Not until Morphling becomes beyond beastly.
I'm not sure I'm buying this Lincoln's though for Eurus.
Oh, nice catch again. BYW just holding Stinger in position. The Blood Right will arrive. causing a couple of problems for the Clockwork. And now with the Will-O-Wisp, they're being dragged back with the Blind Light, meaning there's going to be a secondary pulse on the PYW. Even the Dream Core trying to create a little bit more space. The Clockwork, the Cotter Blast brings him low, but the stick charges. Not to mention the raindrop pop that happened previously. Saving his life, another Blood Right. Looks like Bloodseeker may be forced into a battle. He's still got good movement speed, but DY, there's your multicast he's searching for. Scarfield, maybe more space being created. Rupture on DY. That's a lot of fat to bleed. And Jakira will try and do something about him as the puck orbs forward, but Templar Assassin now joins this fight as well. Ogre is being soloed up by Jakira. The TP out will be successful. The boat will fall down. Kunkka cannot complete his TP out in time, but Ogre will.
Dude, K1, like, it's so difficult to do what he seems to do with relative ease as this Bloodseeker. He moves so quickly. The only reason he gets that kill is because he's in and out of that boat radius immediately, able to get there, a timely Maelstrom proc to secure the kill. Bottom lane, again, you pop around Eurus, he's just giving away so much move speed to this Bloodseeker.
Uh-huh. He doesn't really have much of a choice, though. Yeah. He keeps getting harassed down. Whisper went for this Veil build-up.
Yeah.
Trying to get as much damage in as possible. Both the abilities he's leveling up. Magical.
I'm real concerned that ViCi are not going to be able to keep up with Beast Coast's tempo here. How many times have we seen this squad get their core items up and just start running around the map? A Lincoln's on Eurus, a Veil into Blink on the puck. Nobody's going to be able to make moves for some time.
Keeping the silence over on the Sand King. Has Dreamcall available, will end up using it, but now, well, the dust. Sand King still revealed, has his own Burrow Strike, but looks like Eurus can use it better. Keeps the stun up and allows Ari to get the kill. Haystrun making that rotation to bottom lane very quick.
Deso up on TA. They're going to smoke right into the Roche pit. This is a huge play if they're able to sneak it.
Can ViCi fight? Like, if they work this out, like Sentry Ward's being planted, they're looking for information, top lane, Rupture, attention, gets pulled towards Clockwork, who hook shots himself out. Of course, that Rupture's still gonna have its effect. Battery Assault won't do much. K1's found the kill, and Roshan down 1/3 of his HP already. It feels like Beast Coast is they're playing Magician. Look at my left hand. I'm doing something with my right.
That's just sick, and I love this. The Coddle just sat there, smoked. He's just spamming mana on, or Chakra rather, on Cryslock, continuously refreshing that refraction, that melt cooldown, and it's dead immediately. Max, Meld, Deso. It is 14 minutes in, and Beast Coast are rolling. 2K net worth lead on the rest of the enemy heroes that K1 currently has in possession. Already with Yasha, Maelstrom. Once he buys that BKB, what the hell do you do as ViCi Gaming? You can hookshot him, sure. But other than that, you've got absolutely no way of stopping K1 from running rampant onto your back lines. I'm telling you, this is Beast Coast's game right now. They can just continue to play their style. And unlike what Wind and Rain did, I really feel like Beast Coast have the edge.
Burrow Strike begins it. They have the Rupture, but it's Cryslock with a double damage rune. They need to catch out Eurus, the TP. Oh, the Burrow Strike from Whisper, barely too close away. Morphling up to the top lane. He wasn't even TPing home. He went to the north. Look at Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, well, I'll just agi shift this.
But what this means is that because Eurus TP'd all the way top, they see him. There's no way he's going to be able to get bottom. This will be a free tier 2 for Beast Coast. You cannot fight into this lineup right now. They are far too strong.
And they just used the fortification to keep the creep wave alive on top. Puck will TP in behind the tower. He'll orb to reveal himself, but Jakira is trapping around the back. You got Keeper of the Light here. Clockwork throws a rocket, double TP's also on the way. Sand King still has Burrow Strike. Dust will reveal him, trying to play inside the trees. Blood Right's going to be there. Is there going to be the stun? Is there going to be a good target? DY's already dropped down to the Templar Assassin. Whisper is just playing inside the trees. There goes your Burrow Strike. He's played so long, the dust is worn off. Hookshot forward is able to connect. He's in range of the tier 1 tower. That's the only reason they saw him, but they're just committing so hard under the tier 1 tower. ViCi Gaming throwing their bodies against the wall.
What did I just say? It's 4-on-5. I don't care if the Coddle was used. This is not a fight you can take. This squad is way too strong. Oh, nice try on that Blinding Light and Ice Bath.
That's a little bit too far away, but hey, Bloodseeker's here. Anybody want to go into a Blood Right? Oh, good blink away by Ari. He'll dodge being silenced, but now tier 1 and tier 2 tower drop.
Yeah, well, we can watch this. It's just too much aggression, too much confidence. TA has an Aegis. The entire squad is here. They mass teleport in one at a time. But there's just no levels. Level 9 on the Kunkka, level 8 on the Clockwork. What are these guys supposed to do? All the spells being used on Crystal. He has Aegis. Even if you were able to kill him there, who cares? K1, although, oh my god, he actually got way lower than I surmised at first.
But this is Bloodseeker playing life on the edge. And his next fight will get stronger and stronger. It's also great watching his item builds. Like, no, I'm not going to complete the Manta. No, I don't need a Mjolnir. The BKB is on the way, but they got like 3 half items at the moment.
Yep.
but it all works in. Mjolnir as well as Yasha increase that farming speed, increase the damage he's putting out during the fights. And it makes it like it's, like how many times have we seen like Hand and Binds is picked up and we start having that debate of like, what is useful net worth? This feels like 100% useful net worth. The smoke gang's coming in. Jakiro will be the primary target underneath the shrine. I love how K1 only now just realizes this. Maybe I should stop farming.
They got him, but once again, that's the second or third time I've seen a huge rotation from ViCi just to find the one kill. Maybe you're able to get this bot tower, we'll see.
But they'll lose the tier 1 tower. Yeah, he's been hit pretty hard by Chris Luck, and Chris doesn't want to bring the tower within deny range.
It's the smoke on the way. Beast Coast, they identify, hey, this is an objective. We're going to get off map. We're going to go look to press something here. Chris Luck, as you said, he's got the blink dagger.
Eurus is already leaving.
Oh, Courier. Whoa, uphill miss?
On tower?
Tower's up, what?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It was fortified for a little bit.
That definitely missed, right?
And I didn't see a miss icon appear above his head, but yeah. I didn't figure. I'm not saying a courier can't disjoint, so yeah, it has to have missed.
Oh God, not again. ViCi game, you really want to fight top? They've got a blink on the Sand King waiting in the wings, hiding left side trees. There's no vision up for ViCi, and there's traps all over the place. This is very dangerous.
All right, okay, so let's have a look. Courier comes in, fortifies up, it's fine. Here's the tower attack.
Yeah, it's an uphill miss.
And he went over 2 different hills.
All right, I've never seen that interaction before.
There you go, Dota. Lincoln Sphere is now completed on the Morphling, so that took 18 minutes. Doesn't give a lot of burst power, but it does make it more difficult for Bloodseeker just to straight up rupture him.
But he wasn't the rupture target in the first place. What it doesn't help him with is the raw survivability to just right clicks. These carries of Beast Coast, they possess the entire net worth lead right now, and there's so much raw damage output.
Yeah, looking at the trees. Ice Path will fly, but it's already too late. PYW is left. Everyone's in retreat, but Chris Luck's on the attack. He's looking for DY, hits him with the melt, blinks down, 4 attacks will do it. Hits the combo quite nicely, and X marks spot just allows Zhao Yi to run away.
Really nice movement there. He meld strikes the initial stun animation, then blinks behind to get that bonus attack off. Turn rate, ensuring the Ogre Magi's demise. And I got a question, did some of the item choices from ViCi, like, it's just so slow. They also have no medallion, there's no armor items picked up whatsoever. Kunkka is rushing a pipe, which in theory is great. It's very popular in the meta nowadays for the offlaner to pick that up. But it's a TA with Deso, it's a Bloodseeker now with Yasha Melshka BKB. It's the physical damage that's gonna wreck your face.
They forcing the engagement 19.5 minutes in.
Why not?
There it is, blink and just Burrow Strike 4. The Observer Board gave him all the information on Puck they needed. The Dream Call catching 2, but the Blood Right allows protection for Beast Coast. Even though the ship is coming in, Whisper will get hit pretty hard by this. He can Burrow Strike away. Even the Will-O-Wisp, it's like they're creating perimeter of just defense for this attack from Beast Coast, dropping the tower down to 1/3. Even the fortification being burnt from VG for protection. The trade-off is the tier 2 tower. Morphling is not joining in this fight.
Runes are gonna spawn, it's gonna be a 2 for 2. You'll take that if you're VG. You cannot fight. They have learned their lesson, and because Beast Coast have spent so much time over the last couple minutes trying to make plays, trying to find kills, that net worth disparity has gone from about 4-5K to 2-3. Still anybody's game, but Beast Coast definitely in the driver's seat for the next 5-10 minutes or so. It's the E-Blade on Morph that things start to get a little scary. Yeah. That Coddle just explodes. Clockwork then able to hook onto another support. You might start off a fight 3v5 if you're Beast Coast.
It's the sacrifice debate we've discussed before. That's okay. Like, okay, we did a lot of damage to the tier 3 tower on bottom lane. This is good, but only if we take out the tier 3 tower, because then you can open up the shrines. But Morphling is about to be combat ready. He buys the Ghost Head to begin with, so there's no direct damage into him that the TA can guaranteedly do.
Yep. And as we saw in the previous first series, rather, from Whisper, our Puck now with Arcane Rune, he has Blink, Veil, bots, always just going to be playing side lanes, shoving waves, trying to extend the duration of this game. TA, Bloodseeker are very much mid-game carries.
Are they really going to try and... Oh, Keeper of the Light just walked underneath an Observer Board. That's what allows the hook shot forward right on top of the Keeper of the Light. Blood Right going to come a little bit too late, and Clockwork's already keeping up a Whisper. Hits the Burrow Strike, and that is one very dead Clockwork. Ori can actually wait half a second just to watch. And then BT's to the mid lane. Add the pressure and finish up the tier 1 tower. It's low. And if Whisper gets there in time, like he can blink and Burrow Strike, create some space, but the tower's already been taken by Ori's last attack.
Yeah, they're a little hesitant, ViCi Gaming. They want to get objectives, they want to push lanes, but taking team fights is really not their forte. You can see the pings coming out. Beast Coast really want to find kills somewhere. BKB coming out on the TA. And we've seen this. This is when Beast Coast start pressing the gas. They've got double BKB. Their cores are ahead, still number 1 and 2 on the net worth chart. And there's really nothing ViCi have just yet to be able to win any kind of engagement as 5, so long as this Coddle gets his ultimate off. Level 2 now on the Ignis Fatus, 4 flickers.
I love how Beast Coast is so willing to just smoke up, even though the Bloodseeker was running down the river. He was just out of range of the Observer Ward, so ViCi Gaming didn't get this information.
I love this play, though. They're only showing these 2, and you got to get back to base if you're ViCi. They do not have Glyph, and that tower is already so low, and they're going to just dive base.
Yep, force it. If you get a single ice path, the Clockwork, well, Rupture is already out, and with the Meld Strike, Clockwork does not want to be here. But the Tier 3 tower is the primary objective. Blood right in the back lines with the Burrow Strike. Puck is going to get silenced up, and Bloodseeker straight onto it. And DPYW, he's almost bleeding going back into base, and this is why Bloodseeker's moving so fast at initiation at the start. Giving them all the buffs they need. Puck is dead without buyback available. Another Blood Ride, creating a perimeter for the Burrow Strike. And man, the Ogre just dies so instantly. You jump forward, but now the issue, the Will-O-Wisp over on 3. ViCi Gaming underneath almost their own fountain are being hunted by Beast Coast with 23 minutes into this game. And the bottom lane of Rax has been shattered. Beast Coast playing such a fast tempo, which ViCi Gaming just can't keep up with.
You got to see this coming, though. This is this team's identity. This is why they had such a run at TI. They get their cores ahead, they get the items that they need to go win the game, and that's exactly what they do. Like, what did you think they were? You thought you were going to be able to farm this out until 45 minutes and casually scroll your way to a win? Beast Coast are coming to fight and battle, and if you don't want to go toe-to-toe with them, you're going to be forced to watch your structures die. That's just sick. Did you see how they both BKB'd early just to actually finish off the tower and start hitting structures? It forces ViCi to actually be the ones that are aggressive. Otherwise, you lose your base with no contest. But because Coddle then is easily able to get off a huge Will-O-Wisp, like ViCi have no play there.
That's what I love most about Beast Coast, and we'll get to see it again. Like, they play objective-based gaming so well, and it's not just unbridled aggression. It's aggression to make the opportunities for those objectives. Kill a hero means I can kill a Rax. Like, K1's not even involved in that fight. He's just sitting back. It's great.
It's just easy. And that actual fight was after the BKBs had already faded, because Beast Coast had used those cooldowns to gain advantageous positioning.
There's a courier with an ultimate orb. He's going to fly right over the top. Bloodseeker is the primary objective. How much damage can they do? He's still got BKB available, but the E-Blade pop, they do a lot of work with actually DY. He died to Chris Luck, who was also there, but now Chris is in the middle of this fight with the BKB. He can just walk straight out of the puck control. More support is arriving from Beast Coast. Epicenter from Whisper. Well, it'll make ripples.
Roshan's up. Slight miscue there.
Surprised he just burnt the BKB too. Really feeling like he had a chance to fight.
I mean, in theory, he does. If he had got that blasted somehow on the Ogre with like a Maelstrom proc, able to heal up, all of a sudden, perhaps you are turning things around.
Seeing another Dagon puck. Are we going to grab both the bounty runes from bottom, giving a 4-for-4? And Whisper, silenced. Creates a couple of problems. This man really needs to get himself a Yule Scepter. Phase shifting up. They want to wait for him, but just a straight blink down the lane. He's going to try and TP. No one's in range. Nope. They went the wrong direction.
It's also important to note, Beast Coast took the most beneficial racks when you're playing Dire. If you can kill the bottom, you force the enemy away from Roche, and it makes it so much easier to play this defense of the Roche pit that we saw in that previous series, NIP versus VP. You can just camp the pit. At some point, somebody's got to go bottom. It is a bit easier for ViCi because the puck has bots, but he's also their primary playmaker. So it means that if you have vision of him, you know that you're able to perhaps get a slight lead in terms of the damage output in the middle of an engagement if you then choose to get aggressive and cross the river.
I just like the information game as well from ViCi. It's one of the greatest things for a Clockwork. Just like you continuously rocket the pit. It's not like the ancient apparition blast we saw earlier today where you gotta wait for the right time to hit the fight. It's like, no, I'll just rocket. I'll always keep a close eye on this. And if you want to go in TA, we can also split the fight up with Cogs.
And don't sleep on Paparazzi, though. ViCi definitely not out of this.
Definitely.
Orfling, especially with the Ogre buff.
He's already up to 3.2k. Like, he's got the same net worth, like, short by 400. Like, the difference of 400 net worth between the Bloodseeker and the Morph.
At this point, the Morph starts to farm faster than anybody else on the map. It's why that gold lead for beastcoast is shrinking every minute that passes by without any sort of movement. Although TA, they'll be able to finish off his sheepstick in just a couple moments.
Be very happy to have that. Won't be so happy to keep getting hit by these torrents. E-Blade pop, keeper of the light down to 200. Clockwork hookshots himself in, but he gets cogged and blocked up by Chrislock as well as Jakira. They'll burn the BKBs. PYW able to go step as well as one charge up, but Whisper will be there with his own epicenter to get that follow-up kill. And under the Will-O-Wisp, Eurus caught in a little bit too deep. He chased himself into the escape, but he's getting pulled back in. Now Morph's back over with the waveform out. His 3 heroes down for Beast Coast, and they want a little bit more. K1 has to stay and fight. Inside the Blood Right, goes to the tree line. Chrislock, can he actually help out his teammate here? He can't. He blinks away, but he got X. He'll be coming straight back into the fight. No BKB to protect. And he's hiding inside the meld. The Colts just push him around. And ViCi Gaming wipe Beast Coast in the mid lane.
That was such a sick fight from ViCi. They did everything right. The Morph opening up on the Coddle, so he's forced to rush the Will-O-Wisp. But most important, the ViCi supports make themselves the target. You'll see PYW just go in. He's trying to finish off the Coddle. He'll end up dying here, but he's got buyback. So he trades his life for BKB, for Epicenter. This is so worth for him as Bloodseeker. He ruptures the Ogre and just chases him, who then stands still. It's just baiting out this BKB. All of a sudden now, you're caught in no man's land. You've got absolutely no spell immunity. You're dead. Backlines have already been absolutely destroyed by Eurus. That's exactly how you want to play this fight. Roshan goes down. And suddenly this game firmly back in control for ViCi.
Like Beast Coast did a lot of the damage on bottom. We knew the bot, like Paparazzi was always going to be like your win condition for ViCi Gaming. It just looked like he was going to be shut down and have no space to go. Like it was kill after kill after kill coming in the way of Beast Coast. The ViCi Gaming have the control. They have Aegis the Immortal on the Morphling. And this means a lot of pressure to be applied. I also like Whisper. He was thinking about going for the Aegis contest, but he needed to spawn 1 second earlier and he would have been fine. An Aghanim Scepter is now completed for Ori. Staying at level 1, staying at level 1 Dagon and finishing the Aghanims. Clockwork, gonna hookshot himself in, looking for that easy pop over on Whisper, while the back lines, the bigger kill will be over towards Ori as a big streak to end in favor of Chrislock. And K1, you know he wants more. He's already used his Rupture. Eurus waiting in the tree lines for his own stun. Chrislock trying to hide Invis, but he's underneath the Radiant Sentry. It looks like ViCi are already backing out.
Yeah, that Axe pickup. You wonder why they take Puck into Bloodseeker. A big part of that is, we discussed it. Beast Coast, these BKB timings are in fights. That's what they look to win the game around. And now, if you pop BKB on either core and you get coiled, you're just stuck. You want to blink out, that's a 4.5 second stun. By the time it fades, you're in some deep trouble.
I like this from Beast Coast. They're trying to force into the tier 3 tower. There is a Hex over on Kunkka, but it'll be pulled back by the X-Mark to spot. So he'll be fine, but with Liquid Fire, they push him pretty hard. X-Mark is going to be on the Morphling, allowing him to get very aggressive. And they just pull him back.
Just whittle down these Beast Coast heroes, try and bait out spells, most importantly, kill these supports.
Got no creep wave. They can't take out the tower just yet. And ViCi know it. They're coming out to be aggressive. Clockwork Rocket scouts out Whisper on the retreat. They'll sandstorm quickly, but if he hits the right line into the trees, the ping is almost right. Just go for the bounty rune, and you've got him. Looking for the money. And getting his hand caught in the cookie jar.
Does grab the bounty. They get both bounties, actually, but this could be a tough fight.
They're going for more, but into the TA trap. Hex right on top of DY, and they're going to push them up with the blinding light. DY will fall. Eurus at least wave himself out of the light, but he's actually clipped himself.
That's good.
Well, Aegis the Immortal will break. There's a Mana style available as well as an E-Blade. Clockwork wants to help out. He's coming as fast as he possibly can. And Morphling still up on the hillside. They'll drop another TA trap, giving him that information. Waveform down, but they stick with him, looking for the Burrow Strike. It breaks the Linkosphere. PYW, no, the Ice Path. He'll end up catching both of them. Eurus is dropping. He'll E-Blade pop himself. They can't do any damage into him. The Dream Caller's down. The Burrow Strike into the trees, but he's going to go. Morphling down for the count. But you know Beast Coast is Beast Coast. They want more, but they won't find it. ViCi complete their TPs away to safety, and they'll have to defend the top lane Ori shoved.
I gotta say, I love watching Schofield play Coddle. It's very understated, but he's constantly hanging on Ori. He should be okay, he's got Blink. He's always using Chakra to give the right hero lower cooldowns. We see him doing it with Sand King when they're trying to chase, TA when they're sieging, even Bloodseeker off cooldown when he's got nothing going on to try and get that Rupture back up ASAP. And Beast Coast, man, they looked out of it for a second, but they fought back. Lincoln's coming out for the Bloodseeker. You got to be so careful fighting against them. If these supports stay alive, you can see how much control they offer. The Coddle ulti, the Jakiro ice paths, like it's just so. Oh, whoa!
No, yeah, that was
too far.
That was too far.
I believe it's 1,300 units in a quarter of a second. If you move further than that, you don't take rupture damage. So when you're X back that far, it's not so harmful.
Yep. Just means that Kunkka has to do the long run, or that rupture can be brutal.
Next Roche is going to be super key, but it won't be up for 4 minutes at least. This is the phase of the game. You start to get a little scared as a Beast Coast fan. It is a Morphling. Ori's puck continuously pressuring this bottom lane. He's definitely the target for this Beast Coast side. He's so squishy, no Lincolns, no real innate survivability if he were to get jumped. They don't have any save on ViCi, save some counter initiation.
But they're getting so much physical pop damage, building in for what's well, it's actually going to go for a Daedalus. I was wondering if you'd think about the Bloodthorn, but Chris Luck is just going to go straight out for pure damage, and his control factor comes from the Scythe.
I'm all right with that. It's kind of a player preference thing. The Lincolns on the K1 Bloodseeker is the only question mark I have. I wonder if something like a Satanic, if even just for the status resist, could have been better, or if you're wanting survivability at least. But a Butterfly in this game would be quite nice. Maybe even an earlier MKB. Nullifier, I don't know.
Yeah.
I trust K1, what am I saying?
It's player choice, whatever makes you feel good. I just like to see some of these Yulsips start to appear, especially the one that's now arriving on the SK. That's flying over the top of the SK. This is just going to make it more elusive for ViCi game, because I feel like ViCi, when they start these fights, it's been a little bit too easy just to get that quick straight pop. And the ones that do win for Beast Coast is when ViCi's going like up into high ground, or you just have a really great position from Skullfield.
Yeah. If you it's all about fighting with vision. We saw how ViCi want to take fights, whittling down the enemy, you get out a rocket and X into some harass damage and baiting out these spells. Get these BKBs used. You don't want to just take an immediate 5-on-5 like this.
How quickly can Eurus go down? The Ice Path will hold him there. The Will-O-Wisp holding 3 players as well. He waveforms out of range, but the Clockwork still trapped inside of his own cogs, being pulled back in by the Will-O-Wisp. He's starting his own TP. The Ice Path will end up canceling that one. In the backlines, Keeper of the Light was picked off. Puck was looking for it. He's hiding in the trees. But Bloodseeker, you know what he wants? It's to have that Lincoln Sphere be broken. Make sure the item is useful. Make sure it works. They really want to try and fight this still. Beast Coast is starting their own retreat. That illusionary orb, it's the distance and speed. Buff up instead of the Warning Rift.
Somebody is going to have to buy a Nullifier soon. There's so many Ghost Scepters on this Radiant team. You got the E-Blade on the Morph. One's on clock. Ogre's picking one up in a couple moments. It's just going to get more and more difficult for Beast Coast. Luckily, again, it's the supports. They are the heroes that offer all the team fight. You've got plenty of damage if people can just stay still for a couple moments. But that's easier said than done.
Just can you just like hands off keyboard for 2 minutes? Gentleman's agreement. You get the first punch.
Bounty runes have spawned, but nobody seems interested in going to grab them just yet.
Oh, Puck's going for the bottom one.
Come on, guys.
Ow. They were too busy farming Ancients. Looking for the clearance and then into the stack. SK will get both the ones on top. So still a 2-for-2 trade-off.
He's in such a perfect position. Ori, though, just barely missing him. It's like watching a horror movie. You don't know how close you came.
Has he waited out, though? Like, the aggression's coming in from Stinger and K1. Does he jaunt up? No, he does not. SK was there for it, too. It's just a blink and TP away to safety.
Like, they're trying to act like sheepdogs. Push them back towards the TA, lying in wait.
Start changing this Beast Coast to like collies. Greatest sheepdog ever. Moving on.
BKB up on Eurus now. They'll be able to immediately kill that Will-O-Wisp if he's caught underneath it with the immunity up. More importantly, there's no real control left for Beast Coast. You cannot 100-0 this more reliably unless you somehow strike right away, because there's not enough to cancel. You need 3 disables.
You may need more. Xiao Yi just completed up a Lotus Orb. There's an extra layer of protection that's going to be applied. And now, where's your target? DY reveals himself. The Rupture's out. Fire Strike as well. The Ice Path is pretty decent. And maybe with the Will-O-Wisp be pulled in. He actually has to go in for that BKB. The Ogre brought back Ori solo and live. Chris Luck looking for the side blade hit. Unable to claim a PYW. That's the target K1's at least going to go for. But who's your better one? Kunkka now stranded without his immunity. They just open up in the BKBs. Beast Coast waited so long to use them, and now they let him rep. Looking for a new target. Into the blast you come, combining with the ice blast. Everything will hold in place. ViCi Gaming, who have to commit another buyback. This one on the clockwork. Puck. Yeah, Blood Rise there. If you want to jump this, you're going into danger zone.
Here's where things get really scary for ViCi, because you're gonna hit 25 on Crystlock. We've seen how much damage you can do in just a Hex. Imagine what happens when he starts meld hit bashing. And if he gets Coddle Chakra, he'll be able to do 2 hits immediately. 100% stun lock on any of these ViCi heroes is incredibly difficult to live through, especially if there's a Bloodseeker in range. Who's finished that Mjolnir, he'll be going for Abyssal next, trying to add more and more single target control. They know that as long as they can make themselves the focus of ViCi's lineup, the supports won't be. They'll be able to get those Ice Paths off, the big Will-O-Wisps. And Ori, man, he has got an X on him right now. He's gonna play so cautiously. You saw it, he almost died in just a Hex. PYW with a huge hook saves him, but of course throws his life away to do so.
But they're finding again, like, here we go, more and more layers of protection. The Lincoln Sphere's arrived. The I guess the second one. The Lincoln Sphere is also, the Crimson Guard is on the clockwork. So they're starting to build in this resist.
I mean, it's the same for Beast Coast, though. Look at the Coddle. He's gonna have a Crimson Guard of his own in a couple moments. He's all approaching 2k HP. All of a sudden, he's not easy prey for this Morph any longer. Jakira with the Force and Glimmer used on 2k HP as well. And there's a refresher on this Roche. Most times you maybe prefer the Aghanims. When you have a Coddle, man, this is game winning if you're able to pick it up. This Roche may just dictate who wins this first game.
Oh, there's a jump in. Keeper of the Line being initiated on Puck. The Lincoln Sphere's already been broken. Scalper, he's able to hide in the tree. And now he gets a 4-man hit, but the Blinding Light pushes him out of the Ice Path. It won't stop K1 from moving in, trying to look for his own fight. Hook shot forward. They really want this Keeper of the Light down, and he will be without buyback available. But the Puck loses his life. Here comes your SK. Pyro strike the backline, keeping Zhao Yi controlled up and stunned with the Ice Path from Stinger doing even more work, giving Crystlock his space to do the damage. But who's it going to go into? The focus still over on the Conquer, but Crystlock being pushed back by Eurus with the E-Blade pop, and then the Pyro Strike 40 gets its own double stun, and maybe they have enough. Yes, they do. The Templar Assassin will end up falling. Waveform charges. They move from one target to the other, but K1, he's buffed up beyond belief. He is lifting, but he's also getting lifted. Down he will go. The Bloodseeker has no buyback up at the TA. The Melt Bash, it connected to Eurus, but Eurus, a triple kill. His E-Blade pop, and then, yeah, gets him more life back. More, that's bounce. Hook shot. Behind. W thinking he can get Crystlock. The earn charge is problematic. Stinger should be able to finish the job. The TA traps there in case he runs north, but he runs down and then begins the TP. No stun, nothing to actually stop him. That's a Clockwork getting out, who initiated on one of the most dangerous heroes at Beast Coast, but lived to tell the tale.
Dude, Eurus is playing near flawlessly, man. The only reason ViCi have any prayer in this fight is because the Morph is single-handedly slaying heroes. Twice, his Lincoln's absorbed the Scythe from the TA. It's a big trouble right now. They don't have enough to cancel. This fight is good for Beast Coast if they were just closer, but unfortunately, neither big core is in range just yet. Crystlock was able to take out Ori. This fight was 4-on-4, core for support, but as you can see, PYW with the Ghost Scepter.
Coming back live, the initiation started on the SK. We look towards Roshan and Whisper. Man.
This Roche is gonna die real fast with a Morph in the pit.
And there's little they can do to stop it. No SK, no Bloodseeker. No real strength to fight from Beast Coast. All they can do is keep that side lane pushed out and keep the creep waves away from their base.
Very intuitive play as well. Eurus is not just going to get the Aegis, he'll also finish his Butterfly. If you look at the Beast Coast heroes, none of them itemized for an MKB. They're going greedy. Daedalus on the TAs, we've already seen Bloodseeker going for the Abyssal. All of a sudden, Morphling will have 35% more effective HP against physical damage, and even more importantly, if you juke a Meld Strike as an example, you're not going to get bashed, you're all good.
I'm loving this Clockwork vision. PYW was even baiting the hook shot. Defensive dire orbs start getting planted down. They know they're going to lose this tier 3 tower. The Blood Right combining with the Blast won't help a lot. They even fortify to keep the catapults alive. ViCi Gaming, they want to enter, and they want to enter now. With Crimson Guard to protect, their real creep wave will arrive. Blinding Light making it difficult. The hook shot will be a little bit of a stray. And he also Rupture has moved out of the Blood Right, so there's no silence. He can still play with the cogs. And Eurus will babysit him. More Blinding Light, giving that level of protection. Missed chances galore. The Ice Path and the Macropire Stinger cutting this ViCi Gaming lineup in half. Getting hit pretty damn hard. Eurus going to waveform himself up. He's actually morphing up, so he's ready for the hit onto the Jakiro. They're trying to protect him. Another Blood Right going down, another quick silence, but the ship will end up hitting onto Stinger. Buyback's available, but K1's into the back lines. Looking towards BYW, and now you've got a little bit of trouble. The Will-O-Wisp is down. DY, he's not inside of that. But they want the other target. It's K1 looking for his own fight. But maybe Eurus thinks he's got one of his own. Turns around, the Keeper of the Light dropping down low. Templar Assassin, he's back at base. He needs to come and get back into this fight. He did get out. The epicenter is straight left. Got the Ice Path, holds him in position. Stinger doing the work. Now Norway actually puts the TP back in again. He cannot return towards the fight. Leaving now stranded. Poor Conquer to die. You know who's joining him? Morphling. That's number one. Now we go for number two. The gem is dropped. Morphling, link into a break. Whisper up on the hill. Ballstar actually just pushing him back up again. Burrow Strike's available, but they're waiting for the range of the Ice Path. There it goes.
That was so sick.
Gaming repelled back out of East Coast base.
That's all Chris Luck. He messes around inside the enemy base, pressuring tier 3. Forces Ori to use not one, but both coils, and then you'll see right here, that creep wave, that's the only way Ori's gonna get into this fight, and he's gonna teleport in. It just dies. Whisper, huge stun, another huge ice path. They identify this creep. It actually just dies to the sand, so it doesn't even matter, but that's all. Chris Luck, he forces this fight. It's not a 5-on-5. You're missing your huge core in this puck. And again, the refresher squandered as well. The entire Aegis advantage was taken away by Beast Coast in that fight. Now they're gonna threaten the high ground. They're trying to force a buyback on Paparazzi here.
Hell yeah, they are. If they can get that Morphling to have a long death timer, that gives them opportunity for the next fight. X marks the spot, Conquer coming forward. Ice Path won't be able to clip on anything. The tier 3 tower, there's your jump from TA. Looking for a quick target, but the phase shift from Puck and the Dream Call. Catching 2 heroes, plus a couple of illusions. It's got Eurus! Oh no! TA's down for 2 minutes. They get the stun as well. Bloodseeker returning back to himself with the Abyssal Blade, Lotus Orb Reflect, and now they're in a hell of a lot of trouble. Beast Coast, too many heroes dead, but who's the big one? K1 is in. He's trying to run away. Glimmer Cape help protect him, but Keeper of the Light, he'll go down too. Beast Coast, they just want to force the buyback, and it's so costly.
Oh, they got, man, not only do both cores get coiled, but it's before the Will-O-Wisp is back off cooldown. Still 5 seconds remaining when the TA died, and he has no buyback.
Yeah, watch that counter as well. Coddle's short by 60 gold. Everyone else has it on, apart from Bloodseeker, it's on cooldown.
They know that TA's is on cooldown. They know that Sand Kings is on cooldown. If you're ViCi, you can walk straight into the base and start beating on the throne. You don't need racks at this point. You've got an 80-second window with no TA.
Look at them hunting. They're trying to chase down Jakiro. Glimmer Cape and hiding the tree lines. Puck,
no
Clockwork Rocket flies over him. Here comes your Ice Path, the hook shot, a little bit off target. He's wasting time, however, because ViCi Gaming, they're killing off the Jakiro. Yes, without buyback, but 26 seconds until you have both the SK and the Coddle up, and maybe they're a little bit stronger than the Jakiro. But that may not be enough time.
Ping the throne, there you go.
Tier 4 towers time. ViCi Gaming want to get this game 1 in the bag. And it looks like they'll have more than enough time. Nowhere near enough damage from Bloodseeker. He's already letting the Rupture go on DY. He will just stand his ground. Actually, just, okay, I'm next to the Ancient. I guess he'll attack that. The Clockwork isolating up the Bloodseeker inside the Cogs. Fortification, buying some more time. And the battle is on. The defense, Eurus just BKB'd, pounding away at this dire Ancient. The epicenter Burrow Strike has done some work, but it won't be enough. The fountain explodes. And ViCi Gaming go 1-up in this best of 3.
That's the first buyback, always at a slight disadvantage. You want to push, you want to force the enemy to be expending his, but if you overplay your hand just a little bit, as you can see, ViCi, this is an experienced team. I don't care if they have a stand-in. This is an ROTK coach squad. They understand Dota in the late game. Initiate on the big core hero without buyback, the TA. Kill him immediately, you've won the game. All you've got to do now is make sure that you recover. Beast Coast, they tried, cutting the waves. It's just not enough. Your TA is dead for 2 minutes, you've lost the game.
Yeah, and it's confidence from RTK and Paparazzi, just like, okay, you're gonna do the job, everything's gonna work perfectly. ViCi Gaming, it's a good, clean execute, even though Beast Coast, they put up a fight, they show they've got something to work with. They'll need a little bit more, however, if they're gonna take a second game.
Indeed they will. Thank you very much. Come back to Toby and Kyle, of course, for the next game very shortly, but we've got Nahaz and BSJ alongside me to break down game number 1, a game in which ViCi have taken the spoils, but only just. Only just. They were pushed hard by Beast Coast.
They put up a real fight. We kind of predicted that they were going to snowball the lanes, and that was their main win condition, and it lasted longer than I thought, like their whole dominance over the game. I think that sheepstick from Chris Luck was the real game changer, because we said they had no way to kill the puck or the Morphling, but once they got the Lincolns and a couple more survivability items, you saw the impact of having no hard lockdown or like ease of execution lockdown. Like you have to go through these Lincolns with single target disables. It just looked easier to play for ViCi, but that was a hell of a battle for both teams.
It was a hell of a battle. You'll see during the replay, and Alan, I'm sure you'll talk about it, there was a penchant occasionally to overextend from Beast Coast, and it cost them in the end, didn't it?
I think it was, yeah, I think Beast Coast overplayed their draft in this one. I thought they were very, very good early on in the laning phase. It looked like they might be in serious trouble when K1 Hector ate those deaths top early on. Looked like they might get rolled over. But again, you know, as you look at the net worth throughout this game, the top two Beast Coast scorers were ahead of this game for much of that mid game, and this is what they do with that kind of an advantage on the Bloodseeker and the TA. Ultimately, though, ViCi, the more disciplined team, this is the series we were hoping for. We doubted it a little bit because of this morning. Beast Coast looked like they were off kilter against Wind and Rain, but I think we're in for a three-gamer here.
Well, we're going to have to be if Beast Coast want to carry on and fulfill the prophecy of reaching the grand final as far as we were concerned. Here's a scoreboard for you from the 45-minute game, and as you can see, the man at the top of the scoreboard in the end was actually Paparazzi, or Eurus as he's called on there. I refuse to call him that, it's just a silly name. He was playing the Morphling, and we mentioned it during the draft. You can't leave a hero like that for him. It doesn't matter whether he's got the Earthshaker alongside. He can play this. We know he can.
I mean, it's Paparazzi. There are a whole lot of heroes that you can't leave for him. The issue here, I think ViCi caught a few of those games this morning and said, look, Beast Coast, they're a team that thrives on chaos, is a team that doesn't mind taking things late. We're going to make sure that we have the outscaling hero. Ultimately, if the game goes into that 40 to 50-plus minute territory, we've got this trump card in the Paparazzi Morphling.
Yeah, too much health to chew through. Like so many fights was he barely alive. And I think the Sand King steal was something I didn't think about in the draft. You get the Sandstorm and you can turn back into Morphling, and that's a pretty powerful ability to be invisible doing damage, and all the Burrow Strike sets up all the kills with the E-Blade. More traditional Morphling, and I honestly like to see the hero be viable without a Shaker. So.
Yeah, well, Paparazzi made it look kind of that way, didn't he? Let's find out what our weatherman specialist has got for us as we head over to Purge.
Hey guys, we got treated to a beautiful Bloodseeker game from Hector here, something that is his specialty, but the laning stage went a little bit more rough for him than normal. Did a good job trading out some regen here, protecting himself with the Jakiro. Didn't want to pop his salve though, wanted to regen up on the creep wave, and as a result the Clockwork was able to reinitiate here and catch him as he guarantees the Torrent setup with the Cog. So catches both heroes, Torrent setup here with a level 2 Kunkka, and they're able to get the quick double kill on both these heroes in the laning stage. That was huge. Bloodseeker comes back to the lane, Clockwork's a little bit low on mana, so things don't look too scary here, but he gets mangoed by the Kunkka, and as a result, he ends up getting the same combo again. Cogs, Battery, Salt with the Torrent. He takes a bunch of damage. That's 2 deaths in a row for Hector, which is really, really atypical. And they did some incredible stuff. He teleported back to the lane, he hit creeps on the way, and then he just chased this guy down until he died. He just kept slapping him over and over again, eventually scoring the kill, salving under tower, and forced a support rotation here from the Clockwork, who was busy messing with the mid lane. Probably would have been more helpful. And then he does another weird thing. Around the 10-minute mark, ruptures the Kunkka, continues hitting creeps, of course, we're talking about Hector here, drops the blood right down, comes over, slaps the Kunkka one time, and then runs away. Just rupturing to create space, to force your opponents to think, oh yeah, we're gonna go on them. It's the 10-minute mark, surely they're gonna be here. Puck rotates over, we have the Clockwork teleporting again, and that was just for 200 mana and a cooldown on his ultimate. He's planning to hit jungle creeps instead. And using these advantages, it helps him plus the fast Roche steal. They rotate to the bottom side of the map, they end up pushing this tower. Hector comes in, hitting jungle creeps in the meantime. He just swings down and he helps guarantee the 2 kills on both the Kunkka as well as the Ogre. So really good plays from Hector, despite having a really rough laning stage. He comes back and he dominates, creates a lot of space. It helps him get ahead. They still lost, but good play by him.
Great play and great breakdown as well. Thank you very much, Purge. It kind of shows us, gents, doesn't it? Those little nuances of the comeback mechanic that it's available to the players that you don't always see.
I think SA is the best region at just posturing, like making you think there's 4 heroes there, whether or not the person's farming or running at you. Yeah, playing against myself a lot in like pubs, you're like, there's no way this guy's crazy enough to run at me alone. And then 3 seconds later, his whole team shows on the other side of the map. But it's definitely a cool way to play. It's really hard to play against, too. They do it smartly, though. If you're the rest of your team showing, then you know he's bluffing. But they do a really good job of disguising it with the information they give you.
Definitely messing with your head. They're very good at.
Well, that's the chaos that we've been talking about all along that they like to play with. It gets in your head, and you expect them to be running at you at that crucial 10-minute mark, as Spurge was saying. The thing I want to hit, though, that we haven't talked about, the support play was really good in this game. I think the positioning of the two ViCi Gaming supports, our casters talked about making themselves the target in some of those late game fights, protecting the Morphling, letting him get that damage, and I think Schofield played a hell of a coddle.
See, I was thinking any moment now, Nahaz is going to be saying, it was all about the Jakiro. That's exactly what he was thinking. We're headed to a break. When we come back, though, we will get into game number 2. It's all on the line for the South Americans. We've been bigging them up all along. Can they survive? We'll see shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Game fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
So high from here, you can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be smooth?
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel, where we have all the numbers, not just the number 1, but also day 1 of the main event, day 4 of the entire tournament, series 3, game number 2, just around the corner. And the men with all the numbers and the facts are alongside me, BSJ and the Has, to take you into draft number 2, where there needs to be some changes for Beast Coast. They figured it out, perhaps, ViCi, in terms of the Bloodseeker, because that's been one of those main core threats for Beast Coast. But I want to ask you two, do you think we might see the Wraith King pop out now?
You know, it's funny. I take issue with what you said. I think you got most of what you wanted in that draft as Beast Coast. I think you came out of this morning's games thinking, oh, we were really lucky to win. We probably got outplayed. I think you overplayed your draft a little bit in that game. I'm not entirely unhappy with that.
No, you don't think ViCi might just go, actually, yeah, Hector is bloody annoying on that Bloodseeker. Let's just get rid of it.
I mean, I think I think if you're ViCi, you're more likely to be thinking, man, we killed that guy early on in lane. We had him off creep waves, and he still was ahead in farm for most of the duration.
Yep.
I think they're a little, like, that game was harder than they thought it was going to be, I have to believe, for ViCi Gaming.
But that's down to Beast Coast, isn't it, in the way they played?
Yeah, no, that's what, like Alan said, overplaying the draft. Like, they came out to a strong start, despite the early start being quite poor, and Puck was dominating mid for the first couple levels, Bloodseeker with a couple of deaths. They do ban it out right up
Yeah,
right
and I
off the
think
bat.
it's a respect ban, isn't it? Yeah. Because they did find it difficult against him.
But then you picked Void, and I still love Wraith King as Void.
Yeah.
I honestly do.
They go for the save immediately. I like when teams address the hero that's presented in front of them, but now I'd like to see ViCi Gaming respond with something like Skywrath Mage, potentially later in the draft, like a Pugna, just a hero that then counters your counter, right? The counter is Cold Embrace to prevent Void from being able to kill you in Chrono. Now pick a hero that dumps so much magic damage into the Chrono that it doesn't matter. You can pick OD, but coming from the support role, it's generally nicer. You don't want to have 2 cores to counter a support. What's their follow-up going to be with the Wyvern? Wyvern usually ran as a 5 nowadays, but some teams pick it as a 4.
Magnus is still on the board, and that's a hero they've run with the Wyvern before, and has been a very popular first phase pick throughout the tournament.
If they don't pick it, they're giving them Mag Void.
Yeah. I think the other hero that they like to go early on is the Nyx Assassin.
Any thoughts on the any thoughts on the leaving of the Lesh in this series so far?
I thought we talked about it in the first draft. I thought we were going to see it second phase. At the end of the day, I think it was more down to just comfort heroes toward the back end.
And I also think that, like, picking the Puck as opposed to Lesh, 2 very similar heroes, right? They wave clear a lot, they split push, they do a lot of magic damage, but Lesh dies to Rupture while Puck does not. So they do, I mean, these heroes can kind of go 5-4, right? Like last game we saw 4 Coddle. I see a lot of teams go for the 5 Coddle. I don't think it matters too much other than the lane partners. I think Mirana Void, the most common combo we've seen so far this tournament. It does not solve the Wyvern problem in terms of killing the person that gets saved.
Partially. I mean, that Mirana ramp scales up in magic damage more than you think. That's, I don't think it's the kind of, you really want a core that offers high magic damage output, but I think the Mirana gets you about halfway there.
Yeah. Picking both of your supports early like this.
Yeah, that is the big concern.
These 2 supports are very vulnerable to gap closers like Storm Spirit, these heroes that jump you in the back, Queen of Pains. That's one thing I don't like about their draft on Beast Coast is you pick 2 supports with similar weaknesses. They're both very fragile, like counter initiation, backliners.
Isn't it funny what a few months changes? 6 months ago, we'd have been saying, oh yeah, opening with 2 supports, that's good. Yeah, well done, because they haven't revealed anything and they can move into... These days, that's not the case anymore. It just shows you how the meta changes, even though it hasn't changed that much.
people just get better at drafting, right?
Yeah,
Like if you have two
sure.
supports, oftentimes
we even see supports pick the 5th pick now, which we'd never see before. All the teams were saving at least a core of some kind.
supports have been game winning. When we saw the disruptor in the group stage with
Absolutely.
the Naga Siren, that disruptor Ag's ulti just ended the game at 25 minutes or whatever it was.
Yeah, it just didn't. I mean, a year ago, we just never. You'd never pick a support as your last hero.
Times are changing for sure. Ready for the next patch too, so I can.
Oh yeah.
Nazi Void and first pick. Not usually a hero we've seen first picking ever. You generally think it's counterable, but turns out that his bash is pretty good.
He's the big thing for me is he's just looked so self-sufficient in lane in this patch, where in the past you've seen Voids get pressured out of lane rather easily. Void in this patch looks like a very, very stable laner, and that's just so key in this meta.
In every meta, when it comes to cores, especially in the carry role, if you have this one item that just naturally makes your game better, it's Maelstrom for Void. It literally does everything for him. He needs damage, he needs wave clear, and he has everything else built in.
You know what? I'm on board now. I was really nervous with the two supports first, but I think the puck, it has some flex value. It is most importantly the foundation of some strong side lanes here. And again, we've just seen how Whisper can just manipulate the game. He can control the tempo of the game with this hero.
You've talked about Puck against Void, one of the heroes in the off lane that just pokes him down, so his time walk's not all that useful. I was going to say, can they just address the Puck? Last game we saw ViCi Gaming with the Puck that was not addressed. ViCi Gaming, on the other hand, immediately addresses it. Notice how both teams are kind of just addressing what the other team's picking. I really like that because it kind of keeps you up in the draft. It leaves you more open in the later picks. You have less things that you have to deal with your last couple picks.
Interesting change up from the first game as well, where they were certainly the first 3 picks were much more focused on what they wanted to play.
Yeah. We saw them pick Lion in the first game of the winners bracket final as well, so they're not afraid to pick this like weaker laner that just solves a problem in your game that you have. Like that just has to be solved. Being able to kill a hero like Puck just makes your game so much more straightforward, especially from a support role. Obviously, it's not ideal if he never is able to get any items, but if he gets just maybe an Ether Lens, Puck's game becomes that much harder to play.
Yeah, they've actually got 3 Lion games already this tournament.
Yeah, and that's okay. So I wondered if the Lion was picked with an eye toward the Wraith King, but it's just too good. We know the level at which Hector can play this hero. 4 of the top 6 GPMs all time on the hero in his 6 games at TI alone.
I'm glad I called that pre-draft, by the way.
I mean, you predicted a Hector Wraith.
Even,
oh my
get this, guys. This will blow your mind. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I'm thinking about it. I do love this Tide pick, by the way.
It's deep. That's deep.
I do too. Tide, I was thinking that they need to be able to ignore this Wraith King. That's kind of their game plan right now, because all these other squishy heroes, if you can just focus them down, the Wraith King relies on them to be a threat because you're going on the Wraith King and then they protect the Wraith King and he can turn around and bring you down with either out of his reincarn or just with his lifesteal in general. Tide's a hero that clears the skeletons with 1 Anchor Smash because it's physical damage. The skeletons do have 50% magic resistance, so it's nice to have a hero that deals with that. And every game we've seen a Void, I think it's become rinse and repeat. You have a hero that stands in front and draws attention to themselves. We saw Underlord for Virtus Pro, we saw Bristleback for Alliance. Tidehunter serves that same purpose. It just makes it so much easier to play Void. And these teams, if they're going to first pick Void, they need to know how to enable it.
Well, I was going to say, and the other thing that Alan picked up on the very start when I mentioned the fact that they could play the Wraith King, it's popular for beastcoast, it's a signature hero, we know. Immediately ViCi have an answer for it. They've game planned for that. Immediately they knew this might come out in game 2.
I think that I think you pick the Lion with half an eye toward it.
Yep.
He can control some of the mana pool of the Wraith King. The Tidehunter, again, you kill the Wraith King once with Chronosphere and the second time with Ravage, or vice versa. It also gives you a little bit, if they're thinking of pivoting toward like something like Crustlock Brood, you send that Tide, that Tide can handle it.
I like the Legion ban. Axe already banned out. Legion's one of the other few heroes that has a uncrackable.
I think it may be
disable.
I think you're actually
that's a proper term, right?
I think you're actually going to see Puck 3 though. I actually think you're going to see Puck 3, and this is going to be a Crystlock hero for the pick. And I think you could even go back to the TA.
I think a hero that you naturally rotate for the Void is the best pick here for ViCi. There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, you want either a hero that rotates to the Void or a hero that pushes towers so the Void can easily rotate to them. And so Pugna is the hero I mentioned in the first round, actually, one of the few cores that offers enough magic damage to just bring down a target that is cold embraced by the Wyvern in the Chrono.
They could still... They could go mag, couldn't they? Bit weird though if they're going to play that. Well, if they're going to play the puck off lane, they're not going to pull the mag in.
I mean, you still can put Crystalluck on puck, but I like Whisper's puck, especially after this morning. I think you pivot back for a Crystalluck
I was going to say, if you're going to put him on anything, put him on the TA.
Oh, yes! Okay.
Let me say that Tidehunter is pretty hard to play Meepo against. If they can manage to just ignore the Tidehunter with the rest of these crowd control heroes, this Meepo can just run over these squishy cores. I mean, Faceless Void cannot time walk out of the net, but I fear this is going to be a rinse and repeat of game one.
Is this is this a desperation throw?
No.
This is a Hail Mary?
I actually think, apart from the Tidehunter threat in the mid game, I actually think this is a decent Meepo game. It's going to be the lanes, right? Exactly as game one. I think Beast Coast, and the difference is, if Beast Coast roll the lanes in this game, they're winning the game.
Yeah, they'll end it at 25 minutes.
Exactly.
And that's their win condition. So.
All right. We are ready, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. In the arena, we've had a bit of everything today, including now a Meepo.
You know, I think I can speak on behalf of everybody here who's cracking open the new beverage, ready to go all night long, that I think a game 3 will be an absolutely fantastic idea, with a Meepo potentially leading Beast Coast all the way that way. Kyle, laning phase?
It's definitely a possibility. As panel was saying, Tide is a bit of an issue, but theoretically, Meepo actually plays quite well against him, simply because you farm so fast and you get to that win condition timing around like 25, 30 minutes or so before this ViCi lineup will come online. You also absolutely destroy Void. So you've got the AoE to deal with him, but do you have the damage? You said it yourself during the draft. If Pugna's your only real sustained DPS.
See, I'm wondering, like, you go the other direction. It was like, okay, Ravage is down. What stops the Meepo? Yeah. Like, where is my big control factor that's really going to make this work? Especially when you see the way Beast Coast started their draft. Like, they picked up so many big AoE controllers. They made sure they could shut down the Void if it goes into the pit. You've got Cold Embrace to protect any kind of, like, focus target you go on. But then you've got space creation through Curse. You've got so many other options. And even then, like, you then have to ask the question, does VG have the sustained damage? That you kill a Meepo, but then you've still got to kill a Wraith King twice over, and this is comfort zone for Beast Coast. Every single one of these heroes, they've played many times, and they feel very good on.
It's a historically very solid draft from ViCi. I love Pugna and Lion. It's very obvious synergy. You decrep somebody, you finger them. It's going to do more than that pure damage number would be. And it's just the sustained damage, really. It's limited. And to your point, you've got Wyvern on Beast Coast, probably the counter to Void in the current patch. Cold Embrace for defensive purposes throughout the Chrono. Winner's Curse for an offensive turnaround.
I don't know if that's respect tipping onto Stinger or not. Either way, maybe he's trying to make him feel like he's being watched, and he's very close to 3 heroes of VG Gaming. The Meepo, Crystalluck, already showing himself. Wraithfire Blast begin. It's arrow leveled first from Mirana. He's already skilled, so the blinding light pushes him back closer. It won't be enough damage to get him, however, but it means the bottom rune then becomes the next contest. Luckily, Eurus quicker on the click, and Whisper unable to gather.
Gets the hits off, though. That'll be 2 tangos worth of damage done. And what is this? A Meepo mid, as expected, against the Pugna. Not really much Ori can do to out CS him here.
That timing's a little bit off, but it won't matter when the Gush is there. A quick stun over on the Mirana, stopping any kind of extra range damage that will go underneath the tower. Stinger actually walking up to blinding light. Wasn't really going to achieve anything after that point, but either way, it looked very manly.
Really nice job. Paparazzi down bottom blocked it into his own tower, so we'll be able to get level 2 right off the bat. And top, you have an aggro tri-lane into a Wraith.
Going again, top lane. They just start off with the Gush, then the stun, follow up into the arrow, and K1.
Yeah.
Like having that armor removed makes it difficult not to burn the South.
Tide's actually far better in aggro tri-lanes than people realize. Gush is one of the best level 1 abilities in Dota 2. 40% slow for 4 seconds, 100 damage, and the -4 armor reduction. It's very difficult up here for Beast Coast to make plays. And bottom, Void should be just fine 1-on-2. Won't CS too well, but he brought a ton of regen up down here.
The arrows just keep coming, and Stinger continues to protect with the blinding light. And Chris Luck really needs this second Meepo. He keeps getting decrepified, so he can't get last hits. It's 5-3 to a 2-1. It was a lot worse than that. But he just needs more Meepos. It's never a good thing to be a lonely Meepo.
That's the second game in a row. He's actually going to get a free D ward. ViCi did not scout out, was that? It might have actually been the previous series. No, it was last game, yeah. Chris Luck just got a sentry, bought it himself, and easily gets himself an extra 100 gold in XP. Bottom, Eurus is suffering, but he still has that salve, so should be okay for now. Up top, this is really nice. You've got PYW ensuring that he won't get this stack off on the easy camp. He's going to do his best to block it. Now that you've got some semblance of lane control top, you've got an edge for your Tide. It's okay to rotate down bottom.
I actually like how PYW stacks the camp himself and then arrows the big creep, so efficiency for this Mirana as much as possible.
He started with the Bassi too, really effective when you're playing with the Tide Hunter.
So how do you feel about like the farm that's coming in right now for the Faceless Void? Normally here you want to see some good items on so he can do damage inside the Chronosphere. Is that essential, or is the Pugner able to make up for that?
He's not really... I don't think his farm is the one you need to think about too much if you're ViCi. You want to make sure your Tide Pugner off to a good start, right? Because it's the Meepo that's the concern. Void in this game has a tough time dealing his damage. He's playing against a Wraith King. There's going to be a Coddle ult, a Wyvern ult. There's so much to disrupt your DPS during Chrono.
So you run him as a 3 instead. It's like,
in a way.
Like you're my offlaner controller and all my damage will come from a Tide Hunter. But that seems difficult to pump into a Chronosphere.
It's more about the team fight. You don't want to be in a position where Meepo is so far ahead that all of a sudden he's able to just ravage your lines. You've got a Mirana, you've got a line. It's actually important that the supports have a game because they're the ones that actually have the burst damage to kill off a Meepo.
I'm liking this from Chris Luck. He actually made it so his primary Meepo was the one that was being attacked. Thanks to the Dire Observe Ward, he'll also see the rotation in of the Mirana, but then able to poof his Meepos back in, sees the arrow coming, able to dodge it. But it meant he was able to TP his primary Meepo back, heal it up, and then come back into the lane. And this top lane is actually really good with aggression. Chakra, once again, this great enabler.
Oh, and look, I love this from PYW. He's arrowing camps in the Meepo's jungle. This is exactly what you want to do. You don't care about farming it. You just want to make sure Meepo doesn't.
He's lucky enough to even get a courier kill, but doesn't see it.
He's got 48 damage, Toby.
No, you'd have to... He's got a couple of leaps to work with. You'd have to get the perfect leaps directly after the fortification.
Meepo already into the jungle. This is to be expected. Top lane, K1, a little bit of trouble. Like the decision to pick up the chainmail. We already said how impactful that minus armor from Zhao Yu's Tide would be.
And Stinger does push him back. It's easy enough with Blinding Light. Never really feeling too threatened. That decrep into Blast, though, keeps removing 1/3 of Chris Luck's life. And Ori loves it when he can find underneath the tower because he's hitting both Meepo as well as that tier 1 tower. And with Regeneration Rune, he's being very liberal with his abilities. And there's the Meepo TP back once more. Everyone's just chilling for the moment. There's runes in 8 seconds.
Yeah, this is so
and there's a Mirana to go down. There's your first blood. Beast Coast able to claim it. They will end up losing out. Actually, that would be a 2-for-2 rune trade-off.
This is so sick from Ori. That regen rune got so much value. There's at least 5 decreps for free. Or sorry, Nether Blasts onto that tower. And he still had the regen running. It is 5 minutes in. That tower is at 472 HP rather. And that's how you beat Meepo. We've talked about it. To take out these map control based cores, Tinker, Meepo, Brood even, you kill their towers. All of a sudden, the jungle's nowhere near as safe.
Very smart for Scarfeld. He has to come into this mid lane, drag the creep wave off. And Ori's moving deeper inside the jungle, wrapping around behind. But it keeps the catapult of the Radiant side away from the tier 1 tower. But it won't stop Ori from then draining the life out of this Winter Wyvern. He's still got Cold Embrace to get that life back again. But Ori is making sure everyone's looking his way while Whisper just wants to jaunt out of that bottom lane fight.
I love the aggression from Ori. That's exactly how you play this. It's a Wraith King top. It's a Meepo. There's nobody that's really going to be able to rotate mid. And another kill top. How is Wraith King caught? How are they killing a Tide? What's happening
It's
up here?
back-to-back Wraith Fire Blast. They Chakra him up so he's able to get more of these hits in. Arrow flies forward. Schofield, perfect stop. And he won't stay alive from this, however. Ori does way too much damage with that Nether Blast, taking both the Tier 1 tower as well as the Wyvern's life. And this now allows ViCi Gaming to threaten that dire jungle, but they need the Tier 1 tower in top lane to go with it.
He's just going to keep rolling. This is how you got to play if you're Ori. He's got to take over the map. He is the burst damage, the ganker, and the tower damage for his lineup.
Good time dilation on bottom lane. There's a Hex as well. DY is going to get the chain stun into. If they get some locks, Whisper, he'll just jaunt himself away to safety. DY Schofield getting drained out by Ori. Combo again with the Mirana. It's a good lethal combination, and Chris may want to have a couple of friends here. Trez just got delivered. He doesn't have any level of control. He went for a 0-4-2-1 build.
That's the way you ideally want to play the Meepo most of the time. I've seen some early Earthbinds, but in theory, you get level 4 and you just start farming the jungle, much like Chris Luck's been doing.
So does ViCi need to keep that pressure going? Like, we see Ori move back. It looks like an efficiency shrine for ViCi Gaming. Do they just turn around and go back in again? I'm not seeing any observer wards remaining on the dire side of the river.
I mean, you just go play with your Tide, right? He's got Ravage active. You've got Veil now. Yeah, and you can actually do so much work on K1 here.
Opportunity on top. Is there going to be any kind of TP support coming in? Wraith King does not have the mana for reincarnation. By throwing the Wraith Fire Blast, he lost it.
It's okay. Nobody can really mess with Ori is the thing. He's just way too powerful. Beast Coast's team fight is not online until their supports are 6. That won't happen until the 10-minute tomes. Whisper is having a hell of a game though, with Veil already on Courier. 36 and 9. What's the Void? 47-4. Not as far ahead as maybe you'd expect. And now he's got to play conservatively. This Void is already level 6, approaching 7. Meepo trying to beat Mirana to the haze. Should do so.
Need to get a Splinter Blast to stop that push coming on the top lane. Doesn't really stop the blasting, however. And here's that movement. Meepo faster and in. Tidehunter wrapping around, but they really want to kill off the Pugner. He forces down and will take out the tower. There's that one put up on Earthbind, and there's a lot more Meepos where that came from. Ravage tries to create some space, but look at K1. He's wrapping around the side. He's looking for the retreating target. He wants Ori, but DY finds K1 instead. Here's your more proofing onto Zhao Yi. Caught inside the tree lines, it's Decrepify making it difficult to get that easy attack in. One more will do it, but it wastes time, allowing everyone else to retreat. While on bottom lane, Blinding Light, they're waiting for Eurus to try and time walk out. He's got Chronosphere available, does not actually have that time walk up, so Dream Coil instead. With the Refuge, just nuke him down, and Eurus brought down by Stinger and Whisper.
I caught napping. Got the Midas off. Good efficiency there. Very surprised he went for this item build, and also that he wasn't punished harder. He literally bought no items except for Stick, Quelling Blade, and Midas. And yet, he still was able to sustain up until that moment in this bottom lane. Really shocked that he died there. Probably didn't expect so many points in silence. Finger up now. Oh no, sorry, not yet. Well, he needs the tome on the line, and then they can look to go make a play on the Meepo.
I actually like that too, like for the Void with the Midas. He understands he's going to get a lot of money early on thanks to just the game that Ori's been having, taking these early tier 1 towers.
It's more, you're gonna win late game, right? You just need to survive that long. Meepo, at a point, has no real way of staying alive against Ravage Chrono once we hit that 30-35 minute mark.
Moonlight Shadow, ViCi Gaming. There is a Sentry Ward, however, so Whisper will have a little bit of information. Meanwhile, Stinger feels very much like bait. They're wrapping up this for the 10-minute runes. And up we go with the Winter Wyvern. Doesn't have 6, but the Dream Call is going to be good. The Blast, however, so much damage to the Wyvern. Chris Luck, they need more Meepos. It's a good Earthbind, Blinding Light pushing them out of the Will-O-Wisp. DY so low on life. Someone needs to hit him. The Blast, it won't be enough. The Wand charges. Keep him alive. A jump forward. Eurus getting both the Bounty Rune and now looking for the kill into the Keeper of the Line. Mirana was the first to fall. The Cold Embrace protecting Stinger for the moment. You can take his mana, but you won't take... Well, yeah, you'll take his life after the Cold Embrace wears off.
Yeah, but you can see him. Hector still farming away. He has his own Midas now. 1,000 gold ahead of the Void. You're gonna hit that same time, this typical Beast Coast timing. They're gonna get this Midas Radiance. Maybe a blink, maybe a BKB on the Wraith King, and then you start to make plays through Meepo.
You like the Silver Edge build as well from Chris Luck. There's no Blink Dagger. There's no E-Blade. There's that play, killing off the Mirana and then the battle for the rune. Just a little bit of a delay, that's all.
I think it is actually a pretty nice Silver Edge game. You can remove the Kraken shell from the Tide, be able to 100-0 stun lock him. But it's a little too early to start theory crafting that.
Yeah, it just feels a little quirky, and the fact he's prioritizing it as his item.
I always like it just because you have other Blink heroes on your team. Hang on, Chrono might come off in a second.
Yeah, they're looking for the Chrono into Arrow. Puck. No way to really stop him. The curse is available, and there will be a cold embrace. Here comes your curse out. Eurus. Oh, there's a nice stun from DY. They're really chaining this, and the Hex as well. Whisper. There was nothing more that Scarfell could have done then.
A lot of spells utilized, of course, multiple ultimates, but they do finally find a kill on Whisper. And again, it's more impactful just because the Void literally just has a Midas. So the fact that he's able to find kills with this incredibly greedy decision, very nice for the squad. Arrow, ooh, will miss, grabs the Archer though.
Here's our Shadow Blade reveal. With no Chronosphere up, I'm not seeing an observer near the sentry ward, so it's already here. They're hunting to the bottom. And the Moonlight Shadow triggers as well, Chris. Here comes your Earthbind. He catches the Mirana. He'll need more boost where that came from. Just keeping him chain controlled with the Earthbinds. Mirana will fall.
I'm sorry, Toby. In my head, I'm thinking Wraith King. You're talking about his Shadow Blade. I did not in a million years think
I was saying Meepo, Chris Luck.
All right. I mean, the only downside is you don't farm quite as fast, but you can see it provides that solo kill potential, not just on the Mirana, but also the Pugna, the Lion. Like, you have 3 heroes, actually 4. You can kill the Void very easily, too, if you find it with Chrono down. So in that sense, I actually really like it.
Let's break the reincarnation. Support's coming in. Curse off cooldown in 3 seconds time to survive the space, but so will the Ravage. And they just blast down the Wyvern. You may as well just buy back if they have any intention of fighting. While in the back lines, there's the catch on the Mirana. She almost dies from that one last attack, but it won't be enough. With the Anchor Smash connecting Meepos, just trying to get a little bit more distance. Another Earthbind. They turn over towards the Pugna. The arrow flies forward, and Ori just nukes down Chris Luck. While Whisper hits the back lines. The Veil is up with a double Dream Core. They need more heroes to really fight. K1 now has his available once more. They're focusing down the Pugna. He's the big one to take, while Stinger, the Anchor Smash from Xiao Yi, making it so difficult for beastcoast to find any level of damage. They need more friends. They need more damage output. The orb's available, and he's waiting for the Veil to come off cooldown. And that's why Xiao Yi playing the range game and Void playing no game is Hand of Midas and wait for Chrono.
You're all right with that, though. If you're Beast Coast, you'd love to grab some more towers, but this fight started off rather poorly. Your Meepo and Wyvern dead off the bat. A nice movement there from K1 to be here in time. Finishes off the Lion, and now Whisper with a great coil. And again, look at the chakras from Stinger, man. They're always on point, ensuring Whisper is going to get round after round of spells off. You turn a 2 for 0 into a 3 for 2. You're always happy with that kind of trade.
And how much damage does Beast Coast need to start doing? You'd say they're happy with a fight like that. They have the top 2 net worth, but only barely. The Pugna is nipping on the heels of the Meepo. Is there like a bigger objective? Because it seems like ViCi Gaming want to be the aggressors. They're coming once again. Smoked up, there is no Ravage available. There's a double damage bottled up in the Pugna, and a Wraith King with no reincarnation. You just lost your Wyvern to Eurus in the mid lane, and now you're gonna lose the Keeper of Light on the top lane at least. While they keep going on that mid, have they got enough with the control? The Faceless Void is brought down, and the TP is out. They're coming, at least one got out, but the Wraith King won't be so lucky.
That's such a cool move from ViCi. You get the free kill mid with a Chrono into an arrow. It lulls the other Beast Coast heroes into a false sense of security, but there's still 3 smoked units moving towards top. They find Wraith King, the huge kill. He had not been able to finish his relic, was in spitting distance of the item, and you're able to now control both top bounty runes. Really nicely done there.
I'm liking also the mindset change from PYW. He's now starting to put sentry wards all through the river and with an observer ward so they can see this Meepo's movement. He's almost going to play it like it's a Ricky. Stinger will cup a lot of damage, but Tide won't force the issue. He still doesn't know what's up that hill.
He's going to have a Ravage active in just a moment as well.
This primary Meepo is just waiting for something. Top lane Wyvern may be dying if Ori wanted to commit.
They've got
Can't read.
Finger plus Veil.
They're pinging bottom lane again. I need to get the Dream Core. Secondary support's coming in. Here's your Dream Core starting over on Eurus. He'll time dilate. Chris Luck. Okay, he's thinking twice about this. Like, Whisper, I'm sorry, bro. You forced a lot of rotations. I hope that was worth it.
Really nice job. I mean, Void's talents, I swear, have got to be some of the best in Dota. Part of the reason is win rate's so damn high.
Oh, Curse is out. They're just keeping Ori in position. Meepo's still wrapping around the back. He's going to go into the Shadow Blade to try and close this distance on Ori. And more Meepos need to arrive battling under the ward. They just hold him in position. You don't care about how much damage you take from that nether ward. You'll pick it off in just a second. Tidehunter moving into the back lines. Has Ravage going to pop, but we have to battle into the trees with the Anchor Smash. It will allow the kill onto Scottfeld, but with no Ravage available and no Chronosphere and no real support nearby, what have you got? Mirana Arrow will fly forward, connect on one of the Meepos. The Anchor Smash is good with the Will-O-Wisp pulling both in Mirana and the Tidehunter, and they've already switched targets. The Earthbind, however, hits none.
Time to regroup now. You got the Ravage. Xiaoyi, man, he is just... I love that he's not afraid to use Ravage just for kills. Even if it's just one hero, it's very tough to force a team fight into Beast Coast because they're really not looking for them. They want to play more this guerrilla style around the map, find pickoffs. He's already level 15 on the Tide.
Somebody want to get that bounty rune that's sitting down on bottom? There we go. Chris will see it.
That's actually incredible. The Tide is the highest level in the game. Consider he's playing up against a Meepo, top of the network charts. Not an easy feat. Mirana invis now, looking to get aggressive. Chronosphere is active. They're hunting bottom.
You look for those dire sentries, but there isn't anything there. Wisp bump.
Beautiful.
Easy stun into Arrow follow-up, and that's going to be a finger to ensure the kill. Plus 50 or 40. Get a follow-up straight into the Wyvern too.
And ViCi is just so clean. Feels like they're always the ones a step ahead of this Beast Coast lineup.
And now Tidehunter. Yep, a little bit too far out. Get the Anchor Smash off. We need another Earthbind to arrive. And there it is. Follow up into the Wraithfire Blast and whatever other control you want to kind of throw into that Tidehunter. It still takes a long time to get the damage in. That's a Vlad, that's a Solar Crest, and it's a Tidehunter.
Nice job. Next play from Beast Coast, they're in a really strong position if they can get the Aegis. That's their big move. They're going to have E-Blade finished on the Meepo in just a moment. Then they want to pick off, and immediately they could go into the pit. Wraith King has the Midas and the Radiance, of course.
They're losing too much of their outside towers, though. Like now the tier 2 towers are starting to be approached. Whisper shows himself. DY's waiting in the tree lines. There's your Hex to begin. Follow-up stun, combining with the Crepify and the Arrow. It is a perfect synergy of abilities from ViCi Gaming, while the Courier will get sniped out by the Meepo. The Leap, dodging the Earthbind.
But the thing is, they're focusing on Whisper, and sure, his game is in the doldrums, but you've got a Blink, you've got a Veil, you've got both of your QW spells maxed out. It's the Meepo and the Wraith King you've got to be concerned about if you're ViCi.
Here we go with the Glimmer. Again, it's this Lion. 2 seconds till Hex is off cooldown, but it won't matter when he hits the Impel to begin with. There is a quick, fast follow-up.
I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Like, what? Your puck just died there, Chris Luck. You cannot be there all alone.
I think they're getting a little tired. This has been a long day, and they were more than tested in the first series, Beast Coast. But they're still looking to fight.
They want to have a team engagement if they can, but the Ravage is off cooldown.
Yep. But Winter Wyver's looking for a target, able to find DY over in the tree lines, a quick Hex. The Blast has destroyed a lot, but the Nether Ward's already down. The Will-O-Wisp pulling back in the line. He can't really walk himself out of this. They're trying to get rid of the Nether Ward, able to do so now. And the Lion, well, yeah, he's dead. Worth a decent amount.
They blow the Will-O-Wisp there. I mean, you can see the issue with this Beast Coast line is without Aegis, the Meepo kind of just dies to any sort of burst. If he gets chronoed, if he gets ravaged, really just anything that surprises him. We can already see how well this Lion Mirana support duo is doing. Finding kill after kill while still able to conserve their ultimates to find further kills afterwards.
20-minute bounty runes.
The Invis
Ori's able to take it. Time to put that new blade mail to the test, and it won't matter when Ori just steals the line. Free Incarnation already coming.
Ravage ready.
Keeper of the line is going to be there to help out the Ravage. Triggers only over on 2. Is there an extra support? Is there a blinding line? Is there nothing? He doesn't actually have it up. And, well, meanwhile, Whisper finding his own kill on the Mirana, just north of Roshan.
Nice sidestep.
Curse is out. Lion trapped in. Pugner. It's actually some good base damage. 135 combining with the Cotter Blast. DY doesn't have the life to survive. Ori, TP, if they've got any other control. There's a blinding light, but that don't stun.
But whoa, Chris Luck found Eurus. What the? He got Chrono and somehow still what?
I don't know if we have that on an offside camera, if we just weren't seeing that on program, but either way, Beast Coast will now look to the tier 1 tower in mid lane. There's a movement through the rear. Meepo, he's found the Pugner as well. He's going to Earthbind him, the instant stun from K1, making sure they can follow up with another E-Blade pop, and it won't matter when Stinger's got the Illuminate to fly out.
And both these teams
now you go
slap themselves a bit, man. That's like another... Or's trying to solo defend a tower as a Pugna. Chris Luck, this team, it's Beast Coast. They got a killer instinct. You can't hide behind a tower. You're going to get found out. And there you go, one opening, boom, into the pit. All of a sudden, Meepo will have that second life, which is huge. You're playing against these mega long cooldowns. Chrono, Ravage, Lionfinger. If you could blow a couple of them for just the Aegis, on respawn, you might just, it doesn't matter if you win a fight, right? You can just start walking high ground, perhaps, knowing that they don't necessarily have the tools to take you down.
So now you've got 4 heroes to break through. 2 Wraith Kings, 2 Meepos. VG Gaming need to find so much
8 Meepos.
8 Meepos. 2 rounds of Meepo.
And he's going to be going, is that a Hex he's looking to complete on the Meepo? Nope, a Silver Edge, man. Okay, so now you solo kill Tide if you open on him as just the Meepo. DD bot, somebody might look to scoop that up, perhaps even just bait it if you're Beast Coast. Love this pickup though, Blink on the Tide Hunter. You don't want to force your Void to have to initiate. Allow him, especially with this BKB pickup, to just leap forwards, find damage for 5-10 seconds within a fight, and Chrono afterwards, because otherwise you make it way too easy for Wyvern to play the game. Now Tide, head on a swivel, you find the supports, boom, blow them up. Now Void's free to find the next kill.
The tower wasn't even denied. Now Ori's going to lose his life. The bind is there. He wants to get himself away, but will it be possible for the Pugna?
And Ori, there's this great ward on the shrine. They see him walking up. Chris Luck, no problem finding the backstab.
Anyone bring some counter sentries to plant down for Beast Coast? Fresh Observer and Sentry. They just keep the chase going on the puck. It's a good double stop. Meepo's right behind, but they all poof it. And the curse is on the line. They'll hold him there with the Tidehunter pounding into him with the Will-O-Wisp. Now Tidehunter can't escape either. It's just chain bind after chain bind. Then combining with the poof.
Beautiful. Chris Luck hit that Silver Edge hit just as the Wyvern Curse was fading, and then he's able to lock him down 100-0, no problem. Mid tower is gonna die.
You just go up. There's 60 seconds without a Tidehunter.
No buyback either. They don't know that, however.
Arrow flies forward. It's only gonna be a skeleton that catches it. A K1's just like poking. Is anyone here? Is anyone really looking to defend? If not, looks like Meepo has gone back to take care of the tier 2 tower on top lane instead.
It's just respect for the Ravage, right? You know that at any moment, perhaps a buyback into a huge team fight could you end up squandering your advantage. It's 7K lead for Beast Coast. This is not negligible.
And they just keep going though. Scarfield a little bit behind everybody else, and let's actually see this fight once again.
Whisper using his body as bait. He ends up just barely going down to that PYW Starfall, and you can see Chris Luck just immediately look to turn onto the Tide. I like how he's playing it. They backed up, but Chris Luck didn't just go back to farm. He left his Meepo top pushing out for a bit. His main Meepo went to start hunting towards bottom in case somebody, probably Ori, unwisely started wandering down a lane all alone.
Beast Coast with great map control and always making sure the side lanes are pushed in. This feels like a pretty damn good strat to me.
And I said that they were up against ViCi is better late game in theory, right? But it's not the same as the previous game where Morphling just suddenly becomes not just unkillable, but the ultimate weapon.
It's meant to be that synergy together, right?
This is more ViCi having to abuse better team fight, and they're against the K1 Wraith King, man. This is probably the best in the game at playing this hero. You've got a Chris Luck Meepo that's continued to impress, and they're 4,000 gold ahead of the game each.
And this hunt just continues. Tidehunter can see him coming and blinks away. Observers and sentries. Money needs to be spent on this, and yeah, they'll see up the hill. Tidehunter walks in under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, gets rid of that sentry ward, but they find a bigger target. Yule Scepter over on the Wyvern. He's got 4-star for Falval, gets a little bit further out to safety. Xiao Yi, he's still doing D-warding in the middle of this fight. Remove that vision.
Oh, Chris Luck.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, DY.
Arrow drawn towards the base. Wraith King pops the BKB.
They just keep going, but the BKB being burned, that's a huge cooldown timer. 10 seconds on it. Same thing for K1, however. They are both down. Almost feel like Beast Coast need to start getting a gem for the amount of sentry wards that are all around this mid lane.
The Moran invis, too, is so annoying for them to deal with. It's been an interesting game thus far. Beast Coast definitely in the lead, but all it takes is one mistake. And if there's a squad you got to be careful against, it's ViCi Gaming, especially when they've got all this team fight.
And they're coming to use it. 5-man smoke up. Of course, it happens at the same time as Beast Coast grab all 4 25-minute bounty runes. And they're keeping the pressure on the bottom lane. The skeleton minions will do most of that work. You know Whisper will also be there to nuke down the waves.
Here they come.
But where's the target?
They know there's vision up there. They gotta be really careful.
Server and Sentry is good. You'll Scepter, but it's the Wraith King. It's not the target you want to go on. It gets the Blade Mail off as well. They can't instantly attack into him.
Oh, Void!
The support Void! He has a Chrono in the back lines. He got caught up by the Meepo. The Ravage will create space, holding down the Beast Coast support heroes. But now, K1 dead.
He got drained. They actually stopped dealing damage with other heroes, and the Pugna mana drain off the ultimate was enough to ensure that he actually died instead of popping the reincarnate. Really cool heads-up play from ViCi to stop DPS. Reminds me of that video where stop deeps, stop DPS, more dots. No? It's old school. You probably don't remember.
I'm sorry, I'm too young for that.
Pipe, by the way, on Whisper. And this is necessary. Yeah, it's nice to go the flashier style, but somebody's got to get the support out of it. Look at the magic damage on ViCi. The pipe is so useful for your friendly Meepo. Passive magic resist plus the 400 barrier.
Oh, they see Tide Coddle. He wants to get the hell out of there. Mirana, hot on the mounted trail.
This is the time for Beast Coast. They just finished a Hex on Chrisluck. There's no Ravage, there's no Chrono. Hell yeah, you hide in these trees. As soon as Wraith King respawns, you want to go find a fight.
What are you going to get? There's a Tynant nearby, Mirana and Lion. There's no sentry wall for the first time in forever. There's no sentry. The Will-O-Wisp, he can't leap away. Got pulled back in and then held in place by the Dream Call. They had detection of their own with the dust, allowing them to get through the Lion. But Beast Coast need to keep fighting a little bit harder. Where's your target, Mirana? She's gone east into the trees. The Splinter Blast following her over. Can they have any kind of stun, Mirana? No, she'll complete the TP out. They got one. They got the Lion dead for a minute. But is that enough?
He has no buyback. You have maybe 30 seconds of a 5-on-4, but those big cooldowns for ViCi will be coming back up in a moment.
It's 36 seconds on the Chrono, 45 seconds on the Tidehunter. I look towards the top lane. Winter Wyvern can force staff and get that ulti out, but Meepo, he found his bigger target, but underneath the Sentry Ward, faces Void, felt it as well, but the Hex, they'll hit so hard, so fast, and the Pugna draining out, combining with the arrow. Chrisluck will go down, a huge spree to be ended, while Winter Wyvern has to throw the curse on the Tidehunter. Wraith King trying to come in to help out, a quick stun over on the Mirana. Is there more help? Keeper of the Light is there, and he can help K1 with his own fight. Blinding Light pushing him up, man, that movement from Whisper, catching PYW on the back of the leap to get the kill. Now they turn their attention over towards the Tidehunter. Without that Silver Edge, it'll be a difficult kill. Not impossible, however. K1's got a lot of damage, so does Whisper.
And this guy's puck is so good. And as soon as he finishes that Ags, all of a sudden the BKB on Eurus, worthless. Ori, stuck. Wherever it is, he gets coiled. In a really nice position now, because they do lose to Meepo, but they find 3 in return. You take those. Roshan spawning in 30 seconds to 3 minutes 30. That's the big window for Beast.
And Meepo was worth 1,028 gold, but he waited this out. Like there was no Chrono to work with. There's no jump out. Okay, that's how it started.
You're gonna have another Silver Edge on the Wraith King too. This Beast Coast lineup, I kind of like this decision. If you think about it, do you really ever want to go toe-to-toe against this ViCi lineup? You do not want to play a Revolutionary War style. You want to hide in the trees, come out of nowhere, find a pick-off, find another. Any choke point engagement, as Alan's so fond of bringing up, would definitely go this way.
3 seconds of the 3 minute. Instantly scouted out by Stinger and the arrow as well of Mirana. Everybody knows this, and maybe we can go into what our second series was, the 30-minute standoff around Roshan.
Yeah, it's tough because ViCi, you do it so slowly, but you might win the fight in the pit. Beast Coast, they... Hang on.
30-minute bounty rune, that's what they're going for. Faces Void's very uncertain that the rest of his team was going to come. The Will-O-Wisp will try and create some space to force stuff out from the Wyvern. He'll cold embrace. Have they got enough damage? Yep, the magical is there with the Maelstrom proc.
Yeah, the rest of the team nowhere in sight, but they do trade Chrono for the Coddle Ults along with that easy pickup.
Okay, like ships in the night, they all pass by, and then arrow. Hey, I found myself a kill. Mirana will fall, not realizing he was next to 2 invisible heroes while Wraith King's having his own battle. Still has reincarnation available. But there's a big army of the dead marching down mid lane, but remember, Roshan's the key target. Beast Coast are just creating space for Meepo to do this.
And the moment you use Chrono, Roshan's no longer something you can fight if you're ViCi.
Even with Ravage, it feels like they need both of them to battle against Beast Coast at the moment.
And Meepo approaching that delicious level 25 talent, plus 400 health for every Meepo. Heart will be his next item of choice, just trying to increase that survivability, because the ViCi damage output, it's still very limited in the sustained DPS department. You have a ton of burst around your big ultimates, but after that, you know, who's actually dealing that right-click damage, right? Void in theory, but he's got a Midas and a Maelstrom. These are not enough items to truly deal damage. You need the Butterfly. Really, you need a Butterfly plus a Mjolnir, plus maybe the next thing after that. And then all of a sudden, things can turn on their head. Has the time while cast range. Now it'll be easier to move around in fights.
Actually have 2 silver edges. That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh. Tidehunter? Friends?
Dude, ViCi, that's like the 3rd or 4th time I've seen a core hero just kind of wandering out in the forest by himself. Use the buddy system, guys.
No, I feel like he's playing Minecraft. I just need to keep expanding the map until I find a nice, brilliant place to set up a house. Unfortunately, already occupied.
I like this. I think Beast Coast, we saw them do this in the first game. It worked. They didn't win, but they hit a timing. They're 15K ahead. Holy crap, this lead is insane.
Yep.
I did not realize how much it had grown.
Now, the only difference was they hadn't taken the lane of Rax in this game. Fortification, trying to stop K1 from just beating down the tower. Minus efficiency. That tier 3 tower will now drop. Moonlight Shadow, the wrap around the back. This is what ViCi want, the blink from Tidehunter. Look at K1, he just goes straight into it. They get the stun up the Will-O-Wisp, need to create more space. The Ravage is out. Puck protected by the Cold Embrace, but still brought down by the magical damage. Again, that Maelstrom proc of Eurus doing its work as he jumps forward towards K1, time locking down this Wraith King. He still has the mana to have the reincarnation off, and I'm waiting for that curse. Still also available, the BKBs being burnt up, and they're gonna start to expire in just a second. Mirana unable to get that secondary leap up and away from the Earthbind. There is your curse out over on Pugner, keeping line in position for the Earthbind. A Chronosphere, it hits all on Beast Coast. There was no curse available, but who does he hit? There's so many options, but the options now come the way from Beast Coast. Only the Aegis Immortal is going to burn for the moment. ViCi Gaming trying to reset back up on their own high ground. But the big abilities, all of the big abilities down for the moment. With no Chrono, with no Ravage, the Earthbinds come flying. Buy back in from the Lion. He needs to bring in the Hex and control. He's got the first one over on the Meepo, and maybe a second one. Xiao Yi out a little bit too far with the pop. He can force up himself back up to safety, but Mirana will not be so lucky. Hit by the Collar Blast. Another Earthbind faces Void, being trapped down the line, keeping him close. Same with the Tidehunter. K1 cuts him off at the pass, getting straight past the melee rack to find the hero kill. Mirana has to buy back, and Chris Luck already TPing away. They haven't claimed the racks yet. Wraith King, reincarnation, it was up the drain. It wasn't fast enough, so K1 will respawn. The arrow stun timing, not absolutely perfect. Eurus having to burn this BKB once more, searching for a new target, and they just keep pushing. They just keep kiting. Now re-engage in for BC. Over towards their hero. What have they got? A double Dream Claw. That's what they got. A great Ravage stun almost onto the Meepo, but it won't stop Faces Void from dying. They just keep pushing Beast Coast, claiming the full lane of Rax on bottom. DY's finger, not enough to kill off the puck. And then Pugner, rooted eternally, maybe even into the fountains. It won't happen. The buyback still coming in from ViCi Gaming. DY hanging in the trees. The 4 stars from Beast Coast now allowing to disengage, and they're going for the second lane of Rax. No mistake like game 1. They want to keep this push going. But ViCi, have they still got fight in them?
What a fight. Beast Coast, they might just get Megas out of this push. No buyback Tide, no buyback Void. And look at this, Chris Luck still hunting. He's gonna find Killenori anyway, and yeah, they called it. They would've just got wiped anyway.
We are going the distance. We are going to 3. It's gonna be a long day 1 here at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. But if you're a Beast Coast fan, you're loving this. The hopes are kept alive. This feels though like such comfort. There's a couple of ripples in the concentration of the players as they are really now being tested for stamina, but The Meepo works perfect, the Wraith King, the Park, everything just felt good for Beast Coast.
I feel like it comes down to the strategy in a way, right? ViCi in that first game, they didn't just have that late game edge. They had team fight, but they more importantly had that like cheap disable on a core. They had Kunk who could spam X. Beast Coast, they go out of position every once in a while in these fights, but you don't have any actual punish outside of the Lion, a DY, who has a very difficult time staying alive when you consider how much threat Beast Coast's lineup has for him. And really, like, they're just timing. They're outscaling. At every minute that ticks by, I think their net worth advantage went up by like 500 to 1,000 just because of Wraith King with the Radiance and Demise, Meepo everywhere around the map. ViCi, if you can't fight this team, they will fight you and punch you in the face until they win. Like, just...
No, I was asking the question where I was like, man, is Beast Coast doing enough work in this early stage? But it should have been the other way around. Was VG punishing Beast Coast enough where they were the ones dictating the terms? In this case, it was Beast Coast, and they forced us to a game 3.
Yes, they do indeed force us to a game 3. Thank you very much, Toby and Carl. We'll come back for game 3 with our commentary team. We're back here with Nahaz and BSJ on the panel. Wraith King.
Meepo.
I was hoping that you wouldn't bring that up. I mean, come on, we thought that wasn't necessarily the killer pick at the end of the game.
I was a believer.
You were a believer. Brian, you weren't necessarily a believer.
I wasn't sold. The thing that surprised me was we expected the snowballing from the lanes, right? We expected that momentum that they gained from that was similar to the first game. But the difference this game was they had the way to kill the Void as the game went on. Like in the first game, they couldn't really kill Morphling the later in the game went. And also the Tidehunter, it's like, I thought it was a free Tidehunter game because they have no way to really stun him and lock him down, but hey, they just buy 2 Silver Edges and suddenly doesn't look so free of a Tidehunter game anymore. You can itemize easily and conveniently to kill their heroes, and that means you scale better into the late game, and since they had the momentum off the first and second Roche, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, ViCi, it looked like they had read this until that last pick, didn't it? It looked like they were forcing it in, they expected the Wraith King, they picked specific heroes to cope with it, like the Lion. Looked like they had it all under control, and then boom, that final pick just threw everything under the bus for them.
I absolutely I think they got caught out by the Meepo pick, and I think you're also seeing the difference between Paparazzi's hero being picked 4th and Paparazzi's hero being picked 1st. And that, again, as the game went on, it was more and more clear they did not have the GG win condition if the game went late on the side of ViCi anymore.
It's really hard to play heroes like Void when landing your ability is not good enough, right? Like hitting a 4-man chrono, 3-man chrono. If you don't catch the Wyvern and the Coddle, either one of them is going to save their teammates. And that's a tall ask to have of a carry player, because you're not only trying to do the damage, but you're also having to lock everyone down as well.
And oh, by the way, if you don't have Chrono up, you are going to get absolutely destroyed by Meepo nuts.
Solo killed, by the way, so you can't even play away from your team like most carries want to when fights aren't occurring.
It's smart, isn't it? It leaves us in that fantastic position of now wondering which team's going to break first in the third game, because they've both shown us just how good they are with the kind of heroes that they've got. We're going to come back and talk to Nahaz and BSJ in just a moment, but let's catch up with another member of our broadcast team, Purge at the weather station.
Hey guys, Chris Lux Meepo worked out really good this game. They ended up doing an aggressive trial on ViCi Gaming side to try to limit what Hector could do, but Hector still did relatively good despite being behind. And on the other side of the map, Whisper on the puck, as well as the Winter Wyvern, they were able to pressure the Void quite a bit, keep his farm down. And once Chris Lux buys his first item of Shadowblade, he can just move around the map and get kills. And the important thing is, one of his heroes can go get kills, the other one can go farm. So even if there are really good moments for ViCi Gaming where they set up a lot of kills with Lion and Pugna and the Murana, it's good for them, but on the other side of the map, other things are happening. They kill the Winter Wyvern as well here. They spot the Tide on the top lane. They rotate overs as well. So they're still farming consistently across lots of different jungle places, and they're taking in these advantages in these moments, taking advantage of them when they can get those kills, because it does help keep them even and in the game. And you just kind of saw really good split fighting from them. Here's the engagement where there's the Chronosphere on the puck. He ends up getting E-bladed to stay alive. The Ravage comes out bottom, but really it's not really going to be enough to get a kill. And it just shows that the heroes that Beast Coast had were so effective. All the nets, they stopped them on a leap. The time walk from Void, they prevent Pugna from getting away, and it gave Beast Coast an easier game than the previous.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Purge. Let's wrap things up on this particular game in our second game of the final series of the night with the MVP. Could only really be one MVP in this game, gents.
not close. And I love the point by Purge, recognizing that the Meepo E-Blade gave you even a third save to play around that Chronosphere.
Chris Luck looking awfully different there than I remember him. But
it's fine.
I'm getting a little confused there, but that's okay.
sorry. I'm impressed. Like they showed us that they aren't. They're still feeling themselves despite losing that first game. Like they whipped out that Meepo pick. You have to have some confidence and balls, like in an elimination game, to just say, "Hey, we're going to cheese you with our last pick, and we're confident that we can play it."
And not only that, but they also have some stamina because we're about to head into their 6th game of the day. They started all the way back some 20-odd hours ago or something. Well, that's how it feels to some of us here inside the arena. We thank you for staying with us. Thank you for staying inside the arena. You're going to be rewarded by a 3rd game that's coming up next.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Game fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Hey Safeguard, Euronics, and Barclaycard Arena.
The best things in life come in threes, or at least that's what we think in Dota 2 anyway. Certainly, we've had our best of threes so far at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, not least of which on our first main event day here inside the Barclaycard Arena, and it's ended that way as well. We've got two fantastic teams going head-to-head, and we've got two fantastic men to bring their thoughts on our third and final draft as we head into it very shortly indeed. Beastcoast has alongside me, gents, a third and final game to wrap up what has been an incredible day, really. The quality of the Dota, we've had Mega Creep games, we've had comebacks against Mega Creeps, we've had Rapiers on the ground, we've had a Meepo, we've had just about everything you could want in a first day.
Except one more game.
Which we're gonna get.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready. I thought this series was going 3 games all the way. I'm delighted it did.
Yep, you did.
You know, it's great, too, because this morning, beastcoast sort of stumbled to that third game of that first series. Yep. And this is just, I think they overplayed their draft in game 1, and I think they overwhelmed ViCi Gaming in game 2. And I really do think the onus is on ViCi in this third game here to answer back in the draft.
If anybody feels like it's been a long day out here, what about for beastcoast, right? You said 6th game of the day, but it doesn't really look like it, right? Like they came out full force last game.
They still look fine.
Yeah, the tempo is what they've been setting in every game. Even though they lost the first game because they didn't quite scale the way they needed to, they've proven that they can just take over the early game time and time again.
It could be that they're actually in their own time zone here. That's what they've woken up now. Because they're actually adjusted. They're actually on South America
jet lag is
right now.
Coming into
yeah, so
in
actually
their
it's
favor.
a positive thing.
Oh, okay. That's the next level.
This is, I love this pick. This hero was just ignored in the last draft, which is shocking because both of these two teams throughout the tournament have valued it super highly. This is the hero that they use as a steroid for Hector.
Can we just talk about the bans?
Oh, yeah.
The Race King.
Standard Bloodseeker Race King first phase.
Yeah.
I love it.
Lots of respect for Hector.
Do they do the Wyvern again? That was their response. Coddle as well. Yep. Like both of those supports just make it so hard to play Void when it comes to just casting your spell comfortably.
We had I remember we had a conversation on a panel earlier in this event, BSJ, and I wondered how much Wyvern we would see in this tournament. It sure has looked like a hell of a Void counter.
Yeah, no, I originally thought it was something that's good against the meta. It's not necessarily that Wyvern's kit is like broken. It's just that she's really good against what popular carries are out there right now. Just these hard committal carries like the Void that want to kind of win the fight in the first 3 or 4 seconds with that sick chrono. And she just counters that entirely by resetting the fight with Cold Embrace. If you go on one target, if you all decide to focus one target with 3 or 4 heroes, she has the Winner's Curse to counter initiate that. And there it is.
Yeah, I think it's just, as you said, it gives you 2 ways to play around the Chronosphere, right? It gives you the Cold Embrace to save an individual hero within the Chronosphere. It gives you that that AoE Winner's Curse in case they choose to overcommit. And I think the real question is, are they going to be allowed to get a second support that has yet another save? Because that was what looked really devastating to the Void in the last game, is they had both supports that were capable of playing around that Chrono.
5 seconds remaining.
One thing I want to highlight about beastcoast is even a player like Whisper on Magnus. I saw him earlier buy a Midas on Magnus, and this is something where they seem to have what TNC has, where all of their timings line up really well amongst their cores. Like all of them are on the same page. Like he built a Midas because his team just wasn't going to do anything for the first 2 items that their cores had, and suddenly once he has the Midas, it pays off into a full pipe, and I think he built a Blink Dagger right after, and that timing that they have lining up so well is part of what I think it takes to like make it to the next level as a team. And they do ban out the Jug, pretty standard I'd say the premier Magnus partner, but also we talked about this previous days that most of these heroes that you like to pair with Mag, other than the Wraith King, which is already banned out, are not the best to pick against Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's funny because we talk about the Wraith King and the Bloodseeker for Hector, but his best hero is actually his Lifestealer. He's 16-3 in this patch on the Lifestealer, and that's something I they could definitely. We saw the Chaos Knight earlier today as well.
Do you willingly pick the Lifestealer into the Void?
I think the way that Beast Coast play it, I actually think you can. Again, the key is giving yourself multiple ways to play around the Chronosphere otherwise.
Okay, I am a fan of the CK though. I'm just saying, I'm not. They would be the team to pick Lifestealer into Void. It is a pretty hard counter in favor of Void, but the Wyvern does, obviously, like you said, tilt it a little bit back that you know that you're not just going to die to every Chrono. Chaos Knight, though, one of the heroes that you can't necessarily just kill with a Chrono because you don't know which one's necessarily him, and also can burst you very quickly and makes use of the Empower very well. CK, really known as a carry that, oh, there's Span right there, whose main limitation is farming speed, which obviously buffed up by the Empower, but he's not going to be in this game, so don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, Hector's he's basically been banned.
Yeah.
The other big hero that we should talk about in his pool is the Gyrocopter. They play a lot of Gyro.
Can I also throw a wild card in there?
Sure.
Troll. Back in the day, he was a big player. It was actually his most played until about 3 months ago, when the Lifestealer overtook it.
That boils down a lot to the supports that pair with the Void. I wouldn't hate to pick Troll into Void.
But we don't know what else we're going to see.
Yeah, exactly. So they may be comfortable picking it fourth. I wouldn't doubt that. The matchup between Troll and Void's not all that bad if Troll is allowed to hit the Void without fear of just dying, and obviously the Wyvern does help that. Troll's just fallen out of favor this patch just because his ult kind of sucks.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think teams have just gotten too good at playing around the ult, just kiting out the Troll.
Okay, that's more damage for the Chrono.
Yeah, that's sick. That's really nasty.
And it's also
Frost through the Chronosphere, of course, but you know, now that just Lich has this freaking disable.
Yeah, you're also in preparation for the heavy physical damage carry that Beast Coast is going to be picking with that Frost Shield to buff up your Void, make it easier for him to take a longer fight, because we saw what happened with Void last game where he just dies in, what was it, maybe 2 or 3 seconds to the Meatbow. That's much more difficult for Beast Coast to force when you have a Lich Frost Shield like this. The cast range on that spell is quite high.
I do worry a little bit though that these two, this support pairing is a little bit more passive than ViCi has gone for in the past. And again, it's just so many ways to play around the damn Chrono now.
I love Abaddon as a hero. I'm surprised it's made it this far in the draft. A lot of teams are prioritizing this as a first pick, first ban. I would almost love to see this as a 3, Mag 4.
It better be a 3, I bet. I think that's why you pick it here, and I think that's why you're so comfortable opening the Mag, is that you're going to shove that onto Schofield.
I was going to say the secondary mental game there is that it telegraphs ViCi thinking that the Mag is the 3, therefore they don't have to ban the Abba during the second phase, which then gives them...
Well, they're just full in on ban Hector.
Absolutely, they are. Yeah, they're totally focused on Hector right now.
And they've prepped for this Abaddon pick. Like, immediately you think to yourself, what hero goes with Void that counters the Abaddon? And I think OD is the #1 that comes to mind, and they've already banned that out prior to this pick. So you can tell that they had in mind exactly what they wanted before this Lich was picked. And quite frankly, it's just another hard game for Void, so they are going to instead go for this route where we're not going to go around this heavy team fight to pair with the Void. We're going to pick these heroes that allow Void to play around, not necessarily needing to Chrono people, because you have the save from Legion, you have the Frost Shield from Lich. He's very durable this game on Faceless Void, but long drawn out fights, that's almost guaranteed to happen in this game, right? You have saves on both sides. You have tanky heroes on both sides. So both teams should be looking to pick heroes that want that long drawn out fight and almost say who's going to be favored if the fight lasts for 20 seconds.
Yeah. I was going to say, is this not a Lifestealer game now, Alan?
Much less a 1. I think you got to go in another direction here. Even Gyro feels a little bit on the vulnerable side, although I think they still can go that direction, especially with the multiple saves that we've been discussing. I think this Legion Commander pick, they've done a really good job this tournament taking some of the pressure off Zhao Yi, but I think this game is going to be a real test game for him. Legion Commander is a lot is going to be asked of that hero in this game in terms of controlling tempo, dictating fights, and that dual target prioritization.
I wouldn't mind the Troll now. They do have this like early rotating hero in the Ember, and Troll does match up well in game as well decently in lane against the Legion Commander. Any hero that kind of just wants to hit you anyways likes to play up against Legion. The man fight battle heroes.
For what it's worth, they've only gone Troll once in this patch, and Hector's 0-1 on it. I think it's a decent suggestion, but I do think we also reserve at least some thought for this being a safe lane Ember, and you having the pick for Chris Luck in the mid again.
They could almost do what ViCi did in game 1, where they pick a hero that could go mid or safe, just like ViCi Gaming did, so that they don't get hard countered. ViCi Gaming was doing it to protect the Kunkka. This game you can do it to maybe protect the Ember Spirit. They, like I said, we already banned out the OD, a hard counter in lane to the Ember.
The problem with that is that he's only got 4 games on the Ember ever, and the last one was 3 years ago.
Are you talking about Hector?
Hector, yeah.
Well, you never know, I guess, but that makes it sound much less likely. PA, okay, that's a hero we kind of forgot about.
Yeah.
Is that something they would likely have picked?
I think it's pickable there. You would actually expect to see it more banned against ViCi than by ViCi, because paparazzi, that's always in his toolkit. But you know, the mag PA combo again, it's just you're going down the list, right, of traditional mag partners.
And none of these carries sound like perfect for the game, so at this point it's just gonna say which one do you want the most. You know, I don't mind this Alchemist pick. I think Legion's one of the best heroes in the game, honestly, against Alchemist. It always offers kill potential at any stage of the game, and she's this type of hero on the laning stage that just constantly runs at you, and they don't really have the best way to protect him early. So ViCi is really turning up the pace. They had this early aggression.
They're on the meta here, mate. I mean, that's literally 4 of the 5 meta that we've been talking about the whole time.
But you say we're turning up the pace, but have you seen Void be able to have success dictated by the pace of your last 2 picks for ViCi? That's my concern. Is Void able to keep up with the pace of this game? Because I think all other 9 heroes in this game are very, very good at a certain tempo, and the Void is the one I worry about getting behind.
Yeah, I would just want to see the Leshrac and Legion be running at this Alch for the first 10-15 minutes of the game, and then allow Void to get that early Maelstrom and begin to participate, because both teams have saves enables for their cores to be more survivable, and I think the Void can actually keep up because of that.
All right, I'm just saying, if I'm Beast Coast and you want to run at me, bring it on.
Bring it on indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. We're about to get into our 3rd and final game of our final series.
Welcome to the final game, Beast Coast versus ViCi Gaming. It's time to get serious. It's time, Kyle, to tell us, like, what the hell's gonna happen here, man?
Oh, man, Cinderella went home long ago, but we've got game 3, Elimination Series, ViCi versus Beast Coast, and God, I am so proud. Look at all the fans in the stands. If you're still here right now, hella late at night, make some noise for me.
Are you happy with that noise?
I think we can do a little bit better, can't we?
You know what? I'm just happy to get into the game. I want my Kyle back.
What's wrong with this one?
It's not an upgrade. I want my game. ViCi, Beast Coast. God, you freak me out. Let's get to the game. This is what happens when you go past the midnight. Things get a little funky, but this crowd is awesome. It's been hanging around. It has hardly dwindled, as they know we're here until at least 1 a.m. in the morning to solve the answer. ViCi and Beast Coast, who goes home today? Can Beast Coast start this day and end this day with a 3-game round victory?
I mean, they're undefeated in game 3 so far, right?
Great sample size.
even JJ's hearts aren't exactly at 100% effectiveness right now.
Yeah, well, remember, every heart, like, left is a bit bigger than the right, huh?
Hey, and you talk about a game 3 lineup, right?
Yeah,
this is an Alchemist.
Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should focus on the seriousness of the game. Alchemist in the game.
To me, it's all about thinking about the win conditions and how they're addressed, right? I see a Void on ViCi. I see a Wyvern on ViCi.
I think K1's feeling like this is the last game. It's like, I went Greaves to, like Greevil's Greed to begin with, but I still want to walk up and try and battle against ViCi. Eurus, he won't get this one. He'll just time walk away. But it will be a 2-2 trade-off as far as the bounty runes go.
You take those. This isn't a relatively uncountered Alchemist. If you're going to win this game as ViCi, it's Ori that's going to have to shine. Same hero concept as the Pugna, strong early game, dominant mid game, tower pressure, but unlike the Pugna, you can truly take over a match, as we've seen players such as, honestly, Ori's done it, Sumail's done it time and time again, even in this tournament.
And I'm interested to see how Beast Coast deal with it. Of course, Ori, one of the things that kind of stung was how Gambit were able to destroy Ori's Leshrac with this very farmed up track in late game. But this time around, it's Chris Luck going against Ori in the lane. He's already starting off with some good harassment.
And Ember, excellent hero with TI so far in this tournament. Not ideal results. I believe only 1 win. And finally, you can see ViCi, they've scouted it. No more mid wards, because my man Chris Luck has always got that sentry ready to be placed, but he will not find a ward this time.
No, they put the ward a little bit further to the south. Watch the rune movement instead, but it's still not stopping Chris Luck and Ori going hammer and tongs, and they got support coming in. PYW there for the quick rotation with the lightning point. That was just enough slow to keep him in range and get Rubik's first blood on the board.
At least it went to the Rubik though, so Leshrac not with a huge lead just yet. And then, what is this? Wyvern and then a Abaddon top. You do not see this every day.
You really do not. The Wyvern. Like, there is a lot of save that can come, like, between the shields as well as the Cold Embrace, but this all requires a couple of levels. As we've seen a lot, Eurus is very happy to get up in your face and attack. Started it with the Bounty Rune and continuing it in lane. And so he doesn't even have the Frost Shield available yet. It's that double slow that I'm wondering how effective Beast Coast's lane will still be once you now have Frost Shield, Frost Blast, and Eurus who can just time walk off the damage.
This whole game is going to come down to the K1 Alchemist. And if there's a man you can trust to play a Radiance hero, it's got to be Ektor.
Do you like it as well, the fact it's in that safe lane? Man, Whisper, that's a lot of damage, and that's what exactly the test we were putting it towards. Stick charges give a little bit more life, and the Cold Embrace. Stinger trying to stand his ground. DY's copying a lot of damage from the creep wave, but now it's Stinger who's in too close, and that last attack from DY can reach the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's a tough lane. Top Lich Void. You have a lot of sustain and a lot of damage, but more importantly, Lich specifically, because you keep reapplying the slow thanks to the Frost Shield, you don't actually get the value out of the Abaddon Shield. And if Wyvern moves left, he should be able to get XP here. Will he grab it? Indeed he does.
Nice. Very nice. Legion? Xiao Yi is covering so much damage at the bottom, almost baiting K1 in, but Schofield is there and K1 will fall. Hey, under that Legion Commander, but it gives Magnus something back as well.
Under the circumstances, though, you know, this is an Alk with a Mag in lane against an LC Rubik. Definitely outmatched against the enemy core, but they're even in CS, which means the Alk is truly ahead.
Well, the Alk now also gets the level 2 Empower buff up, so he's getting so much more inside the lane, and if there's some good stacks that are being prepared by Schofield, then things will get even better for him. But that's probably the reason why the pressure is continuously applied to K1. Magnus not great at zoning this out and even pulled the creep wave up. So this Radiant wave is being split into 2.
This game, you just, again, the tools are there for Beast Coast. You've got a super aggressive core in the Ember Spirit, Alchemist to carry you throughout the mid and late game, Mag to help accelerate, and then the Wyvern Abaddon to provide sustain, counter initiation. ViCi, they've got to kill towers, and they need Ori to go off. That's really the key thus far, even in the mid lane for now. And I like this. You can see PYW thinking about rotating back over, but this cool ward placed behind him in lane on Chris Luck should be able to keep him safe.
Yeah, the only way he can really approach is by coming in from the Dire side, and that's more than enough information. While the Abaddon gets picked off under the tier 1 tower, so once again, Lich able to keep that distance, but here's that observer board going to work, and they have more than enough time with the double damage rune. Ember Spirit has a little bit of extra protection, going for that quick slide of fist, but it won't be enough, or will it? Stick charges, he gets to the tree line, and is able to survive, but that'll be a long walk home.
He lives because he bought a new Fairy Fire when he died that first time. Really heads-up maneuver by Chris Luck. You don't see many mid players do this anymore.
Someone got a level 2 overwhelming odds, ready to drop on Schofield's head. I think there's somebody. Xiao Yi, no, he's looked toward K1 instead. That's a good build-up, so K1 should be a little bit more careful, press the attack, some heavy damage. It's like this safe lane of Beast Coast is just never allowed to have any level of, life. But they want to get their shrine up 5 seconds, so at least they'll get efficiency that way. But they also want to grab runes, but it won't happen. That's why there's also the contest up on top. Lich able to pick up the aggressive rune on top. All 4 go to VG, denying it to the Alchemist.
Yep, that is huge. You get 2.5 times the bounty rune gold with level 2 and Grievel's Greed. And you know ViCi, if they're anything, they're disciplined, and they are very aware of that fact, controlling all 4, as you said.
Keeping their team ahead. Looks like Legion Commander's also going to leave for a second, but it's for the 5-minute shrine. Again, another efficiency from VG Gaming. But this gives Alchemist a lot of time to farm up as well. And he's going to get a lot of money from this. While up on top, the initiation, more TP supports coming in the form of Rubik. And Abaddon just needs to get the hell out of here. But Telekinesis, he needs to get in range and I'll pull him straight back. Whisper, he's got a Photic Shield available as Rubik. There's your first hit. Their shield comes up. Difficult kill to perfectly claim because you've always got that chance of miscoil.
Yep. And there's just so much heal. I love the decision.
Oh, mid lane. Chris Luck. Ori just pulsed over through him. And then there's even get the Invis rune from top river. Whisper, shields are up, stick charges available as well, trying to make his run back towards the tower. Winter Wyvern a little bit too far away, so underneath the tower, Whisper turns and he will deny himself, doing a lot of damage into Eurus. No efficiency stick charge, using backpack, not ground, but Winter Wyvern, that cold embrace. The heal is good, but Ori's damage is better. In fact, Amber, slide of fist, it's no steering chain leveled.
Well, you can see these stacks. 1 triple, 2 triples, actually. This is so much gold for the Alchemist, and that's why...
He dropped the ward.
Exactly. Not just to block further stacks, but more importantly, to see when this Alch rotates. The moment he does so, don't be surprised to see ViCi just collapse onto the shrine.
Can Ori just take this as well?
Good.
Had you chosen to live?
Like, won't be as effective against the gold. Now he's going to go for both. Alchemist is TPing in. He didn't see it. K1 instantly will be exploded. Not just the stack, but the Alchemist as well. This is huge for VG, and Ember Spirit needs to try and counter it. More support's coming in the form of the Magnus. Rubik goes south, the core goes north, so all they'll get is the support that's meant to protect the stack. Only one of them is really saved, but so much commitment from Beast Coast. All they get is a Rubik, and Legion Commander's getting a free lane on bottom. So much rotation being forced.
That is such an enormous play from ViCi, because by taking the stacks, by killing the Alch, it's not about the gold you're getting. Like, you're actually taking like twice as much away from the Alchemist. It's a huge swing.
And it's the time. He had to go all the way back to base. He TP'd to that shrine. So now he's walking to the bottom lane. It's so much downtime for an Alchemist. That's costly.
It is, and it's because you also, like, you turn time into gold so much faster than every other hero. Anything that slows down your radiance, like, that's when you really start to accelerate. That's like 3 minutes later now.
4 heroes together going after the Abaddon. He will skill up the borrowed time, and all of VG will just stop attacking. Apart from Lashrak, he couldn't stop it. Now underneath the tier 1 tower. Together, they can do a lot of damage. There's 3 points at Edict. The only chance the Beast Coast have to try and counter this is to go for the Legion Commander. No concoction being leveled up. They need a control. The slow won't be enough. Chris Luck's on his way, but no searing chains either. They don't even have a stun.
They got a skewer, that's it.
Yeah, he could just like, okay, well, TP, or they could just have DY arrive. And now the duel is out. How much have you got? That's just white ball. Cold Embrace will buy a little bit of extra time for Chris Luck, but he's still gonna go down. That felt a little too easy for VG.
They're just on top of the rotations. Another game and another dominant early game performance. And it just, the play they made onto that top shrine is literally game winning, because they don't just kill the Alch. They force his TP, they kill the creeps, and they blocked both camps. So now you have to go to this low value area of the map. K1, you want to be playing top side. Instead, he's bottom, and it's super value for ViCi to just continue invading this area of the map.
As of exactly where DY goes, the Spirit jump forward, he'll get the Frost Shield up, and now the damage will really be tested. Shield on shield action, but Legion Commander's moving over as well. Duel's off cooldown in a second, but they've already lost DY. But you take the tier 1 tower on bottom, you take the tier 1 tower on top. There's less positions to protect this jungle. Maybe they feel with the buffed up Ember Spirit, they can go after the Legion Commander. It was good cleave, but Legion just walks away. The Alchemist is getting more space to farm up. That's BC's happy thought.
Yeah, but
he's about to hit 6k net worth, and that Radiance timing is going to be very important.
I love that. He lifts him backwards just to, not even for the deny on the Archer, just so Alchemist can't last hit it.
Dyer's top tower.
Oh my God, Abaddon. No borrowed time again, trying to go for this 10-minute bounty rune. They're so critical to get. Whisper is able to pick it up. Of course, at the same time on bottom rune, the duel was out. So Chris Luck gets picked off, and then the Chronosphere on top. Abaddon, borrowed time, 5 more seconds. He's got 10 1 charges available, and he buys time by getting these shields off. Now borrowed time triggers. But where's the extra damage? Stinger's trying to help out. The Splinter Blast won't go. PYW created just enough space. There was no bounce.
Bit too aggressive there from Whisper. Pays with his life. Chris Luck did go down, but he did grab the bounty rune. And usually you want your Alchemist to have a Radiance about this time. Instead, he's got just the Relic. Still impressive that K1, even after the laning phase was so dismal.
Ember Spirit, Sleight of Fist. They instantly start over on the Lich. Magnus was looking for it. And the Spirit jump forward is so slow. And with a Sleight of Fist, now you're feeling Chris Luck's in a little bit too deep. Wants to go for one more Sleight. They're out of range.
I like that we have Max Edict on Ori. It's the reason he's able to take these towers so easily.
Stinger in more trouble. Eurus right on top. Stinger juking nicely. Gonna move back around again. Does he want to take to the trees? Tries to cut back in. Will throw the ult down, but it feels like a bit of a waste.
If it saves him, I think it's worth. Eurus, that like you get that kill, you've got a Midas. Even with the tip, let him know he's thinking about him. Look at the warding from this Dire lineup too, love it. There's just a wall of wards to try and deny this Alchemist his jungle.
But he'll have his Radiance. Radiance as well as the band is on the way.
And
he's like, I see money on the bottom lane, but I don't know if I'm safe to farm this.
And we've seen this how many times, right? ViCi, they play such a great game. You can see here, nothing special. Stinger just ring around the rosy, gets levels, I think from that one creep dying to the right. Just enough to save him. Like, we've seen it. It doesn't matter that ViCi have owned the early game. It doesn't matter that they've made great rotations. You're playing against an Alchemist. You make a mistake, you might just lose the game straight up, especially when you consider he's farming with Empower this entire time. He's killing a creep wave in 3 auto attacks.
Magnus was so close to breaking the smoke. Now they get to the Alchemist. Chemical Rage will pop. And there is a lot of support. Yeah, he's on the way in. Concoction will start the sun over on Lich. They don't want to get too close, however. The Chain Frost is going to start bouncing back and forth. Goes over to the neutral creeps, down to the saddle, then back over to K1. Is he going to get the RP? Only one being called a shot. RP stolen by the Rubik. That's going to be huge to use. Still holding on to it. They chase K1 into the trees. The duel, however, from Legion Commander keeps the Winter Wyvern out. He can't get close enough for the curse. Now the RP pulling the Alchemist out of the Chronosphere. But they get the kill, and Chris can't move himself out of the tree line. Sinister Gauge from DY pulls him back in once more. A quick Sleight of Fist. You know, at least he was able to pick up the Rubik in the trees, but Beast Coast falling apart at the seams. The only reason why the gold looks so good, aka only 1,000 to VG, is Alchemist factor.
Yeah, Chris Luck has just been, his trademark aggression for the first time so far this tournament really just not paying off for him. Getting picked off left and right. It's a tough match now for this Beast Coast side. Whisper also for the first time not on a playmaker, he's on an Abaddon. There's nothing he can really do to recover his own game. He's just here to support his team.
So many TPs to the bottom lane. Now Yi feels it coming and he's already retreating back out. And they even just send some Leshrac illusions to scout out where the rest of Beast Coast is moving.
That's really good movement from ViCi. Again, a Midas onto the Void. I'm not sure I like it, to be completely honest. I feel like that Maelstrom would not just help him farm, but also increase his DPS significantly. The game he's going to need a mid-game. We can see once again the great split and the immediate steal from PYW.
He was just on the edge of that RP, so close he could smell it.
It's worth blowing everything here. They ensure the kill. Ori having a great game as well this far. Trying to force the Abaddon ult middle. We'll go wanting, but an arcane rune bottom. If there is a rune and a hero that's matched flawlessly, it's got to be the Lesh.
I just love how PYW has a Veil of Discord 14 minutes into the game, and the Blink Dagger now arrives for Legion Commander. What do? Instantly put it to use. Smoke up in mid, try and find a target. Chronosphere is on cooldown for 25 seconds, but there's a good target in the Winter Wyvern. Even a better one in Chris Luck. Where is this Spirit jump back?
We're gonna hunt the Spirit.
Oh, he goes straight over towards the Rubik. There to grab him, pick him up, throw him back down again. They need that duel before he's able to Spirit. There it is, man, they hit hard.
Chris Luck doesn't seem as comfortable on this Ember as his other signature heroes. That would have been a really easy, you throw out another Spirit as you're remnanting, there's no way you're gonna get caught there. He knew the Rubik was in the vicinity. Nice job from ViCi though to hunt both the hero and ensure you camp the remnant. All it took was a 1/10 of a second mistake, and that's a free duel.
There has been a while though where K1 not being as contested inside of these jungles. Obviously, there's a lot of hero kills coming in. More Spirit jumps forward. There's this Rubik, who's the one Spirit jumping to chase after the Magnus.
They are everywhere on this map. ViCi are swarming. And meantime, Ori got both bounties bottom. We'll have his Kaya complete in just a moment. I love the emphasis ViCi have on increasing their magical damage output. That's how you really slay these squishies on beastcoast.
Duel in towards the mid, money with the Frost Shield. Ori will get the chains done as well. You won't get the duel victory. Actually, no, you do. He got it in time.
Hey, they're everywhere, man. Like what, there's 4 top, now there's 4 mid. All of a sudden, you can start rocking and rolling towards this mid tier 2. And Void is still shoving top as well.
As long as Edict is up, these towers are really under threat. And what's the Alchemist going to keep doing? He's trying to build into this BKB, now Recipe away. Now, it'll cost him his buyback if he does it. And Whisper, incapable of really stopping the push, and even giving that level 4 Aphotic Shield over to PYW.
He's already my MVP in this game. He's made so many plays on this Rubik. It's not as if he doesn't even need to try to use the ultimate. It's like he could pick and choose which spell he wants at the time. He's got it. And it's such a nice quality of life increase to have that shield. You don't have any defensive cleanse on your side.
Void jumping in, gets the Chronosphere off. Alchemist caught on the edge of it. Cold Embrace helping Stinger, giving some extra life. There's a good curse over on Leshrac.
Got RP.
A lot of extra damage. The RP never came. Not off in time. Magnus, hey! He's in the fight. Duel is down, and 2 heroes. Going the way of VG Gaming. Alchemist lucky to get out and instantly moving to the top lane, away from everyone at VG.
This is a completely different VG from what we saw in the previous game. This time they've got that ability to rinse, repeat, find kills. Not just the team fight from the Chrono, but the duel. Ori's Yules into stun combination, PYW everywhere on the map. You can see them playing, averaging over a kill per minute. Is a new ViCi. They are not trying to go out of this tournament without a fight. And now it's just really cool. You'll leave Eurus bottom. He's got no Chrono, so he farms this area of the map where there's most likely going to be no one contesting him. The rest of the lineup, you can look to keep hunting. Already 46 duel damage onto the LC.
So VG, they just keep going, but BKB, Vlad's is up. This may be the time in the Beast Coast feel is the best. And who have they really got? Xiao Yi runs away, the concoction, not even being prepped by K1. This feels like he's like, are they ready to fight? I don't think so. We're still missing Void, we're still missing Leshrac.
Yeah. And it's a great pickup as well on Xiao Yi. He's got a pipe ready just as the Beast Coast lineup looks to come online and start fighting. That means 5-6 ticks of that Radiant's gonna do absolutely nothing to his teammates.
When was the last time, you saw a Desolator build over on the Ember Spirit? Like it's,
I don't mind it in this game, to be honest.
You'll mind this. Duel out, Winter Wyvern. Down he goes, and plus 64 is now the count on Legion Commander.
In this kind of game, if you go for the typical drums and the Maelstrom build, you're just going to end up being ineffective. A Deso plus the Alchemist's Acid Spray, you have a ton of minus armor represented. Those maxed out unstable concoctions start to do incredible damage. And you also shred through this Lich, 4 armor on him, Rubik with just 13. Maelstrom finished on the Void now. Might look to get aggressive here. Whisper, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, he's a long way forward. Trying to create a little of extra space.
Alx here.
Now Alchemist TP's in. He's got a fresh Mana Style and BKB ready to go. Concoction being prepared. A very early stun over onto the lich. Broken free by the press of the attack, but it's a great curse with the Chain Frost causing some problems, but not that much actually. The BKB of Alchemist allows him to fight, and there goes DY, the Chronosphere. It catches Abaddon as well as the Winter Wyvern, but Alchemist is still trying to break the backlines. The RP still not able to get off in time. Ember is hunting on the side. We've got 3 different battles in 3 different positions, and Alchemist needs to get this Concoction started off. He just keeps getting locked up. The shields are up, and now the Searing Chains as well. Faceless Void, maybe not the easiest target, but the RP holds him there, and the Concoction, the Chain start. No! He time walks down, but the Spirit Jump into Wilson Rover. Iris trying to get up the hill and far away, but he can't get far enough. Beast Coast showing some bite finally in this game.
It looks like a mistake, but Schofield dying before RP was actually a super next level play. PYW was there ready to steal it immediately. Instead, he allows himself to die, buys back, gets the solo RP, which then sets up for a kill on the Void. If he RPs there, all he does is give it away to Rubik, and they don't find a kill because Alk is out of position. That was really, really cool. And it's a big reason why they take that fight. Incredibly important that they killed that Void. It would have been nice if they kept him on the high ground, but you take those. And they trade buybacks evenly as well.
And this really starts to swing. 4 bounty runes going the way of Beast Coast. You get a double damage bottled up for Chris as well. The gold graph will start to swing up. We're going over 4,000, just going up by that's about 6K swing for both gold and experience, and it's rising still.
Dude, something's got to be done about this hero, though, man. What is that? 20,000 net worth.
Here you go again. So look for the death.
6 shield.
He's already fought back.
This is the Abaddon factor. You're going to keep your Alchemist alive, no problem. He actually went a little out of position, running all the way to the left, not recognizing, wait, my mag is still here. He's got RP, but we're coming back live.
To watch
Stinger went down, yeah. Didn't even have time to switch over. So much dual damage.
Plus 82. Now, Alchemist has no easy way to jump in. He's just going to be that frontline tank.
He's going for a heart. It's actually complete. This hero...
Heart and AC.
He picks up an item every 2 minutes.
They're actually going to win out on both sustain, the armor, like once the AC is up, and then they've got the counter armor.
Yep. It's 9-24.
Actually, how much life does ViCi, how much armor will he even have? Once you have, like, you get hit by Desolator, you're in Acid Spray, and you have the AC effect on you. The armor difference is just going to be rising, and the damage is still increasing because you've got this damage build on Ember with the Empower buff up. Everything is increasing. And now they go towards Legion Commander to skewer him away, so he's going to walk the long way around to get down the ramp. But there was no secondary control.
I feel rather dumb. That's why you go the Deso, Toby. You don't need the farming item. You have Empower. You're effectively playing with a free Battle Fury on the Ember Spirit.
Chris, that double damage rune trying to go to work, but Chris Luck slowed down by the lightning. They're picking up Whisper, bringing back in, but borrowed time. Chronosphere is out. They found the Winter Wyvern over on the side. The damage output from Iris, it will be enough. Then he goes over towards Whisper, but the bigger heroes, can they kill him off? Now you actually have your Chain Frost. Chases up towards the Alchemist, tries to dodge it with the Mana Style. Won't matter, it's already worn off. Concocts himself up as Faceless Void. Running up the river, they're gonna think about the tier 1 tower.
Dude, you cannot fight this as ViCi. You need to buy time.
There's a TP coming in from Ori. He's under the tier 1 tower. He's able to get the double stun. He's putting your worst to the test. K1, he looks for the stun. It won't happen. The duel is out once again. Magnus to lead it for a full minute. That BKB wears off in 1 second time. And Ori, there's no Your Scepter, but he's got Split Earth. The lightning will help him set up for it. Where is his Ember Spirit? He's jumped so far up. He's actually at the tier 2 tower now. Up the mid lane. The curse is good. Instantly killing off Ori. Singer, that's some value. Curse getting down the hill and away. Now finally, after the long run, Chris has finally rejoined the fight. He kind of Searing Chained all of the Ancients, however, and then gets rooted. That's not the greatest play in the world, but it won't matter when K1 stays on the front lines. The shield protects the Rubik, but the Spirit, it won't stop that. Another double Searing Chains. Chris Luck continues the rampage. Concoction up. This is a nice cocktail of Beast Coast, taking the tier 1 tower and that very extended team fight.
You can't kill Alchemist. If all of his teammates are dead, maybe you've got a chance. But did you see, like, in the span of 3 seconds, he got ult up, the heart started regenning, he was full HP. It's a 4,000 health Alchemist. They pursued way too long. And you can see, this is the point of no return. Whisper dies, but he's gonna buy back. Or rather, he got the shield off in time to save his Alchemist, who then just pops Soul Ring, and suddenly, you've gotta get the hell out of here. But as you said, Chris Luck out of position, was too far forwards. Now he has time to catch up, and ViCi, you're just dead. There's nothing you can do no longer.
It's like, well, this is going well for us.
We're in the base, by the way. We're hitting tier 3s.
We're hitting tier 3s, getting Skullfell being picked up as well. The tier 3 tower is now down. There's no buybacks being available, so this melee Rax can be chipped away. And Chris is ready to go again with a Searing Chains. The root on Faceless Void. They keep the control going. Void's dead. Dead for a minute. The duel is out. Is there something to save him? They skewer away the Legion Commander, freeing him up from the duel. The Chain Frost also being wasted. This Alchemist will tank through absolutely everything. The new creep wave has also arrived. Even a Blink Dagger can be coming out in just a second. What did he steal? Oh, that's not going to help. It's only going to be Skewer. They pick him up each other, and now you can get the stun off. PY, he skewers back the Magnus, but it will not help. Magnus tries to skewer away, and they're going for more. It feels like they're almost going for a GG push. Remember the Rax, RP, controlling Ori. They need to follow with more stuns. Concussion from K1 not even built up. It's a great overwhelming odds. The Rax has been taken. There's no mana for the Alchemist to work with, but he doesn't need it. He can just slice his way to victory. They've taken mid-Rax, and once again, ViCi, 3 heroes down without buyback, but Beast Coast will be happy with this moment. 24 minutes in, they take an entire mid-Rax.
I don't even know how this is possible. K1 just hit 300 CS before 25 minutes on this Alchemist. He has that 26,000 net worth, and that heart pickup, man, so critical here. Just because ViCi, they had so much magic damage. They're all about amplifying that. If he goes AC earlier, yeah, maybe he does a bit more damage, but you don't need that. You've got him power. Instead, he goes for the raw HP. That leads to the over pursuit. One fight. We said one mistake from ViCi, and all of a sudden, you've got major Alchemist problems. 1,079 gold per minute. I don't know what the record is, but he's got to be in spitting distance.
It's looking good no matter what. If you're a Beast Coast fan, there's a lot more to work with for VG. If you can just get your timings, if you get these pickoffs right, that 100 dual damage of Legion Commander into something, but instead, it's Beast Coast blinking forward, getting aggressive, a fresh Lincoln Sphere over on this Ember Spirit, so he's got a way to avoid that initiation. And the Alchemist has the full Assault Cure Us done.
One of the few games I agree with this Max
I
QW build.
I don't know about this. A close quarters fight for Faceless Void, ready to jump in. There's no RP available. It's on cooldown. Legion Commander runs forward. So much damage. The duel is out, but that didn't feel so right. No buyback available, and Ember Spirit wants this fight. The Chain Frost will start bouncing around with the Spirit Jump and just gets completely whiffed out. And Faceless Void, he'll chrono up, but he can't stay too close. He has to time walk away, or else he gets stunned up by the Alchemist. And now Ember Spirit, he's thinking about more. Looking for the Faceless Void. He gets a Searing Chase. He'll get a solo kill onto the Void. Buybacks are available underneath the shrine. Ori's trying to fight, but he doesn't have it in him anymore. Down goes the Lashrak. Beast Coast, from one strength to the next, they'll push the tier 2 tower on top, and you know they won't stop there.
This is insane, Toby. You cannot stop this lineup anymore. Reminds me, this is an OG lineup, true and through, and when you reach this point in a game, you are unstoppable. The constant shield from the Abaddon ensuring his Alk and Ember not just stay alive, but continue to deal damage, limiting the time they're disabled. You've got Empower, you've got Vlad's, you've got Medallion. AC, there's so much damage output. ViCi just keeps spamming spells with no avail.
You just don't know what they can do without the Legion damage, without the Chronospheres. Like, what you can do is you can lose a lane of Rax. Can't believe that VG Gaming have found themselves in this position. They were #1 in Group A. They dropped only one game out of the entire run, and that was to Alliance. Then knocked down 2-0 by Gambit, and now Beast Coast, after what has been one hell of a day. A bearing down with a 19k gold advantage, 2 full lanes of Rax up, and Roshan's on the menu, boys.
This is a team that never says die, Toby. To think they were about 3 seconds away from losing in the series before this one.
VG's coming.
Does it?
They don't have Chrono, though.
You can't kill Alk. You've got to get the Wyvern and the Mag.
It's going to break. They were looking to try and contest Roshan. Ori, he was inside the pit for a second, but now as Alchemist, hey, hello. Come for me. Chemical Rage up. They will get the chain stuns off. He's still got mana to break free. Lashrak already down to 50% HP, and they found the Rubik in the back lines. It's just Chris Luck's choice to go after him. The BKB's up the concoction. DY! Oh, boy! Say goodbye as well, the Rubik. The supports can't be real heroes. Lashrak broken free, trying to get that extra distance. It's so difficult. The Skewer, actually, just a shockwave, pulling him back a little bit closer. Faceless Void's behind him. They actually smoke up Beast Coast. They want to find this kill. Void, stay where you are. Concoction, 3, 2, there's your job.
And the tips continue to rain in. Oh, you might get eliminated from this tournament, Paparazzi, but at least you can go buy yourself one of those old sets in the shop.
I hate to tell you though, those tips don't count. This be custom games.
Well,
are they going to do, like, there's no play to go for. Like, Roshan, this belongs to Beast Coast. It's already been taken. They put the Aegis Immortal into the hands of the Ember Spirit, and I'm seeing new items arriving. He buys a Blink Dagger to keep that aggression level up. And look who's on bottom lane. Ori, time your Yule Scepter correct. He makes a break for the tree line, gets the stun, and then out he gets. Here's in Fog of War.
But there's 2 racks dead, and Beast Coast.
It's gonna go up the bottom.
A short march to victory is almost assured if they just, I'm not even sure what kind of error you would need to make. This lineup, it's one of my favorites. It scales not just with damage, but with survivability. This hero that's killing all of you has 4,000 health. What are you supposed to do?
With a 314 regeneration of heart, like he goes straight back up if he can just disengage for a second. And he's even buying Aghanim Scepters. I think the rest of the Lincoln Sphere is meant to be flying out too. Yeah, it is. It's coming in on the Courier right now, so he drops his boots to go high ground. Courier, get in there. It's a war zone. An Alchemist is your tank. Legion Commander now with a BKB, searching for a target, but this entire BKB timing, he doesn't know who he wants to go on. Now they found the target. It's the Ember Spirit, able to steal the Searing Chains. Chain Frost doing some decent work, but they're still so tanky. Beast Coast, the damage output is already there. Lich has to fight back. RP, it's a big catch-up over on 2, and watch that cleave damage go to work. The Chronosphere, it may buy a little bit of time, but you're seeing Eurus, he's just got no damage. They'll sit there in time to think about the GG call and what Beast Coast have achieved today. They were forced for a full 3 games in their first and now their second series of the day, eliminating one of the biggest teams that we thought was going to test all the other teams in this tournament. They knock them out the Lowerbracket round 2, taking out ViCi Gaming.
Unbelievable. Who would have called this? Taking out the tournament favorites in style. We're about to hit 1 a.m. local time.
People who call this were the people that called OG winning their first TI. It's just that thing where, man, these guys, they play really well. You're never 100% certain it's going to happen, but if you believe, it can be rewarded. And Beast Coast, their performance today is rewarded, but they've got so much class in their team as well. But it feels like they've got a lot of their comfort areas in their drafts too.
It even kind of further demonstrates the importance of drafting in the meta, right? You were down 5-20. It was all ViCi Gaming for the entire early game, dominating. One mistake, all it took, all of a sudden Alchemist, it's like he's just picking up items faster than like a billionaire's stepchild. Just, he's 6-slotted by 22 minutes.
You know what, on that analogy, we're done for the day. People at the panel, make some sense of this.
We can make plenty of sense of this. Thank you very much, Toby and Kyle. Fantastic commentary for the 3rd and final series of the day and the 3rd and final game of the day as well. We'll wrap everything up on this one and, of course, on everything that's happened on day 1 of the main event. Alongside me, BSJ and the Has to do exactly that. Gents, fantastic performance from Beast Coast, not just in this series and in this game, but the whole day.
I'm just going to go ahead and paraphrase Morgan Freeman from The Dark Knight. You're playing a team of 4 Peruvians and Oblivion that might well have been the most or the second most aggressive team at the International. And your plan was to run at this team? Good luck.
I believed in them at the start of the series and for some reason lacked the conviction to follow through in that 3rd game. I just thought, I thought they were just gonna get ran at and they couldn't do anything about it. And they got ran at and Hector just has 3 items and they win a fight and now he has 5 items and the game's over. I mean, they just...
Alchemist Dota.
Yeah, I mean, they just know exactly what they need to do. Like, they were down 20-5, and like Kyle said, like, they were on the same page. They knew exactly what situation they were getting themselves into with the draft, and they weren't uncomfortable down 20-5. They knew exactly that's probably where they expected to be, honestly.
I mean, it's such a bounce back as well, Alan, from losing 2-0 in the groups, losing 2-0 at TI, losing the first game in this series. They must have thought, oh, God, not again. We can't get past this. And suddenly, it's a completely different ball game at the end.
I mean, it feels like this Beast Coast has already bounced back twice in this tournament in a major way. First from an 0-4 start in the group stage, then from a really rough 3-game series. A lot of people on Twitter throughout the day saying that Wind and Rain really deserved to win that series. All of a sudden, you're taking out the tournament favorite, and you just saw in the beginning of those replays, that top Shrine fight at 7 minutes in, I kind of thought the game was over for ViCi at that point. Ori was looking like he was just going to take over the game on that left track. But again, you know, this is a team that is just comfortable playing chaotic, aggressive Dota. You never have them completely out when they're on these lineups like this. There's always going to be that steroid that's going to let them win one fight and accelerate.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Beast Coast. I almost want to rename them, Brian, like Bounce Coast or Bounce Back Coast or something, because it literally feels like they've done this the entire Rebound Coast. I like it. Let's go with that. It isn't just this game. It isn't just this series or even the first series. They were doing this in the groups as well. They were very often, you look at the game after 50 minutes and you go, oh wow, they're 20 kills behind. You come back 20 minutes later, wow, how did they win that? And this happened a lot.
Yeah, they're very polarizing. They're either the team that's running at you nonstop, snowballing the lanes, or they're the team that's letting you run at them nonstop while they
And they're comfortable both ways, it seems.
Yeah. There's never really any in between, though. You know, that's the funny thing about it. But I emphasized it this like midway through this series. They're just on the same pitch, and that's the beauty of why I think they can do it exactly that.
That IQ, that high IQ stuff up there. Talking of IQ, let's hand you over to a man with 9,000 of them.
Hey guys, going to take a look at the team fight that happened when Beast Coast finished their first major items. The Radiance and the Black King bar is online, and they're ready to go. They're going to try to defend the tier 2. It's already died, but if you take a look at how the map ends up spreading out, Paparazzi is going to end up running towards this direction. They have some people running down the mid lane, and they have some going this way. So this gives them a really good advantage because this allows the Alchemist to separate them. By going after the Lich, look at now Paparazzi is all the way down here off screen. The other two players are here. They can't easily get to the high ground to engage, so not only do they have this big item timing, but they can also force all these defensive spells just trying to get them to chase. And he doesn't have to worry about anything with BKB active. He doesn't take any damage. Maybe he gets dueled, but there's no way he dies there. He gets to separate the fight. The Chronosphere is used just to kill the Winter Wyvern, which isn't the best usage. Schofield ends up dying just to the Leshrac by himself, but by being able to pick off the Legion Commander, it basically means that there's no more disable left. And things did look a little hairy here, but Whisper coming from the left, able to shield him up, and Chris Lux basically able to clean up with the Deso afterwards. So huge team fight there for Beast Coast. Helped they did die a lot in the early mid game, but finally after winning this fight, they got back on track.
Yes, that's not quite all from Burge, but thank you very much, Burge. Always a pleasure watching the breakdowns, gents. You know, if we've got our own MVP, it's got to be Burge.
Seems good.
Seems good. All right.
Thank you, Burge.
Let's also wrap up on the entire day as well. What a day! What a day! I mean, it started off this morning with that best of 3 that went all the way with Beast Coast in it. I think we had Mega Creeps in the first game, which they won. We had Mega Creeps against them, which they then won. There was a Rapier involved at some point. I mean, we had pretty much a bit of everything today, including the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays, which we shall check out and find out which one you liked most. Gents, let's talk through these ones. 4 to come. The first one is the Clock and Conquer.
Yeah, these are the kills in the laning stage that like really put Hector back.
He was on the back foot, wasn't he? Top lane. This was the first set of the kills. Actually got killed again just after that. The second one, this is the ViCi wipe.
Oh yeah, this is. It was really nice how they were positioning themselves with the ViCi supports in these fights, making themselves the target, making themselves the focal point to protect Paparazzi in the back line.
And this is the
part of what they got them
right?
back in the game, yeah.
Is he seeing that he drops all the way down to low health as the Sand King form, and then he's just back to full because you have 2 different health pools on Morphling, and showing the struggle of killing him throughout the course of the game. But this almost seems like yesterday in terms
it really
of how long ago
and it's just
to watch them winning.
Such a stark difference because it was just ViCi that had the ultimate win condition in game 1 here behind the Paparazzi Morphling, but it just felt like in games 2 and 3, as the game went on, Beast Coast needed to win that one big fight, and they had the win condition.
There's another Morphling escape, which sees him almost down to almost no health and then back up again.
I mean, Papa was magnificent.
He was fantastic. And our 4th and final one, couldn't not have one with the Elkin, could we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the RP steal, man, I'm telling you.
So any of those 4, of course you can vote for any of those, and Kevin will break the one that you vote for most. out of all of those four, depending which one do you like most? Which one do you want him to dissect? Because that's always how I think. And it's not so much the play, it's more about how will Kevin take all the pieces out.
I mean, I'm going to give a little love to Paparazzi Morphling because I'm about to say, look,
good.
Hector also, record-setting day. He had the second highest goal per minute ever on Lifestealer this morning, over 6,000 pro games in that hero all-time on record. That, by the way, that last game, 11.25 GPM is a top 10 gold per minute mark in this patch over 1,500 games.
Okay. Why don't we talk MVP then?
Oh, man. Do I just have to look at the numbers and give it to Hector?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Absolutely.
It's K1 Hector, isn't it?
I love nothing more than watching somebody hit a lot of creeps.
I mean,
carry player here.
What a game. What a game he's had. What a series he's had. What a day he's had as well. I know his teammates have played fantastic as well.
It's all
Whisper could be in there as well. Couldn't he? Stingers have moments. Schofields have moments. They've all stepped up today.
But look, Hector is really looking like one of these dominant traditional sports players where the opposing team is looking at you and they know what's coming and they still can't stop it.
Most notably, when you're ViCi, I have to believe you look at Hector's items about 15 minutes in the game, you say, how the hell we've been running at them all game?
What's going on?
We've taken like 4 towers. Why the hell does this guy still have faster than average Alchemist timings? It's pretty unbelievable, to be honest with you, from a carry player to see, he just finds farm. He's a magnet for farm.
I'd also like to point out that they've just knocked out ViCi Gaming. They're done. They're out of the tournament in 5th, 6th, which is pretty shocking considering the group stage they went 9-1.
Man, it just, was it Aster last year at Hamburg? It reminds
that's
me.
exactly what they did.
The 9-1 record,
They went 9-1 in the group stage in the first tournament of the season and then lost both their games when they came to the brackets. They lost in the upper bracket and then they lost